Monday with the world on edge. You've got the U.S. moving its embassy out of Kyiv, and this flip quip from the Ukrainian president stressing people out to the point his office had to walk it back. So is war imminent? Or is there really, as the White House keeps saying, an open door for diplomacy? We're going to break that down in a minute. Plus, some breaking news from Canada as we were walking into the studio. The Canadian Prime Minister just announcing he'll pull out these rare emergency powers to stop the trucker protests we've been telling you about. What that means for those demonstrators, even as a key bridge reopens today, and this whole thing feels far from over. And also, just into us, the accounting firm for the Trump Organization basically firing the Trump Organization, saying the paperwork it prepared for almost a decade shouldn't be relied on. Why that could be a big deal for the investigation into the former president's company. And Bonnie and Clyde, they are not. The couple, arrested for allegedly trying to launder $4 billion worth of Bitcoin, heads to court, and we've got the wild details about a crime made for prime time. Plus, Meta tossed out its facial recognition program, but could the company still have your data anyway? More on why Texas is now suing over that very question and just how many billions of dollars it could cost the platform. Hey, I'm Hallie. And listen, it's been a confusing couple of hours with the world on edge over what's going down between Ukraine and Russia. It is a cliche to say that tensions are soaring, but here's the thing, they are. Everybody is bracing for the possibility Vladimir Putin will invade and start a war in Europe. Okay, so maybe not the greatest time for the Ukrainian president to drop some apparent sarcasm in his speech to his country, but he did, and succeeded only in freaking out his people that maybe Moscow will invade, maybe this week, maybe on Wednesday specifically. President Zelensky's office had to walk it back, saying this whole Wednesday thing, February 16th, was not official. It's not some big warning. He's just repeating a date that was speculated about in some media reports. But that doesn't mean the tensions have evaporated. They are definitely still there, with the Pentagon's press secretary saying today the U.S. doesn't think Putin has made up his mind either way.
We still don't believe that some final decision has been made. I won't get into a specific date. I don't think that would be smart. I would just tell you that it is entirely possible that he could move with little to no warning.
Tomorrow, the defense secretary heads to Europe to visit some NATO allies, including to Poland, where U.S. troops are headed. But remember, the Pentagon has said no matter what, those troops are staying out of Ukraine, even if Russia invades. But because the Kremlin has moved more troops to the border, even in the last 24 to 48 hours, you've got the State Department moving embassy operations out of Kyiv, further west toward Poland, just in case. So let's bring in now Matt Bradley in eastern Ukraine. Matt, here's the thing. Viewers of this show will know that when you and I have talked in the past, we've talked about how President Zelensky of Ukraine was kind of downplaying the potential for this possible invasion. Then he comes out in a speech, sets a date, basically. That's the way it was seen by the rest of the world. Then his office has to walk it back. What is the deal?
I mean, did he walk it back? I mean, we walked it back. That was the problem, and that was the scramble that we were facing. You know, we read in the transcript, as it was interpreted, that this was February 16th, that he was saying that this was the date, which is something that we had heard in other media reports like a week ago. So we were kind of panicking. I'm not going to lie, Hallie. You know, we were wondering, what does he mean? Turns out, as you said, he was being sarcastic. Sarcasm, these jokes, they're kind of hard to translate, and we were fumbling with that. And we weren't the only network that was doing that. We weren't the only journalists that were doing that. But then you got to go kind of wonder about the president of Ukraine. Like, do you have to joke about a war? But that was a real trouble for us. And, you know, so I don't think they were really walking it back. I think we were the ones doing that.
Okay, fine, Matt. Fair point. The bottom line, though, is that Zelensky said something when he knows the world is watching on an international stage at a moment when it feels different, as you well know, having been there, right? Based on the warnings that we've heard from the United States National Security Advisor, from top U.S. officials, the intelligence that has been coming out. At a time when semantics matter, when every word matters, you know, we could not call it a walk back, but that's essentially what his office has to do, was issue an international clarification, which seems like, hey, maybe not the greatest time for that. I know that some experts that we spoke with today were shocked that Zelensky, in their view, wandered into this mess.
Remember, too, though, Hallie, this is a comedian. This guy was a comedian right up until the day he took office in this presidency. So for Ukrainians that we talked to, for our translators, for people who we know here on the ground, they said this was pretty clear And again, this was a problem for us. We weren't in touch with how the Ukrainians were communicating. This was our problem. He maybe shouldn't have been joking. It might have been tone deaf on his part, considering everything that was at stake, and there was a lot at stake. But, you know, and again, we weren't the only network that did that, and I'm sure that networks throughout the world and journalists throughout the world were wondering this. He did say other things. He said that he had heard this before, and he was doing something that he's been doing for the past couple of weeks, which is kind of taking this tone, a little bit of mockery, a little bit of derision when it comes to Western media and Western intelligence assessments. And I'm not going to lie here, a lot of Ukrainians feel that way. They're kind of have this sort of bitter, acidic wit when it comes to what they're hearing from the West, when their prognostications about whether or not there's going to be an invasion. They're frustrated with it, and they betray their frustration all the time. And that's what we were hearing today from Zelensky. We've been hearing that from other officials. They don't like being, and if you'll allow me to use this phrase, Hallie, they don't like being mansplained about Ukraine by non-Ukrainians. And that's something that we've been hearing from a lot of people. We have intelligence resources. We've got our military on the borders. We're Ukrainians. We're the leadership of Ukraine. Zelensky has basically said this before. I'm the president of Ukraine. Don't tell me about what the risks are, about what my public faces. And he said that again, basically again today. And that's why this whole thing about this unity march, this date, February 16th, day after tomorrow, he's making that into a day of national unity when you're going to be parading around wearing the national flag. He's saying, turn this into something else. Make this into something that just says, you know, that the West can't tell us that this is the date of an invasion, and Moscow can't tell us to be afraid. There's a little bit of like a subtle, it's subtly telling everybody to go away.
Yeah, it's like a little,
telling
Matt,
us
it's a little bit of a
wrong.
middle finger. I think we can say that, right? Like a little bit of one.
Yeah. I can say that. I didn't know. Can we say that? We can say it's a middle finger.
You can say a lot of things, Matt. So here's the thing, that the posture and the messaging from the U.S. is different. Sure, but listen, the actions from the U.S. reflect a very different posture, at least from where we are, with the State Department still going ahead with pulling embassy operations, as you know, out of Kyiv, moving them further west, precautionarily, just to be safe, apparently.
Yeah, and they're moving them to, I believe they're moving them to Lviv, which is way out west. It was a city that used to be in Austria, essentially. So this is a city that actually looks totally different from the rest of Ukraine. And, you know, this is out of an abundance of caution. We already started to see some U.S. diplomats move. And again, there's more than a dozen countries who are doing this. I mean, I think the U.S. is maybe taking an even harder line, almost, it sounds like almost emptying out their embassy entirely. But, you know, this is out of an abundance of caution. We're seeing pushback from the Ukrainian government about this. They don't love seeing diplomats doing this. They understand it. They might do the same with their diplomats in similar circumstances. But again, all of this is coming down to optics. They don't like the optics. They don't like seeing airlines canceling flights to Ukraine. That's actually causing, you know, they don't like seeing Fitch downgrading ratings for bonds that are coming out of Ukraine. These things are actually literally costing the population money. So they're paying the price for a war that hasn't yet been waged. And that's really, you know, a big topic, a real source of anger here.
Matt Bradley, live for us there in Ukraine. Matt, thank you. So right as we were coming on the air, the Canadian Prime Minister dropped a government grenade, so to speak, on those trucker protests we've been telling you about, announcing he's going to use the Emergencies Act in Canada, something we almost never see, to give his administration the power to break up those trucker demonstrations, which are heading into their third straight week in Ottawa. Here's Justin Trudeau.
With each illegal blockade, local law enforcement agencies have been acting to keep the peace within their jurisdiction. Despite their best efforts, it is now clear that there are serious challenges to law enforcement's ability to effectively enforce the law.
That bit of breaking news is coming as Ontario announces that people inside in public there don't need proof of vaccination anymore starting March 1st, which to some folks kind of sounded like a concession to the protesters. But leaders there say, no, that's not it. It's because the COVID numbers say it's safe now. And then in Windsor, that Ambassador Bridge you've been seeing is reopening today after this almost week-long border blockade started to really cripple the car industry. I want to bring in now Gabe Gutierrez. So, Gabe, let me start with what we just heard from Prime Minister Trudeau, not even in the last 20, 30 minutes or so, invoking this Emergencies Act because of these protests that are still happening in other Canadian cities. What kind of a difference is that going to make? What does that give the government the authority to do that they can't do now?
Hi there, Hallie. Well, yes, it is rarely used. It's a big deal because basically frustration has been mounting in Canada the last several days and weeks, which, as you mentioned, these protesters have been kind of shutting the northern border between the U.S. northern border and, the Ambassador Bridge, the huge amount of commerce that was prevented from coming over into the U.S. These emergency powers, Hallie, will give local police the ability to prohibit public assembly. More resources will be available to local law enforcement. And again, this is something that Prime Minister Trudeau says needs to be done in order to get these demonstrators under control. One thing you didn't mention, Hallie, and that also happened within the last 24 hours, is that in Western Canada, police have actually arrested 11 people and seized a lot of ammunition, body armor, weapons, suggesting that at least some of these demonstrators, again, not all, but at least some of these demonstrators may have been plotting some violence, Hallie.
You've also got, listen, you talked about the Ambassador Bridge, and Gabe, that's really important because as you say, this is a key lifeline for the Michigan economy, right? And the idea of trade across the border there. But there's still a police presence at the bridge. So it is open, but still being monitored? Like, how are we to think of this? Because this doesn't feel like it's totally over and done just yet.
Yeah, certainly not. And look, yes, the Ambassador Bridge may have reopened, but, my colleague Cal Perry was over in Canada over the last several days. He was also not just in Windsor, but in Ottawa, the capital city. Some of the demonstrators had just, basically sat there. And it doesn't take a lot in order to block these routes. All you need is several trucks, and you can really cause a lot of chaos by just preventing, these trucks from going over the bridge. So certainly not over yet. And by the way, Hallie, there was this talk that some of these convoys may have tried to disrupt the Super Bowl. That obviously did not happen. Right. But in some of these communities, online communities, I should say, according to my colleague Ben Collins, who's taking a very close look at this, he says that these demonstrations, that these demonstrators, these convoys, might be now looking towards March 5th. As their next day of potentially disrupting roads across the U.S. Still remains to be seen whether it'll actually happen.
Well, not just in the U.S., not just in Canada, Gabe. We've seen this in countries all around the world. Belgium, Israel, France. And there's different ways that police are responding. You've got in Paris, police shooting off tear gas into these crowds of protesters. Then in New Zealand, they're taking a different tactic. They're playing the Macarena and Baby Shark and other, what some people might think of as annoying songs at very loud volumes to try to get people to leave. What seems to be working and what's not working?
Hallie, there's nothing annoying about the Macarena. I love the Macarena. I really do. I haven't heard it in a really long time, though. But yes, I could see being subjected to it over and over again might be very difficult. Look, this is something that is happening across the world. And again, my colleague Ben Collins says that, at least some of the fuel being poured on this is tied to disinformation that is actually coming from overseas and content mills in countries like Bangladesh and Romania. So anti-vaccine groups, apparently, according to my colleague Ben Collins' reporting, have really seized on this so-called movement. And these anti-vaccine groups and conspiracy theorists are taking the opportunity here and seeing, a possibility that they can gain, they can fly under the radar, not referring to themselves as, they won't be booted off of Facebook if they say that they are simply anti-vaccine. So this is really, as you said, happening across the world.
Yeah.
Big question on how much really, though, how many legs the movement does have and whether it will translate to actual protests here in the United States in the coming weeks, Hallie.
Gabe Gutierrez, great to see you on this story for us. Thank you for that reporting. Breaking right now, really in just the last couple minutes, we've got some news about the accounting firm for the Trump Organization, longtime accounting firm, now cutting ties with the organization and saying nearly 10 years worth of financial statements from the company can no longer be viewed as reliable. We're learning about this from a letter just made public by the New York Attorney General. She's been conducting this civil investigation into the former president's company. And Literally, as I was talking to Gabe, as we've been on the air, we got a statement from the Trump Organization on this, basically saying, essentially, this doesn't really matter, saying in part, quote, their February 9th letter from Mazars, their now former accounting firm, confirms that after conducting a subsequent review of all prior statements of financial condition, Mazars' work was performed in accordance with all applicable accounting standards and principles. Here to translate that into English for us is NBC's Tom Winter, who's covering this. So, Tom, explain a couple things here. You've got Mazars, this accounting firm, essentially cutting ties with the Trump Organization. Normally, we're not bringing you this as breaking news. We're not CNBC. That's not our jam. Here's why this is so interesting, is because this is happening against the backdrop of that investigation from the New York Attorney General. So explain why this is significant.
Right, and so this is a letter that was filed today, although it was sent to the Trump Organization last week, Hallie. And essentially what it's saying is, hey, look, for 10 years, effectively, from June 2011 to 2020 in June, we provided you with a number of the statements of financial condition. So this would be, if I was your accountant, Hallie, and that's probably not a good thing, but if I was your accountant, I would say, all right, send me your bank statement, send me your 401k, send me any stocks you might have, any sort of funds you may have overseas, what properties you have, and I'll put together essentially a health check and say, look, this is how much Hallie owes to people, this is how much money Hallie has, and here's all the properties and assets, and this is why you may or may not feel comfortable lending to her and doing business with her. And what they've said is that the Trump Organization can no longer rely on those statements. In the statement from the Trump Organization, they're referring to the part of the letter where they say, look, while we have not concluded that the various financial statements as a whole contain material discrepancies based upon the totality of the circumstances, we believe our advice to you is to no longer to rely on these statements. They say they've done that in part from the Attorney General, who you referenced, their civil investigation, their filings, Mazars' own internal investigation, and information that they've received both from within and outside of the company. So, and on top of that, they've got a conflict, they say, which is prohibiting them from continuing to represent and provide accounting for the Trump Organization. So when you put it all together, effectively you're saying, look, you got to hire somebody new, and the information that we gave to you before, which is based on the information you gave us, we've now got some problems with it.
So the Trump Organization seems to be saying, Tom, and again, I'm reading this like from my phone because it's coming in as we're on the air, seems to be saying, hey, this is kind of vindication for us. Is that spin from the Trump Organization? Is that what they hope is happening here? Cut through some of that for us.
Yeah, that's what I would hope it would be if I were them. I think that when you look at this, it's probably the opposite. An accountant doesn't dream up the numbers. They rely on the numbers that are given to them. And based on this filing, it would seem that they can no longer stand up those numbers and provide their kind of seal of approval, Hallie. If they can't provide that seal of approval, that there's some sort of an issue with the underlying information that they received, I can understand how I would put out the statement that same way if I was the Trump Organization. I don't know if investigators are going to look at it that way or are looking at it that way as they continue to comb through these docs.
Tom Winter, jumping in front of a camera for us on that. Tom, thank you.
Sure thing.
Today, in opening statements of the federal hate crimes trial for the 3 men who killed Ahmaud Arbery, prosecutors laid out how texts, how social media posts, and how witness testimony will prove, they say, that racism and hate played a role in the murder of Ahmaud Arbery. You remember back in February of 2020, Travis McMichael, his father Gregory McMichael, William Roddy Bryan, the 3 you see on your screen there, chased Arbery down a road. They told police they thought he was stealing in the neighborhood. Cell phone video showed some kind of a interaction, altercation, and then Travis McMichael shoots Arbery twice. This is the first time that McMichaels and Bryan, who, by the way, were already convicted of murder in state court in Georgia, they've already been sentenced to life in prison, but this time, in this trial, they're specifically accused of murdering him because of racial bias. Arbery's family has fought for this charge to be heard in court. 2 weeks ago, remember, the family made very clear their objections to a plea deal because they worried that the McMichaels would end up in a prison that wasn't what they wanted. Blaine Alexander joins us now from Atlanta. So, Blaine, we know that the opening statements wrapped up about 90 minutes ago. No cameras allowed inside. But can you bring us some of the highlights here? Because prosecutors were very clear and very specific in some of the language, the racist language that these 3 men have used in the past, they say.
They were very specific with that language, and this is really kind of what we've been wanting to find out for a few weeks now. We knew that it was going to show some sort of racist language, racial bias, according to the prosecutors, but today they really hit it on the nose. I want to read actually one of the more shocking passages that the prosecutor laid out. She says this came from Travis McMichael when he was speaking to a friend about a new job that he took, and I'm going to read a direct quote. She gave the direct quote today in court, essentially saying, zero expletives work with me. They ruin everything. That's why I love what I do, not an expletive in sight. And of course, the expletive is a derogatory term for a black person. So she kind of lays out the case that in social media posts and text messages, there have been either racist language or rants about black people that was used by the three defendants. And she says that gives kind of a window into their thinking, a window into their mindset, and why she says they made assumptions about Ahmaud Arbery when they saw him running down the street. That's what caused them to chase him down and ultimately kill him. Now, for their part, the defense attorneys in three separate opening statements all essentially said, listen, this is not good language. That can't be argued against, but it does not mean that their clients chased him down because he's black. They say that essentially he had been seen on video entering a house that was under construction in a neighborhood where there were burglaries. That's the reason they chased him down, because he was the man in the video in the house, not because he was a black man, Hallie.
So a couple more points to make here that I think are important. The jury makeup in the state trial was pretty controversial because it was a mostly white jury, 11 white people, 1 black juror in a location in a county that is majority black, right? That came up. Now you have a more diverse jury, but the fact that this is even 2 trial in the first place is interesting because there was a plea deal. Blaine, you and I were talking a couple of weeks ago about the idea that there was maybe a plea deal in place. Ahmaud Arbery's family was adamant they did not want to see a plea deal. They wanted this federal hate crimes trial to happen.
Absolutely. So not only was there a plea deal, Travis McMichael actually went in front of a judge in open court and pleaded guilty to this and then withdrew that plea, that guilty plea, a few days later. Greg McMichael certainly signaled that he was getting ready to do so. So, you know, this is not something that can be used in court. It's not something that the jury can consider. And during this jury selection process, the judge asked a number of questions to essentially make sure that the jurors or the potential jurors didn't have any sort of knowledge of previous coverage or hadn't necessarily been watching the case, really tried to get those who had a clean slate, who didn't know about the conversations that you and I were having, about the coverage that we've been having, that the intentions were for them to plead guilty. So they tried their best to kind of get a clean slate with the jury. But let's talk about that racial breakdown, because you're absolutely right. More diverse. The breakdown is as follows. We've got 8 white jurors, 3 black jurors, and 1 Hispanic juror in a jury of 12. And then, of course, 4 alternates, one of whom is a Pacific Islander. So certainly more diverse. I think the other piece of it, too, is that they're not all from Brunswick. This is a much wider net. We're talking about the entire southern district of Georgia. So we're talking about people from as far as 4 hours away in this very large state of Georgia. So some geographical diversity as well when it comes to this jury pool, Hallie.
Blaine Alexander reporting for us on this. Blaine, I'm sure we'll talk again over the next couple of weeks. Appreciate you being there. Right now, a judge in a D.C. court is currently deciding whether to keep New York couple Ilya Lichtenstein and Heather Morgan in prison behind bars in jail or not. And here's why. These are the 2 who allegedly conspired to launder something like $4 billion in stolen Bitcoin. Prosecutors say they found $40,000 in U.S. and foreign currency. They found more than 50 electronic devices and Bitcoin wallets. They found hollowed out books and a bag marked burner phone on it when they went to go search the house. Lichtenstein's a Russian tech founder and, quote, occasional magician. Morgan's a streetwear designer and a rapper who goes by Razzle Khan. And when the feds were getting ready to search their apartment and find all this stuff, the couple said they'd leave, but they said they wanted their cat. Apparently, they said the cat was under the bed, but as Morgan called for it, she grabbed her phone instead to hit the lock button. Agents had to get it from her. Prosecutors say that's going to make it harder to go through the phone. No further information on the cat, but if their story sounds like a show you'd watch, you're in luck. Netflix already has a series on them in the works. Jake Ward is joining me now. So, Jake, there is a lot to this one, right? Let me start with this hearing in D.C. where this couple, I believe, pledged millions of dollars, put up their parents' homes even to try to get released. Do we know what the deal is? Is that still going on?
We still don't know, Hallie, at this hour whether these two will be released. The government has argued that they should not be, and so their fate is still unknown. This is still just a bail hearing. We also don't know what plea they're going to enter. But wow, as you read the list of, as you rattled off the facts of the case in the beginning of it, I mean, it just reminds us just how much is going on here. It is a dazzling assortment of plot twists. This couple, a 34-year-old and 31-year-old, had been very much on the scene in the crypto world, out there as a rapper. His crypto company was, in theory, aimed at, quote, fraud and terrorism, fighting against fraud and terrorism. And then here they both are now charged by the DOJ with what wound up being the greatest seizure in the history of that department. $3.6 billion of an alleged over $4 billion caught up in this scheme. They, were part of this thing, the Bitfinex hack, which back in 2016 amounted to about $70 million worth of Bitcoin being stolen. At that time, it was such a huge amount of money, it actually dinged the value of Bitcoin by about 20%. But now, Assistant Deputy Attorney General Lisa Monaco saying that the amount of money has now risen to $4.5 billion. The idea that these two may have been sitting on several $billion worth of Bitcoin, pretty incredible. And all these facts that you've laid out here make this really a memorable case, in addition to being such an enormous one, Hallie.
Yeah, it's sort of dramatic, but it's also really significant in that it's being, that they're being held accountable for this, alleged crime again. But the idea that there was this national crypto enforcement team that was created last year, and now you're seeing some of the results of that. And what it says that law enforcement is being really serious about going after crypto crime.
It is interesting to see, how far we have come. Crypto has always had this reputation as being sort of the perfect vehicle for money laundering because it was, in theory, untraceable. But the thing that you forget is that actually people who know what they're doing with crypto understand the blockchain, which is basically a huge public transparent ledger, one big receipt where every transaction is recorded. Well, it turns out the government is getting better at reading those transactions. And in this vast investigation of this too, managed to find that they were in fact sitting on the unique password that led to this money, in spite of the fact that they'd been moving that money around. You also mentioned some of the physical things that were found in their apartment. In their digital files, they also found folders marked personas and logins for various services that allowed you to buy fake IDs and passports. So all kinds of incredible stuff being found there. And it really speaks to the sophistication of law enforcement when it comes to the crypto world, which, up until now had been pretty lacking, Hallie.
Yeah, and with so much attention on crypto, Jake, we saw those Super Bowl commercials last night about it. You have to think there will continue to be a spotlight on this. Jake Ward, great reporting. We'll look for more from you coming up on NBC Nightly News. Appreciate it. Coming up, she's at the center of this Olympic doping scandal, but she can still compete. Steve Patterson's about to join us live from China with how other Olympians are feeling, others in the figure skating community about this, when we come back. And here's a hint, they're not too thrilled.
Residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Tonight, the U.S. Olympic Committee and some top athletes seem pretty mad after a Russian figure skater under investigation for testing positive for a banned substance was allowed to still compete in the Olympics. This is something that's been playing out since last week when the Russian Olympic Committee won gold in the team figure skating event. But there was no medal ceremony right after. Why not? Well, the revelation came out that the teen star, right, one of the best, if not the best figure skaters in the world, 15 years old, Kamila Valieva, she got a positive test for this banned heart drug back in December. So today, an international court made that decision to let her compete in the individual competition. So she's going to compete, but if she gets a medal, if she finishes in the top 3, there still will not be a medal ceremony until a final decision is made on whether she actually did commit a doping offense or not. Remember, Russia, we say Russian Olympic Committee, we don't say Russia, because Russia technically is not allowed to compete under its own flag because of a doping scandal going back years. Steve Patterson joins us now from China. Steve, this has been really interesting, right? Because you have to remember, she's a teenager. She's 15 years old. There's a lot of questions about the people in her orbit, first thing. Right, so let's set that aside. There's also a lot of questions from U.S. athletes who are scratching their heads over about this. People might remember Sha'Carri Richardson. She's the U.S. track star who was suspended after she tested positive for marijuana before Tokyo last year. She has tweeted about this, saying, "Can we get a solid answer on the difference of her situation and mine?" She says, "The only difference I see is I'm a black young lady." Talk to me, Steve, about the reactions that you're hearing from some of these athletes in Beijing on this.
Well, people are upset, and I think justifiably so. And I think when you're looking at Sha'Carri's point, you're speaking to even larger systemic, possibly civil rights issues that are outside of this sport. Whereas within the sport, there's still a level of anger that I think is widespread. I mean, you and I both have colleagues in Tara Lipinski and Johnny Weir. Both are saying irrevocable harm, a stain on the sport. These are broad statements about what this may do, not only, now, but moving on as far as the face of the competition, talking about something as large as this, a lot of people are upset about. And then you have Scott Hamilton, who spoke about it as well. Here's what he said. Listen to this.
Now you're getting into a situation where precedent is set, and who's going to be responsible, and how are they going to be able to do this in the future if you're allowing athletes that tested positive under their rules to continue on in the game. So it is an absolute mess.
A mess that is expected to continue for several months because, as you alluded to before, this ruling is about whether or not to uphold a prior suspension, not about whether or not she is responsible for violating doping violations. That is a whole other investigation that has nothing to do with what's happening right now, and will take some time here.
It feels a little confusing if you're watching because, Steve, correct me if I'm wrong, she is so good. It's entirely possible she could win gold, but then there won't be a medal ceremony. Like, what are the next steps here? What is the timeline for something like this?
Well, the context of all of this is what you said initially that we put aside, and I think we should take it back out and talk about it, which is that this is a child. She's 15 years old. So part of this investigation has to either dance around that fact or directly address it in a way in which is almost like thinking about two separate courts, because when you talk about somebody that's less than 16, that person is seen as a protected person. So think about the criminal justice system, right? I mean, there's a whole juvenile court, a whole separate set of laws that pertain nothing to the actual criminal justice system. So when you're talking about this, you have to, look at the people in her orbit. How much agency does a 15-year-old in Russia at the highest level of figure skating really have? How much of that was her own ability versus somebody else in her orbit doing some of the things to get her to influence to take that medication? These are questions that we don't know. What we do know, again, is that she was suspended, that the testing took so long that it wasn't until the day she was scheduled to compete that something came out about this test. And so the timing there was off, the suspension was off, and then revoked, and then it was possibly set to be reinstated by the IOC. And now you have a situation in which if somebody wins alongside her, say an American, that person won't have a medal ceremony. There is a lot to sort through here, Hallie, and it's going to take quite a bit of time.
Steve Patterson, live for us there in Beijing. Steve, thank you so much for breaking that down for us. Appreciate it. When we get back, the controversial posts that some say are glamorizing a journey across the Mediterranean that thousands of migrants die on every year. The reality behind those images and the influence they're having on people back home, straight ahead.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, a federal judge in New York City says he will dismiss Sarah Palin's defamation suit against the New York Times. Why? The judge disagreed with Palin's claim a Times editorial damaged her reputation. Reuters reports the judge will still let the jury finish its deliberations. Remember, Palin sued the paper after it published an editorial incorrectly linking her to a 2011 mass shooting in Arizona that nearly killed former Congresswoman Gabby Giffords. Number 2, Senator Ben Ray Lujan says he will be back at work in, quote, a few short weeks after a stroke late last month. He says he's on the road to recovery and plans to be back at the Capitol in time for a vote on a Supreme Court nominee. Number 3, American Airlines says a flight from L.A. to D.C. here had to be diverted to Kansas City Sunday because of bad behavior by a passenger. A federal criminal complaint filed today says a man had to be subdued by some passengers and flight attendants when he apparently tried to open the exit door. He's in custody pending a detention hearing, which has not yet been scheduled. Number 4, the U.S. government is suspending all imports of avocados from Mexico after a plant safety inspector there got a threat over his cell phone. The suspension's in place until further notice. Luckily for exporters, this happened after Super Bowl orders were already placed. Number 5, a big player in the world of NFTs has stopped most transactions in the marketplace. Cent says that's because they're trying to figure out how to deal with people selling NFTs that don't belong to them. Last year, you might remember Cent famously sold an NFT of Jack Dorsey's first tweet for nearly $3 million. Also tonight, Two Tunisian women are facing some big backlash for the way that they're portraying this risky journey across the Mediterranean that leaves thousands of people dead every year. In the last few months, these women have posted videos of themselves alongside other migrants as they left on a boat from Tunisia to Europe. You can see them here. There's sunsets. They're singing along to a rap song. They're posing for pictures. They're waving. Some critics are saying they're normalizing or maybe even glamorizing this trip. And they have a pretty big audience. Between the two of them, they have nearly 2 million followers on TikTok and Instagram. Tunisia is one of the main points of departure for migrants setting off from North Africa to Europe, and it can be a dangerous trip. The Missing Migrants Project says more than 2,000 people went missing in the Mediterranean just last year alone, just in 2021. 23,000 have been missing since 2014. Claudio Lavagna joins me now to talk about this. Claudio, can you talk a little bit, first of all, about this kind of trip and the criticism that these women are getting from this social media sort of idealized look at what this journey is like in their view versus the reality?
Hey, Hallie. Well, yes, I mean, it is very different than the actual reality in the sense that until now, what we know about this trip is that they are definitely very dangerous. They are very often deadly trips where migrants lose their lives, they drown, or they are rescued at the last minute in the very dangerous waters of the Mediterranean Sea. What we've seen so far, thanks to things like the mobile phone from migrants taking these trips, is scenes of desperation, overcrowded dinghies with people in real trouble. And suddenly we see images, as you say and as you showed, of young migrants, you can call them that, of course, taking pictures of themselves as if they're taking a leisurely cruise. Why is that dangerous? Because that sends the wrong message to the hundreds of thousands of followers in Tunisia who may think that it's just, you know, a walk in the park or a little swim to Europe and Italy, and may just want to emulate them as they appear to want, they say, when they comment on their posts. And this is extremely dangerous because it is so far from the actual reality, Hallie. And the reality here is that many, and we're talking about thousands of migrants, lose their lives every single year trying that very dangerous crossing to Italy and therefore to Europe, Hallie.
So we've talked about the backlash. There are some people who are trying to support these women too, basically saying this shows like just how few options people have. Explain that piece.
Well, I tried to translate a few comments from the actual posts that these two women posted from Tunisian Arabic into English, and many of them, I must say, are very positive and even supportive of them. Some say, and I'm reading this, "I'm proud of you, you made it, congratulations. I hope I will follow your example." And that's exactly what I was talking about earlier on. While there are, of course, the institutions, the authorities who are warning, who are spending many years trying to warn migrants trying to leave from North Africa, and I'm talking about Tunisia, but also Libya, into warning them that this is a very dangerous trip. Well, this may ruin basically many years of a campaign of information that tries to dissuade them from doing that. So on one side you have the authorities trying to say, please don't do that because it's dangerous. And on the other side you have people following these women or girls and migrants and saying, well, you know, you've made it, then I can make it too.
Give me the context check here, Claudio. Explain the conditions that are driving people to leave Tunisia and try to seek better lives.
Well, as you mentioned earlier, Hallie, Tunisia is one of the ports and points of departure for obvious geographical reasons. Well, Tunisia as well as Libya and Egypt are, you know, the northern countries in Africa, and it is a fairly short stretch a fairly short crossing of the Mediterranean to Lampedusa, which is the southern island in Italy, and therefore the southern point to reach Europe. But it is a very, very dangerous crossing, and many people, as I said earlier, lose their lives. But recently, Tunisia has not been the main port of departure. Libya was. Recently, in the last couple of years, Tunisia has gone back to becoming a point of departure because after several years of economic stability, government stability, now you have an 18% unemployment rate, which is pushing people trying to do that dangerous and often deadly crossing, Hallie.
Claudio Lavagna live for us from Italy on that. Claudio, thank you. Coming up, a plan to make the Postal Service faster could end up delayed for weeks, and you might be surprised by what the holdup is. Plus, Facebook's in a new fight over its facial recognition practices, why Texas is looking for hundreds of billions of dollars over it when we come back.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
I believe. Every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar.
Kayla, we are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. Out of our West Coast Bureau, police in Albuquerque, New Mexico, have arrested a man they suspect of stabbing 11 people Sunday. This suspect was reported to be riding a BMX-style bike and to have stabbed people with a big knife. Police say they think the attacks were random. All of the victims, fortunately, appear to be in stable condition. We're learning from our Southeast Bureau that one person has been found dead after a small plane crashed off the coast of North Carolina. Police say they're still working on finding the 7 other people who were on board the single-engine plane near Drum Inlet Sunday. There's no indication anybody on board survived. Also from our Southeast Bureau, it's the first day of early voting in Texas for the state's primaries in March. And a new poll from the University of Texas and the Texas Project has given us a snapshot of how voters feel ahead of those primaries. President Biden's approval rating in that state stands at 36%. Governor Greg Abbott, Attorney General Ken Paxton are polling well over their opponents. So, look, today was supposed to be a, decent day for bipartisanship on Capitol Hill. Not a sentence we say around here often. But that's because you had both parties really getting behind this big vote on a bill to get the post office some much-needed help. But now it's under threat because of a technical error. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer is pushing to fix that little technical issue tonight so that the Senate can confirm a bill that would give a lifeline to the U.S. Postal Service. This thing's already passed the House by a big margin, 342 to 94. We don't see margins like that all the time. But Democrats say Republican Senator Rick Scott may still stall efforts to make that quick technical tweak. And if that happens, the bill could be pushed back weeks. Any delay could be expensive for the Postal Service and slow down what would be a bipartisan win for this Congress. Here's why the bill is so important.
We all depend on the Postal Service. We need it.
The pandemic illustrating that more than ever, with millions relying on the mail for everything from food to ballots. But with COVID came delays and growing frustration. And for the Postal Service, signs of trouble with calls from Republicans to privatize it, and the agency reporting a nearly $5 billion loss in 2021. That's partly because the USPS doesn't get any taxpayer money.
All the money that runs the post office comes from your purchase of stamps.
Now, rare bipartisan agreement that it's got to get fixed.
The bill is passed. This targeted bill addresses the immediate needs of the Postal Service to help it succeed into the 21st century.
So what's the ask? $57 billion to make a better postal service. Some benefits, a website to track your deliveries, 6 days a week of service guaranteed, help for rural areas, a boost to local news by expanding special rates for paper delivery, and money for new delivery trucks. Retired employees won't get money up front for health benefits anymore, and many will have to enroll in Medicare. But lawmakers think these changes can save the agency $50 billion over 10 years. The bill even uses part of a plan proposed by Postmaster General Louis DeJoy. Democrats have slammed the Republican donor for cutting overtime, cutting back on post office hours, and slashing delivery times for first-class mail. But on this, they agree, with DeJoy praising the bill last week, calling it vital to the U.S. Postal Service and the American people. But keep in mind, the clock is ticking here. The Senate goes on recess for President's Day, meaning it could be weeks before they can hold a vote if they can't get it done ASAP. Another headline tonight, Texas is throwing a big lawsuit at Meta, the parent company of Facebook, over their facial recognition program. Here's the deal. That program was actually stopped last November. But the claim from Texas is that Meta violated privacy laws by, quote, repeatedly collecting and commercializing users' biometric data without their explicit consent for years. And then Texas says Meta failed to destroy the data in a reasonable period of time. All of this, of course, before Meta stopped doing this whole thing. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton says the penalties against Meta could be billions and billions of dollars. No response, no comment yet from Meta on this lawsuit. But I want to bring in Ben Collins to talk to us about this. And Ben, talk to me about this piece of it. Meta ended the program, right? The program's over. There's no more facial recognition stuff. But Texas, correct me if I'm wrong, Texas is basically saying, we're worried about what you're doing with all that biometric data. Is that where the tension point comes in here?
Yeah, that's basically it. Look, this ended in November of 2021. They've actually held on to a lot of the data because they had to produce it for this specific thing with Texas. So that's kind of the interesting part here. What we're looking at specifically is you're on Facebook. You see a little, you used to, until 2021, you used to see a square over your face saying, hey, are you in this photo? Is that you? That's biometric data. There you go. You see it right there. That's biometric data. That basically says Facebook has recognized you based on your facial features and is trying to tag you in other stuff. The worry, privacy-wise, is that means they have basically a file on you and where you are and where you've been going. They've been doing this since 2010, so Texas really wants to put an end to it.
What's interesting here is that this lawsuit has some similar pieces to it from a class action suit from 2015 in Illinois, and Facebook ended up settling that for like $600+ million. What's the difference here? Why is this coming up now in 2022 again?
Well, in Texas, it has to come from the AG. It's a kind of a different story here, and it could be a lot more money. They're setting these criminal penalties, $25,000 per person, plus $10,000 for some other stuff per person. So when they say billions of dollars, they mean billions of dollars. That's the starting point here. Look, this is a very big populist thing. There's nobody who is out there defending Facebook and their use of facial recognition right now. They are sort of a pariah in the tech space. It's a pretty easy win for an AG that is under investigation right now by the FBI too. So like there's a lot of things going on here politically that make this a lot more complicated than just suing Facebook.
You mentioned some pieces of the political onion that you've started to peel back, but there's another piece of this, which is the absence of federal privacy protection laws, right? We hear a lot, I live in Washington, I cover what happens with, Congress and the White House, et cetera. A lot of talk about trying to do more on that front. So far, not a ton of action. It's up to the states now, like Texas, to sort of piecemeal pass some of these kinds of things. Texas has this privacy protection law. Dozens of other states have similar laws. But it feels like this is also an illustration and an example of the sort of federal versus state piece to this, too.
Yeah, it's like in Europe, they have this thing called GDPR, which is pretty comprehensive, maybe overwrought, actually, in terms of data collection. And it really limits what companies can, take from people from their cookies, basically, on the internet. So it prevents people from being tracked. We don't have that federally here. We don't have anything even kind of like that. The internet is a wild west in terms of any sort of federal protection right now. So you get things from California, you get things from Texas, you get these piecemeal things that, they're hoping that if the state is big enough that they'll just have to institute it nationwide. That's what Meta's been fighting against all this time. That's why when they say that they want regulation, when Facebook says, hey, no, we want to come to the table and we want to figure out what the rules are here, they really do mean it. But they don't mean it in the sense that they want to, shell out billions of dollars to Texas.
Ben Collins, thank you for bringing us that. Appreciate it. Coming up, some people have been calling last night's Super Bowl halftime show the best one yet, but it's not just the music that has people talking. What we know about what the NFL knew before the performance about this moment you're looking at. Stay close.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
So while the NFL is facing down a class action lawsuit over questions about discrimination in hiring, the Super Bowl took a timeout during halftime to make diversity a big part of the show. You saw it. I bet you watched it. The halftime show going hip hop, really, for the first time. But along with the celebration, it looked like some of the stars were taking a moment to take a stand against racism, like the moment we're about to show you, Eminem taking a knee after his performance. There was some initial reporting that maybe he was making this move in defiance of the NFL, but it was actually apparently approved by them. Let's bring in Jem Aswad, the senior music editor at Variety, to talk more about this. Jem, it's great to have you with us. So let me start with that Eminem taking a knee moment here, right? The NFL came out afterwards and said, no, we didn't prevent Eminem from doing that. Players and coaches could take a knee. Any of the performers could take a knee too, right?
That's what they said, but then again, that's what they would say after it happened. Word was, and there were some reliable reports about this, that a lot of the lyrics for a lot of the songs were considered inappropriate, as was taking a knee, but Eminem did it anyway.
The overall backdrop of this, right, and we mentioned it coming into this segment, the Brian Flores lawsuit. We've talked about it here on this show, these accusations of systemic racism in hiring that Flores is making, the former Miami Dolphins head coach. You also have juxtaposed that with what we saw in this halftime show. And as the New York Times is writing, the league is so powerful in this op-ed, it can basically steamroll any controversy. Tell me how you saw this halftime show in relation to what the NFL is facing off the field.
Well, there's a couple different ways you can look at it. As a show, it was a fantastic show. It was, it was a great medley of semi-old school hip hop hits. Most of them were 20 or 30 years old, but bullseye for the demographic, great performance for all of them. What it really brings up, though, is Rock Nation, Jay-Z's company. It is the official entertainment consultant for the NFL. And the NFL has used it to change the narrative. because the NFL has so many horrible things against it. There's sexual discrimination lawsuits. There's racial discrimination lawsuits. There's brain damage to veteran football players. There's the entire Colin Kaepernick scandal where he is still not playing 5 years later. That's an awful lot, but they just kind of brush it off, and, you know, here they are. They're just like, oh, look, Eminem took a knee. Problem solved. It's not.
It's a great, Jem, it's an important point to make. It's an important thing to talk about. Can I ask you, you know, music is your business. This is something that you report on every day. What stood out to you last night, right? Was it those moments that we're talking about? Was it something else? What did you feel had the most impact on a bigger level from this performance?
Well, taking a knee was the thing that everybody was talking about. And that actually works to the NFL's advantage because it shows, oh, gee, somebody took a stand on the big stage, and that's okay with us. You know, we're self-aware. But, you know, that was really just one moment. The larger backdrop was a celebration of Los Angeles and, frankly, a celebration of Dr. Dre. He clearly was in the driver's seat of the whole thing. And almost every song that was performed, no matter who was singing or rapping on it, Dre either produced, co-wrote, or essentially sponsored the artist, which he did with just about all of them. Not, you know, he didn't sponsor Mary J. Blige, but he produced the song, the main song that she played. And Anderson .Paak, who was sort of seventh on the bill, the great drummer you saw, he's a Dr. Dre protege as well. So it was Dr. Dre's love letter to L.A. and to himself.
And to Compton specifically, too. Jem, thank you so much. I so appreciate you being with us to talk through that. That does it for this hour for us. We're going to have a whole lot for you here more tomorrow. Same time, same place. Coverage picks up right now.
Tonight, the world watching for a possible Russian invasion of Ukraine as diplomatic efforts continue to stall. New video showing Russian troops practicing urban combat operations in Belarus. The Belarusian border just 50 miles from the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv. The U.S. now moving its embassy from that city, saying Russia could invade with little to no warning. Ukraine's president blasting that decision, but now calling for a day of unity on Wednesday, which he says could be the day Putin attacks. Also tonight, the plane crashing off the coast of North Carolina while carrying a group of teenagers and their parents. The urgent search for any survivors and what we've learned about the plane's movements right before it disappeared. Plus, the horrific killing in New York City. A woman followed by a stranger and then stabbed to death inside her apartment. Police say it's the suspect's 8th arrest in less than a year. The growing calls tonight to end a surge of violence in the city, including a number of attacks on the Asian American community. Palin's lawsuit dismissed. A federal judge tossing out Sarah Palin's claim she was defamed by the New York Times, saying the former Alaska governor's legal team did not prove actual malice. So why is a jury still expected to issue a verdict? In-flight emergency, the man arrested after allegedly trying to open a plane door during a flight from D.C. to Los Angeles. A crew member using a coffee pot to try and stop him. One of the other passengers on board joins Top Story tonight the moment they thought the plane was going to go down. And long-lost brothers, the siblings who did not know each other existed, connecting after 50 years thanks to a local news report. Top Story starts right now. And good evening from Los Angeles tonight. We begin Top Story with the warning Russia could launch an invasion of Ukraine as early as this week, despite continued diplomatic efforts from the U.S. and its allies. The U.S. now closing its embassy in Kyiv and relocating a small number of diplomats to a city in western Ukraine. Over the weekend, President Biden speaking to the leaders of both Russia and Ukraine, telling Putin he would face, quote, severe costs if there was an invasion. However, Russia continues its show of force at Ukraine's borders, including carrying out what appears to be urban warfare drills in Belarus. Ukraine's president calling for a day of unity this Wednesday over reports Russia could begin an invasion in less than 48 hours. Putin continues to deny plans of an attack and signaled today he could be open to more talks. But some residents in Ukraine are still preparing for a war. NBC's chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel is there and leads us off tonight.
With diplomacy going nowhere, this is not a good sign. Russian troops in Belarus practicing urban combat. U.S. officials say this week is critical, declaring Russia is now able to attack with little or no warning. So the U.S. is now moving its embassy personnel out of the capital to western Ukraine, a move criticized by Ukraine's President Zelensky, suggesting it showed weakness. And tonight, Zelensky was dismissive of U.S. intelligence that Russia could soon invade, which he says causes panic. They tell us February 16th will be the day of the attack. We will make this a day of unity, he said. His aides later said he was referring to recent media reports. Meanwhile, Ukraine's ambassador to the UK is walking back comments that Ukraine might forego its bid to join NATO, a key Russian demand. This weekend, President Biden spoke with President Putin. No breakthroughs. Today, Russia's foreign minister met the Russian president at the end of yet another long table, telling him there's still room for diplomacy. Putin, in a tight COVID bubble, has met leaders at what seems like social distance plus. Russia says it won't invade, but in Ukraine, some families are getting ready for war. Training to handle an AK-47 is Valentina Konstantinovskaya, a 79-year-old retired accountant and a great-grandmother.
Do you think you're going to actually be doing this?
Yes, if Putin will come, I should be able to shoot, she says.
The Kremlin says it's still open to diplomacy and has a 10-page document ready to discuss. U.S. officials say they, too, are still open to diplomacy. But officials tell me they're confident some Russian military action is coming.
Richard Engel leading us off tonight here on Top Story. Richard, thank you. With the threat of a possible invasion looming, the White House says it's keeping the door open for diplomacy as Russia sends thousands of additional troops to the border of Ukraine. Kelly O'Donnell joins us now from the White House. Kelly, lots of news to get to, so let's start with Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin. He's traveling to the region this week. Walk our viewers through where he's headed and what's his goal.
When you think, Tom, of the timing and the locations, it is really critical. The defense secretary is heading to NATO headquarters in Brussels. He'll also be visiting Poland and Lithuania. Part of what he'll be doing is trying to reinforce to NATO allies and partners that the U.S. will keep its commitments, will try to fortify the defenses in Europe and be a presence there at a time when things are obviously incredibly tense. When you think about the timing, to have someone as high profile as the defense secretary on the continent at a time when there could be a ground war if Russia acts, that is very notable. And so to have his presence there and his message is critical. Also, the vice president is scheduled to go to Munich for a security conference. So to have both of them there representing the United States at a time when these alliances are so key sends a big message. It may also buy some time as the U.S. and its partners are trying to forestall any action from Russia, while the White House says more aggression from Russia could happen at any time.
Speaking of buying time, you know, we saw there in Richard's story, Russian President Vladimir Putin having a public discussion with his foreign minister and essentially leaving the door open to more diplomacy. At least that's what they said. How does the White House interpret today's comments from Moscow?
Well, one of the things they keep looking at are the actions of the Kremlin. Words can be very important in diplomacy, but actions often speak much louder. And so what they're saying is they're looking at satellite imagery and other intelligence, some of which they don't talk about publicly. But they will say there are more than 100,000 troops from Russia that have moved into locations all around the border of Ukraine, and they are in very aggressive postures. And that says to the United States and its partners that that is a very worrying sign. And so Russia can talk about wanting diplomacy, and the President Biden, and other foreign leaders are saying they want that off-ramp and want to keep that door open, but they're looking for tangible signs that Russia is willing to de-escalate. And so far, they aren't seeing that. Tom?
All right, Kelly O'Donnell for us at the White House tonight. For more insight and analysis on the escalating tension in Ukraine, I want to bring in NBC News political analyst Ben Rhodes. He's a former deputy national security advisor for the Obama administration. Ben, you know, in Richard Engel's report, he highlighted something that Zelensky put out on Facebook today, saying that if the invasion happened on February 16th, it would be a day of unity. Some aides, there's been some reporting that he was possibly joking about this. If he really was joking, if that reporting is correct, what does that tell you about his mindset as he faces down Vladimir Putin?
Well, a couple of things. I mean, first of all, he was a comedian before he was a politician, so not totally impossible that he might bring humor into it in some fashion. I think what it reflects more acutely, though, right, is there's been some tension around the fact that the United States has put out all of this information about an imminent Russian attack, about the potential timeframe for that attack. You've heard Zelensky expressing some frustration because obviously that can sow panic in the Ukrainian public, that can hurt the Ukrainian economy. Frankly, I think that the Biden team is doing it for good reason. They want to get ahead of Russia having a false pretext. So it may be that in citing this February 16 date, part of what he's alluding to is the fact that the United States has been the one that's been putting out these dates, that Ukraine is basically sitting there saying, hey, look, we've been in a low-grade conflict with Russia for 7 years now. We live constantly with the threat of invasion. But if it's February 16th, we'll be ready. So I don't take it as a negative about his capacity to deal with the crisis. I do think it speaks to the amount of pressure he's under and some of the added pressure that he's felt from not necessarily always being the one who's been out there foreshadowing when this might happen, because the Biden team is the one doing that.
Do you see, is there any way this ends without an invasion, but Ukraine still seeking a NATO membership?
I think that's a very good question, and it's very hard for me to see that. No, you know, the U.S. tried to kind of redirect Putin's interest in a dialogue about European security to other, frankly, more tactical matters like transparency around military exercises, around missile deployments. Putin is focused on the big strategic issue of whether or not NATO continues to expand and whether or not Ukraine, which is obviously a huge border state to Russia, is a part of NATO. And absent that fundamental concession of Ukrainian neutrality, it's hard for me to see Putin not doing something militarily. Just to give people like a bit of the history here, Ukraine had indicated that it wanted this NATO membership after 2008 when they were granted what's called the NATO Membership Action Plan by NATO. After Russia invaded Georgia in 2008, which was also another country that had been offered a membership action plan bordering Russia, it was only when a Ukrainian president, 2010, publicly committed to not pursue NATO membership and to neutrality that Putin kind of backed off a bit. And then once that president was ousted in 2014, that's when Putin annexed Crimea. And so long as there has been a Ukrainian president committed to NATO membership, we've seen this degree of provocation and aggression from Putin.
All right, Ben Rhodes for us tonight here on Top Story. We'll have more on Ukraine later in the broadcast, but we want to turn now to a big headline here at home. A small plane going down off the coast of North Carolina. 8 people, including children, reportedly on board. Officials announcing just moments ago at least one passenger has been found dead. As the search continues tonight for any survivors, Morgan Chesky has the latest.
Tonight, first responders converging near the Outer Banks of North Carolina after a weekend flight took a tragic turn. Officials say a private plane with 8 people on board went down over the water late Sunday near the small town of Atlantic. The plane, a single-engine Pilatus PC-12. Family members of those on board say its owner was flying a group of kids and parents for a special one-day duck hunt. Among those, friends Cole McInnes, Daley Shepard, Jake Taylor, and Noah Styron.
We have no indication that anyone survived the crash.
Photos capture the group celebrating a fun weekend before leaving for the trip back home. The flight's return path last seen on radar by an air traffic controller at Marine Corps Air Station Cherry Point, who shared the aircraft was seen behaving erratically, then disappeared from the radar screen. The Coast Guard immediately launched rescue crews both on the water and in the air. Tonight, this message from the high school, now missing 4 of its own. Prayers for our students and the families of these individuals. We will get through this together.
All right, incredibly sad. Morgan Chesky joins us now from Dallas. Morgan, you mentioned the Coast Guard searching for the missing by land and sea tonight. What more can you tell us about some of the things they have found?
Yeah, Tom, in addition to recovering pieces of that very plane, the Coast Guard did confirm today that they have found one of those 8 people who were on board. However, they're not sharing their identity at this time. Officials stress that this search still very much ongoing until they recover those remaining 7 others. Tom?
All right, Morgan Chesky on that breaking news tonight. Morgan, thank you. We want to turn now to the horrific attack in New York City. A woman living in Chinatown found stabbed to death in her apartment. Tonight, community members speaking out against anti-Asian violence and their concerns for their own safety throughout the city. Isa Gutierrez reports tonight from Chinatown.
Tonight, a community in shock.
What happened to her was so brutal.
After police say this man brutally murdered a 35-year-old woman, following her into her apartment and stabbing her to death. NBC News has obtained this video showing the man who was arrested moments before the alleged brutal attack. The victim's name was Christina Lee.
I didn't kill nobody.
Mayor Eric Adams saying in a statement, quote, "We won't let this violence go unchecked."
Enough is enough!
City officials rallying against Asian American hate with the community Monday across the street from Lee's apartment. The NYPD not stating whether it's investigating Lee's death as a hate crime. The incident comes as crime in New York City has increased by nearly 40% in January compared to last year, according to the NYPD. Lee's landlord told NBC New York Lee had just returned home from a Saturday night out when Nash allegedly followed her into the building and up 6 flights of stairs to her apartment.
Mercilessly stalked her.
Police arrived at Lee's apartment around 4:30 Sunday morning, where they say they found her and the suspect barricaded in the unit. EMS was able to enter eventually. Then officers found Lee in the bathroom with trauma about her body. She was pronounced dead at the scene. The suspect, identified by police as 25-year-old Asamad Nash, is facing murder and burglary charges. Nash already had 5 prior felonies and multiple open court cases. Lee's company posting a photo of her on Twitter, saying, "Our hearts are broken," and that Lee was always dedicated to making beautiful and inclusive artwork. Crimes against Asians and Asian Americans specifically have risen exponentially during the pandemic in New York City. Police reporting that incidents targeting them rose by 361% in 2021.
It's like someone that could honestly be our friend, you know, someone that I'm sure we probably would have maybe ran into or connected with.
The first reaction is a lot of fear and anxiety.
Today is a joyful day, it's Valentine's Day, but today I feel very sad because this tragedy happened right here.
It's been a really hard time for Asian Americans and New Yorkers. It's hard always being on your guard, but that's what we need to do.
All right, Isa Gutierrez joins us now from Chinatown in New York, right in front of that apartment where Lee was killed. You know, Isa, there seems to be 2 problems here, right? One, that portion of your piece where you mentioned that Asian Americans are becoming the victims of so much violence lately, ever since this pandemic really took off. And then 2, you have a suspect who has a very long rap sheet who for some reason was out. So I know you spoke to a lot of people there from the community. What else did they tell you about protecting themselves?
Absolutely, Tom. I spoke with many of Lee's neighbors as well as other members of the Asian and Asian American community from around New York City, and they all said the same thing to me. This tragedy puts them more on edge than ever. They're still mourning the death of Michelle Go, the 40-year-old who was fatally shoved in front of a New York City subway car just 1 month ago tomorrow. They're taking self-defense classes. They're volunteering for organizations that help people get from place to place safely. Why? Because they are so scared that something like this could happen to them or to someone they love. Tom.
Isa Gutierrez with the ongoing crime problems there in New York City. We do want to stay in New York now because there's been an outcome in Sarah Palin's defamation case against the New York Times, but it might not be the one you expect. There's no verdict from the jury yet. Instead, the judge throwing out the case. NBC's Dasha Burns has more.
We'll be back tomorrow. Tonight, a judge dismissing Sarah Palin's defamation lawsuit against the New York Times, saying the former Alaska governor failed to meet the burden of proving the paper acted with actual malice. Judge Jed Rakoff saying, quote, "The Supreme Court made that balance and set a very high standard, and I don't think that standard has been realized by the plaintiff with respect to at least one aspect of the actual malice requirement. The jury will still render a verdict, but it will not override the judge's decision." Palin responding outside the court.
This is a jury trial, and we always thank jurors. We always appreciate the system. So whatever happened in there,
kind of usurps the system that I believe we're used to and we respect and works.
What did just happen in this case?
The judge determined legally that the plaintiff didn't bring enough evidence to trial, but the jury doesn't know about this, and they continued to deliberate so that they could still return a verdict. Palin loses either way at the trial court. If the jury comes back in her favor, she loses. If the jury comes back in the Times' favor, Palin loses again.
Palin sued the Times in 2017, accusing the paper of damaging her reputation as a political commentator with an opinion piece about heated political rhetoric after Republican Representative Steve Scalise was injured in a shooting. The editorial erroneously implying a link between Palin's Political Action Committee and the 2011 shooting that injured Representative Gabby Giffords and killed 6 others. It said the PAC circulated a map of candidates in stylized crosshairs. But the Times issued a correction 2 days later, saying it, quote, incorrectly stated that a link existed and that it had incorrectly described the map.
The plaintiff had to prove here that the Times was deliberately indifferent, that they recklessly disregarded, that they put their fingers in their ears and said, la, 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 I can't hear you, to the truth. And the judge here said there wasn't enough evidence of that.
The case seen as a test of the longstanding protections for press in the U.S. Judge Rakoff saying he expects an appeal will be inevitable.
What comes next here?
This is really about what happens on appeal. And there are some thorny appeal issues here that are hard to navigate. But the bottom line is this. Palin's case just got a lot harder to win on appeal, too.
All right, Dasha Burns joins us now from our top story studios there in New York. So, Dasha, this is a little strange. We heard there from Sarah Palin in your story. She's clearly upset. She wanted a jury to decide the verdict. The judge has tossed the case. So why will the jury still issue a verdict?
Yeah, Tom, the timing of this ruling is pretty surprising. It's unusual for a judge to dismiss a case while the jury is still deliberating. Now, the jury still has yet to reach a verdict, but Tom, when they do, it's not going to be moot, actually, just because a case was dismissed. This decision will be appealed, and as Danny just said in the piece there, this is all about what happens on appeal. Instead of ordering a new trial and starting the process all over again, the appeals court will now already have a jury's verdict, and they may actually choose to use that when this does, as many expect, go to appeal, Tom.
All right, Dasha Burns for us tonight. Dasha, thank you. Next, a New York couple is accused of taking part in a $4.5 billion plot to launder stolen Bitcoin, making their first appearance in court today in Washington, D.C. The Department of Justice explaining how they trace billions the couple is accused of trying to hide. Here's Jacob Ward with more.
And y'all gotta let your cars. A day after celebrities like LeBron James and Larry David appeared in cryptocurrency commercials during the Super Bowl, you gotta call your own shots. This New York duo, dubbed the Crypto Couple, appeared in court, charged with laundering billions in Bitcoin. 34-year-old Ilya Lichtenstein and 31-year-old Heather Morgan are tech entrepreneurs. Lichtenstein, who describes himself online as an occasional magician, is the founder of a digital wallet company designed to stop fraud and terrorism. Morgan, who once wrote that strong personal branding is essential as a founder, dispensed advice on TikTok.
I'm going to tell you my secret for making dreams a reality.
Wrote about how to avoid cybercrime, and even rapped under the name Razzlecon.
Come real far, but don't know where I'm headed.
But all that time, according to the DOJ, the couple had the proceeds of a 2016 crypto theft of nearly 120,000 bitcoins, worth millions when they were stolen. Over the years, the couple allegedly moved the money around, trying to hide its origins. But unique passwords for the funds were stored online, where the authorities eventually found them.
Today, the value of that Bitcoin has grown to over $4.5 billion.
The DOJ seized $3.6 billion of it, the largest grab in department history. Bitcoin, like all cryptocurrency, relies on a blockchain, a public record of transactions which allowed authorities to trace the money. The couple could face 25 years in prison, but their personal brand will continue to grow. Netflix announced Friday it's ordering a documentary series about the couple. Meanwhile, the DOJ says it will auction off the seized billions. Jake Ward, NBC News.
Prime Minister Justin Trudeau invoking new emergency powers to break up the trucker protest that shut down part of the U.S. northern border. This comes as demonstrations inspired by this group have already started to pop up overseas. So will it happen here in the U.S.? NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has more.
Freedom!
So-called freedom convoys protesting COVID restrictions have been bubbling for weeks. But now police in Western Canada have arrested 11 people and seized guns, body armor, and a large quantity of ammunition at a border blockade. Late today, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau invoked rarely used emergency powers.
These blockades are illegal, and if you're still participating, the time to go home is now.
Over the weekend, the Ambassador Bridge connecting Detroit and Windsor reopened after protesters had blocked it, clogging the supply chain for U.S. automakers. But similar demonstrations have started popping up around the world, from New Zealand to France to Israel. In the U.S., they're being embraced by some conservative politicians.
But I hope the truckers do come to America. I hope they clog up cities.
But disinformation is flourishing. Facebook officials tell NBC News that some of the groups that have promoted American trucker convoys are being run by fake accounts tied to content mills in Vietnam, Bangladesh, and Romania. Extremist researchers are also warning that many anti-vaccine and conspiracy-driven communities in the U.S. are quickly pivoting to promote disruptive convoys.
These groups are using these trucker convoys specifically to push their anti-vaccine messages. It sort of worked in Canada, and they're going to see if it can work in the United States.
All right, with that, Gabe joins us now from our top story studio in New York. Gabe, I want to pick up on that last point there. So the big question is, will these convoys happen in the U.S.? I understand you have some new reporting.
Yeah, that's right, Tom. As you know, U.S. federal authorities had been monitoring the possibility that a convoy could disrupt the Super Bowl there in Los Angeles. That obviously did not happen. But now online groups are discussing another potential date for road closures in the coming weeks, and that's March 5th. Tom?
All right, Gabe Gutierrez for us. Gabe, we thank you. We want to head overseas now to the Beijing Winter Olympics. Team USA heating up as we head into the second and final week of competition. Lots of hardware for the red, white, and blue over the weekend as the U.S. moved into third today. That's great news. Norway continuing to cruise into first place while Russia moves back into second, with Germany and Austria rounding out the top five. We want to head over to Steve Patterson now, a man who's been covering the Olympics for us here on Top Story. Steve, I know it's cold. I know it's slightly snowing there. It gets wider and wider behind you every time we come to you. I guess that's good news for the Olympics. So the U.S. finally finding their groove now with 7 gold medals. I guess the concerns about their slow start are now long gone. And an impressive 75% of the team's individual medals have been won by women. Of some of those stellar performances on display this weekend, right? Who brought home the gold?
Yeah, Tom, it's about -13 with the wind chill here. I just have to stand here. Those competitors have to compete in this. But yeah, I mean, really huge weekend for the United States. We've been saying this just about every few days or so. We're worried about, are they going to win more gold? Are they going to win more medals? And they consistently are now. So that's great. Erin Jackson, I mean, there should be a Hollywood screenplay option for this. If it hasn't been, I don't know what Hollywood is waiting on. This is the first black woman to win an individual medal, a gold medal, at the Olympics. She is the first to win in speed skating for the U.S. since 2010. She's the first to win a 500-meter medal since 1994. Unbelievable. She was not too long ago, less than 10 years ago, a roller derby competitor. She was found and scouted and trained up for 2018, and then over the last few years has been just putting down these amazing races. #1 in the world, first black woman to win a World Cup. But then she slipped in the qualifiers heading into the Olympics. Her teammate, Brittany Bowe, gave up her spot so she could compete in that event. And it's really good that she did, because she smashes the competition coming in first. Callie Humphreys, Alana Myers-Taylor, the monobob, the first time we've ever seen it at the Olympics. This crazy new event where instead of a team of bobsledders, you just have one woman pushing that thing down the ice, hitting it, and then trying to stay on line. And I think what we saw in that event was kind of a little bit of sloppiness from the other competitors, because it was so new. First time these women are doing that. And so I think what the U.S. had, which other teams didn't, is experience. Both of those women, multiple medal winners. Humphreys for Canada before switching, citizenship right before the games. And then Alana Myers-Taylor, of course, tested positive for COVID at the beginning of Beijing, managed to get herself back on track, and silver and gold goes to us. So more wins for the U.S., Tom. It's looking really good at this point in the last week of competition. Back to you.
Going back to that skater, Erin Jackson, who knew Olympic scouts were at roller derby competitions, but that's a good little fact to know. Two big names, though, back in action, right? Michaela Schifrin and Red Gerard. How are those competitions looking?
You know, Michaela, I feel like we've been on Michaela watch since the beginning of the Olympics, especially, you know, her sort of not finishing her slalom events, those events in which she was predicted to heavily be favored and win gold. She's supposed to have multiple golds by now. I think we did see her get back on track with the Super G. We saw her, you know, finish that event, didn't win a medal, but was smiling. And I think based on the statements that we've seen so far ahead of Olympic downhill, another event that she's never done at the Olympics, I think she's looking really good, and we should maybe talk about her medaling. And then Red Gerard, I spoke to him after slopestyle, disappointing fourth place finish. He's looking for a gold. He's looking for a medal at this point. The only competitor in qualifiers to have a 75 in all of his runs. He's looking really strong, Tom.
All right, Steve Patterson from a very chilly China tonight. Steve, thank you for that. Still ahead, the stabbing spree. Nearly a dozen people stabbed at multiple locations in Albuquerque. What we're learning about the suspect now in custody. Plus, the raging fire at a gas warehouse overseas. Take a look at this. Multiple explosions reported. The evacuation's underway. We'll tell you more. And the man arrested after allegedly trying to open a plane door mid-air. One of the passengers on that flight spoke to Top Story tonight how others on board subdued the man until the plane made an emergency landing. Top Story, just getting started on this Monday night.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego. News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
All right, back now with some tense and actually really scary moments in the air this weekend. An American Airlines flight from D.C. to L.A. diverted to Kansas City after a passenger tried to open an exit hatch. Crew members and even other passengers battling to subdue him. It's just the latest in a string of outrageous incidents on planes throughout this pandemic. Priscilla Thompson has more.
Tonight, an arrest on board an American Airlines flight.
Yeah, he's trying to get into the cockpit for American 1775.
After a passenger allegedly tried to open an emergency exit, according to the U.S. Attorney's Office in Missouri.
Okay, we got 4 passengers now trying to contain this gentleman, American 1775.
Passengers on board now describing the harrowing moments that led to the emergency landing and arrest. What went through your mind as you're watching all of this unfold?
I honestly thought I was gonna die.
Muaz Mustafa was on board that flight from Los Angeles to Washington, D.C. About 2 hours into the flight, he says he noticed a commotion at the front of the plane.
A flight attendant came. He looked visibly scared, worried, as a flight attendant is just sort of yelling for the lights to be turned on, and the plane starts descending rapidly.
The flight, normally a straight shot from LA to DC, diverted to Kansas City instead as crew members and passengers worked to subdue the disorderly passenger. At one point, a flight attendant hitting the passenger over the head with a coffee pot, according to authorities.
There's blood like at the front, like splattered around, like the flight attendant had blood stains on his white shirt.
American Airlines praising the crew for jumping into action, writing in a statement, "We're grateful to our crew members who are consistently dedicated to the safety and care of our customers and who handled the circumstances with the utmost skill and professionalism." The incident, one of many this weekend involving unruly passengers. A Honolulu-bound flight returned to Phoenix due to a passenger disruption. And before Sunday's big game, longtime running back Adrian Peterson was arrested on a domestic violence charge at a LAX after an incident with his wife on board a flight to Houston, according to the NFL.
Peterson was released from jail, but he will have to go before a judge this summer.
A spokesperson for the Petersons telling NBC News the incident is a private misunderstanding. These incidents, the latest in a spike of disruptive or violent incidents on board planes that began last year. In 2021, the Federal Aviation Administration logged nearly 6,000 unruly passenger reports, most involving mask wearing. Did you ever think that you would be caught in the middle of something like this?
No, I didn't. It's scary, and you're on this little metal cylinder in the air, and one person on there could become a real problem. At the same time, it was comforting to see like heroic people, other Americans, passengers that kind of got up and worked with the crew to help, neutralize the bad situation.
Yeah, great those passengers stepped up because that can be such a scary situation. Priscilla Thompson joins us now from 30 Rock Live tonight. So, Priscilla, what more do we know about this suspect, and has he already been charged?
Yeah, Tom, 50-year-old Juan Rimberto Rivas has been charged with assaulting and intimidating a flight attendant. According to the U.S. Attorney's Office in Missouri, he's currently in federal custody awaiting a detention hearing. Tom?
Okay, glad they were able to land that plane. Priscilla, thank you. When we come back, the skating scandal rocking Beijing. The Russian figure skater testing positive for a banned substance, but still allowed to compete. How will it affect other athletes who placed and win medals? And the Los Angeles Rams celebrating their Super Bowl win. The victory parade just announced, plus the iconic landmark about to get a makeover for the celebration. Stay with us.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Just call when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment. Your moment.
All right, back now with Top Stories newsfeed, and we start with some developing news: an arrest in a stabbing spree in New Mexico. Police in Albuquerque say 42-year-old Tobias Gutierrez stabbed 11 people at 7 different locations across the city on Sunday. He allegedly carried out the attacks with a large knife and while riding a BMX-style bike. The stabbings do appear to be random. All the victims, though, are expected to survive. That's good news. All right, the U.S. has suspended all avocado imports from Mexico after a U.S. health official was threatened while inspecting a plant there. Drug cartel turf battles have recently led to the extortion of avocado growers in the country. No word yet on how long the suspension will last, but it came on the eve of the Super Bowl, the biggest sales day of the year for Mexican avocado growers. All right, and Super Bowl champions, the L.A. Rams, will get their victory parade on Wednesday. The parade is expected to begin at the Shrine Auditorium and end at the L.A. Memorial Coliseum. A rally will then be held outside. The iconic Hollywood sign, this is pretty cool, is also being temporarily changed to read Rams House after the team beat the Bengals 23-20 to take home the Lombardi Trophy. All right, we do want to return now to Ukraine and civilians there on edge as hundreds of thousands of troops surround the country, really on all sides. The nation now confronting a new enemy inside their borders, disinformation. NBC's Aaron McLaughlin has the story for us from the ground in Ukraine.
Outside the U.S. Embassy in Kyiv, what seems like an anti-American protest, with hundreds of retirees holding signs declaring the United States the enemy. But take a closer look.
This is very clearly an anti-American protest, but the people holding the sign don't speak English and say they don't know what it says.
Retiree Alexei Solomko claims someone asked him to hold this sign, but won't say who.
I'm for America, not against. It helps Ukraine. I came here pro-America.
But you're holding an anti-American sign.
Well, I don't know what's written there. Now you've told me, and now I know.
Screen grabs obtained by NBC News suggest protesters were paid, offering the equivalent of $7. While NBC News cannot verify the screen grabs, and they surface at a time in which no one can be sure who is telling the truth, a Ukrainian intelligence source says the protest was first shared on websites with known links to Russian intelligence. Ukrainian experts call it part of what they describe as Russia's extended campaign of disinformation, cyber attacks, and bomb threats on metro stations, even elementary schools. Allegations NBC News has not been able to confirm what's known as hybrid warfare, designed to destabilize from within.
The main enemy for the Kremlin and the main enemy they want to show their domestic audience is the United States, not Ukraine.
The Kremlin did not get back to us, but has denied similar allegations. Meanwhile, Ukrainian intelligence says an unprecedented disinformation campaign is ongoing tonight.
All right, that was Aaron McLaughlin there reporting from Ukraine. Now to top stories, Global Watch and the deadly explosion in the south of France. Authorities say the blast started in a commercial building, but then flames spread to nearby apartments. At least 7 people were killed, including 2 children. Crews are still searching the debris for any victims or survivors. The cause is still under investigation. And in Chile, a fire at a gas warehouse prompted hundreds of evacuations. This video is wild. The cell phone video shows the fire and several explosions erupting outside of a residential building. More than 1,500 residents forced to evacuate. Roads in the area shut down. Local media reporting 3 people were inside the factory when that fire began, but they were not injured. All right. Now, for more on the Olympic Games, the women's individual figure skating event set to begin tomorrow in Beijing. The favorite, 15-year-old Russian Kamila Valieva. She will compete despite testing positive for a banned substance, but no medals will be awarded until a full investigation is complete. I know, it sounds bizarre to us as well. NBC's Kelly Kobiella has more on this controversial decision.
After a head-spinning back and forth, Russian figure skating phenom Kamila Valieva is headed back to the ice, despite testing positive for a banned substance.
The CAS panel in charge of this matter has decided to let Ms. Valieva continue her participation in the Olympic Winter Games Beijing 2022.
The Court of Arbitration for Sport ruling a suspension would have caused irreparable harm to Valieva, who is a minor and who failed the drug test before the Olympic Games. The 15-year-old gold medal favorite tested positive for trimetazidine, a heart medication that can help some athletes with endurance, at a competition on Christmas Day in Russia. But the results of that test took 6 weeks to report.
It's either a sinister plot to continue the Russia state-sponsored cover-ups or, incompetence by leaders not to resolve a positive test going into one of the most important events of the world.
News of the positive test broke with the Beijing Games already well underway. On the same day, Valieva led the Russian team to gold, becoming the first woman to land a quad jump in competition. That medal ceremony was mysteriously delayed. Then, the stunning announcement: the Russian anti-doping agency suspended Valieva. But the ban was overturned a day later, and now the Court of Arbitration sealing Valieva's fate, allowing her to compete in the women's individual event on Tuesday with one notable difference.
Should Ms. Valieva finish amongst the top 3 competitors in the women's single skating competition, no flower ceremony and no medal ceremony will take place during the Olympic Winter Games Beijing 2022.
Former Olympians taking to social media to voice their outrage, writing they are furious, helpless, and shocked that Valieva is allowed to compete. Figure skater and coach Adam Rippon, who earned a bronze medal with Team USA in 2018, tweeting, "The ladies' event tomorrow is a complete joke."
Now you're getting into a situation where precedent is set, and who's going to be responsible, and how are they going to be able to do this in the future if you're allowing athletes that tested positive under their rules to continue on in the games. So it is an absolute mess.
U.S. track star Sha'Carri Richardson, who was suspended during the Summer Games after testing positive for THC, slamming the ruling as a double standard, tweeting, "Can we get a solid answer on the difference of her situation and mine?" Adding, "The only difference I see is I'm a black young lady." Allegations of this kind are nothing new for Russia. The country has been banned from the last 3 Olympics after a massive doping scheme uncovered in 2014, with athletes like Valieva allowed to compete as part of the Russian Olympic Committee, at least for now. Kelly Kobiella, NBC News.
And with that, we want to bring in NBC Olympic skating analyst and 1988 gold medalist Brian Boitano now for more on this. He also hosts Olympic Ice during these Olympic Games on Peacock. So, Brian, you know, we heard a lot of reaction in Kelly's story there. There's a lot going on here. You won a gold medal at the Olympics. You know how hard it is to train, and that moment to receive that medal to represent your country. What do you make of all this?
You know, Tom, it's just so confusing. It just seems like a big mess. I mean, the things that stand out to me are, you know, Russia and the IOC are not accountable to anyone. You know, it just doesn't make sense, the decisions that they're making. And like you said on, you know, the moment of being able to win an Olympic medal, no matter what color it is, it's something that you have for your whole life to remember. And to have that taken away from those women, and also in the team competition to take away from the other teams, you're taking away the memories. It just doesn't go along with the Olympic ideals.
So, Brian, for people who can appreciate figure skating but are not experts like yourself, who have never competed, especially not at the Olympic level, people may hear performance-enhancing drugs and figure skating. It's not a sport you would think you'd want to take a drug to get better at, but some athletes apparently do.
Back in the day, you know, they thought that Olympic ice skaters wouldn't take drugs because doping would make you bulky and, you know, strong. And the whole idea is when you fly through the air, you're supposed to be light. But I guess in light of that, there have been these drugs that are stamina enhancing. So it makes you able to get more oxygen in your blood, and it makes you stronger for longer. So the thing that you have to remember, Tom, is it's figure skating is, you know, you have a free skate. It's a lot of power moves within a long timeline. So you have to have both stamina and explosive muscles. So really it is unlike any other sport, and they're just discovering other drugs that can benefit in other ways.
You've seen the skater in question perform, obviously. Is there anything in her performance or any moves? I know some people think she's the best at doing quads. Is there anything that leads you to believe there's something suspicious there?
You know, she is amazing. If this drug gives you flexibility, that would be something that I would say, no, it can't give you flexibility, but she is, you know, she's 15. Her stamina is great. Most of the times when you see someone, you know, of 15, 16, 17, their stamina is amazing. It is a little bit of a head scratcher. And I've read articles, you know, from doctors who have said they don't really understand why she is taking this type of drug, and also that it's so detectable. It's very easy to detect. It seems like they, you know, would have her doing something else, but it is definitely, she is one of the best in the world, if not the best, to come along in a very long time, jumping with ease. She does everything well. She is an amazing girl, and nobody wants to see this 15-year-old girl go through this, but it has just been such a mess with the ROC and the IOC.
Brian Boitano for us tonight. Brian, we thank you for coming on Top Story. Coming up, Bitcoin at the big game. Cryptocurrency companies filling up a lot of the Super Bowl commercial time, including one that just featured a QR code for the entire ad. So what's behind the crypto marketing blitz? Stay with us.
City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it's this.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
And we are back now with Money Talks, what consumers and investors need to know from the business world and beyond. If you watched the Super Bowl last night, then you saw a lot of commercials centered around cryptocurrency. Companies like Coinbase and FTX and Crypto.com looking to gain new buyers and help give Bitcoin the boost it needs after a disappointing January. Bitcoin bouncing back this month, trading at approximately $42,000 after dipping as low as $33,000 a few weeks ago. I want to bring in CNBC technology reporter Kate Rooney, who covers all things crypto for CNBC and for Top Story at times. Kate, first, welcome back to Top Story. You know, I want to ask you about all those crypto commercials we saw yesterday during the Super Bowl last night. Coinbase was one that really stood out. For their entire 30-second ad, they had a QR code bouncing around the screen. Their website ended up crashing.
Yeah, absolutely, Tom. Well, good to see you. Thanks so much for having me. I, for one, stood up for that QR code and was not surprised to see that it was Coinbase based on the amount of crypto spending we've seen when it comes to advertising. But despite the action during the Super Bowl, there's been a lot of buzz around crypto. Bitcoin hasn't really been attracting a ton of new buyers in the past few months, and analysts see this as a big roadblock to any sustained rally, or bull market as it's often called. And so Bitcoin's price has recovered a little bit since January. That was a tough month. Analysts, though, for now, don't think that there's enough new interest to support a longer-term rebound. So that's really what Coinbase and some of the other crypto platforms we're trying to solve with those Super Bowl ads. They're looking to bring in new users. I did just get some data from Sensor Tower in the last couple of hours showing that Coinbase is now number 2 in terms of downloads in the App Store. For some context, it was ranked at 186 just a couple of days ago. So it did work in the near term. But the things that really tend to bring people in organically and keep them around are Bitcoin prices. So people want to get in when the price is going up and when it's moving around. I spoke to an analyst, Tom Lee of Fundstrat, who's closely followed on Wall Street and in the crypto community. He said, yeah, you know, those Super Bowl ads might be a boost in terms of user numbers for the exchanges. Crypto prices, though, if those stay flat, people might not, A, be as eager to trade, or B, tell their friends to sign up and trade. So there's a risk that, yeah, they'll get on the platform, but they could lose money and then could eventually be spooked off by some of the volatility. So he's not as convinced that this is a long-term sustainable ad in terms of the amount of people moving into the market just based on some of the buzz around the Super Bowl.
So, Kate, you know, crypto clearly is having a moment. We saw that with the Super Bowl ads. I was sort of taken back. I was walking through downtown Los Angeles, and the Staples Center is now crypto.com arena, which just kind of surprised me. It just kind of showed me the power of crypto, at least right now with the valuations. But there's a survey out by an investment management company, and it found that 68% of investment executives don't think their clients should get into crypto right now. Their top concerns seem to be related to transparency issues and regulation. So what do you think about that?
Yeah, it's definitely a factor. I think there's a lot of people that are still skeptical about the asset class. It is relatively new. CNBC actually did a survey on this last year looking at some of the barriers to entry. Age actually tends to be the biggest factor in terms of perception of risk and risk appetite. So roughly half of all U.S. investors, based on that survey, said that crypto is high risk, but there were some big differences in opinion depending on age. So about a third of those 18 to 34, so the younger side of the investment spectrum there, say that it's risky. And you look at those over age 64, they're much more skeptical. About 2/3 described it as a high-risk investment. Transparency might be a big concern there. And some would actually argue that Bitcoin is more transparent because it's traceable. So the jury's out in terms of, you know, who, if that actually is the case. Law enforcement have actually been able to trace Bitcoin transactions and would argue that in some cases it's actually more traceable and secure than cash. But we talked about some of the lack of new buyers. The older group is actually the one that a lot of crypto analysts and Wall Street analysts are looking to as that potential cohort of new buyers. The older generation right now controls the majority of wealth in this country. So in terms of where they're going to spend their money, if they get more comfortable with crypto, they could actually be the ones to really move the markets. On regulation, though, you asked about that, Tom. That is still a big risk. It's still an unknown. The industry has been calling for a lot more clarity. They're spending a lot in D.C. when it comes to lobbying. So the expectation is that we may see some more action and some more attention out of Congress. And the consensus view right now is that the U.S. probably won't ban Bitcoin, at least. It's right now a $2 trillion industry. If you look at cryptocurrencies altogether, you know, the ad spending is one indicator of that. But I think we will get a little bit more clarity, and that's what I'm hearing in terms of the industry looking for that. And that could be seen as a good thing. I think when it's more regulated, people think of it as safer, and that could be one of the catalysts just for mainstream adoption.
All right, Kate Rooney for us, explaining all things crypto, which sometimes can be confusing. Kate, great to have you on tonight. Coming up, the long-lost brothers. A man watching a local news report discovering a brother he did not know he had. How the two made the connection and the moment they met after more than 5 decades.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
a look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Finally tonight, two brothers separated for nearly 5 decades finally reunited thanks to a local news report on our Sacramento affiliate, KCRA. Jesse Kirsch has a story.
When Randy Waits turned on his local news last December, he got a lot more than the weather.
We usually go to Europe, and we said, you know what, instead of the 14-hour flight, we'll do the 1-hour flight.
This man's name and face flashing across Northern California TVs for just seconds during our affiliate's newscast. But tuning into KCRA, Randy Waits saw more than enough.
I've seen him on the news, and I've never met anybody else that had the same spelling of my last name.
Soon Randy's daughter was on the case too, tracking down Eddie Waits of Southern California.
I saw his features, and he actually looked a lot like my dad in the eyes. So I did my research, and I just searched up his name and looked up all I could.
Turns out this Waits family wasn't the only one seeing a resemblance.
And once I seen the picture of him, I seen my dad. I seen our dad.
That's right. Eddie Waits and Randy Waits are brothers, as KCRA reports, adding the pair was separated at a young age for more than 50 years, never knowing each other existed until February 5th, when they embraced for the first time.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
Where you been all my life?
I don't know. Where have you been?
Yeah, right.
The reunion just in time for Uncle Ed to help celebrate his nephew's 13th birthday.
It's crazy. I didn't even know that could happen.
Thanks to Curiosity, a made for and by TV moment, bringing family together.
Welcome.
Thank you, buddy.
Jesse Kirsch, NBC News.
And we want to thank our affiliate again, KCRA, for their help with that report. And we thank you for watching Top Story tonight on this Monday. We'll see you back in New York tomorrow. Have a great night.
Well, hey there, I'm Joshua Johnson. It's great to be with you on this Valentine's Monday, February 14th. Here's some of what we're talking about tonight. Ukraine's president is downplaying claims that Russia will attack in just a few days. But the Biden administration says it is not taking any chances. U.S. embassy staff are leaving Kyiv over fears of an invasion. A former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine joins us with analysis and perhaps to explain why anyone would announce the date of an invasion. Then, Georgia's Secretary of State is calling for increased security ahead of the midterms. That would include state troopers at polling places. Plus, today marks 4 years since the Parkland school shooting. Some responded with activism, others with advertising. School security is big business in the new PBS documentary, Bulletproof. So for a few weeks now, we have been told it's not a matter of if Russia would invade Ukraine, just a matter of when. Today, we apparently got some clarity on when, in unusually precise language, a date, this Wednesday, February 16th. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky announced that on Facebook, and then hours later, he took it back. A spokesperson said Ukraine's president was echoing a date that had been spread in the media. But still, President Zelensky called the 16th a, quote, day of unity for Ukraine. Meanwhile, the Pentagon would neither confirm nor deny the date.
I won't get into a specific date. I don't think that would be smart. I would just tell you that it is entirely possible that he could move with little to no warning.
So why did Ukraine choose to make this information public? Good question. But the pressure and suspense spooked the markets today. Apparently, they've spooked the State Department, too. Today, the Secretary of State announced that the U.S. will move its embassy from Kyiv to Lviv. That pulls the staff away from Russian forces along Ukraine's borders and further west, near the border with Poland. Russia's military is positioned along 75% of the Ukrainian border. So what happens next? And more importantly, when? Joining us now is Ambassador John Herbst. He's the former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine and Uzbekistan. Today, he's the director of the Eurasia Center at the Atlantic Council. Mr. Ambassador, welcome to the program. Good to have you with us.
Nice to be here.
Am I the only one who thought it was a little weird that President Zelensky was like, Russia is going to invade Wednesday, like with that kind of specificity? That just sounded strange to me.
It's odd that that's being put out in the public domain like that, but it's also true that there were intel reports suggesting that, as I understand it.
What do you think might be the strategy behind saying that out loud? Like, why not just keep that under your hat?
Well, I think that in one area, where there's been pretty good coordination between the Biden administration and the Zelensky administration in Ukraine, there has been a difference regarding the public discussion of the Russian threat. The administration has decided that for a variety of reasons, it's important to make loud and clear the possibility or even the likelihood of a Russian additional invasion of Ukraine. Zelensky, who may not share the same deep pessimism of the administration about that invasion, also is very concerned about the impact of his economy on public statements that Russia will in fact invade. So I think what we saw play out on his Facebook account was a disagreement that had been under the surface between the two presidents and the two countries.
What's your read on that, though? I mean, I have no reason to believe that this Wednesday would seem implausible for an invasion. It sounds like, even though it may have been odd to say that out loud, it's not necessarily unthinkable.
That's correct. And the administration has been warning literally for months, but especially over the last month or so, that a Russian invasion or a new invasion, a new offensive, is in fact quite possible and even likely. And this has come to a head, you know, if you saw the press conference that Jake Sullivan gave last Friday. And of course, the administration's decision to move our embassy out of Kyiv, which is actually quite normal in such circumstances, reflects that.
With regard to Jake Sullivan, he spoke today, briefed senators today, rather, and we also heard from Senators Dick Durbin of Illinois, Democratic Senator Durbin, and Republican Senator Marco Rubio of Florida. Here's part of what they said today.
I think it'd be best if we could agree on sanctions.
I don't think the hard part's going to be crafting a package of sanctions that we can impose with our allies. I think the challenge long term is, can you sustain them?
Ambassador, talk about that. Crafting sanctions, sustaining sanctions. What's the strategy look like there in terms of what would actually be effective in preventing another invasion?
The Biden team has put out a three-part response to a Russian new invasion of Ukraine. And it's a pretty good response. One is major sanctions, which will dwarf the current sanctions if Moscow, in fact, sends those troops into Ukraine. The second is sending additional arms to Ukraine to deal with that invasion or potential invasion. And three is moving more NATO forces to the east up against Russia's border to protect them against possible Kremlin provocations in the future, but also to say to Moscow, if you think invading Ukraine will enhance their security, think again. So those three steps together, I think, give Putin reason to be cautious as to what he does next.
How influential are sanctions, in your view, compared to any of the other tactics that the rest of the world might take to try to prevent Vladimir Putin from going into Ukraine? I mean, how intense would they have to be in order to prevent an invasion?
The current sanctions on Russia for its war in Ukraine's east, the Donbass, cost the Russian economy 1%, even a little bit more than 1% of GDP per year. So they're not insignificant. Biden is threatening something which will be much stronger. So the Russians really do have to worry about that, even though they have around $600 billion in a reserve account. But that account could be wiped out if these sanctions were put in place in the course of a year and a half. So this is truly a concern for Putin. It's not as great a concern as if we were willing to militarily defend Ukraine, but we're not. And that is not part of the Biden policy.
See, that's kind of why I wonder about the sanctions. I mean, if the sanctions before were so intense, they took 1% out of the economy, and Vladimir Putin's still thinking about doing this again, it kind of makes me wonder where the deterrent lies. We asked some of our viewers what they think America's role in Ukraine should be, if any. Ray tweeted, without any true influence or power, Biden's role is to make sure he doesn't fall into one of Putin's traps. Ambassador, what about that?
No, I think that's much too pessimistic. The United States remains the world's strongest nation in all respects. If we, in fact, impose these sanctions, the Russian economy will be crippled. And I'm not telling you for sure that this will deter Putin from going in, but I think there's a good chance, again, in concert with the other steps, enhancing NATO's force posture in the East, more arms to Ukraine, to persuade Putin not to go in. He is a risk taker, but a risk taker when he's pretty clear that he's not going to suffer much damage. He knows if he goes in, or he should know, that he will suffer major damage.
I wonder what your sense is of, and I've asked versions of this question to different guests, what the necessity is for the role from the Western world. I mean, Ukraine is not a particularly vital trading partner to the U.S. It's not a member of NATO, so there's no NATO contractual obligation to really do much for Ukraine. And I wonder just what the necessity is of the Western world being there with such a strong presence. I mean, Russia has already invaded Ukraine once. If it did it again, what's the real impact on the rest of the Western world? Is it possible that everybody else could have just watched this from a distance and allowed it to happen, especially since no one is talking about sending troops?
You think you have to understand that Putin's objective is not simply to subdue Ukraine. His objective is to, in fact, impose a new order in Europe. He made that clear in the draft treaties that he sent to us in December, to us and to NATO. He wants to re-exert Russian control, not just over Ukraine, but over all the territory that used to make up the Soviet Empire. That includes all the new members of NATO in Eastern Europe, the Baltic states, Poland, Romania, the Czech Republic, and so on. This is a great danger to American interests. We can defeat Putin in Ukraine without sending in American soldiers. We would have to send in American soldiers if Putin provokes the Baltic states, Poland, Romania, and so on. We have a contractual obligation. The smart policy for us, the economical policy for us, is to use all these other measures to make sure that Putin does not win in Ukraine. Because if he does win in Ukraine, we have to worry about our NATO allies. This is a big deal.
Ambassador,
and it will also encourage China to go after Taiwan if we let Putin have his way in Ukraine.
Yeah, I hear you in terms of the larger message that it would send, not so much with this conflict, but the downstream effects on other potential conflicts as well. Ambassador John Herbst, we appreciate you making time, sir. Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
For some Ukrainians, reuniting with family is the priority. Russian-backed separatists have occupied parts of the country for as many as 8 years now. Some Ukrainian families have been kept apart since. From our partners at Sky News, Deborah Haynes has that story.
Like a scene from the Cold War when an iron curtain cut through Europe, this is no man's land in eastern Ukraine. A border between territory held by the government on one side and Russia-backed separatists on the other. And it's not just land that's been divided. This is the only place families can cross from Luhansk and Donetsk after separatists blocked other routes.
Это тяжело, потому что большинство родственников живут на Украине. Хочется очень часто с ними видеться, особенно сестра моя, я очень люблю.
У меня старшая дочь в Харькове. Мы с младшей живем. Было бы проще, если бы мы могли пересекать когда угодно. То есть я к ребенку могу поехать к старшей дочери раз в месяц, и это очень тяжело. То есть
They make their way back to Luhansk, victims of a diplomatic failure to resolve a conflict between Ukraine and Russia, despite 8 years of trying. So the occupied part of Ukraine is about 800 meters that way. This is the path that people wanting to cross between the two sides have to go. We're not actually allowed beyond this point here. But because of the rules that they're under on the other side, they're only actually allowed to come here over to this side once a month.
Sit down, please.
With tensions escalating, France's president, pictured in Moscow last week, had hoped to breathe life into what's known as the Minsk Accords. They aim to secure a lasting peace, but Kiev wants them to deliver a fully sovereign Ukraine, while Moscow seeks to use them to gain permanent influence.
Sometimes I think there's been a cultural predisposition in Western capitals to assume that if we have a geopolitical problem on our doorstep in Europe, then somehow, with good faith, common sense, reason, and pragmatic concessions on both sides, you can broker a solution which not only resolves that problem, but also leaves everybody more or less happy. I suggest that in this case, that is not possible.
Residents also conflicted.
ну, я Украину люблю и хотела бы в составе быть, но, может быть, автономно как-то, чтобы мы их не раздражали, они нас не раздражали. Вот так как.
This woman wants Ukraine reunited so her daughter can see her father in Kiev more easily.
Ми розлучені, а я зараз живу у своїх батьків. І мені доводиться, щоб батько бачив дитину, кожен раз їздити. Ну, і такий важкий шлях подолати.
If warnings of a new invasion are right, though, their journey is about to become even harder. Deborah Hain, Sky News, Stanitsa Luhanska, Eastern Ukraine.
After the break, we turn to Georgia politics. An effort to pull a neighborhood out of Atlanta may be over. And Georgia's Secretary of State is proposing patrols at the polls. We're glad you're with us for Now Tonight from NBC News.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Georgia could feature prominently in this year's midterms. Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger faces a tough re-election campaign himself. In the past, he has defended Georgia's elections as secure, despite former President Trump's claims. Now, the secretary is calling for assigning state troopers to polling places.
Georgia has become the center of the election universe. And this year, we're going to have hard-fought campaigns that we're going to be watched all across the country. And every indication is that we're going to have close races. With that environment, it only makes sense to provide additional resources for election security so that everyone can have confidence in the results.
Now, Mr. Raffensperger's office says it has not prepared any legislation, nor is it clear how much this would cost. That is just one of Georgia's big election year stories. The other is in Atlanta, with an effort to make one neighborhood its own city. That neighborhood is Buckhead, an affluent district north of downtown. If you've ever been to Atlanta and shopped at Lenox Square Mall, that's Buckhead. A local campaign had been pushing for Buckhead to secede from Atlanta. Now, that would dramatically change the city's demographics. Atlanta is nearly half black and around 40% white. How would removing Buckhead change that? Well, the proposed Buckhead city would be overwhelmingly white. That is why some critics call this effort a severe case of white flight. And Buckhead's median income is much higher than the city overall. So secession would diminish Atlanta's tax base. By one estimate, Buckhead alone accounts for 38% of Atlanta's tax revenue. So will this neighborhood secede from Atlanta? Not anytime soon. Last week, Georgia's Republican House Speaker David Ralston came out against the proposal. So did the Lieutenant Governor Jeff Duncan, and that means supporters of the Buckhead city effort no longer have a political path forward, at least not right now. Let's break all this down with Greg Bluestein, a political reporter for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution and an MSNBC political contributor. Greg, let's start with the announcement from the Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger. What's his rationale for this?
Yeah, well, part of the rationale, this is a warning. There's been lots of threats against election officials, against Brad Raffensperger himself, against his top deputies. So there is a reason to be concerned if you're the state's top elections officials that poll workers and others will come under threats. But the other part is political. He's facing criticism from both Democrats and Republicans. He's looking to sort of stand out against a very tough Trump-backed primary challenger in Congressman Jody Hice. And this is one way he can kind of change the conversation and say, look, I'm calling for more security. Another part that he's also calling for is he wants help from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation to probe allegations of voter fraud. This is something that Speaker David Ralston, Governor Kemp, former Senator David Perdue, they've all endorsed similar ideas. And now this is the first time he's getting on board with that, to have state police essentially be tasked with investigating allegations of voter fraud.
This sounds like it's a little bit muddied when we talk about election security. I understand the argument about physical security, right? That there have been threats against poll workers and election officials. We've seen that across the country in the aftermath of the 2020 election. But then there's this other strand of thought about election security, which has had to go to some of the conspiracy theories around the last election. Indeed, Mr. Raffensperger himself asked the Georgia Bureau of Investigation to investigate claims that there had been malfeasance at the polls, and it closed the investigation because it couldn't find anything. So it sounds like we're talking about a few different things here.
Yeah, you're exactly right. The GBI had found no evidence of any wrongdoing, no reason to investigate further. And as you mentioned, there's been no evidence whatsoever of any sort of rampant, widespread voting fraud. multiple recounts, audits of absentee ballots in one of Georgia's most populous suburbs, both found no reason to be concerned about any sort of widespread voting fraud at all. But this is part of the Republican messaging post-Trump. It is voter integrity is the phrase they use to say that, hey, there might have been problems, and we want to make sure we get to the root of it, even though there were no problems. And Brad Raffensperger was kind of out front, reminding people left and right that this was a free and fair election in Georgia.
I also want to get to this Buckhead City secession effort. We spoke to Andre Dickens, who's the new mayor of Atlanta, the newly elected mayor of Atlanta. Crime has been a big part of this story from the beginning, at least among the stated reasons that supporters of this secession effort gave. Here's part of what the mayor said in terms of his strategy for dealing with crime in Atlanta. Watch.
I'm going to hire 250 police officers in the first year because we lost a lot of officers over the past few years. And this is not going to cost us any new money. It's already in the budget. We're just aggressively going about it. I'm using technology like street lights and Shot Spotter to find out where shots are, new cameras to be able to, to have a deterrence for crime, but also to quickly help us find suspects. Gang violence is growing in our cities because of the isolation and depression and experiences related to COVID. So we're going to make sure we have gang intervention and gang, reduction activities so that we can get these young folks some opportunities to do the right thing.
Greg, can we just be clear in terms of what's underneath this secession effort? Like, I can understand concerns about crime, but black folks in Atlanta have concerns about crime too. And the money that comes partly from neighborhoods like Buckhead that filters into the city's crime prevention efforts could be spent, I guess, toward reducing crime citywide as opposed to just tearing away from Atlanta. What is this actually about? Is this about crime? Is this about race? Is this about wealth? Like, what's really going on here?
Race, wealth. This is a wealthy, majority white enclave that was trying to break away. And it would set a precedent in Georgia. This would be the first community to de-annex itself, to secede from an existing city in modern Georgia history. So this was something that had a lot of lawmakers, Democrats and Republicans, concerned. But this was also a political issue because you had the key supporters. There were Republicans who didn't live in the area. Former Senator David Perdue, who's running for governor, rural lawmakers, and other conservatives. Every lawmaker who represented the city of Atlanta, all Democrats, each opposed it. So basically, there was an argument that carpetbaggers, that non-Atlantans were trying to influence this debate. And the leader of this movement is a former New York transplant who moved to Atlanta recently named Bill White, who had curried favor with Republicans, but began to lose that favor in recent days as he amplified a racist post on Twitter and spread around conspiracy theories that really alienated conservative lawmakers, even some of his top supporters, over the last few days.
I think we should be clear also, it's not like people are leaving Atlanta in droves necessarily. The city keeps, one of my good friends said the sign on the city limit should say, "Welcome to Atlanta, we full." Like the city is not shrinking, first of all. But with regards to why the effort lost support, what was it that finally made people walk away from this?
You know, there was always some concerns, underlying concerns from conservatives and Democrats, but really, the ruling Republicans in the Georgia legislature, that this would set this precedent and allow other cities to sort of split apart. You know, if Atlanta can do it, what about Athens, Georgia? What about Macon, Georgia? But one of the other major concerns was the question of crime, the question of financing. I spoke to Lieutenant Governor Jeff Duncan, who came out in opposition to this. And there was a major moment last week when he said he will not let this pass the state Senate, which is where he's the president of. He said, look, supporters have yet to elaborate on their plan to stop crime. Crime doesn't stop at city limits. Someone doesn't just see a welcome to Atlanta sign and turn around, even if it does say "we full." There's also questions about financing, about what happens to public schools that were under Atlanta public school system that would be in this new Buckhead city limits. So there's a lot of questions that were yet unanswered. And these are costly questions. These are issues that involve billions of dollars of tax revenue. And the corporate community had also started coming out. We're talking about some of the biggest landlords, some of the biggest name companies in Georgia that are based in Buckhead saying no, no, no.
And last 10 seconds, Greg, is this effort dead, or do the supporters plan to bring it up again in the future? Briefly.
It's dead this year, but it's coming back next year if there's still a Republican governor.
Gotcha. Greg Bluestein of the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. Greg, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Up next, a controversy on the ice. A Russian skater will still compete in the Winter Olympics despite using a banned substance. We'll have the latest from Beijing just ahead. Stay close.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
All right, time to update some of the stories we've been following, starting with a lawsuit over First Amendment protections. Sarah Palin had sued the New York Times for defamation. Now the judge says he will dismiss her suit. Judge Jed Rakoff says Mrs. Palin's legal team failed to prove that the Times defamed her. At issue was a 2017 editorial that linked her to the shooting of former Congresswoman Gabby Giffords. Judge Rakoff says he will issue the order after the jury finishes its deliberations. If it rules in Sarah Palin's favor, he says that he will dismiss the case. But the judge added that she will probably appeal, and the appellate court would benefit from knowing what the jury decided. Traffic from Detroit to Canada is flowing again after nearly a week of protests there. Authorities cleared protesters who were blocking the Ambassador Bridge. Police arrested more than 24 people. They seized or towed a handful of vehicles. The Ambassador Bridge carries about a quarter of the trade between the U.S. and Canada. Similar protests have been happening in other Canadian cities in reaction to COVID mandates. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau is activating emergency powers to stop these protests. The last Canadian leader to invoke the Emergencies Act was his father, former Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau. That was in response to kidnappings by separatists in Quebec back in 1970. At the Olympics, a Russian athlete will continue figure skating despite testing positive for a banned substance before the Games. Kamila Valieva is competing with the Russian Olympic Committee. Her case went to what's called the Court of Arbitration for Sport. This morning, that court ruled that she may skate again because she is a minor or a protected person. She's 15, so the rules are different for her than they would be for an adult athlete. But if she wins a medal, there will not be a medal ceremony. Right now in the medal count, Team USA is third with 16 total, 7 gold, 6 silver, 3 bronze. The Russian Olympic Committee has 18 medals. Norway leads the pack with 21. NBC Steve Patterson is at the Olympics near Beijing with more. Steve, why did this court rule in Ms. Valieva's favor?
Well, there's more factors here at play than I can sit down and have a discussion with you within, a 2-minute time span. But I will say the biggest factors are, one, that you've already said, which is that she's under 16, which makes her a protected person. And two, the bizarre timing of all of this, because she tested positive on about December 25th, so Christmas Day. It wasn't for another 3 weeks, maybe more, really right before she was able to compete in that first competition, winning gold, that the test came back, that she was then suspended, by the way, by Russian officials. That suspension was appealed, and then she was again allowed to compete. And remember that what we're talking about here, as far as that court of arbitration, is whether or not to reinstate the suspension, not if she violated anti-doping laws. That investigation is not something that will play out for at least another few months as they look into, yes, whether or not her age plays into this. Because, again, Josh, we're talking about a child. We're talking about a 15-year-old Russian figure skater. How much agency she really had in taking the medication? Did she even know she was taking the medication? What about her inner circle? How much of a role did they play? That all has to be looked at moving forward. And I think the body here that was governing, that made this decision, just decided that A, they didn't have enough information, and B, the timing just simply wasn't right. And so the secondary solution is to just not have a medal ceremony, not only for her first victory, but anyone's moving forward, which a lot of people are saying isn't quite so fair. A lot of controversy here stemming off this decision. Josh?
Yeah, a number of folks, including figure skater Adam Rippon, had very strong things to say on Twitter. Sha'Carri Richardson, who is a U.S. sprinter who was not allowed to go to the Olympics after testing positive for cannabis, has had a lot to say about this. She said that she used cannabis as a way to help her cope after the sudden death of her mother. Ms. Richardson tweeted, "Can we get a solid answer on the difference of her situation and mine's? My mother died and I can't run and was also favored to place top 3. The only difference I see is I'm a black young lady." Steve, it seems like the reaction to all this is that for some reason, the IOC is allowing this young woman and the Russian Olympic Committee to cheat yet again and stay in the games.
Well, with Sha'Carri specifically, I mean, we're talking about, a substance that, according to officials, is known to increase performance by way of increasing stamina. It has been proven to do so versus weed. I mean, so the difference there is what? Is it the competitor? I think that's what she's asking. Is it the color of her skin? I think she's asking more deeper questions than, what some of the figure skaters have been asking. And I think those questions are valid too. You're talking about, again, a person at the Olympics in what should be a very level playing field. In fact, there's entire organizing bodies that are here to make sure that happens. And yet this competition is moving forward with somebody that is tested positive for an illegal substance. But again, you still have to look at the overall argument, look at what this body is able to do in the time span that they have without doing harm to, again, an athlete that is a minor, that is 15 years old, that may or may not have had agency in what happened. So all of those factors combined, and yes, it's very controversial, but you just have to take everything into account here. And I think the overall decision is the fact that you simply can't take everything into account in the time allotted before the next competition, which, by the way, is in now just a few hours. Josh?
Let me ask you about some of the women's competitors before I let you get in from the very bitter cold. First of all, I'd never heard of a monobob until this weekend. But Team USA took the top 2 spots in the women's monobob, which is kind of a solo bobsled competition. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, somebody told me that they thought the monobob was a haircut, which it's not. The monobob it's basically bobsledding, and bobsledding is a full team. Think of Cool Runnings, and the whole team needs to move this thing down the ice. Well, monobob is just as it sounds. It's one person, in this case, one woman, that has to push that thing, jump in, and then try to keep a straight line. And I think what we saw with the 2 Americans that won is they simply had way more experience. Both of of them multiple medal winners. Kelly Humphreys for Canada before she switched allegiance right before the Olympics, and then Alana Myers-Taylor, obviously, who had that bout of testing positive with COVID right as she arrived at the games, got herself healthy, back into the game, and took silver. Those two have a lot of experience, and they have a lot of upper body strength. And I think that's what we saw maybe lacking with some of the other competitors. They just simply needed to be stronger in order to keep a straight line. It was very sloppy once you get past the top three in that event, something I think we'll see shore up as the event progresses and the games move on in the years to follow. Josh?
And finally, the U.S. women's hockey team, they're headed to the gold medal game, right? Tell us about that.
You know, I'll be brief here and just say that they've just smashed the entire field. They've smashed the entire lane of competition, except for Canada. Canada was their one dark spot, and that is sort of what everybody is looking forward to. If you want a capstone to the Olympic Games, it is the U.S. women's hockey team versus Canada's women's hockey team, two teams that have fought for gold perennially, almost for the last 20 years or so. It is always a battle. It is something I'm personally really looking forward to, and it's going to be a banger. Josh?
I'm looking forward to people sending us pictures, because I'm sure the internet has already solved the question of what does a monobob look like. I'm sure there's some hairstyle somewhere that somebody's going to tag us at NBC Now tonight if you see something like, I think this might be a monobob. But I am also looking forward to that hockey game. I think that'll be a good one. Thank you, Steve. That's NBC Steve Patterson at the Olympics near Beijing. Thank you, sir. Metal detectors, active shooter drills, and even bulletproof desks are more common in schools today. The industry that sells this gear is the focus of a new documentary. The director of Bulletproof joins us when we come back.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
4 years ago today, a high school in Parkland, Florida, fell victim to a deadly shooting. Today, gun control groups called for President Biden to get more done toward keeping students safe. 17 people were killed at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. The shooter, Nicholas Cruz, pleaded guilty in October to murder charges. Tonight, the city of Parkland held a ceremony to remember the victims. The Broward County School Superintendent read their names and led a moment of silence. Earlier today, demonstrators gathered near the White House. Among them was the father of a boy killed in the attack. Manuel Oliver climbed a crane and displayed a banner showing a picture of his son. Police later arrested him. Mr. Oliver's actions were just one effort to draw attention to the tens of thousands of gun deaths since Joe Biden became president. Mr. Biden has been calling on Congress to do something. Those efforts have yielded no new laws, but the president says he remains hopeful. In a statement today, he said, quote, "We can never bring back those we've lost, but we can come together to fulfill the first responsibility of our government and our democracy, to keep each other safe. For Parkland, for all those we've lost, and for all those left behind, it is time to uphold that solemn obligation," unquote. A new documentary takes a look at the various ways schools and teachers are trying to protect children, from mental health to safety drills to firearms training to hoodies that are lined with Kevlar.
Some people will say, oh, it's just some kid playing. The problem is we can't take that risk anymore.
It feels very scary. Sometimes I don't want to come to school because I think I might not come home the next day.
So were you suggesting and perhaps somebody should have been armed and killed somebody?
Ready! Fire! The building lockdown drill is now.
Joining us now is Todd Chandler. He is the director of the new film Bulletproof. It premieres tonight on PBS's Independent Lens. Mr. Chandler, welcome.
Thanks for having me.
I watched the documentary today. It is so good, but it is also highly unsettling. You've referred to this film as a meditation on fear. What did you mean by that?
Well, I think, there have been a number of films that have been made about gun violence specifically, about mass shootings specifically, and as a filmmaker and as an educator, I was really interested in this sort of meditation, reflecting on the kind of fear, how fear is playing out in different ways, how we define problems, how we define solutions and think about them in this country. So it was really a creative exploration to try to sort of create something that can expand conversation.
You focus on a lot of different kinds of school districts. You look at Texas and Chicago and New York and DC. You kind of travel all over the country. You look at someone in Silicon Valley who is making those hoodies that are made out of Kevlar or that are lined with Kevlar. And it seems like one of the key functions of the documentary is to paint a picture of the various ways that people are trying to keep kids safe. Like, no one solution has taken root everywhere, and depending on where you are and what your political philosophy is and how much money you have to spend, your school security could look very different.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. And again, it comes back to this question of how do we define problems and solutions? So are we defining the problem as mass shootings, or are we defining the problem as a sort of broader culture of violence? And in terms of solutions, are we thinking about building fortresses, of our schools, or are we thinking about how to really approach things in a more holistic way? And so, I don't have any answers, and the film isn't prescriptive in that way, but I'm sort of through this process of making it, really trying to open up some questions and some deeper reflection on that.
One of the scenes in the documentary takes place at a convention in Las Vegas for basically the trade industry, the companies that sell all this security equipment and training to schools. And they range from, like I said, bulletproof desks to doors that can be closed in an emergency, different kinds of training, technology. What did you make of just the industry that has sprung up around school security?
Well, I think two things briefly is that, one, at first I went into it and I was a little shocked. I thought, wow, this is a really massive industry. And then as I started to get deeper into it, this industry has been around for a while, in that, metal detectors and policing and surveillance have been, deployed in communities of color in schools in those communities for many, many, many years. And, as mass shootings have sort of come more into the public discourse, that the sort of industry has expanded, right? And the sort of marketing has expanded. So I was, I didn't see it. I saw a lot of products. I saw a lot of things for sale. And I think the sort of idea that we can kind of buy our way out of a culture of violence, to me, was a bit absurd. And so, that sort of sent me down this path of investigating a bit further and sort of seeing how things were playing out in different places, different communities around the country.
You have been a teacher since 1999. That was the year of the Columbine shooting in Littleton, Colorado. I wonder what your sense is of where we've come over the years in terms of talking about security on campuses and working to keep our kids safe as a teacher.
Sure. I mean, as a teacher, like you said, I've been teaching for a while now. I teach right now at Brooklyn College in the film department there. And actually, this film grew out of a conversation with some of my students after they had heard about a mass shooting that had happened back in 2015. And sort of half the class had heard about this, half the class hadn't. Some of the class were afraid that something could happen on our campus in that way, and the other half were like, well, no, this phenomenon really is happening in white suburban communities. And it opened up this conversation about sort of violence in the United States and looking at, both sort of mass shootings and also, police violence, state violence, things like that. And so, like a number of my young people were afraid of police violence. A number of them were afraid, who are maybe perhaps undocumented, were afraid of state violence. There's a lot of sort of questions, and, mass shootings are certainly part of that question, but how we approach the sort of broader set of issues is pretty complex. And that's, again, what sort of launched me on this journey.
I was really taken by the array of different kinds of measures that schools take. One of the places where the documentary starts is in the Texas City Independent School District. Texas City is kind of just up the coast from Galveston, basically, southeast of Houston toward the Gulf. And the array of security, down to like cameras that could track students' movements and tell you how many students were in this building or that building. And then a little bit later in the documentary, you see like metal detectors being wheeled into a school. I remember as a black kid going to school, the uproar over putting metal detectors in a school, and now to see what this school district is doing with an amazing amount of funding. I don't know if I'm more unsettled by the fact that there were metal detectors in the first place, or that other schools in more affluent areas can afford even more than metal detectors. What did you come away from this documentary with in terms of just like the net effect of how we're doing with all of this?
Yeah, and again, I didn't reach a specific conclusion, but what was fascinating to me is how these security measures play out differently in different communities, and even within the same communities, right? Like in Texas City, for example, there had been a mass shooting in Santa Fe, Texas, which is the neighboring town, a few years back, and all these security measures were implemented in Texas City in part as a reaction to that. And I didn't spend a lot of time with students, but a number of those who I talked to felt safer because of these measures, and then another set of students felt criminalized and surveilled and, were afraid. And so seeing how these things play out, I think, was something that was really illuminating for me.
Before I let you go, I am going to be haunted by the young woman in East Palo Alto, California, which for those of you who don't know the Bay Area, not the wealthy part, Palo Alto. East Palo Alto is literally on the other side of the highway. That is a very poor, very crime-plagued part of the Bay Area, who started making hoodies that are lined with Kevlar, which is a bulletproof material. And she talked about it like it was a business proposition for her that kind of sprang with her familiarity with poverty and crime. Coming away from making this documentary, is there anyone who's doing it right, for lack of a better word, who's making real progress that should be kind of held up as an example of something innovative and something useful, or are we still all kind of groping for answers before we go?
Well, I mean, that's a tough one. I think that there's a lot of interesting work being done, and that, some of that work is harder to capture than others. It's a longer term, project of really thinking about how we do work around both, issues of guns, which I intentionally didn't really get into in this film, and, sort of broader sort of like social, emotional issues, right? And so there, for example, there's a scene in the film where students are being taught mindfulness techniques in Chicago City schools. And I don't necessarily posit those techniques as a solution because I don't think there is a single solution, right? And I think the mindset of trying to buy or find a sort of solution is I understand the impulse, but I think it's somewhat futile. It's a whole matrix of of approaches that I think are going to be needed to do this. And I think one of them is really thinking about how we work with young people, how they have more agency in schools, how we can fund schools, how we can pay teachers better, how we can create environments that are more welcoming and inviting to students.
The documentary is called Bulletproof. It premieres tonight on Independent Lens. It is so good. Please search the listings for your PBS station or look for it on the PBS video app. Todd Chandler, I appreciate you making time, sir. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much for having me. I appreciate it.
A new take on The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air debuted on Super Bowl Sunday. Last week, we met the star of Bel-Air, Jabari Banks. You'll see part 2 of our conversation before we go.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it's just
Back in the 80s and 90s, when a network sitcom dealt with controversial topics, they'd advertise it as a very special episode. A new dramatization of The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air is basically one big, very special episode. The first 3 episodes of Bel-Air are now available on Peacock. That streaming service, like this network, is owned by NBC Universal. Let's get to part 2 of our conversation with actor Jabari Banks. He stars as Will Smith's character. We talked about his connections with the cast and what he wants fans to take away from the show.
One of the things that stood out to me early in the first episode are some of the themes in this story that were always in the sitcom, but never really got discussed because it was NBC in the 90s and kind of the culture wasn't ready for that. Are there certain storylines within this series that when you read it, you were like, oh, I can't believe we gonna do this? Like, did anything stand out to you?
Yes, I mean, the Carlton and Will dynamic is so exciting to watch, and Ali plays Carlton so well. Like, I'm super excited for everyone to hate Carlton and then fall back in love with him. You know what I mean? It's going to be super exciting. So that was one that I was super enthusiastic to get to explore, and Ali has really become, you know, my brother off screen. When I first got to LA, he was like, let me take you around, and, you know, because I was still looking for a place to live, and he was like, let me show you different neighborhoods and I'll let you fill it out, and that itself is like, damn, that, you know, you get comfortable with the person, and that just helps the chemistry on screen, right? And so that dynamic is super exciting, and I'm super excited for everyone to see that again in a different light, but also Will and Uncle Phil's dynamic, right? Like the iconic dynamic between Will Smith and James Avery, and finding that again with Adrian Holmes, man, he is such a vet, and I learn from him literally every day.
How do you play Will Smith without hearing Will Smith in your head? Like, even I will do little vocal tics from Fresh Prince that I grew up with. If I'm talking to somebody, I'll be like, you know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. It's so ingrained. It's almost like, Will Smith, get out of my head. Right. How do you play such an iconic character as Jabari and not have Will Smith kind of sneak in unexpectedly?
Oh, it happens. It happens for sure. And I have to remind myself, I'm like, okay, I just have to be myself. You know what I mean? Being yourself is really key part of playing this role and to taking this role on, because that's what Will was doing. You know what I mean? Like, he wasn't up there trying to be anybody else but him. You know what I'm saying? And so to have the permission to do that as well is really how I'm approaching this role.
You were in tears, your character, in the middle of episode 1. Like, this show gets really emotionally intense right now. How do you walk that line in terms of trying to keep the show funny, but also keep it real to the themes that it's trying to address now, especially because they can be really personal?
Yeah. I mean, we have to look at the stakes, and we have to look at the reality of the situation that's happening in this 16-year-old young man's life, right? You know what I mean? And it's really life or death. At that 16-year-old age, everything is, you know what I mean? And so it's only right that when, he gets caught and he was trying to fix the situation because his friend calls him and he says, "Hey, I'm scared." You know what I mean? I'm scared for my life. It's like, I have to get back there and I have to fix the wrongs that I did. And so the fact that he has to stay in Bel Air and give it a chance, and he has to think about him and his life and what more that he wants for himself, those stakes are high. Those stakes are truly, truly high. And so I just try to live in the reality of the situations that are going on in this 16-year-old young man's life. And, there are moments of levity. And that's going to be exciting for when everyone watches that. They're going to see that and they're going to be like, okay, whew, we can breathe for a little bit. But, the reality of the situation is tough.
I wonder what you want people to come away from the new series talking about with other people when they watch it. I feel like I need like 20 people to watch every episode with, just so we can talk when it's over. What do you want the conversation to be after each episode?
I really want people to have watch parties. You know what I mean? Like, really get together every week. What I really hope that this show brings is just conversation. You know what I mean? Because I think as a community, as a nation, that's what we need, is just to start having these conversations and to start opening up these doors to, conversations that we haven't had in a long time, and to see different perspectives when it comes to, the N-word situation. What does that look like? You know what I mean? And how is Twitter going to react to that? And what conversation is that going to start? And by having these conversations, that's how we grow as humans, and that's how we grow as a community. And that
was episode 1.
And that's episode 1.
I was like, what?
And that's episode 1.
You can't do this to me in the first episode? Come on, man. What?
And we just keep getting deeper from there. And so I really hope that people walk away with a sense of pride and a sense of community and joy, and seeing Black opulence and Black excellence on screen in front of them in a brand new light. And, to give little boys who look like me, and little girls who look like Hillary, and little boys who look like Ali, and little girls who look like Simone, a chance to say, hey, this is me on screen in front of me, and I'm watching myself, and I understand these people and the shoes and the way that we talk and our lingo and the fashion. And I hope that it's just, people are really going to resonate with the show, and that's all I can hope for.
That was Bel Air star Jabari Banks. The first 3 episodes are available on Peacock. And again, fair warning to parents, the series is not a sitcom, and it is rated TVMA. Thank you for making time for us. We will keep an eye out for developments in Ukraine. In the meantime, send us your questions about this conflict. And we still want to know what role you think America should be playing, if any. So send us your questions and thoughts. We are at NBC Now Tonight on Twitter, TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram. You can also leave us a voicemail, 888-575-2NBC, or email us nowtonight@nbcnews.com. So until we meet again, I'm Joshua Johnson. Thanks for making time for us, and we'll see you tomorrow. Good night.
Tonight, the world watching for a possible Russian invasion of Ukraine as diplomatic efforts continue to stall. New video showing Russian troops practicing urban combat operations in Belarus. The Belarusian border just 50 miles from the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv. The U.S. now moving its embassy from that city, saying Russia could invade with little to no warning. Ukraine's president blasting that decision, but now calling for a day of unity on Wednesday, which he says could be the day Putin attacks. Also tonight, the plane crashing off the coast of North Carolina while carrying a group of teenagers and their parents. The urgent search for any survivors and what we've learned about the plane's movements right before it disappeared. Plus, the horrific killing in New York City. A woman followed by a stranger and then stabbed to death inside her apartment. Police say it's the suspect's 8th arrest in less than a year. The growing calls tonight to end a surge of violence in the city, including a number of attacks on the Asian American community. Palin's lawsuit dismissed. A federal judge tossing out Sarah Palin's claim she was defamed by the New York Times, saying the former Alaska governor's legal team did not prove actual malice. So why is a jury still expected to issue a verdict? In-flight emergency, the man arrested after allegedly trying to open a plane door during a flight from D.C. to Los Angeles. A crew member using a coffee pot to try and stop him. One of the other passengers on board joins Top Story tonight the moment they thought the plane was going to go down. And long-lost brothers, the siblings who did not know each other existed, connecting after 50 years thanks to a local news report. Top Story starts right now. And good evening from Los Angeles tonight. We begin Top Story with the warning Russia could launch an invasion of Ukraine as early as this week, despite continued diplomatic efforts from the U.S. and its allies. The U.S. now closing its embassy in Kyiv and relocating a small number of diplomats to a city in western Ukraine. Over the weekend, President Biden speaking to the leaders of both Russia and Ukraine, telling Putin he would face, quote, severe costs if there was an invasion. However, Russia continues its show of force at Ukraine's borders, including carrying out what appears to be urban warfare drills in Belarus. Ukraine's president calling for a day of unity this Wednesday over reports Russia could begin an invasion in less than 48 hours. Putin continues to deny plans of an attack and signaled today he could be open to more talks. But some residents in Ukraine are still preparing for a war. NBC's chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel is there and leads us off tonight.
With diplomacy going nowhere, this is not a good sign. Russian troops in Belarus practicing urban combat. U.S. officials say this week is critical, declaring Russia is now able to attack with little or no warning. So the U.S. is now moving its embassy personnel out of the capital to western Ukraine, a move criticized by Ukraine's President Zelensky, suggesting it showed weakness. And tonight, Zelensky was dismissive of U.S. intelligence that Russia could soon invade, which he says causes panic. They tell us February 16th will be the day of the attack. We will make this a day of unity, he said. His aides later said he was referring to recent media reports. Meanwhile, Ukraine's ambassador to the UK is walking back comments that Ukraine might forego its bid to join NATO, a key Russian demand. This weekend, President Biden spoke with President Putin. No breakthroughs. Today, Russia's foreign minister met the Russian president at the end of yet another long table, telling him there's still room for diplomacy. Putin, in a tight COVID bubble, has met leaders at what seems like social distance plus. Russia says it won't invade, but in Ukraine, some families are getting ready for war. Training to handle an AK-47 is Valentina Konstantinovskaya, a 79-year-old retired accountant and a great-grandmother.
Do you think you're going to actually be doing this?
Yes, if Putin will come, I should be able to shoot, she says.
The Kremlin says it's still open to diplomacy and has a 10-page document ready to discuss. U.S. officials say they, too, are still open to diplomacy. But officials tell me they're confident some Russian military action is coming.
Richard Engel leading us off tonight here on Top Story. Richard, thank you. With the threat of a possible invasion looming, the White House says it's keeping the door open for diplomacy as Russia sends thousands of additional troops to the border of Ukraine. Kelly O'Donnell joins us now from the White House. Kelly, lots of news to get to, so let's start with Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin. He's traveling to the region this week. Walk our viewers through where he's headed and what's his goal.
When you think, Tom, of the timing and the locations, it is really critical. The defense secretary is heading to NATO headquarters in Brussels. He'll also be visiting Poland and Lithuania. Part of what he'll be doing is trying to reinforce to NATO allies and partners that the U.S. will keep its commitments, will try to fortify the defenses in Europe and be a presence there at a time when things are obviously incredibly tense. When you think about the timing, to have someone as high profile as the defense secretary on the continent at a time when there could be a ground war if Russia acts, that is very notable. And so to have his presence there and his message is critical. Also, the vice president is scheduled to go to Munich for a security conference. So to have both of them there representing the United States at a time when these alliances are so key sends a big message. It may also buy some time as the U.S. and its partners are trying to forestall any action from Russia, while the White House says more aggression from Russia could happen at any time.
Speaking of buying time, we saw there in Richard's story, Russian President Vladimir Putin having a public discussion with his foreign minister and essentially leaving the door open to more diplomacy. At least that's what they said. How does the White House interpret today's comments from Moscow?
Well, one of the things they keep looking at are the actions of the Kremlin. Words can be very important in diplomacy, but actions often speak much louder. And so what they're saying is they're looking at satellite imagery and other intelligence, some of which they don't talk about publicly. But they will say there are more than 100,000 troops from Russia that have moved into locations all around the border of Ukraine, and they are in very aggressive postures. And that says to the United States and its partners that that is a very worrying sign. And so Russia can talk about wanting diplomacy, and the President Biden, and other foreign leaders are saying they want that off-ramp and want to keep that door open, but they're looking for tangible signs that Russia is willing to de-escalate. And so far, they aren't seeing that. Tom?
All right, Kelly O'Donnell for us at the White House tonight. For more insight and analysis on the escalating tension in Ukraine, I want to bring in NBC News political analyst Ben Rhodes. He's a former deputy national security advisor for the Obama administration. Ben, in Richard Engel's report, he highlighted something that Zelensky put out on Facebook today, saying that if the invasion happened on February 16th, it would be a day of unity. Some aides, there's been some reporting that he was possibly joking about this. If he really was joking, if that reporting is correct, what does that tell you about his mindset as he faces down Vladimir Putin?
Well, a couple of things. I mean, first of all, he was a comedian before he was a politician, so not totally impossible that he might bring humor into it in some fashion. I think what it reflects more acutely, though, right, is there's been some tension around the fact that the United States has put out all of this information about an imminent Russian attack, about the potential time frame for that attack. You've heard Zelensky expressing some frustration because obviously that can sow panic in the Ukrainian public, that can hurt the Ukrainian economy. Frankly, I think that the Biden team is doing it for good reason. They want to get ahead of Russia having a false pretext. So it may be that in citing this February 16 date, part of what he's alluding to is the fact that the United States has been the one that's been putting out these dates, that Ukraine is basically sitting there saying, hey, look, we've been in a low-grade conflict with Russia for 7 years now. We live constantly with the threat of invasion. But if it's February 16th, we'll be ready. So I don't take it as a negative about his capacity to deal with the crisis. I do think it speaks to the amount of pressure he's under and some of the added pressure that he's felt from not necessarily always being the one who's been out there foreshadowing when this might happen, because the Biden team is the one doing that.
Do you see, is there any way this ends without an invasion, but Ukraine still seeking a NATO membership?
I think that's a very good question, and it's very hard for me to see that. No, the U.S. tried to kind of redirect Putin's interest in a dialogue about European security to other, frankly, more tactical matters like transparency around military exercises, around missile deployments. Putin is focused on the big strategic issue of whether or not NATO continues to expand and whether or not Ukraine, which is obviously a huge border state to Russia, is a part of NATO. And absent that fundamental concession of Ukrainian neutrality, it's hard for me to see Putin not doing something militarily. Just to give people like a bit of the history here, Ukraine had indicated that it wanted this NATO membership after 2008 when they were granted what's called the NATO Membership Action Plan by NATO. After Russia invaded Georgia in 2008, which was also another country that had been offered a membership action plan bordering Russia, it was only when a Ukrainian president, 2010, publicly committed to not pursue NATO membership and to neutrality that Putin kind of backed off a bit. And then once that president was ousted in 2014, that's when Putin annexed Crimea. And so long as there has been a Ukrainian president committed to NATO membership, we've seen this degree of provocation and aggression from Putin.
All right, Ben Rhodes for us tonight here on Top Story. We'll have more on Ukraine later in the broadcast, but we want to turn now to a big headline here at home. A small plane going down off the coast of North Carolina. 8 people, including children, reportedly on board. Officials announcing just moments ago at least one passenger has been found dead. As the search continues tonight for any survivors, Morgan Chesky has the latest.
Tonight, first responders converging near the Outer Banks of North Carolina after a weekend flight took a tragic turn. Officials say a private plane with 8 people on board went down over the water late Sunday near the small town of Atlantic. The plane, a single-engine Pilatus PC-12. Family members of those on board say its owner was flying a group of kids and parents for a special one-day duck hunt. Among those, friends Cole McInnes, Daley Shepard, Jake Taylor, and Noah Styron.
We have no indication that anyone survived the crash.
Photos capture the group celebrating a fun weekend before leaving for the trip back home. The flight's return path last seen on radar by an air traffic controller at Marine Corps Air Station Cherry Point, who shared the aircraft was seen behaving erratically, then disappeared from the radar screen. The Coast Guard immediately launched rescue crews both on the water and in the air. Tonight, this message from the high school, now missing 4 of its own. Prayers for our students and the families of these individuals. We will get through this together.
All right, incredibly sad. Morgan Chesky joins us now from Dallas. Morgan, you mentioned the Coast Guard searching for the missing by land and sea tonight. What more can you tell us about some of the things they have found?
Yeah, Tom, in addition to recovering pieces of that very plane, the Coast Guard did confirm today that they have found one of those 8 people who were on board. However, they're not sharing their identity at this time. Officials stress that this search still very much ongoing until they recover those remaining 7 others. Tom?
All right, Morgan Chesky on that breaking news tonight. Morgan, thank you. We want to turn now to the horrific attack in New York City. A woman living in Chinatown found stabbed to death in her apartment. Tonight, community members speaking out against anti-Asian violence and their concerns for their own safety throughout the city. Isa Gutierrez reports tonight from Chinatown.
Tonight, a community in shock.
What happened to her was so brutal.
After police say this man brutally murdered a 35-year-old woman, following her into her apartment and stabbing her to death. NBC News has obtained this video showing the man who was arrested moments before the alleged brutal attack. The victim's name was Christina Lee.
I didn't kill nobody.
Mayor Eric Adams saying in a statement, quote, "We won't let this violence go unchecked."
Enough is enough.
City officials rallying against Asian American hate with the community Monday across the street from Lee's apartment. The NYPD not stating whether it's investigating Lee's death as a hate crime. The incident comes as crime in New York City has increased by nearly 40% in January compared to last year, according to the NYPD. Lee's landlord told NBC New York Lee had just returned home from a Saturday night out when Nash allegedly followed her into the building and up 6 flights of stairs to her apartment.
Mercilessly stalked her.
Police arrived at Lee's apartment around 4:30 Sunday morning, where they say they found her and the suspect barricaded in the unit. EMS was able to enter eventually. Then officers found Lee in the bathroom with trauma about her body. She was pronounced dead at the scene. The suspect, identified by police as 25-year-old Asamad Nash, is facing murder and burglary charges. Nash already had 5 prior felonies and multiple open court cases. Lee's company posting a photo of her on Twitter, saying, "Our hearts are broken," and that Lee was always dedicated to making beautiful and inclusive artwork. Crimes against Asians and Asian Americans specifically have risen exponentially during the pandemic in New York City. Police reporting that incidents targeting them rose by 361% in 2021.
It's like someone that could honestly be our friend, you know, someone that I'm sure we probably would have maybe ran into or connected with.
The first reaction is a lot of fear and anxiety.
Today is a joyful day, it's Valentine's Day, but today I feel very sad because this tragedy happened right here.
It's been a really hard time for Asian Americans and New Yorkers. It's hard always being on your guard, but that's what we need to do.
All right, Isa Gutierrez joins us now from Chinatown in New York, right in front of that apartment where Lee was killed. You know, Isa, there seems to be 2 problems here, right? One, that portion of your piece where you mentioned that Asian Americans are becoming the victims of so much violence lately, ever since this pandemic really took off. And then 2, you have a suspect who has a very long rap sheet who for some reason was out. So I know you spoke to a lot of people there from the community. What else did they tell you about protecting themselves?
Absolutely, Tom. I spoke with many of Lee's neighbors as well as other members of the Asian and Asian American community from around New York City, and they all said the same thing to me. This tragedy puts them more on edge than ever. They're still mourning the death of Michelle Go, the 40-year-old who was fatally shoved in front of a New York City subway car just 1 month ago tomorrow. They're taking self-defense classes. They're volunteering for organizations that help people get from place to place safely. Why? Because they are so scared that something like this could happen to them or to someone they love. Tom.
Issa Gutierrez, with the ongoing crime problems there in New York City. We do want to stay in New York now because there's been an outcome in Sarah Palin's defamation case against the New York Times, but it might not be the one you expect. There's no verdict from the jury yet. Instead, the judge throwing out the case. NBC's Dasha Burns has more.
I'll be back tomorrow. Tonight, a judge dismissing Sarah Palin's defamation lawsuit against the New York Times, saying the former Alaska governor failed to meet the burden of proving the paper acted with actual malice. Judge Jed Rakoff saying, quote, "The Supreme Court made that balance and set a very high standard, and I don't think that standard has been realized by the plaintiff with respect to at least one aspect of the actual malice requirement." The jury will still render a verdict, but it will not override the judge's decision. Palin responding outside the court.
This is a jury trial, and we always thank jurors. We always appreciate the system. So whatever happened in there kind of usurps the system that I believe we're used to and we respect and works.
What did just happen in this case?
The judge determined legally that the plaintiff didn't bring enough evidence to trial, but the jury doesn't know about this, and they continued to deliberate so that they could still return a verdict. Palin loses either way at the trial court. If the jury comes back in her favor, she loses. If the jury comes back in the Times' favor, Palin loses again.
Palin sued the Times in 2017, accusing the paper of damaging her reputation as a political commentator with an opinion piece about heated political rhetoric after Republican Representative Steve Scalise was injured in a shooting. The editorial erroneously implying a link between Palin's Political Action Committee and the 2011 shooting that injured Representative Gabby Giffords and killed 6 others. It said the PAC circulated a map of candidates in stylized crosshairs. But the Times issued a correction 2 days later, saying it, quote, incorrectly stated that a link existed and that it had incorrectly described the map.
The plaintiff had to prove here that the Times was deliberately indifferent, that they recklessly disregarded, that they put their fingers in their ears and said, la, 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 I can't hear you, to the truth. And the judge here said there wasn't enough evidence of that.
The case seen as a test of the longstanding protections for press in the U.S. Judge Rakoff saying he expects an appeal will be inevitable. What comes next here?
This is really about what happens on appeal. And there are some thorny appeal issues here that are hard to navigate. But the bottom line is this. Palin's case just got a lot harder to win on appeal, too.
All right, Dasha Burns joins us now from our top story studios there in New York. So, Dasha, this is a little strange. We heard there from Sarah Palin in your story. She's clearly upset. She wanted a jury to decide the verdict. The judge has tossed the case. So why will the jury still issue a verdict?
Yeah, Tom, the timing of this ruling is pretty surprising. It's unusual for a judge to dismiss a case while the jury is still deliberating. Now, the jury still has yet to reach a verdict, but Tom, when they do, it's not going to be moot, actually, just because a case was dismissed. This decision will be appealed, and as Danny just said in the piece there, this is all about what happens on appeal. Instead of ordering a new trial and starting the process all over again, the appeals court will now already have a jury's verdict, and they may actually choose to use that when this does, as many expect, go to appeal, Tom.
All right, Dasha Burns for us tonight. Dasha, thank you. Next, a New York couple is accused of taking part in a $4.5 billion plot to launder stolen Bitcoin, making their first appearance in court today in Washington, D.C. The Department of Justice explaining how they trace billions the couple is accused of trying to hide. Here's Jacob Ward with more.
And y'all gotta let your cars.
A day after celebrities like LeBron James and Larry David appeared in cryptocurrency commercials during the Super Bowl,
You gotta call your own shots.
this New York duo, dubbed the crypto couple, appeared in court, charged with laundering billions in Bitcoin. 34-year-old Ilya Lichtenstein and 31-year-old Heather Morgan are tech entrepreneurs. Lichtenstein, who describes himself online as an occasional magician, is the founder of a digital wallet company designed to stop fraud and terrorism. Morgan, who once wrote that strong personal branding is essential as a founder, dispensed advice on TikTok.
I'm going to tell you my secret for making dreams a reality.
Wrote about how to avoid cybercrime, and even rapped under the name Razzlecon.
Come real far, but don't know where I'm headed.
But all that time, according to the DOJ, the couple had the proceeds of a 2016 crypto theft of nearly 120,000 bitcoins, worth millions when they were stolen. Over the years, the couple allegedly moved the money around, trying to hide its origins. But unique passwords for the funds were stored online, where the authorities eventually found them.
Today, the value of that Bitcoin has grown to over $4.5 billion.
The DOJ seized $3.6 billion of it, the largest grab in department history. Bitcoin, like all cryptocurrency, relies on a blockchain, a public record of transactions which allowed authorities to trace the money. The couple could face 25 years in prison, but their personal brand will continue to grow. Netflix announced Friday it's ordering a documentary series about the couple. Meanwhile, the DOJ says it will auction off the seized billions. Jake Ward, NBC News.
Prime Minister Justin Trudeau invoking new emergency powers to break up the trucker protest that shut down part of the U.S. northern border. This comes as demonstrations inspired by this group have already started to pop up overseas. So will it happen here in the U.S.? NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has more.
So-called freedom convoys protesting COVID restrictions have been bubbling for weeks. But now police in Western Canada have arrested 11 people and seized guns, body armor, and a large quantity of ammunition at a border blockade. Late today, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau invoked rarely used emergency powers.
These blockades are illegal, and if you're still participating, the time to go home is now.
Over the weekend, the Ambassador Bridge connecting Detroit and Windsor reopened after protesters had blocked it, clogging the supply chain for U.S. automakers. But similar demonstrations have started popping up around the world, from New Zealand to France to Israel. In the U.S., they're being embraced by some conservative politicians.
But I hope the truckers do come to America. I hope they clog up cities.
But disinformation is flourishing. Facebook officials tell NBC News that some of the groups that have promoted American trucker convoys are being run by fake accounts tied to content mills in Vietnam, Bangladesh, and Romania. Extremist researchers are also warning that many anti-vaccine and conspiracy-driven communities in the U.S. are quickly pivoting to promote disruptive convoys.
These groups are using these trucker convoys specifically to push their anti-vaccine messages. It sort of worked in Canada, and they're going to see if it can work in the United States.
All right, with that, Gabe joins us now from our top stories studio in New York. Gabe, I want to pick up on that last point there. So the big question is, will these convoys happen in the U.S.? I understand you have some new reporting.
Yeah, that's right, Tom. As you know, U.S. federal authorities had been monitoring the possibility that a convoy could disrupt the Super Bowl there in Los Angeles. That obviously did not happen. But now online groups are discussing another potential date for road closures in the coming weeks, and that's March 5th. Tom?
All right, Gabe Gutierrez for us. Gabe, we thank you. We want to head overseas now to the Beijing Winter Olympics. Team USA heating up as we head into the second and final week of competition. Lots of hardware for the red, white, and blue over the weekend as the U.S. moved into third today. That's great news. Norway continuing to cruise into first place while Russia moves back into second, with Germany and Austria rounding out the top five. We want to head over to Steve Patterson now, a man who's been covering the Olympics for us here on Top Story. Steve, I know it's cold. I know it's slightly snowing there. It gets wider and wider behind you every time we come to you. I guess that's good news for the Olympics. So the U.S. finally finding their groove now with 7 gold medals. I guess the concerns about their slow start are now long gone. And an impressive 75% of the team's individual medals have been won by women of some of those stellar performances on display this weekend, right? Who brought home the gold?
Yeah, Tom, it's about -13 with the wind chill here. I just have to stand here. Those competitors have to compete in this. But yeah, I mean, really huge weekend for the United States. We've been saying this just about every few days or so. We're worried about, are they going to win more gold? Are they going to win more medals? And they consistently are now. So that's great. Erin Jackson, I mean, there should be a Hollywood screenplay option for this. If it hasn't been, I don't know what Hollywood is waiting on. This is the first black woman to win an individual gold medal, at the Olympics. She is the first to win in speed skating for the U.S. since 2010. She's the first to win a 500-meter medal since 1994. Unbelievable. She was not too long ago, less than 10 years ago, a roller derby competitor. She was found and scouted and trained up for 2018, and then over the last few years has been just putting down these amazing races. #1 in the world, first black woman to win a World Cup. But then she slipped in the qualifiers heading into the Olympics. Her teammate, Brittany Bowe, gave up her spot so she could compete in that event. And it's really good that she did, because she smashes the competition coming in first. Callie Humphreys, Alana Myers-Taylor, the monobob, the first time we've ever seen it at the Olympics. This crazy new event where instead of a team of bobsledders, you just have one woman pushing that thing down the ice, hitting it, and then trying to stay on line. And I think what we saw in that event was kind of a little bit of sloppiness from the other competitors, because it was so new. First time these women are doing that. And so I think what the U.S. had, which other teams didn't, is experience. Both of those women, multiple medal winners. Humphreys for Canada before switching, citizenship right before the games. And then Alana Myers-Taylor, of course, tested positive for COVID at the beginning of Beijing, managed to get herself back on track, and silver and gold goes to us. So more wins for the U.S., Tom. It's looking really good at this point in the last week of competition. Back to you.
Going back to that skater, Erin Jackson, who knew Olympic scouts were at roller derby competitions? But that's a good little fact to know. Two big names, though, back in action, right? Michaela Schifrin and Red Gerard. How are those competitions looking?
Michaela, I feel like we've been on Michaela watch since the beginning of the Olympics, especially, her sort of not finishing her slalom events, those events in which she was predicted to heavily be favored and win gold. She's supposed to have multiple golds by now. I think we did see her get back on track with the Super G. We saw her, finish that event, didn't win a medal, but was smiling. And I think based on the statements that we've seen so far ahead of Olympic downhill, another event that she's never done at the Olympics, I think she's looking really good, and we should maybe talk about her medaling. And then Red Gerard, I spoke to him after slopestyle, disappointing 4th place finish. He's looking for a gold. He's looking for a medal at this point. The only competitor in qualifiers to have a 75 in all of his runs. He's looking really strong, Tom.
All right, Steve Patterson from a very chilly China tonight. Steve, thank you for that. Still ahead, the stabbing spree. Nearly a dozen people stabbed at multiple locations in Albuquerque. What we're learning about the suspect now in custody. Plus, the raging fire at a gas warehouse overseas. Take a look at this. Multiple explosions reported. The evacuation's underway. We'll tell you more. And the man arrested after allegedly trying to open a plane door mid-air. One of the passengers on that flight spoke to Top Story tonight how others on board subdued the man until the plane made an emergency landing. Top Story, just getting started on this Monday night.
Critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
All right, back now with some tense and actually really scary moments in the air this weekend. An American Airlines flight from D.C. to L.A. diverted to Kansas City after a passenger tried to open an exit hatch. Crew members and even other passengers battling to subdue him. It's just the latest in a string of outrageous incidents on planes throughout this pandemic. Priscilla Thompson has more.
Tonight, an arrest on board an American Airlines flight.
Yeah, he's trying to get into the cockpit for American 1775.
After a passenger allegedly tried to open an emergency exit, according to the U.S. Attorney's Office in Missouri.
Okay, we got 4 passengers now trying to detain this gentleman, American 1775.
Passengers on board now describing the harrowing moments that led to the emergency landing and arrest. What went through your mind as you're watching all of this unfold?
I honestly thought that I was gonna die.
Muaz Mustafa was on board that flight from Los Angeles to Washington, D.C. About 2 hours into the flight, he says he noticed a commotion at the front of the plane.
A flight attendant came. He looked visibly scared, worried, as a flight attendant is just sort of yelling for the lights to be turned on, and the plane starts descending rapidly.
The flight, normally a straight shot from LA to DC, diverted to Kansas City instead, as crew members and passengers worked to subdue the disorderly passenger. At one point, a flight attendant hitting the passenger over the head with a coffee pot, according to authorities.
There's blood like at the front, like splattered around, like the flight attendant had blood stains on his white shirt.
American Airlines praising the crew for jumping into action, writing in a statement, "We're grateful to our crew members who are consistently dedicated to the safety and care of our customers and who handled the circumstances with the utmost skill and professionalism." The incident, one of many this weekend involving unruly passengers. A Honolulu-bound flight returned to Phoenix due to a passenger disruption. And before Sunday's big game, longtime running back Adrian Peterson was arrested on a domestic violence charge at a LAX after an incident with his wife on board a flight to Houston, according to the NFL.
Peterson was released from jail, but he will have to go before a judge this summer.
A spokesperson for the Petersons telling NBC News the incident is a private misunderstanding. These incidents, the latest in a spike of disruptive or violent incidents on board planes that began last year. In 2021, the Federal Aviation Administration logged nearly 6,000 unruly passenger reports, most involving mask wearing. Did you ever think that you would be caught in the middle of something like this?
No, I didn't. It's scary, and you're on this little metal cylinder in the air, and one person on there could become a real problem. At the same time, it was comforting to see like heroic people, other Americans, passengers that kind of got up and worked with the crew to help, neutralize the bad situation.
Yeah, great. Those passengers stepped up because that can be such a scary situation. Priscilla Thompson joins us now from 30 Rock Live tonight. So, Priscilla, what more do we know about this suspect, and has he already been charged?
Yeah, Tom, 50-year-old Juan Rimberto Rivas has been charged with assaulting and intimidating a flight attendant. According to the U.S. Attorney's Office in Missouri, he's currently in federal custody awaiting a detention hearing. Tom?
Okay, glad they were able to land that plane. Priscilla, thank you. When we come back, the skating scandal rocking Beijing, the Russian figure skater testing positive for a banned substance, but still allowed to compete. How it will affect other athletes who placed and win medals. And the Los Angeles Rams celebrating their Super Bowl win. The victory parade just announced, plus the iconic landmark about to get a makeover for the celebration. Stay with us.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment.
All right, back now with Top Stories newsfeed, and we start with some developing news: an arrest in a stabbing spree in New Mexico. Police in Albuquerque say 42-year-old Tobias Gutierrez stabbed 11 people at 7 different locations across the city on Sunday. He allegedly carried out the attacks with a large knife and while riding a BMX-style bike. The stabbings do appear to be random. All the victims, though, are expected to survive. That's good news. All right, the U.S. has suspended all avocado imports from Mexico after a U.S. health official was threatened while inspecting a plant there. Drug cartel turf battles have recently led to the extortion of avocado growers in the country. No word yet on how long the suspension will last, but it came on the eve of the Super Bowl, the biggest sales day of the year for Mexican avocado growers. All right, and Super Bowl champions, the L.A. Rams, will get their victory parade on Wednesday. The parade is expected to begin at the Shrine Auditorium and end at the L.A. Memorial Coliseum. A rally will then be held outside. The iconic Hollywood sign, this is pretty cool, is also being temporarily changed to read Rams House after the team beat the Bengals 23-20 to take home the Lombardi Trophy. All right, we do want to return now to Ukraine and civilians there on edge as hundreds of thousands of troops surround the country, really on all sides. The nation now confronting a new enemy inside their borders: disinformation. NBC's Aaron McLaughlin has the story for us from the ground in Ukraine.
Outside the U.S. Embassy in Kyiv, what seems like an anti-American protest, with hundreds of retirees holding signs declaring the United States the enemy. But take a closer look.
This is very clearly an anti-American protest, but the people holding the sign don't speak English and say they don't know what it says.
Retiree Alexei Solomko claims someone asked him to hold this sign, but won't say who.
I'm for America, not against. It helps Ukraine. I came here pro-America.
But you're holding an anti-American sign.
Well, I don't know what's written there. Now you've told me, and now I know.
Screen grabs obtained by NBC News suggest protesters were paid, offering the equivalent of $7. While NBC News cannot verify the screen grabs, and they surface at a time in which no one can be sure who is telling the truth, a Ukrainian intelligence source says the protest was first shared on websites with known links to Russian intelligence. Ukrainian experts call it part of what they describe as Russia's extended campaign of disinformation, cyber attacks, and bomb threats on metro stations, even elementary schools. Allegations NBC News has not been able to confirm what's known as hybrid warfare, designed to destabilize from within.
The main enemy for the Kremlin and the main enemy they want to show their domestic audience is the United States, not Ukraine.
The Kremlin did not get back to us, but has denied similar allegations. Meanwhile, Ukrainian intelligence says an unprecedented disinformation campaign is ongoing tonight.
All right, that was Aaron McLaughlin there reporting from Ukraine. Now to Top Stories Global Watch and the deadly explosion in the south of France.
Authorities say the blast started in a commercial building, but then flames spread to nearby apartments. At least 7 people were killed, including 2 children. Crews are still searching the debris for any victims or survivors. The cause is still under investigation. And in Chile, a fire at a gas warehouse prompted hundreds of evacuations. This video is wild. The cell phone video shows the fire and several explosions erupting outside of a residential building. More than 1,500 residents forced to evacuate. Roads in the area shut down. Local media reporting 3 people were inside the factory when that fire began, but they were not injured. All right. Now, for more on the Olympic Games, the women's individual figure skating event set to begin tomorrow in Beijing. The favorite, 15-year-old Russian Kamila Valieva. She will compete despite testing positive for a banned substance, but no medals will be awarded until a full investigation is complete. I know, it sounds bizarre to us as well. NBC's Kelly Kobiella has more on this controversial decision.
After a head-spinning back and forth, Russian figure skating phenom Kamila Valieva is headed back to the ice, despite testing positive for a banned substance.
The CAS panel in charge of this matter has decided to let Ms. Valieva continue her participation in the Olympic Winter Games Beijing 2022.
The Court of Arbitration for Sport ruling a suspension would have caused irreparable harm to Valieva, who is a minor and who failed the drug test before the Olympic Games. The 15-year-old gold medal favorite tested positive for trimetazidine, a heart medication that can help some athletes with endurance, at a competition on Christmas Day in Russia. But the results of that test took 6 weeks to report.
It's either a sinister plot to continue the Russia state-sponsored cover-ups or, incompetence by leaders not to resolve a positive test going into one of the most important events of the world.
News of the positive test broke with the Beijing Games already well underway. On the same day, Valieva led the Russian team to gold, becoming the first woman to land a quad jump in competition. That medal ceremony was mysteriously delayed. Then, the stunning announcement: the Russian anti-doping agency suspended Valieva. But the ban was overturned a day later, and now the Court of Arbitration sealing Valieva's fate, allowing her to compete in the women's individual event on Tuesday with one notable difference.
Should Ms. Valieva finish amongst the top 3 competitors in the women's single skating competition, no flower ceremony and no medal ceremony will take place during the Olympic Winter Games Beijing 2022.
Former Olympians taking to social media to voice their outrage, writing they are furious, helpless, and shocked that Valieva is allowed to compete. Figure skater and coach Adam Rippon, who earned a bronze medal with Team USA in 2018, tweeting, "The ladies' event tomorrow is a complete joke."
Now you're getting into a situation where precedent is set, and who's going to be responsible, and how are they going to be able to do this in the future if you're allowing athletes that tested positive under their rules to continue on in the games. So it is an absolute mess.
U.S. track star Sha'Carri Richardson, who was suspended during the Summer Games after testing positive for THC, slamming the ruling as a double standard, tweeting, "Can we get a solid answer on the difference of her situation and mine?" adding, "The only difference I see is I'm a black young lady." Allegations of this kind are nothing new for Russia. The country has been banned from the last 3 Olympics after a massive doping scheme uncovered in 2014, with athletes like Valieva allowed to compete as part of the Russian Olympic Committee, at least for now. Kelly Kobiella, NBC News.
And with that, we want to bring in NBC Olympic skating analyst and 1988 gold medalist Brian Boitano now for more on this. He also hosts Olympic Ice during these Olympic Games on Peacock. So, Brian, we heard a lot of reaction in Kelly's story there. There's a lot going on here. You won a gold medal at the Olympics. You know how hard it is to train and that moment to receive that medal and to represent your country. What do you make of all this?
Tom, it's just so confusing. It just seems like a big mess. I mean, the things that stand out to me are, Russia and the IOC are not accountable to anyone. It just doesn't make sense, the decisions that they're making. And like you said on, the moment of being able to win an Olympic medal, no matter what color it is, it's something that you have for your whole life to remember. And to have that taken away from those women, and also in the team competition to take away from the other teams, you're taking away the memories. It just doesn't go along with the Olympic ideals.
So, Brian, for people who can appreciate figure skating but are not experts like yourself, who have never competed, especially not at the Olympic level, people may hear performance-enhancing drugs and figure skating. It's not a sport you would think you'd want to take a drug to get better at, but some athletes apparently do.
Back in the day, they thought that Olympic ice skaters wouldn't take drugs because doping would make you bulky and, strong. And the whole idea is when you fly through the air, you're supposed to be light. But I guess in light of that, there have been these drugs that are stamina enhancing. So it makes you able to get more oxygen in your blood, and it makes you stronger for longer. So the thing that you have to remember, Tom, is it's figure skating is, you have a free skate. It's a lot of power moves within a long timeline. So you have to have both stamina and explosive muscles. So really it is unlike any other sport, and they're just discovering other drugs that can benefit in other ways. You've seen the skater in question perform, obviously. Is there anything in her performance or any moves? I know some people think she's the best at doing quads. Is there anything that leads you to believe there's something suspicious there? She is amazing. If this drug gives you flexibility, that would be something that I would say, no, it can't give you flexibility, but she is, she's 15. Her stamina is great. Most of the times when you see someone, of 15, 16, 17, their stamina is amazing. It is a little bit of a head scratcher. And I've read articles, from doctors who have said they don't really understand why she is taking this type of drug, and also that it's so detectable. It's very easy to detect. It seems like they, would have her doing something else, but it is definitely, she is one of the best in the world, if not the best to come along in a very long time, jumping with ease. She does everything well. She is an amazing girl, and nobody wants to see this 15-year-old girl go through this, but it has just been such a mess with the ROC and the IOC.
Brian Boitano for us tonight. Brian, we thank you for coming on Top Story. Coming up, Bitcoin at the big game. Cryptocurrency companies filling up a lot of the Super Bowl commercial time, including one that just featured a QR code for the entire ad. So what's behind the crypto marketing blitz? Stay with us.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone.
Golf now. Download the app and go play.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone.
Golf now. Download the app and go play.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
And we are back now with Money Talks, what consumers and investors need to know from the business world and beyond. If you watched the Super Bowl last night, then you saw a lot of commercials centered around cryptocurrency. Companies like Coinbase and FTX and Crypto.com looking to gain new buyers and help give Bitcoin the boost it needs after a disappointing January. Bitcoin bouncing back this month, trading at approximately $42,000 after dipping as low as $33,000 a few weeks ago. I want to bring in CNBC technology reporter Kate Rooney, who covers all things crypto for CNBC and for Top Story at times. Kate, first, welcome back to Top Story. You know, I want to ask you about all those crypto commercials we saw yesterday during the Super Bowl last night. Coinbase was one that really stood out. For their entire 30-second ad, they had a QR code bouncing around the screen. Their website ended up crashing.
Yeah, absolutely, Tom. Well, good to see you. Thanks so much for having me. I, for one, stood up for that QR code and was not surprised to see that it was Coinbase based on the amount of crypto spending we've seen when it comes to advertising. But despite the action during the Super Bowl, there's been a lot of buzz around crypto. Bitcoin hasn't really been attracting a ton of new buyers in the past few months, and analysts see this as a big roadblock to any sustained rally, or bull market as it's often called. And so Bitcoin's price has recovered a little bit since January. That was a tough month. Analysts, though, for now, don't think that there's enough new interest to support a longer-term rebound. So that's really what Coinbase and some of the other crypto platforms were trying to solve with those Super Bowl ads. They're looking to bring in new users. I did just get some data from Sensor Tower in the last couple of hours showing that Coinbase is now number 2 in terms of downloads in the App Store. For some context, it was ranked at 186 just a couple of days ago. So it did work in the near term. But the things that really tend to bring people in organically and keep them around are Bitcoin prices. So people want to get in when the price is going up and when it's moving around. I spoke to an analyst, Tom Lee of Fundstrat, who's closely followed on Wall Street and in the crypto community. He said, yeah, you know, those Super Bowl ads might be a boost in terms of user numbers for the exchanges. Crypto prices, though, if those stay flat, people might not, A, be as eager to trade, or B, tell their friends to sign up and trade. So there's a risk that, yeah, they'll get on the platform, but they could lose money and then could eventually be spooked off by some of the volatility. So he's not as convinced that this is a long-term sustainable ad in terms of the amount of people moving into the market just based on some of the buzz around the Super Bowl.
So, Kate, you know, crypto clearly is having a moment. We saw that with the Super Bowl ads. I was sort of taken back. I was walking through downtown Los Angeles, and the Staples Center is now Crypto.com arena, which just kind of surprised me. It just kind of showed me the power of crypto, at least right now with the valuations. But there's a survey out by an investment management company, and it found that 68% of investment executives don't think their clients should get into crypto right now. Their top concerns seem to be related to transparency issues and regulation. So what do you think about that?
Yeah, it's definitely a factor. I think there's a lot of people that are still skeptical about the asset class. It is relatively new. CNBC actually did a survey on this last year looking at some of the barriers to entry. Age actually tends to be the biggest factor in terms of perception of risk and risk appetite. So roughly half of all U.S. investors, based on that survey, said that crypto is high risk, but there were some big differences in opinion depending on age. So about a third of those 18 to 34, so the younger side of the investment spectrum there, say that it's risky. And you look at those over age 64, they're much more skeptical. About 2/3 described it as a high-risk investment. Transparency might be a big concern there, and some would actually argue that Bitcoin is more transparent because it's traceable. So the jury's out in terms of, you know, who, if that actually is the case. Law enforcement have actually been able to trace Bitcoin transactions and would argue that in some cases it's actually more traceable and secure than cash. But we talked about some of the lack of new buyers. The older group is actually the one that a lot of crypto analysts and Wall Street analysts are looking to as that potential cohort of new buyers. The older generation right now controls the majority of wealth in this country. So in terms of where they're going to spend their money, if they get more comfortable with crypto, they could actually be the ones to really move the markets. On regulation, though, you asked about that, Tom. That is still a big risk. It's still an unknown. The industry has been calling for a lot more clarity. They're spending a lot in D.C. when it comes to lobbying. So the expectation is that we may see some more action and some more attention out of Congress. And the consensus view right now is that the U.S. probably won't ban Bitcoin, at least. It's right now a $2 trillion industry if you look at cryptocurrencies altogether. You know, the ad spending is one indicator of that. But I think we will get a little bit more clarity, and that's what I'm hearing in terms of the industry looking for that. And that could be seen as a good thing. I think when it's more regulated, people think of it as safer, and that could be one of the catalysts just for mainstream adoption.
All right, Kate Rooney for us, explaining all things crypto, which sometimes can be confusing. Kate, great to have you on tonight. Coming up, the long-lost brothers. A man watching a local news report discovering a brother he did not know he had. How the two made the connection and the moment they met after more than 5 decades.
I believe every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
United States! Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar, Kayla. We are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Finally tonight, two brothers separated for nearly 5 decades finally reunited thanks to a local news report on our Sacramento affiliate, KCRA. Jesse Kirsch has a story.
When Randy Waits turned on his local news last December, he got a lot more than the weather.
We usually go to Europe, and we said, you know what, instead of the 14-hour flight, we'll do the 1-hour flight.
This man's name and face flashing across Northern California TVs for just seconds during our affiliate's newscast. But tuning into KCRA, Randy Waits saw more than enough.
I've seen him on the news, and I've never met anybody else that had the same spelling of my last name.
Soon Randy's daughter was on the case too, tracking down Eddie Waits of Southern California.
I saw his features, and he actually looked a lot like my dad in the eyes. So I did my research, and I just searched up his name and looked up all I could.
Turns out this Waits family wasn't the only one seeing a resemblance.
And once I seen the picture of him, I seen my dad. I seen our dad.
That's right. Eddie Waits and Randy Waits are brothers, as KCRA reports, adding the pair was separated at a young age for more than 50 years, never knowing each other existed until February 5th, when they embraced for the first time.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
Where you been all my life?
I don't know. Where have you been?
Yeah, right.
The reunion just in time for Uncle Ed to help celebrate his nephew's 13th birthday.
It's crazy. I didn't even know that could happen.
Thanks to Curiosity, a made for and by TV moment, bringing family together.
Welcome.
Thank you, buddy.
Jesse Kirsch, NBC News.
And we want to thank our affiliate again, KCRA, for their help with that report. And we thank you for watching Top Story tonight on this Monday. We'll see you back in New York tomorrow. Have a great night.
If you're confused about whether Russia is about to invade Ukraine and kick off a devastating and deadly war, well, welcome to Monday with the world on edge. You've got the U.S. moving its embassy out of Kyiv, and this flip quip from the Ukrainian president stressing people out to the point his office had to walk it back. So, is war imminent? Or is there really, as the White House keeps saying, an open door for diplomacy? We're going to break that down in a minute. Plus, some breaking news from Canada as we were walking into the studio. The Canadian Prime Minister just announcing he'll pull out these rare emergency powers to stop the trucker protests we've been telling you about. What that means for those demonstrators, even as a key bridge reopens today, and this whole thing feels far from over. And also, just into us, the accounting firm for the Trump Organization basically firing the Trump Organization, saying the paperwork it prepared for almost a decade shouldn't be relied on. Why that could be a big deal for the investigation into the former president's company. And Bonnie and Clyde, they are not. The couple, arrested for allegedly trying to launder $4 billion worth of Bitcoin, heads to court, and we've got the wild details about a crime made for prime time. Plus, Meta tossed out its facial recognition program, but could the company still have your data anyway? More on why Texas is now suing over that very question and just how many billions of dollars it could cost the platform. Hey, I'm Hallie. And listen, it's been a confusing couple of hours with the world on edge over what's going down between Ukraine and Russia. It is a cliche to say that tensions are soaring, but here's the thing, they are. Everybody is bracing for the possibility Vladimir Putin will invade and start a war in Europe. Okay, so maybe not the greatest time for the Ukrainian president to drop some apparent sarcasm in his speech to his country, but he did, and succeeded only in freaking out his people that maybe Moscow will invade, maybe this week, maybe on Wednesday specifically. President Zelensky's office had to walk it back, saying this whole Wednesday thing, February 16th, was not official. It's not some big warning. He's just repeating a date that was speculated about in some media reports. But that doesn't mean the tensions have evaporated. They are definitely still there, with the Pentagon's press secretary saying today the U.S. doesn't think Putin has made up his mind either way.
We still don't believe that some final decision has been made. I won't get into a specific date. I don't think that would be smart. I would just tell you that it is entirely possible that he could move with little to no warning.
Tomorrow, the defense secretary heads to Europe to visit some NATO allies, including to Poland, where U.S. troops are headed. But remember, the Pentagon has said no matter what, those troops are staying out of Ukraine, even if Russia invades. But because the Kremlin has moved more troops to the border, even in the last 24 to 48 hours, you've got the State Department moving embassy operations out of Kyiv, further west toward Poland, just in case. So let's bring in now Matt Bradley in eastern Ukraine. Matt, here's the thing. Viewers of this show will know that when you and I have talked in the past, we've talked about how President Zelensky of Ukraine was kind of downplaying the potential for this possible invasion. Then he comes out in a speech, sets a date, basically. That's the way it was seen by the rest of the world. Then his office has to walk it back. What is the deal?
I mean, did he walk it back? I mean, we walked it back. That was the problem, and that was the scramble that we were facing. You know, we read in the transcript as it was interpreted that this was February 16th, that he was saying that this was the date, which is something that we had heard in other media reports like a week ago. So we were kind of panicking. I'm not going to lie, Hallie. You know, we were wondering, what does he mean? Turns out, as you said, he was being sarcastic. Sarcasm, these jokes, they're kind of hard to translate, and we were fumbling with that. And we weren't the only network that was doing that. We weren't the only journalists that were doing that. But then you got to go kind of wonder about the president of Ukraine. Like, do you have to joke about a war? But that was a real trouble for us. And, you know, so I don't think they were really walking it back. I think we were the ones doing that.
Okay, fine, Matt. Fair point. The bottom line, though, is that Zelensky said something when he knows the world is watching on an international stage at a moment when it feels different, as you well know, having been there, right? Based on the warnings that we've heard from the United States National Security Advisor, from top U.S. officials, the intelligence that has been coming out. At a time when semantics matter, when every word matters, we could not call it a walk back, but that's essentially what his office has to do, was issue an international clarification, which seems like, hey, maybe not the greatest time for that. I know that some experts that we spoke with today were shocked that Zelensky, in their view, wandered into this mess.
Remember, too, though, Hallie, this is a comedian. This guy was a comedian right up until the day he took office in this presidency. So for Ukrainians that we talked to, for our translators, for people who we know here on the ground, they said this was pretty clear. And again, this was a problem for us. We weren't in touch with how the Ukrainians were communicating. This was our problem. He maybe shouldn't have been joking. It might have been tone deaf on his part, considering everything that was at stake, and there was a lot at stake. But, and again, we weren't the only network that did that, and I'm sure that networks throughout the world and journalists throughout the world were wondering this. He did say other things. He said that he had heard this before, and he was doing something that he's been doing for the past couple of weeks, which is kind of taking this tone, a little bit of mockery, a little bit of derision when it comes to Western media and Western intelligence assessments. And I'm not going to lie here, a lot of Ukrainians feel that way. They kind of have this sort of bitter, acidic wit when it comes to what they're hearing from the West, when their prognostications about whether or not there's going to be an invasion. They're frustrated with it, and they betray their frustration all the time. And that's what we were hearing today from Zelensky. We've been hearing that from other officials. They don't like being, and if you'll allow me to use this phrase, Hallie, they don't like being mansplained about Ukraine by non-Ukrainians. And that's something that we've been hearing from a lot of people. We have intelligence resources. We've got our military on the borders. We're Ukrainians. We're the leadership of Ukraine. Zelensky has basically said this before. I'm the president of Ukraine. Don't tell me about what the risks are, about what my public faces. And he said that again, basically again today. And that's why this whole thing about this unity march, this date, February 16th, day after tomorrow, he's making that into a day of national unity when you're going to be parading around wearing the national flag. He's saying, turn this into something else. Make this into something that just says, that the West can't tell us that this is the date of an invasion, and Moscow can't tell us to be afraid. There's a little bit of like a subtle, it's subtly telling everybody to go away.
Yeah, it's like a little,
telling us.
It's a little bit of a middle finger. I think we can say that, right? Like a little bit of one.
Yeah. I can say that. I didn't know. Can we say that? We can say it's a middle finger.
You can say a lot of things, Matt. So here's the thing, that the posture and the messaging from the U.S. is different. Sure, but listen, the actions from the U.S. reflect a very different posture, at least from where we are, with the State Department still going ahead with pulling embassy operations, as you know, out of Kyiv, moving them further west, precautionarily, just to be safe, apparently.
Yeah, and they're moving them to, I believe they're moving them to Lviv, which is way out west. It was a city that used to be in Austria, essentially. So this is a city that actually looks totally different from the rest of Ukraine. And this is out of an abundance of caution. We already started to see some U.S. diplomats move. And again, there's more than a dozen countries who are doing this. I think the U.S. is maybe taking an even harder line, it sounds like almost emptying out their embassy entirely. But this is out of an abundance of caution. We're seeing pushback from the Ukrainian government about this. They don't love seeing diplomats doing this. They understand it. They might do the same with their diplomats in similar circumstances. But again, all of this is coming down to optics. They don't like the optics. They don't like seeing airlines canceling flights to Ukraine. That's actually causing, they don't like seeing Fitch downgrading ratings for bonds that are coming out of Ukraine. These things are actually literally costing the population money. So they're paying the price for a war that hasn't yet been waged. And that's really, a big topic, a real source of anger here.
Matt Bradley, live for us there in Ukraine. Matt, thank you. So right as we were coming on the air, the Canadian Prime Minister dropped a government grenade, so to speak, on those trucker protests we've been telling you about, announcing he's going to use the Emergencies Act in Canada, something we almost never see, to give his administration the power to break up those trucker demonstrations, which are heading into their third straight week in Ottawa. Here's Justin Trudeau.
With each illegal blockade, local law enforcement agencies have been acting to keep the peace within their jurisdiction. Despite their best efforts, it is now clear that there are serious challenges to law enforcement's ability to effectively enforce the law.
That bit of breaking news is coming as Ontario announces that people inside in public there don't need proof of vaccination anymore starting March 1st, which to some folks kind of sounded like a concession to the protesters. But leaders there say, no, that's not it. It's because the COVID numbers say it's safe now. And then in Windsor, that Ambassador Bridge you've been seeing is reopening today after this almost week-long border blockade started to really cripple the car industry. I want to bring in now Gabe Gutierrez. So, Gabe, let me start with what we just heard from Prime Minister Trudeau, not even in the last 20, 30 minutes or so, invoking this Emergencies Act because of these protests that are still happening in other Canadian cities. What kind of a difference is that going to make? What does that give the government the authority to do that they can't do now?
Hi there, Hallie. Well, yes, it is rarely used. It's a big deal because basically frustration has been mounting in Canada the last several days and weeks, which, as you mentioned, these protesters have been kind of shutting the northern border between the U.S. northern border and, you know, the Ambassador Bridge, the huge amount of commerce that it was prevented from coming over into the U.S. These emergency powers, Hallie, will give local police the ability to prohibit public assembly. More resources will be available to local law enforcement. And again, this is something that Prime Minister Trudeau says needs to be done in order to get these demonstrators under control. One thing you didn't mention, Hallie, and that also happened within the last 24 hours, is that in Western Canada, police have actually arrested 11 people and seized a lot of ammunition, body armor, weapons, suggesting that at least some of these demonstrators, again, not all, but at least some of these demonstrators may have been plotting some violence, Hallie.
You've also got, listen, you talked about the Ambassador Bridge, and Gabe, that's really important because as you say, this is a key lifeline for the Michigan economy, right? And the idea of trade across the border there. But there's still a police presence at the bridge. So it is open, but still being monitored? Like, how are we to think of this? Because this doesn't feel like it's totally over and done just yet.
Yeah, certainly not. And look, yes, the Ambassador Bridge may have reopened, but, you know, my colleague Cal Perry was over in Canada over the last several days. He was also not just in Windsor, but in Ottawa, the capital city. Some of the demonstrators had just, you know, basically sat there. And it doesn't take a lot in order to block these routes. All you need is several trucks, and you can really cause a lot of chaos by just preventing, you know, these trucks from going over the bridge. So certainly not over yet. And by the way, Hallie, there was this talk that some of these convoys may have tried to disrupt the Super Bowl. That obviously did not happen. Right. But in some of these communities, online communities, I should say, according to my colleague Ben Collins, who's taking a very close look at this, he says that these demonstrations, that these demonstrators, these convoys, might be now looking towards March 5th. As their next day of potentially disrupting roads across the U.S. Still remains to be seen whether it'll actually happen.
Well, not just in the U.S., not just in Canada, Gabe. We've seen this in countries all around the world. Belgium, Israel, France. And there's different ways that police are responding. You've got in Paris, police shooting off tear gas into these crowds of protesters. Then in New Zealand, they're taking a different tactic. They're playing the Macarena and Baby Shark and other, you know, what some people might think of as annoying songs at very loud volumes to try to get people to leave. What seems to be working and what's not working?
You know, Hallie, there's nothing annoying about the Macarena. I love the Macarena. I really do. I haven't heard it in a really long time, though. But yes, I could see being subjected to it over and over again might be very difficult. Look, this is something that is happening across the world. And again, my colleague Ben Collins says that, you know, this, at least some of the fuel being poured on this is tied to disinformation that is actually coming from overseas and content mills in countries like Bangladesh and Romania. So anti-vaccine groups, apparently, according to my colleague Ben Collins' reporting, have really seized on this so-called movement. And these anti-vaccine groups and conspiracy theorists are taking the opportunity here and seeing, you know, a possibility that they can gain, you know, they can fly under the radar, not referring to themselves as, you know, they won't be be booted off of Facebook if they say that they are simply anti-vaccine. So this is really, as you said, happening across the world.
Yeah.
Big question on how much really, though, how many legs the movement does have and whether it will translate to actual protests here in the United States in the coming weeks, Hallie.
Gabe Gutierrez, great to see you on this story for us. Thank you for that reporting. Breaking right now, really in just the last couple minutes, we've got some news about the accounting firm for the Trump Organization, longtime accounting firm, now cutting ties with the organization and saying nearly 10 years worth of financial statements from the company can no longer be viewed as reliable. We're learning about this from a letter just made public by the New York Attorney General. She's been conducting this civil investigation into the former president's company. And literally, as I was talking to Gabe, as we've been on the air, we got a statement from the Trump Organization on this, basically saying, essentially, this doesn't really matter, saying in part, quote, their February 9th letter from Mazars, their now former accounting firm, confirms that after conducting a subsequent review of all prior statements of financial condition, Mazars' work was performed in accordance with all applicable accounting standards and principles. Here to translate that into English for us is NBC's Tom Winter, who's covering this. So, Tom, explain a couple things here. You've got Mazars, this accounting firm, essentially cutting ties with the Trump Organization. Normally, we're not bringing you this as breaking news. We're not CNBC. That's not our jam. Here's why this is so interesting, is because this is happening against the backdrop of that investigation from the New York Attorney General. So explain why this is significant.
Right, and so this is a letter that was filed today, although it was sent to the Trump Organization last week, Hallie. And essentially what it's saying is, hey, look, for 10 years, effectively, from June 2011 to 2020 in June, we provided you with a number of the statements of financial condition. So this would be, if I was your accountant, Hallie, and that's probably not a good thing, but if I was your accountant, I would say, all right, send me your bank statement, send me your 401k, send me any stocks you might have, any sort of funds you may have overseas, what properties do you have, and I'll put together essentially a health check and say, look, this is how much Hallie owes to people, this is how much money Hallie has, and here's all the properties and assets, and this is why you may or may not feel comfortable lending to her and doing business with her. And what they've said is that the Trump Organization can no longer rely on those statements. In the statement from the Trump Organization, they're referring to the part of the letter where they say, look, while we have not concluded that the various financial statements as a whole contain material discrepancies based upon the totality of the circumstances, we believe our advice to you is to no longer to rely on these statements. They say they've done that in part from the Attorney General, who you referenced, their civil investigation, their filings, Mazars' own internal investigation, and information that they've received both from within and outside of the company. So, and on top of that, they've got a conflict, they say, which is prohibiting them from continuing to represent and provide accounting for the Trump Organization. So when you put it all together, effectively you're saying, look, you got to hire somebody new, and the information that we gave to you before, which is based on the information you gave us, we've now got some problems with it.
So the Trump Organization seems to be saying, Tom, and again, I'm reading this like from my phone because it's coming in as we're on the air, seems to be saying, hey, this is kind of vindication for us. Is that spin from the Trump Organization? Is that what they hope is happening here? Cut through some of that for us.
Yeah, that's what I would hope it would be if I were them. I think that when you look at this, it's probably the opposite. An accountant doesn't dream up the numbers. They rely on the numbers that are given to them. And based on this filing, it would seem that they can no longer stand up those numbers and provide their kind of seal of approval, Hallie. If they can't provide that seal of approval, that there's some sort of an issue with the underlying information that they received, I can understand how I would put out the statement that same way if I was the Trump Organization. I don't know if investigators are going to look at it that way or are looking at it that way as they continue to come through these docs.
Tom Winter, jumping in front of a camera for us on that. Tom, thank you.
Sure thing.
Today, in opening statements of the federal hate crimes trial for the 3 men who killed Ahmaud Arbery, prosecutors laid out how texts, how social media posts, and how witness testimony will prove, they say, that racism and hate played a role in the murder of Ahmaud Arbery. You remember back in February of 2020, Travis McMichael, his father Gregory McMichael, William Roddy Bryan, the 3 you see on your screen there, chased Arbery down a road. They told police they thought he was stealing in the neighborhood. Cell phone video showed some kind of a interaction, altercation, and then Travis McMichael shoots Arbery twice. This is the first time the McMichaels and Bryan, who, by the way, were already convicted of murder in state court in Georgia. They've already been sentenced to life in prison. But this time, in this trial, they're specifically accused of murdering him because of racial bias.
Arbery's family has fought for this charge to be heard in court. 2 weeks ago, remember, the family made very clear their objections to a plea deal because they worried that the McMichaels would end up in a prison that wasn't what they wanted. Blaine Alexander joins us now from Atlanta. So, Blaine, we know that the opening statements wrapped up about 90 minutes ago. No cameras allowed inside. But can you bring us some of the highlights here? Because prosecutors were very clear and very specific in some of the language, the racist language that these three men have used in the past, they say.
They were very specific with that language, and this is really kind of what we've been wanting to find out for a few weeks now. We knew that it was going to show some sort of racist language, racial bias, according to the prosecutors, but today they really hit it on the nose. I want to read actually one of the more shocking passages that the prosecutor laid out. She says this came from Travis McMichael when he was speaking to a friend about a new job that he took, and I'm going to read a direct quote. She gave the direct quote today in court, essentially saying, "Zero expletives work with me. They ruin everything. That's why I love what I do, not an expletive in sight." And of course, the expletive is a derogatory term for a black person. So she kind of lays out the case that in social media posts and text messages, there have been either racist language or rants about black people that was used by the three defendants. And she says that gives kind of a window into their thinking, a window into their mindset, and why she says they made assumptions about Ahmaud Arbery when they saw him running down the street. That's what caused them to chase him down and ultimately kill him. Now, for their part, the defense attorneys in three separate opening statements all essentially said, listen, this is not good language. That can't be argued against, but it does not mean that their clients chased him down because he's black. They say that essentially he had been seen on video entering a house that was under construction in a neighborhood where there were burglaries. That's the reason they chased him down, because he was the man in the video in the house, not because he was a black man, Hallie.
So a couple more points to make here that I think are important. The jury makeup in the state trial was pretty controversial because it was a mostly white jury, 11 white people, 1 black juror in a location in a county that is majority black, right? That came up. Now you have a more diverse jury, but the fact that this is even to trial in the first place is interesting because there was a plea deal. Blaine, you and I were talking a couple of weeks ago about the idea that there was maybe a plea deal in place. Ahmaud Arbery's family was adamant they did not want to see a plea deal. They wanted this federal hate crimes trial to happen.
Absolutely. So not only was there a plea deal, Travis McMichael actually went in front of a judge in open court and pleaded guilty to this and then withdrew that plea, that guilty plea, a few days later. Greg McMichael certainly signaled that he was getting ready to do so. So, you know, this is not something that can be used in court. It's not something that the jury can consider. And during this jury selection process, the judge asked a number of questions to essentially make sure that the jurors or the potential jurors didn't have any sort of knowledge of previous coverage or hadn't necessarily been watching the case, really tried to get those who had a clean slate, who didn't know about the conversations that you and I were having, about the coverage that we've been having, that the intentions were for them to plead guilty. So they tried their best to kind of get a clean slate with the jury. But let's talk about that racial breakdown, because you're absolutely right. More diverse. The breakdown is as follows. We've got 8 white jurors, 3 black jurors, and 1 Hispanic juror in a jury of 12. And then, of course, 4 alternates, one of whom is a Pacific Islander. So certainly more diverse. I think the other piece of it, too, is that they're not all from Brunswick. This is a much wider net. We're talking about the entire Southern District of Georgia. So we're talking about people from as far as 4 hours away in this very large state of Georgia. So some geographical diversity as well when it comes to this jury pool, Hallie.
Blaine Alexander reporting for us on this. Blaine, I'm sure we'll talk again over the next couple of weeks. Appreciate you being there. Right now, a judge in a D.C. court is currently deciding whether to keep New York couple Ilya Lichtenstein and Heather Morgan in prison behind bars in jail or not. And here's why. These are the two who allegedly conspired to launder something like $4 billion in stolen Bitcoin. Prosecutors say they found $40,000 in U.S. and foreign currency. They found more than 50 electronic devices and Bitcoin wallets. They found hollowed out books and a bag marked burner phone on it when they went to go search the house. Lichtenstein's a Russian tech founder and, quote, occasional magician. Morgan's a streetwear designer and a rapper who goes by Razzle Khan. And when the feds were getting ready to search their apartment and find all this stuff, the couple said they'd leave, but they said they wanted their cat. Apparently, they said the cat was under the bed, but as Morgan called for it, she grabbed her phone instead to hit the lock button. Agents had to get it from her. Prosecutors say that's going to make it harder to go through the phone. No further information on the cat, but if their story sounds like a show you'd watch, you're in luck. Netflix already has a series on them in the works. Jake Ward is joining me now. So, Jake, there is a lot to this one, right? Let me start with this hearing in D.C. where this couple, I believe, pledged millions of dollars, put up their parents' homes even to try to get released. Do we know what the deal is? Is that still going on?
We still don't know, Hallie, at this hour whether these two will be released. The government has argued that they should not be, and so their fate is still unknown. This is still just a bail hearing. We also don't know what plea they're going to enter. But wow, as you read the list of, as you rattled off the facts of the case in the beginning of it, I mean, it just reminds us just how much is going on here. It is a dazzling assortment of plot twists. This couple, a 34-year-old and 31-year-old, had been very much on the scene in the crypto world, out there as a rapper. His crypto company was, in theory, aimed at, quote, fraud and terrorism, fighting against fraud and terrorism. And then here they both are now charged by the DOJ with what wound up being the greatest seizure in the history of that department. $3.6 billion of an alleged over $4 billion caught up in this scheme. They, were part of this thing, the Bitfinex hack, which back in 2016 amounted to about $70 million worth of Bitcoin being stolen. At that time, it was such a huge amount of money, it actually dinged the value of Bitcoin by about 20%. But now, Assistant Deputy Attorney General Lisa Monaco saying that the amount of money has now risen to $4.5 billion. The idea that these two may have been sitting on several $1 billion worth of Bitcoin, pretty incredible. And all these facts that you've laid out here make this really a memorable case, in addition to being such an enormous one out.
Yeah, it's sort of dramatic, but it's also really significant in that it's being, that they're being held accountable for this, alleged crime again. But the idea that there was this national crypto enforcement team that was created last year, and now you're seeing some of the results of that. And what it says that law enforcement is being really serious about going after crypto crime.
It is interesting to see, how far we have come. Crypto has always had this reputation as being sort of the perfect vehicle for money laundering because it was, in theory, untraceable. But the thing that you forget is that actually people who know what they're doing with crypto understand the blockchain, which is basically a huge public transparent ledger, one big receipt where every transaction is recorded. Well, it turns out the government is getting better at reading those transactions. And in this vast investigation of this too, managed to find that they were in fact sitting on the unique password that led to this money, in spite of the fact that they'd been moving that money around. You also mentioned some of the physical things that were found in their apartment. In their digital files, they also found folders marked personas and logins for various services that allowed you to buy fake IDs and passports. So all kinds of incredible stuff being found there. And it really speaks to the sophistication of law enforcement when it comes to the crypto world, which, up until now had been pretty lacking, Hallie.
Yeah, and with so much attention on crypto, Jake, we saw those Super Bowl commercials last night about it. You have to think there will continue to be a spotlight on this. Jake Ward, great reporting. We'll look for more from you coming up on NBC Nightly News. Appreciate it. Coming up, she's at the center of this Olympic doping scandal, but she can still compete. Steve Patterson's about to join us live from China with how other Olympians are feeling, others in the figure skating community about this. When we come back, and here's a hint, they're not too thrilled.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Tonight, the U.S. Olympic Committee and some top athletes seem pretty mad after a Russian figure skater under investigation for testing positive for a banned substance was allowed to still compete in the Olympics. This is something that's been playing out since last week when the Russian Olympic Committee won gold in the team figure skating event. But there was no medal ceremony right after. Why not? Well, the revelation came out that the teen star, right, one of the best, if not the best figure skaters in the world, 15 years old, Kamila Valieva, she got a positive test for this banned heart drug back in December. So today, an international court made that decision to let her compete in the individual competition. So she's going to compete, but if she gets a medal, if she finishes in the top 3, there still will not be a medal ceremony until a final decision is made on whether she actually did commit a doping offense or not. Remember, Russia, we say Russian Olympic Committee, we don't say Russia, because Russia technically is not allowed to compete under its own flag because of a doping scandal going back years. Steve Patterson joins us now from China. Steve, this has been really interesting, right? Because you have to remember, she's a teenager. She's 15 years old. There's a lot of questions about the people in her orbit, first thing. Right, so let's set that aside. There's also a lot of questions from U.S. athletes who are scratching their heads over about this. People might remember Sha'Carri Richardson. She's the U.S. track star who was suspended after she tested positive for marijuana before Tokyo last year. She has tweeted about this, saying, "Can we get a solid answer on the difference of her situation and mine?" She says, "The only difference I see is I'm a black young lady." Talk to me, Steve, about the reactions that you're hearing from some of these athletes in Beijing on this.
Well, people are upset, and I think justifiably so. And I think when you're looking at Sha'Carri's point, you're speaking to even larger systemic, possibly civil rights issues that are outside of the sport. Whereas within the sport, there's still a level of anger that I think is widespread. I mean, you and I both have colleagues in Tara Lipinski and Johnny Weir. Both are saying irrevocable harm, a stain on the sport. These are broad statements about what this may do, not only, now, but moving on as far as the face of the competition. Talking about something as large as this, a lot of people are upset about. And then you have Scott Hamilton, who spoke about it as well. Here's what he said. Listen to this.
Now you're getting into a situation where precedent is set, and who's going to be responsible and how are they going to be able to do this in the future if you're allowing athletes that tested positive under their rules to continue on in the game. So it is an absolute mess.
A mess that is expected to continue for several months because, as you alluded to before, this ruling is about whether or not to uphold a prior suspension, not about whether or not she is responsible for violating doping violations. That is a whole other investigation that has nothing to do with what's happening right now, and will take some time here.
It feels a little confusing if you're watching because, Steve, correct me if I'm wrong, she is so good. It's entirely possible she could win gold, but then there won't be a medal ceremony. Like, what are the next steps here? What is the timeline for something like this?
Well, the context of all of this is what you said initially that we put aside, and I think we should take it back out and talk about it, which is that this is a child. She's 15 years old. So part of this investigation has to either dance around that fact or directly address it in a way in which is almost like thinking about two separate courts, because when you talk about somebody that's less than 16, that person is seen as a protected person. So think about the criminal justice system, right? right? I mean, there's a whole juvenile court, a whole separate set of laws that pertain nothing to the actual criminal justice system. So when you're talking about this, you have to, look at the people in her orbit. How much agency does a 15-year-old in Russia at the highest level of figure skating really have? How much of that was her own ability versus somebody else in her orbit doing some of the things to get her to influence to take that medication? These are questions that we don't know. What we do know, again, is that she was suspended, that the testing took so long that it wasn't until the day she was scheduled to compete that something came out about this test. And so the timing there was off, the suspension was off, and then revoked, and then it was possibly set to be reinstated by the IOC. And now you have a situation in which if somebody wins alongside her, say an American, that person won't have a medal ceremony. There is a lot to sort through here, Hallie, and it's going to take quite a bit of time.
Steve Patterson, live for us there in Beijing. Steve, thank you so much for breaking that down for us. Appreciate it. When we get back, the controversial posts that some say are glamorizing a journey across the Mediterranean that thousands of migrants die on every year. The reality behind those images and the influence they're having on people back home, straight ahead.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation witnessing the massive crowds that admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, a federal judge in New York City says he will dismiss Sarah Palin's defamation suit against the New York Times. Why? The judge disagreed with Palin's claim a Times editorial damaged her reputation. Reuters reports the judge will still let the jury finish its deliberations. Remember, Palin sued the paper after it published an editorial incorrectly linking her to a 2011 mass shooting in Arizona that nearly killed former Congresswoman Gabby Giffords. Number 2, Senator Ben Ray Lujan says he will be back at work in, quote, a few short weeks after a stroke late last month. He says he's on the road to recovery and plans to be back at the Capitol in time for a vote on a Supreme Court nominee. Number 3, American Airlines says a flight from L.A. to D.C. here had to be diverted to Kansas City Sunday because of bad behavior by a passenger. A federal criminal complaint filed today says a man had to be subdued by some passengers and flight attendants when he apparently tried to open the exit door. He's in custody pending a detention hearing, which has not yet been scheduled. Number 4, the U.S. government is suspending all imports of avocados from Mexico after a plant safety inspector there got a threat over his cell phone. The suspension's in place until further notice. Luckily for exporters, this happened after Super Bowl orders were already placed. Number 5, a big player in the world of NFTs has stopped most transactions in the marketplace. Cent says that's because they're trying to figure out how to deal with people selling NFTs that don't belong to them. Last year, you might remember Cent famously sold an NFT of Jack Dorsey's first tweet for nearly $3 million. Also tonight, 2 Tunisian women are facing some big backlash for the way that they're portraying this risky journey across the Mediterranean that leaves thousands of people dead every year. In the last few months, these women have posted videos of themselves alongside other migrants as they left on a boat from Tunisia to Europe. You can see them here. There's sunsets. They're singing along to a rap song. They're posing for pictures. They're waving. Some critics are saying they're normalizing or maybe even glamorizing this trip. And they have a pretty big audience. Between the two of them, they have nearly 2 million followers on TikTok and Instagram. Tunisia is one of the main points of departure for migrants setting off from North Africa to Europe, and it can be a dangerous trip. The Missing Migrants Project says more than 2,000 people went missing in the Mediterranean just last year alone, just in 2021. 23,000 have been missing since 2014. Claudio Lavagna joins me now to talk about this. Claudio, can you talk a little bit, first of all, about this kind of trip and the criticism that these women are getting from this social media sort of idealized look at what this journey is like in their view versus the reality?
Hey, Hallie. Well, yes, I mean, it is very different than the actual reality in the sense that until now, what we know about this trip is that they are definitely very dangerous. They are very often deadly trips where migrants lose their lives, they drown, or they are rescued at the last minute in the very dangerous waters of the Mediterranean Sea. What we've seen so far, thanks to things like the mobile phone, from migrants taking these trips is scenes of desperation, overcrowded dinghies with people in real trouble. And suddenly we see images, as you say and as you showed, of young migrants, you can call them that, of course, taking pictures of themselves as if they're taking a leisurely cruise. Why is that dangerous? Because that sends the wrong message to the hundreds of thousands of followers in Tunisia who may think that it's just, you know, a walk in the park or a little swim to Europe and Italy, and may just want to emulate them as they appear to want, they say, when they comment on their posts. And this is extremely dangerous because it is so far from the actual reality, Hallie. And the reality here is that many, and we're talking about thousands of migrants, lose their lives every single year trying that very dangerous crossing to Italy and therefore to Europe, Hallie.
So we've talked about the backlash. There are some people who are trying to support these women too, basically saying this shows like just how few options people have. Explain that piece.
Well, I tried to translate a few comments from the actual posts that these 2 women posted from Tunisian Arabic into English, and many of them, I must say, are very positive and even supportive of them. Some say, and I'm reading this, "I'm proud of you, you made it, congratulations. I hope I will follow your example." And that's exactly what I was talking about earlier on. While there are, of course, the institutions, the authorities who are warning, who are spending many years trying to warn migrants trying to leave from North Africa, and I'm talking about Tunisia, but also Libya, into warning them that this is a very dangerous trip. Well, this may ruin basically many years of a campaign of information that tries to dissuade them from doing that. So on one side you have the authorities trying to say, please don't do that because it's dangerous, and on the other side you have people following these women or girls and migrants and saying, well, you know, you've made it, then I can make it too.
Give me the context check here, Claudio. Explain the conditions that are driving people to leave Tunisia and try to seek better lives.
Well, as you mentioned earlier, Hallie, Tunisia is one of the ports and points of departure for obvious geographical reasons. Well, Tunisia as well as Libya and Egypt are, you know, the northern countries in Africa, and it is a fairly short stretch, a fairly short crossing of the Mediterranean to Lampedusa, which is the southern island in Italy, and therefore the southern point to reach Europe. But it is a very, very dangerous crossing, and many people, as I said earlier, lose their lives. But recently, Tunisia has not been the main port of departure. Libya was. Recently, in the last couple of years, Tunisia has gone back to becoming a point of departure because after several years of economic stability, government stability, now you have an 18% unemployment rate, which is pushing people trying to do that dangerous and often deadly crossing, Hallie.
Claudio Lavagna live for us from Italy on that. Claudio, thank you. Coming up, a plan to make the Postal Service faster could end up delayed for weeks, and you might be surprised by what the holdup is. Plus, Facebook's in a new fight over its facial recognition practices. Why Texas is looking for hundreds of billions of dollars over it when we come back.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
A little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. Out of our West Coast Bureau, police in Albuquerque, New Mexico, have arrested a man they suspect of stabbing 11 people Sunday. This suspect was reported to be riding a BMX-style bike and to have stabbed people with a big knife. Police say they think the attacks were random. All of the victims, fortunately, appear to be in stable condition. We're learning from our Southeast Bureau that one person has been found dead after a small plane crashed off the coast of North Carolina. Police say they're still working on finding the 7 other people who were on board the single-engine plane near Drum Inlet Sunday. There's no indication anybody on board survived. Also from our Southeast Bureau, it's the first day of early voting in Texas for the state's primaries in March. And a new poll from the University of Texas and the Texas Project has given us a snapshot of how voters feel ahead of those primaries. President Biden's approval rating in that state stands at 36%. Governor Greg Abbott, Attorney General Ken Paxton are polling well over their opponents. So, look, today was supposed to be a, decent day for bipartisanship on Capitol Hill. Not a sentence we say around here often. But that's because you had both parties really getting behind this big vote on a bill to get the post office some much-needed help. But now it's under threat because of a technical error. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer is pushing to fix that little technical issue tonight so that the Senate can confirm a bill that would give a lifeline to the U.S. Postal Service. This thing's already passed the House by a big margin, 342 to 94. We don't see margins like that all the time. But Democrats say Republican Senator Rick Scott may still stall efforts to make that quick technical tweak. And if that happens, the bill could be pushed back weeks. Any delay could be expensive for the Postal Service and slow down what would be a bipartisan win for this Congress. Here's why the bill is so important.
We all depend on the Postal Service. We need it.
The pandemic illustrating that more than ever, with millions relying on the mail for everything from food to ballots. But with COVID came delays and growing frustration. And for the Postal Service, signs of trouble with calls from Republicans to privatize it, and the agency reporting a nearly $5 billion loss in 2021. That's partly because the USPS doesn't get any taxpayer money.
All the money that runs the post office comes from your purchase of stamps.
Now, rare bipartisan agreement that it's got to get fixed.
The bill is passed. This targeted bill addresses the immediate needs of the Postal Service to help it succeed into the 21st century.
So what's the ask? $57 billion to make a better postal service. Some benefits, a website to track your deliveries, 6 days a week of service guaranteed, help for rural areas, a boost to local news by expanding special rates for paper delivery, and money for new delivery trucks. Retired employees won't get money up front for health benefits anymore, and many will have to enroll in Medicare. But lawmakers think these changes can save the agency $50 billion over 10 years. The bill even uses part of a plan proposed by Postmaster General Louis DeJoy. Democrats have slammed the Republican donor for cutting overtime, cutting back on post office hours, and slashing delivery times for first-class mail. But on this, they agree, with DeJoy praising the bill last week, calling it vital to the U.S. Postal Service and the American people.
But keep in mind, the clock is ticking here. The Senate goes on recess for President's Day, meaning it could be weeks before they can hold a vote if they can't get it done ASAP. Another headline tonight, Texas is throwing a big lawsuit at Meta, the parent company of Facebook, over their facial recognition program. Here's the deal. That program was actually stopped last November. But the claim from Texas is that Meta violated privacy laws by, quote, repeatedly collecting and commercializing users' biometric data without their explicit consent for years. And then Texas says Meta failed to destroy the data in a reasonable period of time. All of this, of course, before Meta stopped doing this whole thing. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton says the penalties against Meta could be billions and billions of dollars. No response, no comment yet from Meta on this lawsuit, but I want to bring in Ben Collins to talk to us about this. And Ben, talk to me about this piece of it. Meta ended the program, right? The program's over. There's no more facial recognition stuff. But Texas, correct me if I'm wrong, Texas is basically saying, we're worried about what you're doing with all that biometric data. Is that where the tension point comes in here?
Yeah, that's basically it. Look, this ended in November of 2021. They've actually held on to a lot of the data because they had to produce it for this specific thing with Texas. So that's kind of the interesting part here. What we're looking at specifically is you're on Facebook. You see a little, you used to, until 2021, you used to see a square over your face saying, hey, are you in this photo? Is that you? That's biometric data. There you go. You see it right there. That's biometric data. That basically says Facebook has recognized you based on your facial features and is trying to tag you in other stuff. The worry, privacy-wise, is that means they have basically a file on you and where you are and where you've been going. They've been doing this since 2010, so Texas really wants to put an end to it.
What's interesting here is that this lawsuit has some similar pieces to it from a class action suit from 2015 in Illinois, and Facebook ended up settling that for like $600+ million. What's the difference here? Why is this coming up now in 2022 again?
Well, in Texas, it has to come from the AG. It's a kind of a different story here, and it could be a lot more money. They're setting these criminal penalties, $25,000 per person, plus $10,000 for some other stuff per person. So when they say billions of dollars, they mean billions of dollars. That's the starting point here. Look, this is a very big populist thing. There's nobody who is out there defending Facebook and their use of facial recognition right now. They are sort of a pariah in the tech space. It's a pretty easy win for an AG that is under investigation right now by the FBI too. So like there's a lot of things going on here politically that make this a lot more complicated than just suing Facebook.
You mentioned some pieces of the political onion that you've started to peel back, but there's another piece of this, which is the absence of federal privacy protection laws, right? We hear a lot, I live in Washington, I cover what happens with, Congress and the White House, et cetera. A lot of talk about trying to do more on that front. So far, not a ton of action. It's up to the states now, like Texas, to sort of piecemeal pass some of these kinds of things. Texas has this privacy protection law. Dozens of other states have similar laws. But it feels like this is also an illustration and an example of the sort of federal versus state piece to this, too.
Yeah, it's like in Europe, they have this thing called GDPR, which is pretty comprehensive, maybe overwrought, actually, in terms of data collection. And it really limits what companies can, take from people from their cookies, basically, on the internet. So it prevents people from being tracked. We don't have that federally here. We don't have anything even kind of like that. The internet is a wild west in terms of any sort of federal protection right now. So you get things from California, you get things from Texas, you get these piecemeal things that, they're hoping that if the state is big enough that they'll just have to institute it nationwide. That's what Meta's been fighting against all this time. That's why when they say that they want regulation, when Facebook says, hey, no, we want to come to the table and we want to figure out what the rules are here, they really do mean it. But they don't mean it in the sense that they want to, shell out billions of dollars to Texas.
Ben Collins, thank you for bringing us that. Appreciate it. Coming up, some people have been calling last night's Super Bowl halftime show the best one yet, but it's not just the music that has people talking. What we know about what the NFL knew before the performance about this moment you're looking at. Stay close.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Be a Lego.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
So while the NFL is facing down a class action lawsuit over questions about discrimination in hiring, the Super Bowl took a timeout during halftime to make diversity a big part of the show. You saw it. I bet you watched it. The halftime show going hip hop, really, for the first time. But along with the celebration, it looked like some of the stars were taking a moment to take a stand against racism, like the moment we're about to show you, Eminem taking a knee after his performance. There was some initial reporting that maybe he was making this move in defiance of the NFL, but it was actually apparently approved by them. Let's bring in Jem Aswad, the senior music editor at Variety, to talk more about this. Jem, it's great to have you with us. So let me start with that Eminem taking a knee moment here, right? The NFL came out afterwards and said, no, we didn't prevent Eminem from doing that. Players and coaches could take a knee. Any of the performers could take a knee too, right?
That's what they said, but then again, that's what they would say after it happened. Word was, and there were some reliable reports about this, that a lot of the lyrics for a lot of the songs were considered inappropriate, as was taking a knee, but Eminem did it anyway.
The overall backdrop of this, right, and we mentioned it coming into this segment, the Brian Flores lawsuit. We've talked about it here on this show, these accusations of systemic racism in hiring that Flores is making, the former Miami Dolphins head coach. You also have juxtaposed that with what we saw in this halftime show, and as the New York Times is writing, the league is so powerful in this op-ed, it can basically steamroll any controversy. Tell me how you saw this halftime show in relation to what the NFL is facing off the field.
Well, there's a couple different ways you can look at it. As a show, it was a fantastic show. It was, it was a great medley of semi-old school hip hop hits. Most of them were 20 or 30 years old, but bullseye for the demographic, great performance for all of them. What it really brings up, though, is Roc Nation, Jay-Z's company, It is the official entertainment consultant for the NFL. And the NFL has used it to change the narrative because the NFL has so many horrible things against it. There's sexual discrimination lawsuits. There's racial discrimination lawsuits. There's brain damage to veteran football players. There's the entire Colin Kaepernick scandal where he is still not playing 5 years later. That's an awful lot, but they just kind of brush it off. And, you know, here they are. They're just like, oh, look, Eminem took a knee. Problem solved. It's not.
It's a great, Jem, it's an important point to make. It's an important thing to talk about. Can I ask you, you know, music is your business. This is something that you report on every day. What stood out to you last night, right? Was it those moments that we're talking about? Was it something else? What did you feel had the most impact on a bigger level from this performance?
Well, taking a knee was the thing that everybody was talking about. And that actually works to the NFL's advantage because it shows, oh, gee, somebody took a stand on the big stage, and that's okay with us. You know, we're self-aware. But, you know, that was really just one moment. The larger backdrop was a celebration of Los Angeles and, frankly, a celebration of Dr. Dre. He clearly was in the driver's seat of the whole thing. And almost every song that was performed, no matter who was singing or rapping on it, Dre either produced, co-wrote, or essentially sponsored the artist, which he did with just about all of them. Not, you know, he didn't sponsor Mary J. Blige, but he produced the song, the main song that she played. And Anderson .Paak, who was sort of seventh on the bill, the great drummer you saw, he's a Dr. Dre protege as well. So it was Dr. Dre's love letter to LA and to himself.
And to Compton specifically, too. Jem, thank you so much. I so appreciate you being with us to talk through that. That does it for this hour for us. We're going to have a whole lot for you here more tomorrow. Same time, same place. Coverage picks up right now.
Well, hey there, I'm Joshua Johnson. It's great to be with you on this Valentine's Monday, February 14th. Here's some of what we're talking about tonight. Ukraine's president is downplaying claims that Russia will attack in just a few days. But the Biden administration says it is not taking any chances. U.S. embassy staff are leaving Kyiv over fears of an invasion. A former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine joins us with analysis and perhaps to explain why anyone would announce the date of an invasion. Then, Georgia's Secretary of State is calling for increased security ahead of the midterms. That would include state troopers at polling places. Plus, today marks 4 years since the Parkland school shooting. Some responded with activism, others with advertising. School security is big business in the new PBS documentary, Bulletproof. So for a few weeks now, we have been told it's not a matter of if Russia would invade Ukraine, just a matter of when. Today, we apparently got some clarity on when, in unusually precise language, a date. This Wednesday, February 16th. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky announced that on Facebook, and then hours later, he took it back. A spokesperson said Ukraine's president was echoing a date that had been spread in the media, but still, President Zelensky called the 16th a, quote, day of unity for Ukraine. Meanwhile, the Pentagon would neither confirm nor deny the date.
I won't get into a specific date. I don't think that would be smart. I would just tell you that it is entirely possible that he could move with little to no warning.
So why did Ukraine choose to make this information public? Good question. But the pressure and suspense spooked the markets today. Apparently, they've spooked the State Department, too. Today, the Secretary of State announced that the U.S. will move its embassy from Kyiv to Lviv. That pulls the staff away from Russian forces along Ukraine's borders and further west, near the border with Poland. Russia's military is positioned along 75% of the Ukrainian border. So what happens next? And more importantly, when? Joining us now is Ambassador John Herbst. He's the former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine and Uzbekistan. Today, he's the director of the Eurasia Center at the Atlantic Council. Mr. Ambassador, welcome to the program. Good to have you with us.
Nice to be here.
Am I the only one who thought it was a little weird that President Zelensky was like, Russia is going to invade Wednesday, like with that kind of specificity? That just sounded strange to me.
It's odd that that's being put out in the public domain like that, but it's also true that there were intel reports suggesting that, as I understand it.
What do you think might be the strategy behind saying that out loud? Like, why not just keep that under your hat?
Well, I think that in one area, where there's been pretty good coordination between the Biden administration and the Zelensky administration in Ukraine, there has been a difference regarding the public discussion of the Russian threat. The administration has decided that for a variety of reasons, it's important to make loud and clear the possibility or even the likelihood of a Russian additional invasion of Ukraine. Zelensky, who may not share the same deep pessimism of the administration about that invasion, also is very concerned about the impact of his economy on public statements that Russia will in fact invade. So I think what we saw play out on his Facebook account was a disagreement that had been under the surface between the two presidents and the two countries.
What's your read on that, though? I mean, I have no reason to believe that this Wednesday would seem implausible for an invasion. It sounds like, even though it may have been odd to say that out loud, it's not necessarily unthinkable.
That's correct. And the administration has been warning literally for months, but especially over the last month or so, that a Russian invasion or a new invasion, a new offensive, is in fact quite possible and even likely. And this has come to a head, you know, if you saw the press conference that Jake Sullivan gave last Friday. And of course, the administration's decision to move our embassy out of Kyiv, which is actually quite normal in such circumstances, reflects that.
With regard to Jake Sullivan, he spoke today, briefed senators today, rather, and we also heard from Senators Dick Durbin of Illinois, Democratic Senator Durbin, and Republican Senator Marco Rubio of Florida. Here's part of what they said today.
I think it'd be best if we could agree on sanctions.
I don't think the hard part's going to be crafting a package of sanctions that we can impose with our allies. I think the challenge long term is, can you sustain them?
Ambassador, talk about that. Crafting sanctions, sustaining sanctions. What's the strategy look like there in terms of what would actually be effective in preventing another invasion?
The Biden team has put out a three-part response to a Russian new invasion of Ukraine. And it's a pretty good response. One is major sanctions, which will dwarf the current sanctions if Moscow, in fact, sends those troops into Ukraine. The second is sending additional arms to Ukraine to deal with that invasion or potential invasion. And three is moving more NATO forces to the east up against Russia's border to protect them against possible Kremlin provocations in the future, but also to say to Moscow, if you think invading Ukraine will enhance their security, think again. So those three steps together, I think, give Putin reason to be cautious as to what he does next.
How influential are sanctions, in your view, compared to any of the other tactics that the rest of the world might take to try to prevent Vladimir Putin from going into Ukraine? I mean, how intense would they have to be in order to prevent an invasion?
The current sanctions on Russia for its war in Ukraine's east, the Donbass, cost the Russian economy 1%, even a little bit more than 1% of GDP per year. So they're not insignificant. Biden is threatening something which will be much stronger. So the Russians really do have to worry about that, even though they have around $600 billion in a reserve account. But that account could be wiped out if these sanctions were put in place in the course of a year and a half. So this is truly a concern for Putin. It's not as great a concern as if we were willing to militarily defend Ukraine, but we're not. And that is not part of the Biden policy.
See, that's kind of why I wonder about the sanctions. I mean, if the sanctions before were so intense, they took 1% out of the economy, and Vladimir Putin's still thinking about doing this again, it kind of makes me wonder where the deterrent lies. We asked some of our viewers what they think America's role in Ukraine should be, if any. Ray tweeted, without any true influence or power, Biden's role is to make sure he doesn't fall into one of Putin's traps. Ambassador, what about that?
No, I think that's much too pessimistic. The United States remains the world's strongest nation in all respects. If we, in fact, impose these sanctions, the Russian economy will be crippled. And I'm not telling you for sure that this will deter Putin from going in, but I think there's a good chance, again, in concert with the other steps, enhancing NATO's force posture in the East, more arms to Ukraine, to persuade Putin not to go in. He is a risk taker, but a risk taker when he's pretty clear that he's not going to suffer much damage. He knows if he goes in, or he should know, that he will suffer major damage.
I wonder what your sense is of, and I've asked versions of this question to different guests, what the necessity is for the role from the Western world. I mean, Ukraine is not a particularly vital trading partner to the U.S. It's not a member of NATO, so there's no NATO contractual obligation to really do much for Ukraine. And I wonder just what the necessity is of the Western world being there with such a strong presence. I mean, Russia has already invaded Ukraine once. If it did it again, what's the real impact on the rest of the Western world? Is it possible that everybody else could have just watched this from a distance and allowed it to happen, especially since no one is talking about sending troops?
You think you have to understand that Putin's objective is not simply to subdue Ukraine. His objective is to, in fact, impose a new order in Europe. He made that clear in the draft treaties that he sent to us in December, to us and to NATO. He wants to re-exert Russian control, not just over Ukraine, but over all the territory that used to make up the Soviet Empire. That includes all the new members of NATO in Eastern Europe, the Baltic states, Poland, Romania, the Czech Republic, and so on. This is a great danger to American interests. We can defeat Putin in Ukraine without sending in American soldiers. We would have to send in American soldiers if Putin provokes the Baltic states, Poland, Romania, and so on. We have a contractual obligation. The smart policy for us, the economical policy for us, is to use all these other measures to make sure that Putin does not win in Ukraine. Because if he does win in Ukraine, we have to worry about our NATO allies. This is a big deal.
Ambassador,
and it will also encourage China to go after Taiwan if we let Putin have his way in Ukraine.
Yeah, I hear you in terms of the larger message that it would send, not so much with this conflict, but the downstream effects on other potential conflicts as well. Ambassador John Herbst, we appreciate you making time, sir. Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
For some Ukrainians, reuniting with family is the priority. Russian-backed separatists have occupied parts of the country for as many as 8 years now. Some Ukrainian families have been kept apart since. From our partners at Sky News, Deborah Haynes has that story.
Like a scene from the Cold War when an iron curtain cut through Europe, this is no man's land in eastern Ukraine. A border between territory held by the government on one side and Russia-backed separatists on the other. And it's not just land that's been divided. This is the only place families can cross from Luhansk and Donetsk after separatists blocked other routes.
Это тяжело, потому что большинство родственников живут на Украине. Хочется очень часто с ними видеться, особенно сестра моя, я очень люблю.
У меня старшая дочь в Харькове. Мы с младшей живем. Было бы проще, если бы мы могли пересекать когда угодно. То есть я к ребенку могу поехать к старшей дочери раз в месяц, и это очень тяжело. То есть
They make their way back to Luhansk, victims of a diplomatic failure to resolve a conflict between Ukraine and Russia, despite 8 years of trying. So the occupied part of Ukraine is about 800 meters that way. This is the path that people wanting to cross between the two sides have to go. We're not actually allowed beyond this point here. But because of the rules that they're under on the other side, they're only actually allowed to come here over to this side once a month.
Sit down, please.
With tensions escalating, France's president, pictured in Moscow last week, had hoped to breathe life into what's known as the Minsk Accords. They aim to secure a lasting peace. But Kiev wants them to deliver a fully sovereign Ukraine, while Moscow seeks to use them to gain permanent influence.
Sometimes I think there's been a cultural predisposition in Western capitals to assume that if we have a geopolitical problem on our doorstep in Europe, then somehow, with good faith common sense, reason, and pragmatic concessions on both sides, you can broker a solution which not only resolves that problem, but also leaves everybody more or less happy. I suggest that in this case, that is not possible.
Residents also conflicted.
Ну, я Украину люблю и хотела бы в составе быть, но, может быть, автономно как-то, чтобы мы их не раздражали, они нас не раздражали. Вот так как.
This woman wants Ukraine reunited so her daughter can see her father in Kiev more easily.
Ми розлучені, а я зараз живу у своїх батьків. І мені доводиться, щоб батько бачив дитину, кожен раз їздити. Ну, і такий важкий шлях подолати.
If warnings of a new invasion are right, though, their journey is about to become even harder. Deborah Haynes, Sky News, Stanitsa Luhanska, Eastern Ukraine.
After the break, we turn to Georgia politics. An effort to pull a neighborhood out of Atlanta may be over. And Georgia's Secretary of State is proposing patrols at the polls. We're glad you're with us for Now Tonight from NBC News.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now. A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Georgia could feature prominently in this year's midterms. Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger faces a tough re-election campaign himself. In the past, he has defended Georgia's elections as secure, despite former President Trump's claims. Now, the secretary is calling for assigning state troopers to polling places.
Georgia has become the center of the election universe. And this year, we're going to have hard-fought campaigns that we're going to be watched all across the country, and every indication is that we are going to have close races. With that environment, it only makes sense to provide additional resources for election security so that everyone can have confidence in the results.
Now, Mr. Raffensperger's office says it has not prepared any legislation, nor is it clear how much this would cost. That is just one of Georgia's big election year stories. The other is in Atlanta, with an effort to make one neighborhood its own city. That neighborhood is Buckhead, an affluent district north of downtown. If you've ever been to Atlanta and shopped at Lenox Square Mall, that's Buckhead. A local campaign had been pushing for Buckhead to secede from Atlanta. Now, that would dramatically change the city's demographics. Atlanta is nearly half black and around 40% white. How would removing Buckhead change that? Well, the proposed Buckhead city would be overwhelmingly white. That is why some critics call this effort a severe case of white flight. And Buckhead's median income is much higher than the city overall. So secession would diminish Atlanta's tax base. By one estimate, Buckhead alone accounts for 38% of Atlanta's tax revenue. So will this neighborhood secede from Atlanta? Not anytime soon. Last week, Georgia's Republican House Speaker David Ralston came out against the proposal. So did the Lieutenant Governor Jeff Duncan. And that means supporters of the Buckhead city effort no longer have a political path forward, at least not right now. Let's break all this down with Greg Bluestein, a political reporter for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution and an MSNBC political contributor. Greg, let's start with the announcement from the Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger. What's his rationale for this?
Yeah, well, part of the rationale, this is a warning. There's been lots of threats against election officials, against Brad Raffensperger himself, against his top deputies. So there is a reason to be concerned if you're the state's top elections officials that poll workers and others will come under threats. But the other part is political. He's facing criticism from both Democrats and Republicans. He's looking to sort of stand out against a very tough Trump-backed primary challenger in Congressman Jody Hice. And this is one way he can kind of change the conversation and say, look, I'm calling for more security. Another part that he's also calling for is he wants help from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation to probe allegations of voter fraud. This is something that Speaker David Ralston, Governor Kemp, former Senator David Perdue, they've all endorsed similar ideas. And now this is the first time he's getting on board with that, to have state police essentially be tasked with investigating allegations of voter fraud.
This sounds like it's a little bit muddied when we talk about election security. I understand the argument about physical security, right? That there have been threats against poll workers and election officials. We've seen that across the country in the aftermath of the 2020 election. But then there's this other strand of thought about election security, which has had to go to some of the conspiracy theories around the last election. Indeed, Mr. Raffensperger himself asked the Georgia Bureau of Investigation to investigate claims that there had been malfeasance at the polls, and it closed the investigation because it couldn't find anything. So it sounds like we're talking about a few different things here.
Yeah, you're exactly right. The GBI had found no evidence of any wrongdoing, no reason to investigate further. And as you mentioned, there's been no evidence whatsoever of any sort of rampant, widespread voting fraud, multiple recounts, audits of absentee ballots in one of Georgia's most populous suburbs. Both found no reason to be concerned about any sort of widespread voting fraud at all. But this is part of the Republican messaging post-Trump. It is voter integrity is the phrase they use to say that, hey, there might have been problems, and we want to make sure we get to the root of it, even though there were no problems. And Brad Raffensperger was kind of out front, reminding people left and right that this was a free and fair election in Georgia.
I also want to get to this Buckhead City secession effort. We spoke to Andre Dickens, who's the new mayor of Atlanta, the newly elected mayor of Atlanta. Crime has been a big part of this story from the beginning, at least among the stated reasons that supporters of this secession effort gave. Here's part of what the mayor said in terms of his strategy for dealing with crime in Atlanta. Watch.
I'm going to hire 250 police officers in the first year because we lost a lot of officers over the past few years. And this is not going to cost us any new money. It's already in the budget. We're just aggressively going about it. I'm using technology like street lights and Shot Spotter to find out where shots are, new cameras to be able to, to have a deterrence for crime, but also to quickly help us find suspects. Gang violence is growing in our cities because of the isolation and depression and experiences related to COVID. So we're going to make sure we have gang intervention and gang, reduction activities so that we can get these young folks some opportunities to do the right thing.
Greg, can we just be clear in terms of what's underneath this secession effort? Like, I can understand concerns about crime, but black folks in Atlanta have concerns about crime too. And the money that comes partly from neighborhoods like Buckhead that filters into the city's crime prevention efforts could be spent, I guess, toward reducing crime citywide as opposed to just tearing away from Atlanta. What is this actually about? Is this about crime? Is this about race? Is this about wealth? Like, what's really going on here?
Race, wealth. This is a wealthy, majority white enclave that was trying to break away. And it would set a precedent in Georgia. This would be the first community to de-annex itself, to secede from an existing city in modern Georgia history. So this was something that had a lot of lawmakers, Democrats and Republicans, concerned. But this was also a political issue because you had the key supporters. There were Republicans who didn't live in the area. Former Senator David Perdue, who's running for governor, rural lawmakers, and other conservatives. Every lawmaker who represented the city of Atlanta, all Democrats, each opposed it. So basically, there was an argument that carpetbaggers, that non-Atlantans were trying to influence this debate. And the leader of this movement is a former New York transplant who moved to Atlanta recently named Bill White, who had curried favor with Republicans, but began to lose that favor in recent days as he amplified a racist post on Twitter and spread around conspiracy theories that really alienated conservative lawmakers, even some of his top supporters over the last few days.
I think we should be clear also, it's not like people are leaving Atlanta in droves necessarily. The city keeps, one of my good friends said the sign on the city limit should say, "Welcome to Atlanta, we full." Like, the city is not shrinking, first of all. But with regards to why the effort lost support, what was it that finally made people walk away from this?
You know, there was always some concerns, underlying concerns from conservatives and Democrats, but really the ruling Republicans in the Georgia legislature, that this would set this precedent and allow other cities to sort of split apart. You know, if Atlanta can do it, what about Athens, Georgia? What about Macon, Georgia? But one of the other major concerns was the question of crime, the question of financing. I spoke to Lieutenant Governor Jeff Duncan, who came out in opposition to this. And there was a major moment last week when he said he will not let this pass the state Senate, which is where he's the president of. He said, look, supporters have yet to elaborate on their plan to stop crime. Crime doesn't stop at city limits. Someone doesn't just see a welcome to Atlanta sign and turn around, even if it does say "we full." There's also questions about financing, about what happens to public schools that were under Atlanta public school system that would be in this new Buckhead city limits. So there's a lot of questions that were yet unanswered. And these are costly questions. These are issues that involve billions of dollars of tax revenue. And the corporate community had also started coming out. We're talking about some of the biggest landlords, some of the biggest name companies in Georgia that are based in Buckhead saying no, no, no.
And last 10 seconds, Greg, is this effort dead, or do the supporters plan to bring it up again in the future? Briefly.
It's dead this year, but it's coming back next year if there's still a Republican governor.
Gotcha. Greg Bluestein of the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. Greg, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Up next, a controversy on the ice. A Russian skater will still compete in the Winter Olympics despite using a banned substance. We'll have the latest from Beijing just ahead. Stay close.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
I believe. Every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar, Kayla. We are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
News is happening now. A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
All right, time to update some of the stories we've been following, starting with a lawsuit over First Amendment protections. Sarah Palin had sued the New York Times for defamation. Now the judge says he will dismiss her suit. Judge Jed Rakoff says Mrs. Palin's legal team failed to prove that the Times defamed her. At issue was a 2017 editorial that linked her to the shooting of former Congresswoman Gabby Giffords. Judge Rakoff says he will issue the order after the jury finishes its deliberations. If it rules in Sarah Palin's favor, he says that he will dismiss the case. But the judge added that she will probably appeal, and the appellate court would benefit from knowing what the jury decided. Traffic from Detroit to Canada is flowing again after nearly a week of protests there. Authorities cleared protesters who were blocking the Ambassador Bridge. Police arrested more than 24 people. They seized or towed a handful of vehicles. The Ambassador Bridge carries about a quarter of the trade between the U.S. and Canada. Similar protests have been happening in other Canadian cities in reaction to COVID mandates. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau is activating emergency powers to stop these protests. The last Canadian leader to invoke the Emergencies Act was his father, former Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau. That was in response to kidnappings by separatists in Quebec back in 1970. At the Olympics, a Russian athlete will continue figure skating despite testing positive for a banned substance before the Games. Kamila Valieva is competing with the Russian Olympic Committee. Her case went to what's called the Court of Arbitration for Sport. This morning, that court ruled that she may skate again because she is a minor or a protected person. She's 15, so the rules are different for her than they would be for an adult athlete. But if she wins a medal, there will not be a medal ceremony. Right now in the medal count, Team USA is third with 16 total, 7 gold, 6 silver, 3 bronze. The Russian Olympic Committee has 18 medals. Norway leads the pack with 21. NBC Steve Patterson is at the Olympics near Beijing with more. Steve, why did this court rule in Ms. Valieva's favor?
Well, there's more factors here at play than I can sit down and have a discussion with you within, a 2-minute time span. But I will say the biggest factors are, one, that you've already said, which is that she's under 16, which makes her a protected person. And 2, the bizarre timing of all of this, because she tested positive on about December 25th, so Christmas Day. It wasn't for another 3 weeks, maybe more, really right before she was able to compete in that first competition, winning gold, that the test came back, that she was then suspended, by the way, by Russian officials. That suspension was appealed, and then she was again allowed to compete. And remember that what we're talking about here, as far as that court of arbitration, is whether or not to reinstate the suspension, not if she violated anti-doping laws. That investigation is not something that will play out for at least another few months as they look into, yes, whether or not her age plays into this. Because, again, Josh, we're talking about a child. We're talking about a 15-year-old Russian figure skater. How much agency she really had in taking the medication? Did she even know she was taking the medication? What about her inner circle? How much of a role did they play? That all has to be looked at moving forward. And I think the body here that was governing, that made this decision, just decided that A, they didn't have enough information, and B, the timing just simply wasn't right. And so the secondary solution is to just not have a medal ceremony, not only for her first victory, but anyone's moving forward, which a lot of people are saying isn't quite so fair. A lot of controversy here stemming off this decision. Josh?
Yeah, a number of folks, including figure skater Adam Rippon, had very strong things to say on Twitter. Sha'Carri Richardson, who is a U.S. sprinter who was not allowed to go to the Olympics after testing positive for cannabis, has had a lot to say about this. She said that she used cannabis as a way to help her cope after the sudden death of her mother. Ms. Richardson tweeted, "Can we get a solid answer on the difference of her situation and mine's? My mother died and I can't run and was also favored to place top 3. The only difference I see is I'm a black young lady." Steve, it seems like the reaction to all this is that for some reason, the IOC is allowing this young woman and the Russian Olympic Committee to cheat yet again and stay in the games.
Well, with Sha'Carri specifically, I mean, we're talking about, a substance that, according to officials, is known to increase performance by way of increasing stamina. It has been proven to do so versus weed. I mean, so the difference there is what? Is it the competitor? I think that's what she's asking. Is it the color of her skin? I think she's asking more deeper questions than, what some of the figure skaters have been asking. And I think those questions are valid too. You're talking about, again, a person at the Olympics in what should be a very level playing field. In fact, there's entire organizing bodies that are here to make sure that happens. And yet this competition is moving forward with somebody that is tested positive for an illegal substance. But again, you still have to look at the overall argument, look at what this body is able to do in the time span that they have without doing harm to, again, an athlete that is a minor, that is 15 years old, that may or may not have had agency in what happened. So all of those factors combined, and yes, it's very controversial, but you just have to take everything into account here. And I think the overall decision is the fact that you simply can't take everything into account in the time allotted before the next competition, which, by the way, is in now just a few hours. Josh?
Let me ask you about some of the women's competitors before I let you get in from the very bitter cold. First of all, I'd never heard of a monobob until this weekend. But Team USA took the top 2 spots in the women's monobob, which is kind of a solo bobsled competition. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, somebody told me that they thought the monobob was a haircut, which it's not. The monobob it's basically bobsledding, and bobsledding is a full team. Think of Cool Runnings, and the whole team needs to move this thing down the ice. Well, monobob is just as it sounds. It's one person, in this case, one woman, that has to push that thing, jump in, and then try to keep a straight line. And I think what we saw with the 2 Americans that won is they simply had way more experience. Both of them multiple medal winners. Kelly Humphreys for Canada before she switched allegiance right before the Olympics, and then Alana Myers-Taylor, obviously, who had that bout of testing positive with COVID right as she arrived at the games, got herself healthy, back into the game, and took silver. Those 2 have a lot of experience, and they have a lot of upper body strength. And I think that's what we saw maybe lacking with some of the other competitors. They just simply needed to be stronger in order to keep a straight line. It was very sloppy once you get past the top 3 in that event, something I think we'll see shore up as the event progresses and the games move on in the years to follow. Josh?
And finally, the U.S. women's hockey team, they're headed to the gold medal game, right? Tell us about that.
You know, I'll be brief here and just say that they've just smashed the entire field. They've smashed the entire lane of competition, except for Canada. Canada was their one dark spot, and that is sort of what everybody is looking forward to. If you want a capstone to the Olympic Games, it is the U.S. women's hockey team versus Canada's women's hockey team, two teams that have fought for gold perennially, almost for the last 20 years or so. It is always a battle. It is something I'm personally really looking forward to, and it's going to be a banger. Josh?
I'm looking forward to people sending us pictures, because I'm sure the internet has already solved the question of what does a monobob look like. I'm sure there's some hairstyle somewhere that somebody's going to tag us at NBC Now tonight if you see something like, I think this might be a monobob. But I am also looking forward to that hockey game. I think that'll be a good one. Thank you, Steve. That's NBC Steve Patterson at the Olympics near Beijing. Thank you, sir. Metal detectors, active shooter drills, and even bulletproof desks are more common in schools today. The industry that sells this gear is the focus of a new documentary. The director of Bulletproof joins us when we come back.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Four years ago today, a high school in Parkland, Florida, fell victim to a deadly shooting. Today, gun control groups called for President Biden to get more done toward keeping students safe. 17 people were killed at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. The shooter, Nicholas Cruz, pleaded guilty in October to murder charges. Tonight, the city of Parkland held a ceremony to remember the victims. The Broward County School Superintendent read their names and led a moment of silence. Earlier today, demonstrators gathered near the White House. Among them was the father of a boy killed in the attack. Manuel Oliver climbed a crane and displayed a banner showing a picture of his son. Police later arrested him. Mr. Oliver's actions were just one effort to draw attention to the tens of thousands of gun deaths since Joe Biden became president. Mr. Biden has been calling on Congress to do something. Those efforts have yielded no new laws, but the president says he remains hopeful. In a statement today, he said, quote, "We can never bring back those we've lost, but we can come together to fulfill the first responsibility of our government and our democracy, to keep each other safe. For Parkland, for all those we've lost, and for all those left behind, it is time to uphold that solemn obligation," unquote. A new documentary takes a look at the various ways schools and teachers are trying to protect children, from mental health to safety drills to firearms training to hoodies that are lined with Kevlar.
Some people will say, oh, you know, it's just some kid playing. The problem is we can't take that risk anymore.
It feels very scary. Sometimes I don't want to come to school because I think I might not come home the next day.
So were you suggesting and perhaps somebody should have been armed and killed somebody?
Ready, fire! The building lockdown drill is now.
Joining us now is Todd Chandler. He is the director of the new film Bulletproof. It premieres tonight on PBS's Independent Lens. Mr. Chandler, welcome.
Thanks for having me.
I watched the documentary today. It is so good, but it is also highly unsettling. You've referred to this film as a meditation on fear. What did you mean by that?
Well, I think, you know, there have been a number of films that have been made about gun violence specifically, about mass shootings specifically, and as a filmmaker and as an educator, I was really interested in this sort of meditation, reflecting on the kind of fear, how fear is playing out in different ways, how we define problems, how we define solutions and think about them in this country. So it was really a creative exploration to try to sort of create something that can expand conversation.
You focus on a lot of different kinds of school districts. You look at Texas and Chicago and New York and DC. You kind of travel all over the country. You look at someone in Silicon Valley who is making those hoodies that are made out of Kevlar or that are lined with Kevlar. And it seems like one of the key functions of the documentary is to paint a picture of the various ways that people are trying to keep kids safe. Like, no one solution has taken root everywhere, and depending on where you are and what your political philosophy is and how much money you have to spend, your school security could look very different.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. And again, it comes back to this question of how do we define problems and solutions? So are we defining the problem as mass shootings, or are we defining the problem as a sort of broader culture of violence? And in terms of solutions, are we thinking about building fortresses, you know, of our schools, or are we thinking about how to really approach things in a more holistic way? And so, you know, I don't have any answers, and the film isn't prescriptive in that way, but I'm sort of through this process of making it, really trying to open up some questions and some deeper reflection on that.
One of the scenes in the documentary takes place at a convention in Las Vegas for basically the trade industry, the companies that sell all this security equipment and training to schools. And they range from, like I said, bulletproof desks to doors that can be closed in an emergency, different kinds of training, technology. What did you make of just the industry that has sprung up around school security?
Well, I think two things briefly is that, one, at first I went into it and I was a little shocked. I thought, you know, wow, this is a really massive industry. And then as I started to get deeper into it, you know, this industry has been around for a while, in that, you know, metal detectors and policing and surveillance have been, you know, deployed in communities of color in schools in those communities for many, many, many years. And, you know, as mass shootings have sort of come more into the public discourse, that the sort of industry has expanded, right? And the sort of marketing has expanded. So I was, you know, I saw a lot of products, I saw a lot of things for sale, and I think the sort of idea that we can kind of buy our way out of a culture of violence, to me, was a bit absurd. And so, you know, that sort of sent me down this path of investigating a bit further and sort of seeing how things were playing out in different places, different communities around the country.
You have been a teacher since 1999. That was the year of the Columbine shooting in Littleton, Colorado. I wonder what your sense is of where we've come over the years in terms of talking about security on campuses and working to keep our kids safe as a teacher?
Sure. I mean, as a teacher, like you said, I've been teaching for a while now. I teach right now at Brooklyn College in the film department there. And actually, this film grew out of a conversation with some of my students after they had heard about a mass shooting that had happened back in 2015. And sort of half the class had heard about this, half the class hadn't. Some of the class were afraid that something could happen on our campus in that way, and the other half were like, well, no, this phenomenon really is happening in white suburban communities. And it opened up this conversation about sort of violence in the United States and looking at, both sort of mass shootings and also, police violence, state violence, things like that. And so, like a number of my young people were afraid of police violence. A number of them were afraid, who are maybe perhaps undocumented, were afraid of state violence. There's a lot of sort of questions, and, mass shootings are certainly part of that question, but how we approach the sort of broader set of issues is pretty complex, and that's again what sort of launched me on this journey.
I was really taken by the array of different kinds of measures that schools take. One of the places where the documentary starts is in the Texas City Independent School District. Texas City is kind of just up the coast from Galveston, basically, southeast of Houston toward the Gulf. And the array of security, down to like cameras that could track students' movements and tell you how many students were in this building or that building. And then a little bit later in the documentary, you see like metal detectors being wheeled into a school. I remember as a black kid going to school, the uproar over putting metal detectors in a school, and now to see what this school district is doing with an amazing amount of funding. I don't know if I'm more unsettled by the fact that there were metal detectors in the first place, or that other schools in more affluent areas can afford even more than metal detectors. What did you come away from this documentary with in terms of just like the net effect of how we're doing with all of this?
Yeah, and again, I didn't reach a specific conclusion, but what was fascinating to me is how these security measures play out differently in different communities, and even within the same communities, right? Like in Texas City, for example, there had been a mass shooting in Santa Fe, Texas, which is the neighboring town, a few years back, and all these security measures were implemented in Texas City in part as a reaction to that. And I didn't spend a lot of time with students, but a number of those who I talked to felt safer because of these measures, and then another set of students felt criminalized and surveilled and, were afraid. And so seeing how these things play out, I think, was something that was really illuminating for me.
Before I let you go, I am going to be haunted by the young woman in East Palo Alto, California, which for those of you who don't know the Bay Area, not the wealthy part, Palo Alto. East Palo Alto is literally on the other side of the highway. That is a very poor, very crime-plagued part of the Bay Area, who started making hoodies that are lined with Kevlar, which is a bulletproof material. And she talked about it like it was a business proposition for her that kind of sprang with her familiarity with poverty and crime. Coming away from making this documentary, is there anyone who's doing it right, for lack of a better word, who's making real progress that should be kind of held up as an example of something innovative and something useful, or are we still all kind of groping for answers before we go?
Well, I mean, that's a tough one. I think that there's a lot of interesting work being done, and that, some of that work is harder to capture than others. It's a longer term, project of really thinking about how we do work around both, issues of guns, which I intentionally didn't really get into in this film, and, sort of broader sort of like social, emotional issues, right? And so there, for example, there's a scene in the film where students are being taught mindfulness techniques in Chicago City schools. And I don't necessarily posit those techniques as a solution, because I don't think there is a single solution, right? And I think the mindset of trying to buy or find a sort of solution is I understand the impulse, but I think it's somewhat futile. It's a whole matrix of approaches that I think are going to be needed to do this. And I think one of them is really thinking about how we work with young people, how they have more agency in schools, how we can fund schools, how we can pay teachers better, how we can create environments that are more welcoming and inviting to students.
The documentary is called Bulletproof. It premieres tonight on Independent Lens. It is so good. Please search the listings for your PBS station or look for it on the PBS video app. Todd Chandler, I appreciate you making time, sir. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much for having me. I appreciate it.
A new take on The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air debuted on Super Bowl Sunday. Last week, we met the star of Bel-Air, Jabari Banks. You'll see part 2 of our conversation before we go.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Back in the 80s and 90s, when a network sitcom dealt with controversial topics, they'd advertise it as a very special episode. A new dramatization of The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air is basically one big, very special episode. The first 3 episodes of Bel-Air are now available on Peacock. That streaming service, like this network, is owned by NBC Universal. Let's get to part 2 of our conversation with actor Jabari Banks. He stars as Will Smith's character. We talked about his connections with the cast and what he wants fans to take away from the show.
One of the things that stood out to me early in the first episode are some of the themes in this story that were always in the sitcom, but never really got discussed because it was NBC in the 90s and kind of the culture wasn't ready for that. Are there certain storylines within this series that when you read it, you were like, oh, I can't believe we gonna do this? Like,
oh, yes.
Did anything stand out to you?
Yes. I mean, the Carlton and Will dynamic is so exciting to watch, and Ali plays Carlton so well. Like, I'm super excited for everyone to hate Carlton and then fall back in love with him. You know what I mean? It's going to be super exciting. So that was one that I was super enthusiastic to get to explore, and Ali has really become, you know, my brother off screen. When I first got to LA, he was like, let me take you around, and, you know, because I was still looking for a place to live, and he was like, let me show you different neighborhoods and I'll let you fill it out, and that itself is like, damn, like, you know, you get comfortable with the person, and that just helps the chemistry on screen, right? And so that dynamic is super exciting, and I'm super excited for everyone to see that again in a different light, but also Will and Uncle Phil's dynamic, right? Like the iconic dynamic between Will Smith and James Avery, and finding that again with Adrian Holmes, man, he is such a vet, and I learn from him literally every day.
How do you play Will Smith without hearing Will Smith in your head? Like, even I will do little vocal tics from Fresh Prince that I grew up with. If I'm talking to somebody, I'll be like, you know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's so ingrained. It's almost like, Will Smith, get out of my head.
Right.
How do you play such an iconic character as Jabari and not have Will Smith kind of sneak in unexpectedly?
Oh, it happens. It happens for sure. And I have to remind myself, I'm like, okay, I just have to be myself. You know what I mean? Being yourself is really key part of playing this role and to taking this role on, because that's what Will was doing. You know what I mean? Like, he wasn't up there trying to be anybody else but him. You know what I'm saying? And so to have the permission to do that as well is really how I'm approaching this role.
You were in tears, your character, in the middle of episode 1. Mm-hmm. Like, this show gets really emotionally intense right now. Mm-hmm. How do you walk that line in terms of trying to keep the show funny, but also keep it real to the themes that it's trying to address now, especially because they can be really personal?
Yeah. I mean, we have to look at the stakes, and we have to look at the reality of the situation that's happening in this 16-year-old young man's life, right? You know what I mean? And it's really life or death. At that 16-year-old age, everything is, you know what I mean? And so it's only right that when, he gets caught and he was trying to fix the situation because his friend calls him and he says, hey, I'm scared. You know what I mean? I'm scared for my life. It's like, I have to get back there and I have to fix the wrongs that I did. And so the fact that he has to stay in Bel Air and give it a chance, and he has to think about him and his life and what more that he wants for himself, those stakes are high. Those stakes are truly, truly high. And so I just try to live in the reality of the situations that are going on in this 16-year-old young man's life. And, there are moments of levity. And that's going to be exciting for when everyone watches that. They're going to see that and they're going to be like, okay, whew, we can breathe for a little bit. But, the reality of the situation is tough.
I wonder what you want people to come away from the new series talking about with other people when they watch it. I feel like I need like 20 people to watch every episode with just so we can talk when it's over. What do you want the conversation to be after each episode?
I really want people to have watch parties. You know what I mean? Like really get together every week. What I really hope that this show brings is just conversation. You know what I mean? Because I think as a community, as a nation, that's what we need, is just to start having these conversations and start opening up these doors to, conversations that we haven't had in a long time, and to see different perspectives when it comes to, the N-word situation. What does that look like? You know what I mean? And how is Twitter going to react to that? And what conversation is that going to start? And by having these conversations, that's how we grow as humans, and that's how we grow as a community. And that was
episode 1.
And that's episode 1.
I was like, what?
And that's episode 1.
You can't do this to me in the first episode? Come on, man. What?
And we just keep getting deeper from there. And so I really hope that people walk away with a sense of pride and a sense of community and joy, and seeing Black opulence and Black excellence on screen in front of them in a brand new light. And, to give little boys who look like me, and little girls who look like Hillary, and little boys who look like Ali, and little girls who look like Simone, you know what I mean? A chance to say, hey, this is me on screen in front of me, and I'm watching myself, and I understand these people and the shoes and the way that we talk and our lingo and the fashion. And I hope that it's just, people are really going to resonate with the show. And that's all I can hope for.
That was Bel Air star Jabari Banks. The first 3 episodes are available on Peacock. And again, fair warning to parents, the series is not a sitcom, and it is rated TVMA. Thank you for making time for us. We will keep an eye out for developments in Ukraine. In the meantime, send us your questions about this conflict. And we still want to know what role you think America should be playing, if any. So send us your questions and thoughts. We are at NBC Now Tonight on Twitter, TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram. You can also leave us a voicemail, 888-575-2NBC, or email us nowtonight@nbcnews.com. So until we meet again, I'm Joshua Johnson. Thanks for making time for us, and we'll see you tomorrow. Good night.
Tonight, the world watching for a possible Russian invasion of Ukraine as diplomatic efforts continue to stall. New video showing Russian troops practicing urban combat operations in Belarus. The Belarusian border just 50 miles from the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv. The U.S. now moving its embassy from that city, saying Russia could invade with little to no warning. Ukraine's president blasting that decision, but now calling for a day of unity on Wednesday, which he says could be the day Putin attacks. Also tonight, the plane crashing off the coast of North Carolina while carrying a group of teenagers and their parents. The urgent search for any survivors and what we've learned about the plane's movements right before it disappeared. Plus, the horrific killing in New York City. A woman followed by a stranger and then stabbed to death inside her apartment. Police say it's the suspect's 8th arrest in less than a year. The growing calls tonight to end a surge of violence in the city, including a number of attacks on the Asian American community. Palin's lawsuit dismissed. A federal judge tossing out Sarah Palin's claim she was defamed by the New York Times, saying the former Alaska governor's legal team did not prove actual malice. So why is a jury still expected to issue a verdict? In-flight emergency, the man arrested after allegedly trying to open a plane door during a flight from D.C. to Los Angeles. A crew member using a coffee pot to try and stop him. One of the other passengers on board joins Top Story tonight the moment they thought the plane was going to go down. And long-lost brothers, the siblings who did not know each other existed, connecting after 50 years thanks to a local news report. Top Story starts right now. And good evening from Los Angeles tonight. We begin Top Story with the warning Russia could launch an invasion of Ukraine as early as this week, despite continued diplomatic efforts from the U.S. and its allies. The U.S. now closing its embassy in Kyiv and relocating a small number of diplomats to a city in western Ukraine. Over the weekend, President Biden speaking to the leaders of both Russia and Ukraine, telling Putin he would face, quote, severe costs if there was an invasion. However, Russia continues its show of force at Ukraine's borders, including carrying out what appears to be urban warfare drills in Belarus. Ukraine's president calling for a day of unity this Wednesday over reports Russia could begin an invasion in less than 48 hours. Putin continues to deny plans of an attack and signaled today he could be open to more talks. But some residents in Ukraine are still preparing for a war. NBC's chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel is there and leads us off tonight.
With diplomacy going nowhere, this is not a good sign. Russian troops in Belarus practicing urban combat. U.S. officials say this week is critical, declaring Russia is now able to attack with little or no warning. So the U.S. is now moving its embassy personnel out of the capital to western Ukraine, a move criticized by Ukraine's President Zelensky, suggesting it showed weakness. And tonight, Zelensky was dismissive of U.S. intelligence that Russia could soon invade, which he says causes panic. They tell us February 16th will be the day of the attack. We will make this a day of unity, he said. His aides later said he was referring to recent media reports. Meanwhile, Ukraine's ambassador to the UK is walking back comments that Ukraine might forego its bid to join NATO, a key Russian demand. This weekend, President Biden spoke with President Putin. No breakthroughs. Today, Russia's foreign minister met the Russian president at the end of yet another long table, telling him there's still room for diplomacy. Putin, in a tight COVID bubble, has met leaders at what seems like social distance plus. Russia says it won't invade, but in Ukraine, some families are getting ready for war. Training to handle an AK-47 is Valentina Konstantinovskaya, a 79-year-old retired accountant and a great-grandmother.
Do you think you're going to actually be doing this?
Yes, if Putin will come, I should be able to shoot, she says.
The Kremlin says it's still open to diplomacy and has a 10-page document ready to discuss. U.S. officials say they, too, are still open to diplomacy. But officials tell me they're confident some Russian military action is coming.
Richard Engel leading us off tonight here on Top Story. Richard, thank you. With the threat of a possible invasion looming, the White House says it's keeping the door open for diplomacy as Russia sends thousands of additional troops to the border of Ukraine. Kelly O'Donnell joins us now from the White House. Kelly, lots of news to get to, so let's start with Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin. He's traveling to the region this week. Walk our viewers through where he's headed and what's his goal.
When you think, Tom, of the timing and the locations, it is really critical. The defense secretary is heading to NATO headquarters in Brussels. He'll also be visiting Poland and Lithuania. Part of what he'll be doing is trying to reinforce to NATO allies and partners that the U.S. will keep its commitments, will try to fortify the defenses in Europe and be a presence there at a time when things are obviously incredibly tense. When you think about the timing to have someone as high profile as the defense secretary on the continent at a time when there could be a ground war if Russia acts, that is very notable. And so to have his presence there and his message is critical. Also, the vice president is scheduled to go to Munich for a security conference. So to have both of them there representing the United States at a time when these alliances are so key sends a big message. It may also buy some time as the U.S. and its partners are trying to forestall any action from Russia, while the White House says more aggression from Russia could happen at any time.
Speaking of buying time, we saw there in Richard's story, Russian President Vladimir Putin having a public discussion with his foreign minister and essentially leaving the door open to more diplomacy. At least that's what they said. How does the White House interpret today's comments from Moscow?
Well, one of the things they keep looking at are the actions of the Kremlin. Words can be very important in diplomacy, but actions often speak much louder. And so what they're saying is they're looking at satellite imagery and other intelligence, some of which they don't talk about publicly. But they will say there are more than 100,000 troops from Russia that have moved into locations all around the border of Ukraine, and they are in very aggressive postures. And that says to the United States and its partners that that is a very worrying sign. And so Russia can talk about wanting diplomacy, and the President Biden, and other foreign leaders are saying they want that off-ramp and want to keep that door open, but they're looking for tangible signs that Russia is willing to de-escalate. And so far, they aren't seeing that. Tom?
All right, Kelly O'Donnell for us at the White House tonight. For more insight and analysis on the escalating tension in Ukraine, I want to bring in NBC News political analyst Ben Rhodes. He's a former deputy national security advisor for the Obama administration. Ben, you know, in Richard Engel's report, he highlighted something that Zelensky put out on Facebook today, saying that if the invasion happened on February 16th, it would be a day of unity. Some aides, there's been some reporting that he was possibly joking about this. If he really was joking, if that reporting is correct, what does that tell you about his mindset as he faces down Vladimir Putin?
Well, a couple of things. I mean, first of all, he was a comedian before he was a politician, so not totally impossible that he might bring humor into it in some fashion. I think what it reflects more acutely, though, right, is there's been some tension around the fact that the United States has put out all of this information about an imminent Russian attack, about the potential timeframe for that attack. You've heard Zelensky expressing some frustration because obviously that can sow panic in the Ukrainian public, that can hurt the Ukrainian economy. Frankly, I think that the Biden team is doing it for good reason. They want to get ahead of Russia having a false pretext. So it may be that in citing this February 16 date, part of what he's alluding to is the fact that the United States has been the one that's been putting out these dates, that Ukraine is basically sitting there saying, hey, look, we've been in a low-grade conflict with Russia for 7 years now. We live constantly with the threat of invasion. But if it's February 16th, we'll be ready. So I don't take it as a negative about his capacity to deal with the crisis. I do think it speaks to the amount of pressure he's under and some of the added pressure that he's felt from not necessarily always being the one who's been out there foreshadowing when this might happen, because the Biden team is the one doing that.
Do you see, is there any way this ends without an invasion, but Ukraine still seeking a NATO membership?
I think that's a very good question, and it's very hard for me to see that. No. You know, the U.S. tried to kind of redirect Putin's interest in a dialogue about European security to other, frankly, more tactical matters like transparency around military exercises, around missile deployments. Putin is focused on the big strategic issue of whether or not NATO continues to expand and whether or not Ukraine, which is obviously a huge border state to Russia, is a part of NATO. And absent that fundamental concession of Ukrainian neutrality, it's hard for me to see Putin not doing something militarily. Just to give people like a bit of the history here, Ukraine had indicated that it wanted this NATO membership after 2008 when they were granted what's called the NATO Membership Action Plan by NATO. After Russia invaded Georgia in 2008, which was also another country that had been offered a membership action plan bordering Russia, it was only when a Ukrainian president, 2010, publicly committed to not pursue NATO membership and to neutrality that Putin kind of backed off a bit. And then once that president was ousted in 2014, that's when Putin annexed Crimea. And so long as there has been a Ukrainian president committed to NATO membership, we've seen this degree of provocation and aggression from Putin.
All right, Ben Rhodes for us tonight here on Top Story. We'll have more on Ukraine later in the broadcast, but we want to turn now to a big headline here at home. A small plane going down off the coast of North Carolina. 8 people, including children, reportedly on board. Officials announcing just moments ago at least one passenger has been found dead. As the search continues tonight for any survivors, Morgan Chesky has the latest.
Tonight, first responders converging near the Outer Banks of North Carolina after a weekend flight took a tragic turn. Officials say a private plane with 8 people on board went down over the water late Sunday near the small town of Atlantic. The plane, a single-engine Pilatus PC-12. Family members of those on board say its owner was flying a group of kids and parents for a special one-day duck hunt. Among those, friends Cole McInnes, Daly Shepard, Jake Taylor, and Noah Styron.
We have no indication that anyone survived the crash.
Photos capture the group celebrating a fun weekend before leaving for the trip back home. The flight's return path last seen on radar by an air traffic controller at Marine Corps Air Station Cherry Point, who shared the aircraft was seen behaving erratically, then disappeared from the radar screen. The Coast Guard immediately launched rescue crews both on the water and in the air. Tonight, this message from the high school, now missing 4 of its own. Prayers for our students and the families of these individuals. We will get through this together.
All right, incredibly sad. Morgan Chesky joins us now from Dallas. Morgan, you mentioned the Coast Guard searching for the missing by land and sea tonight. What more can you tell us about some of the things they have found?
Yeah, Tom, in addition to recovering pieces of that very plane, the Coast Guard did confirm today that they have found one of those 8 people who were on board. However, they're not sharing their identity at this time. Officials stress that this search still very much ongoing until they recover those remaining 7 others. Tom?
All right, Morgan Chesky on that breaking news tonight. Morgan, thank you. We want to turn now to the horrific attack in New York City. A woman living in Chinatown found stabbed to death in her apartment. Tonight, community members speaking out against anti-Asian violence and their concerns for their own safety throughout the city. Isa Gutierrez reports tonight from Chinatown.
Tonight, a community in shock.
What happened to her was so brutal.
After police say this man brutally murdered a 35-year-old woman, following her into her apartment and stabbing her to death. NBC News has obtained this video showing the man who was arrested moments before the alleged brutal attack. The victim's name was Christina Lee.
I didn't kill nobody.
Mayor Eric Adams saying in a statement, quote, "We won't let this violence go unchecked."
Enough is enough.
City officials rallying against Asian American hate with the community Monday across the street from Lee's apartment. The NYPD not stating whether it's investigating Lee's death as a hate crime. The incident comes as crime in New York City has increased by nearly 40% in January compared to last year, according to the NYPD. Lee's landlord told NBC New York Lee had just returned home from a Saturday night out when Nash allegedly followed her into the building and up 6 flights of stairs to her apartment.
Mercilessly stalked her.
Police arrived at Lee's apartment around 4:30 Sunday morning, where they say they found her and the suspect barricaded in the unit. EMS was able to enter eventually. Then officers found Lee in the bathroom with trauma about her body. She was pronounced dead at the scene. The suspect, identified by police as 25-year-old Asamad Nash, is facing murder and burglary charges. Nash already had 5 prior felonies and multiple open court cases. Lee's company posting a photo of her on Twitter, saying, "Our hearts are broken," and that Lee was always dedicated to making beautiful and inclusive artwork. Crimes against Asians and Asian Americans specifically have risen exponentially during the pandemic in New York City. Police reporting that incidents targeting them rose by 361% in 2021.
It's like someone that could honestly be our friend, you know, someone that I'm sure we probably would have maybe ran into or connected with.
The first reaction is a lot of fear and anxiety.
Today is a joyful day, it's Valentine's Day, but today I feel very sad because this tragedy happened right here.
It's been a really hard time for Asian Americans and New Yorkers. It's hard always being on your guard, but that's what we need to do.
All right, Isa Gutierrez joins us now from Chinatown in New York, right in front of that apartment where Lee was killed. You know, Isa, there seems to be 2 problems here, right? One, that portion of your piece where you mentioned that Asian Americans are becoming the victims of so much violence lately, ever since this pandemic really took off. And then 2, you have a suspect who has a very long rap sheet who for some reason was out. So I know you spoke to a lot of people there from the community. What else did they tell you about protecting themselves?
Absolutely, Tom. I spoke with many of Lee's neighbors as well as other members of the Asian and Asian American community from around New York City, and they all said the same thing to me. This tragedy puts them more on edge than ever. They're still mourning the death of Michelle Go, the 40-year-old who was fatally shoved in front of a New York City subway car just 1 month ago tomorrow. They're taking self-defense classes. They're volunteering for organizations that help people get from place to place safely. Why? Because they are so scared that something like this could happen to them or to someone they love. Tom.
Issa Gutierrez, with the ongoing crime problems there in New York City. We do want to stay in New York now because there's been an outcome in Sarah Palin's defamation case against the New York Times, but it might not be the one you expect. There's no verdict from the jury yet. Instead, the judge throwing out the case. NBC's Dasha Burns has more.
We'll be back tomorrow. Tonight, a judge dismissing Sarah Palin's defamation lawsuit against the New York Times, saying the former Alaska governor failed to meet the burden of proving the paper acted with actual malice. Judge Jed Rakoff saying, quote, "The Supreme Court made that balance and set a very high standard, and I don't think that standard has been realized by the plaintiff with respect to at least one aspect of the actual malice requirement." The jury will still render a verdict, but it will not override the judge's decision. Palin responding outside the court.
This is a jury trial, and we always thank jurors. We always appreciate the system. So whatever happened in there kind of usurps the system that I believe we're used to and we respect and works.
What did just happen in this case?
The judge determined legally that the plaintiff didn't bring enough evidence to trial, but the jury doesn't know about this, and they continued to deliberate so that they could still return a verdict. Palin loses either way at the trial court. If the jury comes back in her favor, she loses. If the jury comes back in the Times' favor, Palin loses again.
Palin sued the Times in 2017, accusing the paper of damaging her reputation as a political commentator with an opinion piece about heated political rhetoric after Republican Representative Steve Scalise was injured in a shooting. The editorial erroneously implying a link between Palin's Political Action Committee and the 2011 shooting that injured Representative Gabby Giffords and killed 6 others. It said the PAC circulated a map of candidates in stylized crosshairs. But the Times issued a correction 2 days later, saying it, quote, incorrectly stated that a link existed, and that it had incorrectly described the map.
The plaintiff had to prove here that the Times was deliberately indifferent, that they recklessly disregarded, that they put their fingers in their ears and said, la, 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 I can't hear you, to the truth. And the judge here said there wasn't enough evidence of that.
The case seen as a test of the longstanding protections for press in the U.S. Judge Rakoff saying he expects an appeal will be inevitable. What comes next here?
This is really about what happens on appeal. And there are some thorny appeal issues here that are hard to navigate. But the bottom line is this. Palin's case just got a lot harder to win on appeal, too.
All right, Dasha Burns joins us now from our top story studios there in New York. So, Dasha, this is a little strange. We heard there from Sarah Palin in your story. She's clearly upset. She wanted a jury to decide the verdict. The judge has tossed the case. So why will the jury still issue a verdict?
Yeah, Tom, the timing of this ruling is pretty surprising. It's unusual for a judge to dismiss a case while the jury is still deliberating. Now, the jury still has yet to reach a verdict, but Tom, when they do, it's not going to be moot, actually, just because a case was dismissed. This decision will be appealed, and as Danny just said in the piece there, this is all about what happens on appeal. Instead of ordering a new trial and starting the process all over again, the appeals court will now already have a jury's verdict, and they may actually choose to use that when this does, as many expect, go to appeal, Tom.
All right, Dasha Burns for us tonight. Dasha, thank you. Next, a New York couple is accused of taking part in a $4.5 billion plot to launder stolen Bitcoin, making their first appearance in court today in Washington, D.C. The Department of Justice explaining how they trace billions the couple is accused of trying to hide. Here's Jacob Ward with more.
And y'all gotta let your cars. A day after celebrities like LeBron James and Larry David appeared in cryptocurrency commercials during the Super Bowl, you gotta call your own shots. This New York duo, dubbed the crypto couple, appeared in court, charged with laundering billions in Bitcoin. 34-year-old Ilya Lichtenstein and 31-year-old Heather Morgan are tech entrepreneurs. Lichtenstein, who describes himself online as an occasional magician, is the founder of a digital wallet company designed to stop fraud and terrorism. Morgan, who once wrote that strong personal branding is essential as a founder, dispensed advice on TikTok.
I'm going to tell you my secret for making dreams a reality.
Wrote about how to avoid cybercrime, and even rapped under the name Razzlecon.
Come real far, but don't know where I'm headed.
But all that time, according to the DOJ, the couple had the proceeds of a 2016 crypto theft of nearly 120,000 bitcoins, worth millions when they were stolen. Over the years, the couple allegedly moved the money around, trying to hide its origins. But unique passwords for the funds were stored online, where the authorities eventually found them.
Today, the value of that Bitcoin has grown to over $4.5 billion.
The DOJ seized $3.6 billion of it, the largest grab in department history. Bitcoin, like all cryptocurrency, relies on a blockchain, a public record of transactions which allowed authorities to trace the money. The couple could face 25 years in prison, but their personal brand will continue to grow. Netflix announced Friday it's ordering a documentary series about the couple. Meanwhile, the DOJ says it will auction off the seized billions. Jake Ward, NBC News.
Prime Minister Justin Trudeau invoking new emergency powers to break up the trucker protests that shut down part of the U.S. northern border. This comes as demonstrations inspired by this group have already started to pop up overseas. So will it happen here in the U.S.? NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has more.
So-called freedom convoys protesting COVID restrictions have been bubbling for weeks. But now police in Western Canada have arrested 11 people and seized guns, body armor, and a large quantity of ammunition at a border blockade. Late today, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau invoked rarely used emergency powers.
These blockades are illegal, and if you're still participating, the time to go home is now.
Over the weekend, the Ambassador Bridge connecting Detroit and Windsor reopened after protesters had blocked it, clogging the supply chain for U.S. automakers. But similar demonstrations have started popping up around the world, from New Zealand to France to Israel. In the U.S., they're being embraced by some conservative politicians.
But I hope the truckers do come to America. I hope they clog up cities.
But disinformation is flourishing. Facebook officials tell NBC News that some of the groups that have promoted American trucker convoys are being run by fake accounts tied to content mills in Vietnam, Bangladesh, and Romania. Extremist researchers are also warning that many anti-vaccine and conspiracy-driven communities in the U.S. are quickly pivoting to promote disruptive convoys.
These groups are using these trucker convoys specifically to push their anti-vaccine messages. It sort of worked in Canada, and they're going to see if it can work in the United States.
All right, with that, Gabe joins us now from our top story studio in New York. Gabe, I want to pick up on that last point there. So the big question is, will these convoys happen in the U.S.? I understand you have some new reporting.
Yeah, that's right, Tom. As you know, U.S. federal authorities had been monitoring the possibility that a convoy could disrupt the Super Bowl there in Los Angeles. That obviously did not happen. But now online groups are discussing another potential date for road closures in the coming weeks, and that's March 5th. Tom?
All right, Gabe Gutierrez for us. Gabe, we thank you. We want to head overseas now to the Beijing Winter Olympics. Team USA heating up as we head into the second and final week of competition. Lots of hardware for the red, white, and blue over the weekend as the U.S. moved into third today. That's great news. Norway continuing to cruise into first place while Russia moves back into second, with Germany and Austria rounding out the top five. We want to head over to Steve Patterson now, a man who's been covering the Olympics for us here on Top Story. Steve, I know it's cold. I know it's slightly snowing there. It gets wider and wider behind you every time we come to you. I guess that's good news for the Olympics. So the U.S. finally finding their groove now with 7 gold medals. I guess the concerns about their slow start are now long gone. And an impressive 75% of the team's individual medals have been won by women of some of those stellar performances on display this weekend, right? Who brought home the gold?
Yeah, Tom, it's about -13 with the wind chill here. I just have to stand here. Those competitors have to compete in this. But yeah, I mean, really huge weekend for the United States. We've been saying this just about every few days or so. We're worried about, are they going to win more gold? Are they going to win more medals? And they consistently are now. So that's great. Erin Jackson, I mean, there should be a Hollywood screenplay option for this. If it hasn't been, I don't know what Hollywood is waiting on. This is the first black woman to win an individual gold medal, at the Olympics. She is the first to win in speed skating for the U.S. since 2010. She's the first to win a 500-meter medal since 1994. Unbelievable. She was not too long ago, less than 10 years ago, a roller derby competitor. She was found and scouted and trained up for 2018, and then over the last few years has been just putting down these amazing races. #1 in the world, first black woman to win a World Cup. But then she slipped in the qualifiers heading into the Olympics. Her teammate, Brittany Bowe, gave up her spot so she could compete in that event. And it's really good that she did, because she smashes the competition coming in first. Callie Humphreys, Alana Myers-Taylor, the monobob, the first time we've ever seen it at the Olympics. This crazy new event where instead of a team of bobsledders, you just have one woman pushing that thing down the ice, hitting it, and then trying to stay on line. And I think what we saw in that event was kind of a little bit of sloppiness from the other competitors, because it was so new. First time these women are doing that. And so I think what the U.S. had, which other teams didn't, is experience. Both of those women, multiple medal winners. Humphreys for Canada before switching, citizenship right before the games. And then Alana Myers-Taylor, of course, tested positive for COVID at the beginning of Beijing, managed to get herself back on track, and silver and gold goes to us. So more wins for the U.S., Tom. It's looking really good at this point in the last week of competition. Back to you.
Going back to that skater, Erin Jackson, who knew Olympic scouts were at roller derby competitions, but that's a good little fact to know. Two big names, though, back in action, right? Michaela Schifrin and Red Gerard. How are those competitions looking?
Michaela, I feel like we've been on Michaela watch since the beginning of the Olympics, especially, her sort of not finishing her slalom events, those events in which she was predicted to heavily be favored and win gold. She's supposed to have multiple golds by now. I think we did see her get back on track with the Super G. We saw her, finish that event, didn't win a medal, but was smiling. And I think based on the statements that we've seen so far ahead of Olympic downhill, another event that she's never done at the Olympics, I think she's looking really good, and we should maybe talk about her medaling. And then Red Gerard, I spoke to him after slopestyle, disappointing 4th place finish. He's looking for a gold. He's looking for a medal at this point. The only competitor in qualifiers to have a 75 in all of his runs. He's looking really strong, Tom.
All right, Steve Patterson from a very chilly China tonight. Steve, thank you for that. Still ahead, the stabbing spree. Nearly a dozen people stabbed at multiple locations in Albuquerque. What we're learning about the suspect now in custody. Plus, the raging fire at a gas warehouse overseas. Take a look at this. Multiple explosions reported. The evacuation's underway. We'll tell you more. And the man arrested after allegedly trying to open a plane door mid-air. One of the passengers on that flight spoke to Top Story tonight how others on board subdued the man until the plane made an emergency landing. Top Story, just getting started on this Monday night.
After the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
I believe every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
United States! Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar.
Kayla, we are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
All right, back now with some tense and actually really scary moments in the air this weekend. An American Airlines flight from D.C. to L.A. diverted to Kansas City after a passenger tried to open an exit hatch. Crew members and even other passengers battling to subdue him. It's just the latest in a string of outrageous incidents on planes throughout this pandemic. Priscilla Thompson has more.
Tonight, an arrest on board an American Airlines flight.
Yeah, he's trying to get into the cockpit for American 1775.
After a passenger allegedly tried to open an emergency exit, according to the U.S. Attorney's Office in Missouri.
Okay, we got 4 passengers now trying to detain this gentleman, American 1775.
Passengers on board now describing the harrowing moments that led to the emergency landing and arrest. What went through your mind as you're watching all of this unfold?
I honestly thought that I was going to die.
Muaz Mustafa was on board that flight from Los Angeles to Washington, D.C. About 2 hours into the flight, he says he noticed a commotion at the front of the plane.
A flight attendant came. He looked visibly scared, worried, as a flight attendant is just sort of yelling for the lights to be turned on, and the plane starts descending rapidly.
The flight, normally a straight shot from LA to DC, diverted to Kansas City instead, as crew members and passengers worked to subdue the disorderly passenger. At one point, a flight attendant hitting the passenger over the head with a coffee pot, according to authorities.
There's blood, like, at the front, like, splattered around. Like, the flight attendant had blood stains on his white shirt.
American Airlines praising the crew for jumping into action, writing in a statement, "We're grateful to our crew members who are consistently dedicated to the safety and care of our customers and who handled the circumstances with the utmost skill and professionalism." The incident, one of many this weekend, involving unruly passengers. A Honolulu-bound flight returned to Phoenix due to a passenger disruption. And before Sunday's big game, longtime running back Adrian Peterson was arrested on a domestic violence charge at a LAX after an incident with his wife on board a flight to Houston, according to the NFL.
Peterson was released from jail, but he will have to go before a judge this summer.
A spokesperson for the Petersons telling NBC News the incident is a private misunderstanding. These incidents, the latest in a spike of disruptive or violent incidents on board planes that began last year. In 2021, the Federal Aviation Administration logged nearly 6,000 unruly passenger reports, most involving mask wearing. Did you ever think that you would be caught in the middle of something like this?
No, I didn't. It's scary, and you're on this little metal cylinder in the air, and one person on there could become a real problem. At the same time, it was comforting to see, like, heroic people, other Americans, passengers that kind of got up and worked with the crew to help, neutralize the bad situation.
Yeah, great those passengers stepped up, because that can be such a scary situation. Priscilla Thompson joins us now from 30 Rock Live tonight. So, Priscilla, what more do we know about this suspect, and has he already been charged?
Yeah, Tom, 50-year-old Juan Rimberto Rivas has been charged with assaulting and intimidating a flight attendant. According to the U.S. Attorney's Office in Missouri, he's currently in federal custody awaiting a detention hearing. Tom?
Okay, glad they were able to land that plane. Priscilla, thank you. When we come back, the skating scandal rocking Beijing. The Russian figure skater testing positive for a banned substance, but still allowed to compete. How will it affect other athletes who placed and win medals? And the Los Angeles Rams celebrating their Super Bowl win. The victory parade just announced, plus the iconic landmark about to get a makeover for the celebration. Stay with us. To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Pryor.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Ooh, the answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
A little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment, your moment.
Good morning, I'm Joe Pryor.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, back now with Top Stories newsfeed, and we start with some developing news: an arrest in a stabbing spree in New Mexico. Police in Albuquerque say 42-year-old Tobias Gutierrez stabbed 11 people at 7 different locations across the city on Sunday. He allegedly carried out the attacks with a large knife and while riding a BMX-style bike. The stabbings do appear to be random. All the victims, though, are expected to survive. That's good news. All right, the U.S. has suspended all avocado imports from Mexico after a U.S. health official was threatened while inspecting a plant there. Drug cartel turf battles have recently led to the extortion of avocado growers in the country. No word yet on how long the suspension will last, but it came on the eve of the Super Bowl, the biggest sales day of the year for Mexican avocado growers. All right, and Super Bowl champions, the L.A. Rams, will get their victory parade on Wednesday. The parade is expected to begin at the Shrine Auditorium and end at the L.A. Memorial Coliseum. A rally will then be held outside. The iconic Hollywood sign, this is pretty cool, is also being temporarily changed to read Rams House after the team beat the Bengals 23-20 to take home the Lombardi Trophy. All right, we do want to return now to Ukraine, and civilians there on edge as hundreds of thousands of troops surround the country, really on all sides. The nation now confronting a new enemy inside their borders: disinformation. NBC's Aaron McLaughlin has the story for us from the ground in Ukraine.
Outside the U.S. Embassy in Kyiv, what seems like an anti-American protest, with hundreds of retirees holding signs declaring the United States the enemy. But take a closer look.
This is very clearly an anti-American protest, but the people holding the sign don't speak English and say they don't know what it says.
Retiree Alexei Solomko claims someone asked him to hold this sign, but won't say who.
I'm for America, not against. It helps Ukraine. I came here pro-America.
But you're holding an anti-American sign.
Well, I don't know what's written there. Now you've told me, and now I know.
Screen grabs obtained by NBC News suggest protesters were paid, offering the equivalent of $7. While NBC News cannot verify the screen grabs, and they surface at a time in which no one can be sure who is telling the truth, a Ukrainian intelligence source says the protest was first shared on websites with known links to Russian intelligence. Ukrainian experts call it part of what they describe as Russia's extended campaign of disinformation, cyber attacks, and bomb threats on metro stations, even elementary schools. Allegations NBC News has not been able to confirm. What's known as hybrid warfare, designed to destabilize from within.
The main enemy for the Kremlin, and the main enemy they want to show their domestic audience, is the United States, not Ukraine.
The Kremlin did not get back to us, but has denied similar allegations. Meanwhile, Ukrainian intelligence says an unprecedented disinformation campaign is ongoing tonight.
All right, that was Aaron McLaughlin there reporting from Ukraine. Now to Top Stories Global Watch and the deadly explosion in the south of France.
Authorities say the blast started in a commercial building, but then flames spread to nearby apartments. At least 7 people were killed, including 2 children. Crews are still searching the debris for any victims or survivors. The cause is still under investigation. And in Chile, a fire at a gas warehouse prompted hundreds of evacuations. This video is wild. The cell phone video shows the fire and several explosions erupting outside of a residential building. More than 1,500 residents forced to evacuate. Roads in the area shut down. Local media reporting 3 people were inside the factory when that fire began, but they were not injured. All right. Now, for more on the Olympic Games, the women's individual figure skating event set to begin tomorrow in Beijing. The favorite, 15-year-old Russian Kamila Valieva. She will compete despite testing positive for a banned substance, but no medals will be awarded until a full investigation is complete. I know, it sounds bizarre to us as well. NBC's Kelly Kobiella has more on this controversial decision.
After a head-spinning back and forth, Russian figure skating phenom Kamila Valieva is headed back to the ice, despite testing positive for a banned substance.
The CAS panel in charge of this matter has decided to let Ms. Valieva continue her participation in the Olympic Winter Games Beijing 2022.
The Court of Arbitration for Sport ruling a suspension would have caused irreparable harm to Valieva, who is a minor and who failed the drug test before the Olympic Games. The 15-year-old gold medal favorite tested positive for trimetazidine, a heart medication that can help some athletes with endurance, at a competition on Christmas Day in Russia. But the results of that test took 6 weeks to report.
It's either a sinister plot to continue the Russia state-sponsored cover-ups or, incompetence by leaders not to resolve a positive test going into one of the most important events of the world.
News of the positive test broke with the Beijing Games already well underway. On the same day, Valieva led the Russian team to gold, becoming the first woman to land a quad jump in competition. That medal ceremony was mysteriously delayed. Then, the stunning announcement: the Russian anti-doping agency suspended Valieva. But the ban was overturned a day later, and now the Court of Arbitration sealing Valieva's fate, allowing her to compete in the women's individual event on Tuesday with one notable difference.
Should Ms. Valieva finish amongst the top 3 competitors in the women's single skating competition, no flower ceremony and no medal ceremony will take place during the Olympic Winter Games Beijing 2022.
Former Olympians taking to social media to voice their outrage, writing they are furious, helpless, and shocked that Valieva is allowed to compete. Figure skater and coach Adam Rippon, who earned a bronze medal with Team USA in 2018, tweeting, "The ladies' event tomorrow is a complete joke."
Now you're getting into a situation where precedent is set, and who's going to be responsible, and how are they going to be able to do this in the future if you're allowing athletes that tested positive under their rules to continue on in the games. So it is an absolute mess.
U.S. track star Sha'Carri Richardson, who was suspended during the Summer Games after testing positive for THC, slamming the ruling as a double standard, tweeting, "Can we get a solid answer on the difference of her situation and mine?" adding, "The only difference I see is I'm a black young lady." Allegations of this kind are nothing new for Russia. The country has been banned from the last 3 Olympics after a massive doping scheme uncovered in 2014, with athletes like Valieva allowed to compete as part of the Russian Olympic Committee, at least for now. Kelly Kobiella, NBC News.
And with that, we want to bring in NBC Olympic skating analyst and 1988 gold medalist Brian Boitano now for more on this. He also hosts Olympic Ice during these Olympic Games on Peacock. So, Brian, we heard a lot of reaction in Kelly's story there. There's a lot going on here. You won a gold medal at the Olympics. You know how hard it is to train and that moment to receive that medal and to represent your country. What do you make of all this?
Tom, it's just so confusing. It just seems like a big mess. I mean, the things that stand out to me are, Russia and the IOC are not accountable to anyone. It just doesn't make sense, the decisions that they're making. And like you said on, at the moment of being able to win an Olympic medal, no matter what color it is, it's something that you have for your whole life to remember. And to have that taken away from those women, and also in the team competition to take away from the other teams, you're taking away the memories. It just doesn't go along with the Olympic ideals.
So, Brian, for people who can appreciate figure skating but are not experts like yourself, who have never competed, especially not at the Olympic level, people may hear performance-enhancing drugs and figure skating. It's not a sport you would think you'd want to take a drug to get better at, but some athletes apparently do.
Back in the day, they thought that Olympic ice skaters wouldn't take drugs because doping would make you bulky and, strong. And the whole idea is when you fly through the air, you're supposed to be light. But I guess in light of that, there have been these drugs that are stamina enhancing. So it makes you able to get more oxygen in your blood, and it makes you stronger for longer. So the thing that you have to remember, Tom, is it's figure skating is, you have a free skate. It's a lot of power moves within a long timeline. So you have to have both stamina and explosive muscles. So really it is unlike any other sport, and they're just discovering other drugs that can benefit in other ways. You've seen the skater in question perform, obviously. Is there anything in her performance or any moves? I know some people think she's the best at doing quads. Is there anything that leads you to believe there's something suspicious there? She is amazing. If this drug gives you flexibility, that would be something that I would say, no, it can't give you flexibility, but she is, she's 15. Her stamina is great. Most of the times when you see someone, of 15, 16, 17, their stamina is amazing. It is a little bit of a head scratcher. And I've read articles, from doctors who have said they don't really understand why she is taking this type of drug, and also that it's so detectable. It's very easy to detect. It seems like they, would have her doing something else, but it is definitely, she is one of the best in the world, if not the best, to come along in a very long time, jumping with ease. She does everything well. She is an amazing girl, and nobody wants to see this 15-year-old girl go through this, but it has just been such a mess with the ROC and the IOC.
Brian Boitano for us tonight. Brian, we thank you for coming on Top Story. Coming up, Bitcoin at the big game. Cryptocurrency companies filling up a lot of the Super Bowl commercial time, including one that just featured a QR code for the entire ad. So what's behind the crypto marketing blitz? Stay with us.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right,
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
And we are back now with Money Talks, what consumers and investors need to know from the business world and beyond. If you watched the Super Bowl last night, then you saw a lot of commercials centered around cryptocurrency. Companies like Coinbase and FTX and Crypto.com looking to gain new buyers and help give Bitcoin the boost it needs after a disappointing January. Bitcoin bouncing back this month, trading at approximately $42,000 after dipping as low as $33,000 a few weeks ago. I want to bring in CNBC technology reporter Kate Rooney, who covers all things crypto for CNBC and for Top Story at times. Kate, first, welcome back to Top Story. You know, I want to ask you about all those crypto commercials we saw yesterday during the Super Bowl last night. Coinbase was one that really stood out. For their entire 30-second ad, they had a QR code bouncing around the screen. Their website ended up crashing.
Yeah, absolutely, Tom. Well, good to see you. Thanks so much for having me. I, for one, stood up for that QR code and was not surprised to see that it was Coinbase based on the amount of crypto spending we've seen when it comes to advertising. But despite the action during the Super Bowl, there's been a lot of buzz around crypto. Bitcoin hasn't really been attracting a ton of new buyers in the past few months, and analysts see this as a big roadblock to any sustained rally, or bull market as it's often called. And so Bitcoin's price has recovered a little bit since January. That was a tough month. Analysts, though, for now, don't think that there's enough new interest to support a longer-term rebound. So that's really what Coinbase and some of the other crypto platforms were trying to solve with those Super Bowl ads. They're looking to bring in new users. I did just get some data from Sensor Tower in the last couple of hours showing that Coinbase is now #2 in terms of downloads in the App Store. For some context, it was ranked at 186 just a couple of days ago. So it did work in the near term. But the things that really tend to bring people in organically and keep them around are Bitcoin prices. So people want to get in when the price is going up and when it's moving around. I spoke to an analyst, Tom Lee of Fundstrat, who's closely followed on Wall Street and in the crypto community. He said, yeah, you know, those Super Bowl ads might be a boost in terms of user numbers for the exchanges. Crypto prices, though, if those stay flat, people might not, A, be as eager to trade, or B, tell their friends to sign up and trade. So there's a risk that, yeah, they'll get on the platform, but they could lose money and then could eventually be spooked off by some of the volatility. So he's not as convinced that this is a long-term sustainable ad in terms of the amount of people moving into the market just based on some of the buzz around the Super Bowl.
So, Kate, you know, crypto clearly is having a moment. We saw that with the Super Bowl ads. I was sort of taken back. I was walking through downtown Los Angeles, and the Staples Center is now Crypto.com arena, which just kind of surprised me. It just kind of showed me the power of crypto, at least right now, with the valuations. But there's a survey out by an investment management company, and it found that 68% of investment executives don't think their clients should get into crypto right now. Their top concerns seem to be related to transparency issues and regulation. So what do you think about that?
Yeah, it's definitely a factor. I think there's a lot of people that are still skeptical about the asset class. It is relatively new. CNBC actually did a survey on this last year looking at some of the barriers to entry. Age actually tends to be the biggest factor in terms of perception of risk and risk appetite. So roughly half of all U.S. investors, based on that survey, said that crypto is high risk, but there were some big differences in opinion depending on age. So about a third of those 18 to 34, so the younger side of the investment spectrum there, say that it's risky. And you look at those over age 64, they're much more skeptical. About 2/3 described it as a high-risk investment. Transparency might be a big concern there, and some would actually argue that Bitcoin is more transparent because it's traceable. So the jury's out in terms of, you know, who, if that actually is the case. Law enforcement have actually been able to trace Bitcoin transactions and would argue that in some cases it's actually more traceable and secure than cash. But we talked about some of the lack of new buyers. The older group is actually the one that a lot of crypto analysts and Wall Street analysts are looking to as that potential cohort of new buyers. The older generation right now controls the majority of wealth in this country. So in terms of where they're going to spend their money, if they get more comfortable with crypto, they could actually be the ones to really move the markets. On regulation, though, you asked about that, Tom. That is still a big risk. It's still an unknown. The industry has been calling for a lot more clarity. They're spending a lot in D.C. when it comes to lobbying, so the expectation is that we may see some more action and some more attention out of Congress. And the consensus view right now is that the U.S. probably won't ban Bitcoin, at least. It's right now a $2 trillion industry if you look at cryptocurrencies altogether. You know, the ad spending is one indicator of that. But I think we will get a little bit more clarity, and that's what I'm hearing in terms of the industry looking for that. And that could be seen as a good thing. I think when it's more regulated, people think of it as safer, and that could be one of the catalysts just for mainstream adoption.
All right, Kate Rooney for us, explaining all things crypto, which sometimes can be confusing. Kate, great to have you on tonight. Coming up, the long-lost brothers. A man watching a local news report discovering a brother he did not know he had. How the two made the connection and the moment they met after more than 5 decades.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Finally tonight, two brothers separated for nearly 5 decades finally reunited thanks to a local news report on our Sacramento affiliate, KCRA. Jesse Kirsch has a story.
When Randy Waits turned on his local news last December, he got a lot more than the weather.
We usually go to Europe, and we said, you know what, instead of a 14-hour flight, we'll do the 1-hour flight.
This man's name and face flashing across Northern California TVs for just seconds during our affiliate's newscast. But tuning into KCRA, Randy Waits saw more than enough.
I've seen him on the news, and I've never met anybody else that had the same spelling of my last name.
Soon Randy's daughter was on the case too, tracking down Eddie Waits of Southern California.
I saw his features, and he actually looked a lot like my dad in the eyes. So I did my research, and I just searched up his name and looked up all I could.
Turns out this Waits family wasn't the only one seeing a resemblance.
And once I seen the picture of him, I seen my dad. I seen our dad.
That's right. Eddie Waits and Randy Waits are brothers, as KCRA reports, adding the pair was separated at a young age for more than 50 years, never knowing each other existed until February 5th, when they embraced for the first time.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
Where you been all my life?
I don't know. Where have you been?
Yeah, right.
The reunion just in time for Uncle Ed to help celebrate his nephew's 13th birthday.
It's crazy. I didn't even know that was possibly wait.
that could happen.
Thanks to Curiosity, a made for and by TV moment, bringing family together.
Welcome.
Thank you, buddy.
Jesse Kirsch, NBC News.
And we want to thank our affiliate again, KCRA, for their help with that report. And we thank you for watching Top Story tonight on this Monday. We'll see you back in New York tomorrow. Have a great night.
Well, hey there, I'm Joshua Johnson. It's great to be with you on this Valentine's Monday, February 14th. Here's some of what we're talking about tonight. Ukraine's president is downplaying claims that Russia will attack in just a few days. But the Biden administration says it is not taking any chances. U.S. embassy staff are leaving Kyiv over fears of an invasion. A former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine joins us with analysis and perhaps to explain why anyone would announce the date of an invasion. Then, Georgia's Secretary of State is calling for increased security ahead of the midterms. That would include state troopers at polling places. Plus, today marks 4 years since the Parkland school shooting. Some responded with activism, others with advertising. School security is big business in the new PBS documentary, Bulletproof. So for a few weeks now, we have been told it's not a matter of if Russia would invade Ukraine, just a matter of when. Today, we apparently got some clarity on when, in unusually precise language, a date, this Wednesday, February 16th. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky announced that on Facebook, and then hours later, he took it back. A spokesperson said Ukraine's president was echoing a date that had been spread in the media, but still, President Zelensky called the 16th a, quote, day of unity for Ukraine. Meanwhile, the Pentagon would neither confirm nor deny the date.
I won't get into a specific date. I don't think that would be smart. I would just tell you that it is entirely possible that he could move with little to no warning.
So why did Ukraine choose to make this information public? Good question. But the pressure and suspense spooked the markets today. Apparently, they've spooked the State Department, too. Today, the Secretary of State announced that the U.S. will move its embassy from Kyiv to Lviv. That pulls the staff away from Russian forces along Ukraine's borders and further west, near the border with Poland. Russia's military is positioned along 75% of the Ukrainian border. So what happens next? And more importantly, when? Joining us now is Ambassador John Herbst. He's the former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine and Uzbekistan. Today, he's the director of the Eurasia Center at the Atlantic Council. Mr. Ambassador, welcome to the program. Good to have you with us.
Nice to be here.
Am I the only one who thought it was a little weird that President Zelensky was like, Russia is going to invade Wednesday, like with that kind of specificity? That just sounded strange to me.
It's odd that that's being put out in the public domain like that, but it's also true that there were intel reports suggesting that, as I understand it.
What do you think might be the strategy behind saying that out loud? Like, why not just keep that under your hat?
Well, I think that in one area, where there's been pretty good coordination between the Biden administration and the Zelensky administration in Ukraine, there has been a difference regarding the public discussion of the Russian threat. The administration has decided that for a variety of reasons, it's important to make loud and clear the possibility or even the likelihood of a Russian additional invasion of Ukraine. Zelensky, who may not share the same deep pessimism of the administration about that invasion, also is very concerned about the impact of his economy on public statements that Russia will in fact invade. So I think what we saw play out on his Facebook account was a disagreement that had been under the surface between the two presidents in the two countries.
What's your read on that, though? I mean, I have no reason to believe that this Wednesday would seem implausible for an invasion. It sounds like, even though it may have been odd to say that out loud, it's not necessarily unthinkable.
That's correct. And the administration has been warning literally for months, but especially over the last month or so, that a Russian invasion or a new invasion, a new offensive, is in fact quite possible and even likely. And this has come to a head, if you saw the press conference that Jake Sullivan gave last Friday. And of course, the administration's decision to move our embassy out of Kiev, which is actually quite normal in such circumstances, reflects that.
With regard to Jake Sullivan, he spoke today, briefed senators today, rather, and we also heard from Senators Dick Durbin of Illinois, Democratic Senator Durbin, and Republican Senator Marco Rubio of Florida. Here's part of what they said today.
I think it'd be best if we could agree on sanctions.
I don't think the hard part's going to be crafting a package of sanctions that we can impose with our allies. I think the challenge long term is, can you sustain them?
Ambassador, talk about that. Crafting sanctions, sustaining sanctions. What's the strategy look like there in terms of what would actually be effective in preventing another invasion?
The Biden team has put out a three-part response to a Russian new invasion of Ukraine, and it's a pretty good response. One is major sanctions, which will dwarf the current sanctions if Moscow, in fact, sends those troops into Ukraine. The second is sending additional arms to Ukraine to deal with that invasion or potential invasion. And three is moving more NATO forces to the east up against Russia's border to protect them against possible Kremlin provocations in the future, but also to say to Moscow, if you think invading Ukraine will enhance their security, think again. So those three steps together, I think, give Putin reason to be cautious as to what he does next.
How influential are sanctions, in your view, compared to any of the other tactics that the rest of the world might take to try to prevent Vladimir Putin from going into Ukraine? I mean, how intense would they have to be in order to prevent an invasion?
The current sanctions on Russia for its war in Ukraine's east, the Donbass, cost the Russian economy 1%, even a little bit more than 1% of GDP per year. So they're not insignificant. Biden is threatening something which will be much stronger. So the Russians really do have to worry about that, even though they have around $600 billion in a reserve account. But that account could be wiped out if these sanctions were put in place in the course of a year and a half. So this is truly a concern for Putin. It's not as great a concern as if we were willing to militarily defend Ukraine, but we're not. And that is not part of the Biden policy.
See, that's kind of why I wonder about the sanctions. I mean, if the sanctions before were so intense, they took 1% out of the economy, and Vladimir Putin's still thinking about doing this again, it kind of makes me wonder where the deterrent lies. We asked some of our viewers what they think America's role in Ukraine should be, if any. Ray tweeted, without any true influence or power, Biden's role is to make sure he doesn't fall into one of Putin's traps. Ambassador, what about that?
No, I think that's much too pessimistic. The United States remains the world's strongest nation in all respects. If we, in fact, impose these sanctions, the Russian economy will be crippled. And I'm not telling you for sure that this will deter Putin from going in, but I think there's a good chance, again, in concert with the other steps, enhancing NATO's force posture in the east, more arms to Ukraine, to persuade Putin not to go in. He is a risk taker, but a risk taker when he's pretty clear that he's not going to suffer much damage. He knows if he goes in, or he should know, that he will suffer major damage.
I wonder what your sense is of, and I've asked versions of this question to different guests, what the necessity is for the role from the Western world. I mean, Ukraine is not a particularly vital trading partner to the U.S. It's not a member of NATO, so there's no NATO contractual obligation to really do much for Ukraine. And I wonder just what the necessity is of the Western world being there with such a strong presence. I mean, Russia has already invaded Ukraine once. If it did it again, what's the real impact on the rest of the Western world? Is it possible that everybody else could have just watch this from a distance and allowed it to happen, especially since no one is talking about sending troops?
You think you have to understand that Putin's objective is not simply to subdue Ukraine. His objective is to, in fact, impose a new order in Europe. He made that clear in the draft treaties that he sent to us in December, to us and to NATO. He wants to re-exert Russian control, not just over Ukraine, but over all the territory that used to make up the Soviet Empire. That includes all the new members of NATO in Eastern Europe, the Baltic states, Poland, Romania, the Czech Republic, and so on. This is a great danger to American interests. We can defeat Putin in Ukraine without sending in American soldiers. We would have to send in American soldiers if Putin provokes the Baltic states, Poland, Romania, and so on. We have a contractual obligation. The smart policy for us, the economical policy for us, is to use all these other measures to make sure that Putin does not win in Ukraine. Because if he does win in Ukraine, we have to worry about our NATO allies. This is a big deal.
Ambassador.
And it will also encourage China to go after Taiwan if we let Putin have his way in Ukraine.
Yeah, I hear you in terms of the larger message that it would send, not so much with this conflict, but the downstream effects on other potential conflicts as well. Ambassador John Herbst, we appreciate you making time, sir. Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
For some Ukrainians, reuniting with family is the priority. Russian-backed separatists have occupied parts of the country for as many as 8 years now. Some Ukrainian families have been kept apart since. From our partners at Sky News, Deborah Haynes has that story.
Like a scene from the Cold War when an iron curtain cut through Europe, this is no man's land in eastern Ukraine. A border between territory held by the government on one side and Russia-backed separatists on the other. And it's not just land that's been divided. This is the only place families can cross from Luhansk and Donetsk after separatists blocked other routes.
Это тяжело, потому что большинство родственников живут на Украине. Хочется очень часто с ними видеться, особенно сестра моя, я очень люблю.
У меня старшая дочь в Харькове. Мы с младшей живем. Было бы проще, если бы мы могли пересекать когда угодно. То есть я к ребенку могу поехать к старшей дочери раз в месяц, и это очень тяжело. То есть
They make their way back to Luhansk, victims of a diplomatic failure to resolve a conflict between Ukraine and Russia, despite 8 years of trying. So the occupied part of Ukraine is about 800 meters that way. This is the path that people wanting to cross between the two sides have to go. We're not actually allowed beyond this point here. But because of the rules that they're under on the other side, they're only actually allowed to come here over to this side once a month.
Sit down, please.
With tensions escalating, France's president, pictured in Moscow last week, had hoped to breathe life into what's known as the Minsk Accords. They aim to secure a lasting peace, but Kiev wants them to deliver a fully sovereign Ukraine, while Moscow seeks to use them to gain permanent influence.
Sometimes I think there's been a cultural predisposition in Western capitals to assume that if we have a geopolitical problem on our doorstep in Europe, then somehow, with good faith, common sense, reason, and pragmatic concessions on both sides, you can broker a solution which not only resolves that problem, but also leaves everybody more or less happy. I suggest that in this case, that is not possible.
Residents also conflicted.
Ну, я Украину люблю и хотела бы в составе быть, но, может быть, автономно как-то, чтобы мы их не раздражали, они нас не раздражали. Вот так как.
This woman wants Ukraine reunited so her daughter can see her father in Kiev more easily.
Ми розлучені, а я зараз живу у своїх батьків. І мені доводиться, щоб батько бачив дитину, кожен раз їздити. Ну, і такий важкий шлях подолати.
If warnings of a new invasion are right, though, their journey is about to become even harder. Deborah Haynes, Sky News, Stanitsa Luhanska, Eastern Ukraine.
After the break, we turn to Georgia politics. An effort to pull a neighborhood out of Atlanta may be over. And Georgia's Secretary of State is proposing patrols at the polls. We're glad you're with us for Now Tonight from NBC News.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
there were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Georgia could feature prominently in this year's midterms. Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger faces a tough re-election campaign himself. In the past, he has defended Georgia's elections as secure, despite former President Trump's claims. Now, the secretary is calling for assigning state troopers to polling places.
Georgia has become the center of the election universe. And this year, we're going to have hard-fought campaigns that we're going to be watched all across the country. And every indication is that we're going to have close races. With that environment, it only makes sense to provide additional resources for election security so that everyone can have confidence in the results.
Now, Mr. Raffensperger's office says it has not prepared any legislation, nor is it clear how much this would cost. That is just one of Georgia's big election year stories. The other is in Atlanta, with an effort to make one neighborhood its own city. That neighborhood is Buckhead, an affluent district north of downtown. If you've ever been to Atlanta and shopped at Lenox Square Mall, that's Buckhead. A local campaign had been pushing for Buckhead to secede from Atlanta. Now, that would dramatically change the city's demographics. Atlanta is nearly half black and around 40% white. How would removing Buckhead change that? Well, the proposed Buckhead city would be overwhelmingly white. That is why some critics call this effort a severe case of white flight. And Buckhead's median income is much higher than the city overall. So secession would diminish Atlanta's tax base. By one estimate, Buckhead alone accounts for 38% of Atlanta's tax revenue. So will this neighborhood secede from Atlanta? Not anytime soon. Last week, Georgia's Republican House Speaker David Ralston came out against the proposal. So did the Lieutenant Governor Jeff Duncan. And that means supporters of the Buckhead city effort no longer have a political path forward, at least not right now. Let's break all this down with Greg Bluestein, a political reporter for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution and an MSNBC political contributor. Greg, let's start with the announcement from the Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger. What's his rationale for this?
Yeah, well, part of the rationale, this is a warning. There's been lots of threats against election officials, against Brad Raffensperger himself, against his top deputies. So there is a reason to be concerned if you're the state's top elections officials that poll workers and others will come under threats. But the other part is political. He's facing criticism from both Democrats and Republicans. He's looking to sort of stand out against a very tough Trump-backed primary challenger in Congressman Jody Hice. And this is one way he can kind of change the conversation and say, look, I'm calling for more security. Another part that he's also calling for is he wants help from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation to probe allegations of voter fraud. This is something that Speaker David Ralston, Governor Kemp, former Senator David Perdue, they've all endorsed similar ideas. And now this is the first time he's getting on board with that, to have state police essentially be tasked with investigating allegations of voter fraud.
This sounds like it's a little bit muddied when we talk about election security. I understand the argument about physical security, right? That there have been threats against poll workers and election officials. We've seen that across the country in the aftermath of the 2020 election. But then there's this other strand of thought about election security, which has had to go to some of the conspiracy theories around the last election. Indeed, Mr. Raffensperger himself asked the Georgia Bureau of Investigation to investigate claims that there had been malfeasance at the polls, and it closed the investigation because it couldn't find anything. So it sounds like we're talking about a few different things here.
Yeah, you're exactly right. The GBI had found no evidence of any wrongdoing, no reason to investigate further. And as you mentioned, there's been no evidence whatsoever of any sort of rampant, widespread voting fraud, multiple recounts, audits of absentee ballots in one of Georgia's most populous suburbs, both found no reason to be concerned about any sort of widespread voting fraud at all. But this is part of the Republican messaging post-Trump. It is voter integrity is the phrase they use to say that, hey, there might have been problems, and we want to make sure we get to the root of it, even though there were no problems. And Brad Raffensperger was kind of out front, reminding people left and right that this was a free and fair election in Georgia.
I also want to get to this Buckhead City secession effort. We spoke to Andre Dickens, who's the new mayor of Atlanta, the newly elected mayor of Atlanta. Crime has been a big part of this story from the beginning, at least among the stated reasons that supporters of this secession effort gave. Here's part of what the mayor said in terms of his strategy for dealing with crime in Atlanta. Watch.
I'm going to hire 250 police officers in the first year because we lost a lot of officers over the past few years. And this is not going to cost us any new money. It's already in the budget. We're just aggressively going about it. I'm using technology like street lights and Shot Spotter to find out where shots are, new cameras to be able to, to have a deterrence for crime, but also to quickly help us find suspects. Gang violence is growing in our cities because of the isolation and depression and experiences related to COVID. So we're going to make sure we have gang intervention and gang, reduction activities so that we can get these young folks some opportunities to do the right thing.
Greg, can we just be clear in terms of what's underneath this secession effort? Like, I can understand concerns about crime, but black folks in Atlanta have concerns about crime too. And the money that comes partly from neighborhoods like Buckhead that filters into the city's crime prevention efforts could be spent, I guess, toward reducing crime citywide as opposed to just tearing away from Atlanta. What is this actually about? Is this about crime? Is this about race? Is this about wealth? Like, what's really going on here?
Race, wealth. This is a wealthy, majority white enclave that was trying to break away. And it would set a precedent in Georgia. This would be the first community to de-annex itself, to secede from an existing city in modern Georgia history. So this was something that had a lot of lawmakers, Democrats and Republicans, concerned. But this was also a political issue because you had the key supporters. There were Republicans who didn't live in the area. Former Senator David Perdue, who's running for governor, rural lawmakers, and other conservatives. Every lawmaker who represented the city of Atlanta, all Democrats, each opposed it. So basically, there was an argument that carpetbaggers, that non-Atlantans were trying to influence this debate. And the leader of this movement is a former New York transplant who moved to Atlanta recently named Bill White, who had curried favor with Republicans, but began to lose that favor in recent days as he amplified a racist post on Twitter and spread around conspiracy theories that really alienated conservative lawmakers, even some of his top supporters, over the last few days.
I think we should be clear also, it's not like people are leaving Atlanta in droves necessarily. The city keeps, one of my good friends said the sign on the city limit should say, "Welcome to Atlanta, we full." Like the city is not shrinking, first of all. But with regards to why the effort lost support, what was it that finally made people walk away from this?
You know, there was always some concerns, underlying concerns from conservatives and Democrats, but really, you know, the ruling Republicans in the Georgia legislature, that this would set this precedent and allow other cities to sort of split apart. You know, if Atlanta can do it, what about Athens, Georgia? What about Macon, Georgia? But one of the other major concerns was the question of crime, the question of financing. I spoke to Lieutenant Governor Jeff Duncan, who came out in opposition to this. And there was a major moment last week when he said he will not let this pass the state Senate, which is where he's the president of. He said, look, supporters have yet to elaborate on their plan to stop crime. Crime doesn't stop at city limits. Someone doesn't just see a welcome to Atlanta sign and turn around, even if it does say "we full." There's also questions about financing, about what happens to public schools that were under Atlanta public school system that would be in this new Buckhead city limits. So there's a lot of questions that were yet unanswered, and these are costly questions. These are issues that involve billions of dollars of tax revenue. And the corporate community had also started coming out. We're talking about some of the biggest landlords, some of the biggest name companies in Georgia that are based in Buckhead saying no, no, no.
And last 10 seconds, Greg, is this effort dead, or do the supporters plan to bring it up again in the future? Briefly.
It's dead this year, but it's coming back next year if there's still a Republican governor.
Gotcha. Greg Bluestein of the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. Greg, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Up next, a controversy on the ice. A Russian skater will still compete in the Winter Olympics despite using a banned substance. We'll have the latest from Beijing just ahead. Stay close.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Ooh, the answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, time to update some of the stories we've been following, starting with a lawsuit over First Amendment protections. Sarah Palin had sued the New York Times for defamation. Now the judge says he will dismiss her suit. Judge Jed Rakoff says Mrs. Palin's legal team failed to prove that the Times defamed her. At issue was a 2017 editorial that linked her to the shooting of former Congresswoman Gabby Giffords. Judge Rakoff says he will issue the order after the jury finishes its deliberations. If it rules in Sarah Palin's favor, he says that he will dismiss the case. But the judge added that she will probably appeal, and the appellate court would benefit from knowing what the jury decided. Traffic from Detroit to Canada is flowing again after nearly a week of protests there. Authorities cleared protesters who were blocking the Ambassador Bridge. Police arrested more than 24 people. They seized or towed a handful of vehicles. The Ambassador Bridge carries about a quarter of the trade between the U.S. and Canada. Similar protests have been happening in other Canadian cities in reaction to COVID mandates. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau is activating emergency powers to stop these protests. The last Canadian leader to invoke the Emergencies Act was his father, former Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau. That was in response to kidnappings by separatists in Quebec back in 1970. At the Olympics, a Russian athlete will continue figure skating despite testing positive for a banned substance before the Games. Kamila Valieva is competing with the Russian Olympic Committee. Her case went to what's called the Court of Arbitration for Sport. This morning, that court ruled that she may skate again because she is a minor or a protected person. She's 15, so the rules are different for her than they would be for an adult athlete. But if she wins a medal, there will not be a medal ceremony. Right now in the medal count, Team USA is third with 16 total, 7 gold, 6 silver, 3 bronze. The Russian Olympic Committee has 18 medals. Norway leads the pack with 21. NBC Steve Patterson is at the Olympics near Beijing with more. Steve, why did this court rule in Ms. Valieva's favor?
Well, there's more factors here at play than I can sit down and have a discussion with you within, a 2-minute time span. But I will say the biggest factors are, one, that you've already said, which is that she's under 16, which makes her a protected person. And two, the bizarre timing of all of this, because she tested positive on about December 25th, so Christmas Day. It wasn't for another 3 weeks, maybe more, really right before she was able to compete in that first competition, winning gold, that the test came back, that she was then suspended, by the way, by Russian officials. That suspension was appealed, and then she was again allowed to compete. And remember that what we're talking about here, as far as that court of arbitration, is whether or not to reinstate the suspension, not if she violated anti-doping laws. That investigation is not something that will play out for at least another few months as they look into, yes, whether or not her age plays into this. Because, again, Josh, we're talking about a child. We're talking about a 15-year-old Russian figure skater. How much agency she really had in taking the medication? Did she even know she was taking the medication? What about her inner circle? How much of a role did they play? That all has to be looked at moving forward. And I think the body here that was governing, that made this decision, just decided that A, they didn't have enough information, and B, the timing just simply wasn't right. And so the secondary solution is to just not have a medal ceremony, not only for her first victory, but anyone's moving forward, which a lot of people are saying isn't quite so fair. A lot of controversy here stemming off this decision. Josh?
Yeah, a number of folks, including figure skater Adam Rippon, had very strong things to say on Twitter. Sha'Carri Richardson, who is a U.S. sprinter who was not allowed to go to the Olympics after testing positive for cannabis, has had a lot to say about this. She said that she used cannabis as a way to help her cope after the sudden death of her mother. Ms. Richardson tweeted, "Can we get a solid answer on the difference of her situation and mine's? My mother died and I can't run and was also favored to place top 3. The only difference I see is I'm a black young lady." Steve, it seems like the reaction to all this is that for some reason, the IOC is allowing this young woman and the Russian Olympic Committee to cheat yet again and stay in the Games.
Well, with Sha'Carri specifically, I mean, we're talking about, a substance that, according to officials, is known to increase performance by way of increasing stamina. It has been proven to do so versus weed. I mean, so the difference there is what? Is it the competitor? I think that's what she's asking. Is it the color of her skin? I think she's asking more deeper questions than, what some of the figure skaters have been asking. And I think those questions are valid too. You're talking about, again, a person at the Olympics in what should be a very level playing field. In fact, there's entire organizing bodies that are here to make sure that happens. And yet this competition is moving forward with somebody that is tested positive for an illegal substance. But again, you still have to look at the overall argument, look at what this body is able to do in the time span that they have without doing harm to, again, an athlete that is a minor, that is 15 years old, that may or may not have had agency in what happened. So all of those factors combined, and yes, it's very controversial, but you just have to take everything into account here. And I think the overall decision is the fact that you simply can't take everything into account in the time allotted before the next competition, which, by the way, is in now just a few hours. Josh?
Let me ask you about some of the women's competitors before I let you get in from the very bitter cold. First of all, I'd never heard of a monobob until this weekend. But Team USA took the top 2 spots in the women's monobob, which is kind of a solo bobsled competition. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, somebody told me that they thought the monobob was a haircut, which it's not. The monobob it's basically bobsledding, and bobsledding is a full team. Think of Cool Runnings, and the whole team needs to move this thing down the ice. Well, monobob is just as it sounds. It's one person, in this case, one woman, that has to push that thing, jump in, and then try to keep a straight line. And I think what we saw with the 2 Americans that won is they simply had way more experience. Both of them multiple medal winners. Kelly Humphreys for Canada before she switched allegiance right before the Olympics, and then Alana Myers-Taylor, obviously, who had that bout of testing positive with COVID right as she arrived at the games, got herself healthy, back into the game, and took silver. Those 2 have a lot of experience, and they have a lot of upper body strength. And I think that's what we saw maybe lacking with some of the other competitors. They just simply needed to be stronger in order to keep a straight line. It was very sloppy once you get past the top 3 in that event, something I think we'll see shore up as the event progresses and the games move on in the years to follow. Josh?
And finally, the U.S. women's hockey team, they're headed to the gold medal game, right? Tell us about that.
I'll be brief here and just say that they've just smashed the entire field. They've smashed the entire lane of competition, except for Canada. Canada was their one dark spot, and that is sort of what everybody is looking forward to. If you want a capstone to the Olympic Games, it is the U.S. women's hockey team versus Canada's women's hockey team, 2 teams that have fought for gold perennially, almost for the last 20 years or so. It is always a battle. It is something I'm personally really looking forward to, and it's going to be a banger. Josh?
I'm looking forward to people sending us pictures, because I'm sure the internet has already solved the question of what does a monobob look like. I'm sure there's some hairstyle somewhere that somebody's going to tag us at NBC Now tonight if you see something like, I think this might be a monobob. But I am also looking forward to that hockey game. I think that'll be a good one. Thank you, Steve. That's NBC Steve Patterson at the Olympics near Beijing. Thank you, sir. Metal detectors, active shooter drills, and even bulletproof desks are more common in schools today. The industry that sells this gear is the focus of a new documentary. The director of Bulletproof joins us when we come back.
The Today Show's newest fan.
A little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment, your moment.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
4 years ago today, a high school in Parkland, Florida, fell victim to a deadly shooting. Today, gun control groups called for President Biden to get more done toward keeping students safe. 17 people were killed at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. The shooter, Nicholas Cruz, pleaded guilty in October to murder charges. Tonight, the city of Parkland held a ceremony to remember the victims. The Broward County School Superintendent read their names and led a moment of silence. Earlier today, demonstrators gathered near the White House. Among them was the father of a boy killed in the attack. Manuel Oliver climbed a crane and displayed a banner showing a picture of his son. Police later arrested him. Mr. Oliver's actions were just one effort to draw attention to the tens of thousands of gun deaths since Joe Biden became president. Mr. Biden has been calling on Congress to do something. Those efforts have yielded no new laws, but the president says he remains hopeful. In a statement today, he said, quote, "We can never bring back those we've lost, but we can come together to fulfill the first responsibility of our government and our democracy, to keep each other safe. For Parkland, for all those we've lost, and for all those left behind, it is time to uphold that solemn obligation," unquote. A new documentary takes a look at the various ways schools and teachers are trying to protect children, from mental health to safety drills to firearms training to hoodies that are lined with Kevlar.
Some people will say, oh, it's just some kid playing. The problem is we can't take that risk anymore.
It feels very scary. Sometimes I don't want to come to school because I think I might not come home the next day.
So were you suggesting and perhaps somebody should have been armed and killed somebody?
Ready! Fire!
The building lockdown drill is
Joining us now is Todd Chandler. He is the director of the new film Bulletproof. It premieres tonight on PBS's Independent Lens. Mr. Chandler, welcome.
Thanks for having me.
I watched the documentary today. It is so good, but it is also highly unsettling. You've referred to this film as a meditation on fear. What did you mean by that?
Well, I think there have been a number of films that have been made about gun violence specifically, about mass shootings specifically, and as a filmmaker and as an educator, I was really interested in this sort of meditation, reflecting on the kind of fear, how fear is playing out in different ways, how we define problems, how we define solutions, and think about them in this country. So it was really a creative exploration to try to sort of create something that can expand conversation.
You focus on a lot of different kinds of school districts. You look at Texas and Chicago and New York and DC. You kind of travel all over the country. You look at someone in Silicon Valley who is making those hoodies that are made out of Kevlar or that are lined with Kevlar. And it seems like one of the key functions of the documentary is to paint a picture of the various ways that people are trying to keep kids safe. Like, no one solution has taken root everywhere, and depending on where you are and what your political philosophy is and how much money you have to spend, your school security could look very different.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. And again, it comes back to this question of how do we define problems and solutions? So are we defining the problem as mass shootings, or are we defining the problem as a sort of broader culture of violence? And in terms of solutions, are we thinking about building fortresses, of our schools, or are we thinking about how to really approach things in a more holistic way? And so, I don't have any answers, and the film isn't prescriptive in that way, but I'm sort of through this process of making it, really trying to open up some questions and some deeper reflection on that.
One of the scenes in the documentary takes place at a convention in Las Vegas for basically the trade industry, the companies that sell all this security equipment and training to schools. And they range from, like I said, bulletproof desks to doors that can be closed in an emergency, different kinds of training, technology. What did you make of just the industry that has sprung up around school security?
Well, I think two things briefly is that, one, at first I went into it and I was a little shocked. I thought, wow, this is a really massive industry. And then as I started to get deeper into it, this industry has been around for a while, in that, metal detectors and policing and surveillance have been, deployed in communities of color in schools in those communities for many, many, many years. And, as mass shootings have sort of come more into the public discourse, that the sort of industry has expanded, right? And the sort of marketing has expanded. So I was, I saw a lot of products, I saw a lot of things for sale, and I think the sort of idea that we can kind of buy our way out of a culture of violence, to me, was a bit absurd. And so, that sort of sent me down this path of investigating a bit further and sort of seeing how things were playing out in different places, different communities around the country.
You have been a teacher since 1999. That was the year of the Columbine shooting in Littleton, Colorado. I wonder what your sense is of where we've come over the years in terms of talking about security on campuses and working to keep our kids safe as a teacher.
Sure. I mean, as a teacher, like you said, I've been teaching for a while now. I teach right now at Brooklyn College in the film department there. And actually, this film grew out of a conversation with some of my students after they had heard about a mass shooting that had happened back in 2015. And sort of half the class had heard about this, half the class hadn't. Some of the class were afraid that something could happen on our campus in that way, and the other half were like, well, no, this phenomenon really is happening in white suburban communities. And it opened up this conversation about sort of violence in the United States, and looking at, both sort of mass shootings and also, police violence, state violence, things like that. And so, like, a number of my young people were afraid of police violence. A number of them were afraid, who are maybe perhaps undocumented, were afraid of state violence. There's a lot of sort of questions, and, mass shootings are certainly part of that question, but how we approach the sort of broader set of issues is pretty complex, and that's, again, what sort of launched me on this journey.
I was really taken by the array of different kinds of measures that schools take. One of the places where the documentary starts is in the Texas City Independent School District. Texas City is kind of just up the coast from Galveston, basically, southeast of Houston toward the Gulf. And the array of security, down to like cameras that could track students' movements and tell you how many students were in this building or that building. And then a little bit later in the documentary, you see like metal detectors being wheeled into a school. I remember as a black kid going to school, the uproar over putting metal detectors in a school, and now to see what this school district is doing with an amazing amount of funding. I don't know if I'm more unsettled by the fact that there were metal detectors in the first place, or that other schools in more affluent areas can afford even more than metal detectors. What did you come away from this documentary with in terms of just like the net effect of how we're doing with all of this?
Yeah, and you know, again, I didn't reach a specific conclusion, but what was fascinating to me is how these security measures play out differently in different communities, and even within the same communities, right? Like in Texas City, for example, there had been a mass shooting in Santa Fe, Texas, which is the neighboring town, a few years back, and all these security measures were implemented in Texas City in part as a reaction to that. And I didn't spend a lot of time with students, but a number of those who I talked to felt safer because of these measures, and then another set of students felt criminalized and surveilled and, were afraid. And so seeing how these things play out, I think, was something that was really illuminating for me.
Before I let you go, I am going to be haunted by the young woman in East Palo Alto, California, which for those of you who don't know the Bay Area, not the wealthy part, Palo Alto. East Palo Alto is literally on the other side of the highway. That is a very poor, very crime-plagued part of the Bay Area, who started making hoodies that are lined with Kevlar, which is a bulletproof material. And she talked about it like it was a business proposition for her that kind of sprang with her familiarity with poverty and crime. Coming away from making this documentary, is there anyone who's doing it right, for lack of a better word, who's making real progress that should be kind of held up as an example of something innovative and something useful, or are we still all kind of groping for answers before we go?
Well, I mean, that's a tough one. I think that there's a lot of interesting work being done, and that, some of that work is harder to capture than others. It's a longer term, project of really thinking about how we do work around both, issues of guns, which I intentionally didn't really get into in this film, and, sort of broader sort of like social, emotional issues, right? And so for example, there's a scene in the film where students are being taught mindfulness techniques in Chicago City schools. And I don't necessarily posit those techniques as a solution, because I don't think there is a single solution, right? And I think the mindset of trying to buy or find a sort of solution is I understand the impulse, but I think it's somewhat futile. It's a whole matrix of approaches that I think are going to be needed to do this. And I think one of them is really thinking about how we work with young people, how they have more agency in schools, how we can fund schools, how we can pay teachers better, how we can create environments that are more welcoming and inviting to students.
The documentary is called Bulletproof. It premieres tonight on Independent Lens. It is so good. Please search the listings for your PBS station or look for it on the PBS video app. Todd Chandler, I appreciate you making time, sir. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much for having me. I appreciate it.
A new take on The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air debuted on Super Bowl Sunday. Last week, we met the star of Bel-Air, Jabari Banks. You'll see part 2 of our conversation before we go.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. I don't want to be a Lego.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Back in the 80s and 90s, when a network sitcom dealt with controversial topics, they'd advertise it as a very special episode. A new dramatization of The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air is basically one big, very special episode. The first 3 episodes of Bel-Air are now available on Peacock. That streaming service, like this network, is owned by NBC Universal. Let's get to part 2 of our conversation with actor Jabari Banks. He stars as Will Smith's character. We talked about his connections with the cast and what he wants fans to take away from the show.
One of the things that stood out to me early in the first episode are some of the themes in this story that were always in the sitcom, but never really got discussed because it was NBC in the 90s and kind of the culture wasn't ready for that. Are there certain storylines within this series that when you read it, you were like, oh, I can't believe we gonna do this? Like, did anything stand out to you?
Yes. I mean, the Carlton and Will dynamic is so exciting to watch, and Ali plays Carlton so well. Like, I'm super excited for everyone to hate Carlton and then fall back in love with him. You know what I mean? It's going to be super exciting. So that was one that I was super enthusiastic to get to explore, and Ali has really become, you know, my brother off screen. When I first got to LA, he was like, let me take you around, and, you know, because I was still looking for a place to live, and he was like, let me show you different neighborhoods and I'll let you fill it out, and that itself is like, damn, like, you know, you get comfortable with the person, and that just helps the chemistry on screen, right? And so that dynamic is super exciting, and I'm super excited for everyone to see that again in a different light, but also Will and Uncle Phil's dynamic, right? Like the iconic dynamic between Will Smith and James Avery, and finding that again with Adrian Holmes, man, he is such a vet, and I learn from him literally every day.
How do you play Will Smith without hearing Will Smith in your head? Like, even I will do little vocal tics from Fresh Prince that I grew up with. If I'm talking to somebody, I'll be like, you know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's so ingrained. It's almost like, Will Smith, get out of my head.
Right.
How do you play such an iconic character as Jabari and not have Will Smith kind of sneak in unexpectedly?
Oh, it happens. It happens for sure. And I have to remind myself, I'm like, okay, I just have to be myself. You know what I mean? Being yourself is really key part of playing this role and to taking this role on, because that's what Will was doing. You know what I mean? Like, he wasn't up there trying to be anybody else but him. You know what I'm saying? And so to have the permission to do that as well is really how I'm approaching this role.
You were in tears, your character, in the middle of episode 1. Mm-hmm. Like, this show gets really emotionally intense right now. Mm-hmm. How do you walk that line in terms of trying to keep the show funny, but also keep it real to the themes that it's trying to address now, especially because they can be really personal?
Yeah. I mean, we have to look at the stakes, and we have to look at the reality of the situation that's happening in this 16-year-old young man's life, right? You know what I mean? And it's really life or death. At that 16-year-old age, everything is, you know what I mean? And so it's only right that when, you know, he gets caught and he was trying to fix the situation because his friend calls him and he says, hey, I'm scared. You know what I mean? I'm scared for my life. It's like, I have to get back there and I have to fix the wrongs that I did. And so the fact that he has to stay in Bel-Air and give it a chance, and he has to think about him and his life and what more that he wants for himself, you know, those stakes are high. Those stakes are truly, truly high. And so I just try to live in the reality of the situations that are going on in this 16-year-old young man's life. And, you know, there are moments of levity. And that's going to be exciting for when everyone watches that. They're going to see that and they're going to be like, okay, whew, we can breathe for a little bit. But, you know, the reality of the situation is tough.
I wonder what you want people to come away from the new series talking about with other people when they watch it. I feel like I need like 20 people to watch every episode with just so we can talk when it's over. What do you want the conversation to be after each episode?
I really want people to have watch parties. You know what I mean? Like, really get together every week. What I really hope that this show brings is just conversation. You know what I mean? Because I think as a community, as a nation, that's what we need, is just to start having these conversations and start opening up these doors to, you know, conversations that we haven't had in a long time, and to see different perspectives when it comes to, you know, the N-word situation. What does that look like? You know what I mean? And how is Twitter going to react to that? And what conversation is that going to start? And by having these conversations, that's how we grow as humans, and that's how we grow as a community. And that was
episode 1.
And that's episode 1.
I was like, what?
And that's episode 1.
You can't do this to me in the first episode. Come on, man. What?
And we just keep getting deeper from there. And so I really hope that people walk away with a sense of pride and a sense of community and joy, and seeing Black opulence and Black excellence on screen in front of them in a brand new light. And, you know, to give little boys who look like me, and little girls who look like Hillary, and little boys who look like Ali, and little girls who look like Simone, you know what I mean? A chance to say, hey, this is me on screen in front of me, and I'm watching myself, and I understand these people and the shoes and the way that we talk and our lingo and the fashion. And I hope that it's just, you know, people are really going to resonate with the show, and that's all I can hope for.
That was Bel Air star Jabari Banks. The first 3 episodes are available on Peacock. And again, fair warning to parents, the series is not a sitcom, and it is rated TVMA. Thank you for making time for us. We will keep an eye out for developments in Ukraine. In the meantime, send us your questions about this conflict. And we still want to know what role you think America should be playing, if any. So send us your questions and thoughts. We are at NBC Now Tonight on Twitter, TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram. You can also leave us a voicemail, 888-575-2NBC, or email us nowtonight@nbcnews.com. So until we meet again, I'm Joshua Johnson. Thanks for making time for us, and we'll see you tomorrow. Good night.
Was one of those moments where you just want to go back 2 minutes. 2 minutes ago, he was laying beside me and he was alive. Now he's gone forever.
A mysterious intruder invades a sleeping house, hunting room to room before opening fire.
I heard Angie scream, "Oh my God, oh my God."
I nudged Justin. He didn't respond.
Her fiancé dead on the pillow. The killer seeming to vanish into the night.
Did it say anything to you? That these 2 women in the house, one of them lying right beside the victim, were unharmed?
It was suspicious.
Not surprising that investigators would focus first on those inside the home. But it was out on a darkened highway that this case would take a dramatic turn.
I hear somebody yell, "I need help."
Investigators making a chilling discovery.
All the hair on my body was standing on edge.
Clues piling up.
The red tub ended up being a gold mine of evidence.
But no one would believe where they would lead.
It's evidence to suggest that there is some sort of conspiracy involved here.
Evil is the only word I can think of. Inhuman to do something like that.
A mystery solved and a lesson learned.
If somebody seems a little hinky, maybe he is.
Oh, how right you are, Keith. I'm Lester Holt, and this is Dateline. Here's Keith Morrison with The Shadow.
It was a moonless night in Iowa, 4 o'clock in the morning, the quietest of quiet hours. A small-town cop glided down the empty highway out of Des Moines, bound for the early shift at his rural police department. That's when he saw it, corner of his eye. What was that in the ditch, maybe 30 yards off the highway? A car? In trouble? He swung around. Somebody clearly missed a curve on the gravel access road.
The driver's door hanging open on it. Looked like airbags deployed, dome light was on.
And then suddenly, who was that? Knocking on his car window.
Gentleman didn't have a shirt on.
Seemed agitated, weird. Eventually, a second cop appeared.
He's excited. He seemed like, you know, if you were to talk to somebody right after they got done running a marathon, just out of breath, sweating profusely. The entire time I'm out here, it's just a very, it's an uneasy feeling. My stomach was turning.
But no law broken. He called the guy a cab, sent him home. No idea what was coming. How could they know?
It makes you question the goodness of humanity. It makes you question your faith. It makes you question your beliefs.
It was a point where evil outdid good.
Even here in the heart of the heartland, its lovely capital, its famous state fair, all manner of deep-fried delicacies and presidential casting calls here. Des Moines, a place known for its sweet and gentle nature, for people who are simply nice. Like him.
He was just very good.
His name was Justin Michael. These are his parents, Weldon and Marie.
He cared about people. He was kind and considerate.
Just a nice guy.
Just a very nice guy. A very good person.
Sort of person who volunteered for things like helping to build houses for Habitat for Humanity.
He really enjoyed it.
Justin was almost 31, the eldest of three. His brother Nathan idolized him.
All three of us stayed close. We just always grew up like playing sports and hanging out with Justin.
He was just a great older brother, very supportive and caring, and would give you the shirt off his back if you needed it.
In fact, said Sister Sydney, Justin saved her life when, as a teenager, she was caught in a riptide at the beach.
It was absolutely terrifying. I felt like I was literally drowning. And then all of a sudden there was Justin, and he was pulling me up on our boogie board and telling me that everything was going to be okay, everything was going to be fine.
So, you get the idea. Just a good person, a nice guy, who was about to get as lucky as a person can in life. That is, lucky in love with her.
I found him very attractive and interesting, and he was fun to talk to.
Her name is Angie Verheuel. And what happened to Angie and Justin was that thing that some people don't even think exists. They fell in love at first sight. Bingo, just like that.
Then after our third date, I texted my friend and I said, I'm pretty sure I'm going to marry this guy.
Well, he seemed to feel the same way about you?
Yep. It was very easy from day one. We both knew.
So they did what people do. They tried out each other's interests, and Angie discovered the man she was in love with also loved things like skydiving, which of course he wanted her to do too.
Lured you out a time or two.
Yeah.
He had you jumping out of an airplane?
Yes, yes.
What the heck were you thinking?
Yeah. I am terrified of heights, so...
So he took you up there.
Yeah. It was so exhilarating, though. I was terrified up until the moment that we got in the plane, and then I just was calm, and it was so much fun.
Which was a little like their courtship, really. A jump that some people would find terrifying, but not them.
You got engaged very quickly.
Mm-hmm. When you know, you know.
Was there ever any doubt? I mean, no day you woke up and thought, oh, God, what have I done?
Nope.
So, in August 2013, 2 months after they met, Angie and Justin were an engaged couple. In December, she moved in with him at his house in a tiny place called Grimes, about 20 minutes outside of Des Moines. And they planned their wedding, which would be, they decided, a family event on the beach in North Carolina, where his parents lived. They set the date, July 20th, 2014. It was May, excitement building, when Justin's parents came to visit in Grimes.
A Mother's Day weekend.
And on the Wednesday evening before that Mother's Day,
we were laughing and talking about Halloween costumes for the next year, and as it grew dusk, we ended up cooking s'mores over their fire pit, which was one of Justin's favorite things to do.
Justin's dad, Weldon, was on business in Minneapolis that night, so Marie stayed alone in Justin and Angie's guest room. As far as she knew, all was well. Across the hall, a couple in love, all good things on their way. Dark now, moonless dark. She closed her eyes and slept. And then,
So I heard the door opening, and my first thought was Angie was coming in to grab a scarf or a piece of jewelry from the dresser. I knew she kept some things, spare things in the bedroom. The person just stood in the doorway.
What did you see? Just a silhouette? Or?
I saw a dark silhouette, a person dressed in dark clothing, and I could see a red laser light shining in my eyes. And then as I was laying there, I noticed the red light shine across the pillow, and I remember thinking, that's a strange flashlight. And that's when I saw a much bigger person than either Justin or Angie, so I knew this was an intruder. And my heart sank. I'm sure I froze, and a second or two later, the door was shutting, and I remember praying, just please take what you want and just leave us alone.
but of course, leaving them alone was not what the strange, intrusive presence had in mind. Not even close.
This night of terror was only just beginning, and no one was prepared for what would happen only seconds later. When we return,
I heard Angie scream, "Oh my God, oh my God."
Marie tells detectives a horrifying story, but they're not sure they believe it.
To me, that was very odd.
When Dateline continues.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hard to think about it now, that night in May 2014. When Marie Michael drifted off to sleep, things were so good, so full of possibilities for her eldest child and his fiancée.
The save the date cards had gone out for the wedding.
They were just perfect together.
And then that terrifying pinprick of red light hit her eye in the dark, woke her up, and she saw him, whatever, shrinking away, and the fear that took over her body. She froze. Maybe she prayed for those horrifying seconds. How many seconds? 3? 5 seconds? Across the hall, Angie.
I heard the bedroom door open, and I had been in such a hard sleep, I just assumed it was Justin leaving to go to the bathroom. Then I heard a pop, pop, pop.
And it sounded very muffled, so I'm thinking that could not be a gunshot.
And unaware that her world was quite different now, Angie opened her eyes.
And I rolled over and saw somebody running out of the bedroom. And I knew that was bad. And I nudged Justin and I said, Justin, Justin.
I heard Angie scream, "Oh my God, oh my God." I knew something terrible had happened.
I turned on the light and I just ran out of the bedroom, down the hall.
Did you see him?
I didn't.
You just knew?
Yeah.
I looked in the bedroom doorway and I saw Justin laying on his back on the right side of the bed with his head tilted, and I could see a bullet hole in his head, and I could see blood running down his neck.
My instinct was to figure out how they got in the house. We had a really big window. I checked to see if that was closed, and it was. Checked the front door, that was still locked. Saw that the back door was unlocked, and I went and I opened it a little bit, and then I was like, that's not a good idea. So I closed it.
Did you understand right away that everything was different, that the man you loved was dead?
It was one of those moments where you just want to go back 2 minutes. Because 2 minutes ago, he was laying beside me and he was alive. And now he's gone for forever.
But in that moment, her brain, her fingers, wouldn't cooperate.
What they say about not being able to dial 911 in an emergency is very true. I had to try like 3 different times.
Somebody just came in and shot my fiance in the head.
Ma'am, what's your name?
Angie.
Can you go over and check the status of...
He's dead.
Okay.
I know he is.
Marie called 911 too.
Somebody came in and shot somebody. Do you know who was shot? My son, Justin Michael.
A few minutes later, deputies from the Polk County Sheriff's Office arrived and looked around the house as the 2 women sat in the living room in complete silence.
As we were sitting there across from the TV, we noticed that a DVD player had been pulled out and there was a fluorescent yellow sweatshirt laying there, which
didn't belong.
Didn't belong. We pointed it out to the officer and it was neither one of ours.
Was that what happened? Some awful mistake? A robber hitting the wrong place? The wrong person? Deputies told them, "Get your things. We're taking you out of the house."
I couldn't go back into the bedroom. I didn't have my glasses on.
They were in there.
So I said, I need my glasses.
She asked me if I would grab her glasses from the nightstand in their bedroom. So I did go back into their bedroom one more time. I looked at Justin and I told him goodbye and, you know, how much I loved him and how I couldn't imagine why that had happened to him.
Is it even possible to understand what it does to you to look through the door and see your eldest son lying there with a bullet hole in his head?
It was something in 100 million years you could not imagine. Who could have done that to my son, who wouldn't hurt a fly, had never spoken ill of anybody, or to my knowledge had any enemies, or it just was unfathomable.
The sheriff's deputies took Angie and Marie outside, put them in separate patrol cars, where they sat and watched the activity around them, quite stunned. Before they took her cell phone, Marie called her husband, Weldon. She begged him to hurry.
I wondered when I heard the news whether they had gotten into the wrong house. I mean, it was so bizarre.
Reality failed to gel in Weldon's head.
On the drive from Minneapolis down, I mean, I couldn't believe it. I expected to see him there when I got there. I thought it was a mistake. I asked if Justin was all right, and she said no, that he was gone.
It was a feeling of isolation, and I could see, people in and out of the house. I could see detectives with flashlights combing the neighborhood and all around his house.
Crime scene.
Crime scene. It was a very long 3 hours of my life, just sitting there not knowing what was going on.
News reporters are setting up everywhere, and there's so many police cars, and they weren't saying we got the guy, and I just felt they don't have him. They need to catch him. I know I'm safe, but is everybody else I love safe?
Eventually, they drove both women separately to the sheriff's headquarters, where they installed them in separate rooms for separate interviews, because something about this didn't smell right.
There was just a lack of emotion, and to me that was very odd.
Coming up, detectives become concerned about something else, too.
We have to find out, why did someone isolate Justin and want him dead? And we didn't see a lot of emotion from the mother or Angie. And so that was concerning.
Did it say anything to you? That these two women in the house, one of them lying right beside the victim, were unharmed?
Yeah, it was suspicious.
When Dateline continues.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
On the morning of May 8, 2014, local TV trucks roared off to a most unexpected place. Peaceful little Grimes, Iowa, population 9,000, was crawling with cops. Very unusual, said Stephanie Moore, who covered the story for Des Moines NBC affiliate WHO-TV.
It's the kind of place where they have the convenience store and everyone's there drinking coffee in the morning.
What about crime? Much of it?
No crime in Grimes. Neighbors live there, probably don't lock their doors. It's just a quiet neighborhood.
But sure enough, something big was going down, though just what? The deputies wouldn't say.
When we talked to neighbors, they were surprised just to see even more than one police vehicle in the neighborhood. And then the DCI, Division of Criminal Investigation van came, and that's hard to miss. It's huge. People are coming out with little booties on and full suits, going in and out of a house. There's crime tape up, and neighbors.
And nobody's saying what happened?
And neighbors are starting to ask, what's going on here?
Anxiety is like a virus. It spread fast in Grimes.
Yeah, they were nervous. People don't just get shot in Grimes. They knew Justin, Michael, and Angie, and couldn't imagine anything happening there.
And if reporters and neighbors were mystified about what happened, so was Detective Robin Bartholomew.
I was the on-call detective. I got called out at 3:30 in the morning.
Who confronted a messy, bloody crime scene, a victim shot point blank in the head, and here was his fiancée without a mark on her. Blood tends to spatter, but there wasn't a drop on Angie.
I mean, how far apart were they?
Right next to each other.
Has that ever happened in your experience that you've encountered that before?
Not that I've encountered.
Did it say anything to you? That these two women in the house, one of them lying right beside the victim, were unharmed?
Yeah, it was suspicious.
Yes, and also, if the killer was intent on robbery, he certainly didn't succeed. That DVD player pulled out of its place in the living room, that was it, said Detective Tim Hopper. Nothing else was taken or disturbed.
Well, it didn't make sense.
Did it make sense as a burglary? I mean, as an attempted burglary?
No.
So if it wasn't an attempted burglary, why would somebody be messing around with this?
To stage it, to try to throw people off track.
Mind you, there was that sweatshirt that didn't belong in the house. Had the killer in his rush to escape left it behind? Well, officers tried to track that down. Angie and Marie were at the sheriff's office in separate interview rooms, answering a lot of pointed questions.
Why not kill you too?
And I don't know if he looked in on Angie and Justin Justin woke up and he sensed trouble. I don't know.
I mean, why not tell Angie?
And this was weird. Somehow, said Detective Bartholomew, their tone just didn't seem right, especially Angie's.
I thought that, I guess, due to what had just happened, that she would be very emotionally upset, and to me it was just like a regular interview. It didn't make sense.
Like when she told Detective Hopper about the intruder who had just fired several bullets right through her fiancé lying right beside her. An intruder she saw just a few feet away.
Describe this figure the best you can.
It was all black. I'd say pretty tall.
When you say black, you're talking black
Everything was black.
as in shadowy or a black person?
I don't know. It was just, I didn't see any color.
Did that arouse any suspicion that maybe she was involved in this somehow?
I thought so.
So Detective Bartholomew pulled Angie and Marie's 911 calls.
He's dead.
Okay.
I know he is. Somebody came in and shot somebody.
And?
Same thing. I just really...
Curiously devoid of emotion.
Very much so. I think there was a panic, but listening to it, I just think that there was some distance there from the caller to the victim.
Everybody's still suspect in this because we have to find out, why did someone isolate Justin and want him dead? And we didn't see a lot of emotion from the mother or Angie. And so that was concerning, but ultimately you have to go where the leads take you to.
So you do. But just then, the leads were going in circles, nowhere.
Coming up.
Somebody came in there for one sole purpose, and that was to execute him. So someone was very personal.
Investigators start digging into Justin's past, and their line of questioning triggers concerns for Angie.
I was thinking, was I about to marry somebody that I had no idea who he was?
When Dateline continues.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. I don't want to be a Lego.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just is.
When Justin Michael was shot to death while lying asleep in his very own bed, right beside his apparently loving fiancée, the cops adopted a handy rule. When in doubt, suspect all about, including even her.
It didn't dawn on me that I could have been a suspect or Angie, but it didn't dawn on me a bit.
You know, their minds do have to go to strange places when they're detectives. That's what they do, but
I understand that.
But it was the calm demeanor, the apparent lack of emotion in Justin's fiancée, Angie Verheuel, that attracted the particular interest of the detectives, Bartholomew and Hopper. Though they pushed her a little, wondered aloud, not so idly, if Angie might have known the killer, or, perish the thought, even colluded with that shadowy person, whoever it might be. Like maybe a love interest, someone in his or her past, more likely hers.
Talked with Angie about Justin's relationships. He had no serious relationships prior to her. He had dated, but no one that seemed to cause a concern. So I went into Angie's relationships.
Angie had been married before, divorced in 2010.
And the ex-husband wasn't a concern as far as... And there was no particular bad blood. There wasn't any...
Nothing. There was no children involved. There was nothing other than a relationship that ended.
But then, Angie revealed, she got involved with a guy named Andy Wegener, moved in with him, lived with him for 3 years. And then, this was unusual, continued living with him even after their romance ended. Andy, or so she said, was well in her past when she met Justin. Hard to know what, if anything, to make of that. But then, Angie told the detective about some strange incidents, especially peculiar for Grimes, sort of thing that just doesn't happen here. It was one night back in November, she said. She'd parked her car on the street overnight in front of Justin's place. And when she emerged in the morning,
I saw the back window had been hidden, and I was like, oh my gosh. And then I went around and I saw that 2 of the other windows had been hidden.
She was shocked, she said. Went back to the house to tell Justin. They called the police.
A police officer came and looked at it and noticed that it had been keyed, that it looked like somebody had thrown something at the windshield because there was a big dent on the hood.
But that wasn't the only incident, said Angie. Somebody got into the backyard and vandalized Justin's prized fruit trees.
There were branches that were snipped off and eventually killed the trees. Why would somebody come into his yard and ruin things that he had tried to grow?
So, was the vandalism a warning? Did Justin actually understand that he was a target? Maybe Angie didn't know her fiancé quite as well as she thought she did. After all, execution-style murders, as the detectives knew very well, often turn out to have something to do with illegal drugs.
Did you guys get high? Did you party a little bit?
No.
No drugs involvement whatsoever. Did Justin ever sell drugs?
Not that I know of.
But Detective Hopper felt it in his veins. Something about this didn't add up.
This morning, Justin was singled out and murdered. You wasn't.
I know.
Marie wasn't. Justin was.
I know.
Okay? Look at me a second, Angie, and listen. There wasn't a burglary at your home. That takes away the randomness.
Nothing was taken. I mean,
as far as we're aware
okay.
right now.
Okay.
Okay. And somebody came in there for one sole purpose, and that was to execute him. So, someone was very personal. If for any reason you'd be protecting somebody that you care about, I need to know.
Right.
Because this is not acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
When they were doing their police thing and coming up with different scenarios, drugs and money, gambling, the question just kept being asked, is it possible that these things could have happened? And of course, everything's a possibility. For a moment, I was thinking, was I about to marry somebody that I had no idea who he was?
Oh, but there were so many questions. One in particular that Angie just couldn't seem to answer.
Coming up.
Where'd you meet him at?
Just at a bar.
Okay. But it was intimate.
It eventually did
Okay,
get intimate, but not right away.
Okay.
Angie tells detectives about someone else from her past who once did something disturbing.
He said some kind of nasty things about me as a person, and that to me was kind of like, that's a little creepy.
But does it have anything to do with the case? When Dateline continues.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing?
after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts. You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Detective Robin Bartholomew was convinced of one thing in particular. Justin Michael's fiancée, Angie, had to be the key to solving their murder case here in Grimes, Iowa.
I maybe thought, even though she was engaged, maybe there was a boyfriend on the side.
Right. And if there's a boyfriend on the side, either the boyfriend wanted to get rid of the competition or she wanted to get rid of this one so she could be with the other one?
Yeah, some kind of love triangle.
It sounds devious to say such a thing, but these things actually do happen, right?
Oh, very much so.
Detective Bartholomew held her suspicions in check, while her partner, Detective Hopper, continued to press Angie about the other men in her life. Very few of those, according to Angie. Her ex-husband and her ex-boyfriend, Andy. And then, 3 hours into the interview,
all of a sudden a name came up of someone that actually she had dated, an acquaintance that she had met in between the breakup with Andy and her meeting Justin.
It was not a full-on relationship.
Did you just not remember him when we talked
Well,
about before?
I had thought about him, but it was kind of like, it was like a couple of months of hanging out, and it was kind of like a here or there, and I feel like, I felt like he wasn't being very serious, so I wasn't being very serious with it.
and who was this other guy?
His name is Dave.
Okay. What's his Dave?
What is his last name now? I just forgot. It'll come to me, I'm sure.
Okay.
Dave. God, I don't know why I can't think of it right now.
Wait, she couldn't remember his last name?
Which is very odd.
When did you first start seeing Dave?
The weekend after Andy and I broke up.
Okay.
And it was kind of just like a silly thing, and
Where'd you meet him at?
just at a bar.
Okay.
So I was like, all right, whatever. This guy's a funny guy.
Angie told Detective Hopper she didn't spend much time with Dave. They mainly texted each other and met up at bars a few times.
We had kind of had, I guess it was this day and age relationship where we only saw each other about once a week, and then the rest of our conversations were strictly through text messaging. I don't think we ever spoke on the phone.
And it was always just, it was very like playful in nature, almost not like a serious type of relationship.
But it was intimate.
It eventually did
Okay,
get intimate,
okay.
but not right away.
Okay.
And then it was kind of like a once a week thing. We would hang out on like Friday nights generally.
And then, of course, everything changed.
And then I met Justin.
And she got the feeling Justin just might be the real thing. And so she started avoiding Dave. Did he sense something? Maybe. That's when Dave sent Angie a text that referred to a reality television show.
He had made the comment, I'm gonna get your final red rose. And that to me was kind of like, that's a little creepy. Knowing I didn't feel that same way.
Right. You hadn't given him any sign you felt that way.
Right. We had never talked about being exclusive. I mean, when you're seeing somebody maybe once a week and talking through text messaging the other times, caught me off guard a little bit.
Then, just after her second date with Justin.
That's when I told Dave, like, I've met this other guy. So I had told Dave that I was going to have to cancel our plans Friday because of this.
And as Angie said, when you know, you know. Remember? So she asked her girlfriends, how should I break up with Dave?
It's like, is it appropriate to do this through text messaging? Should I meet up with them? And they were like, no, like, go ahead and do it through text messaging.
Sure.
You don't owe this guy anything.
So she did. Diplomatically, she tried to be kind, she said.
So I just texted him and I said, hey, I want to be completely upfront and honest with you, and I've met somebody else that I want to spend my time with, and we're done. His response was, I knew you've been running around behind my back, and we hadn't seen each other for at least 2 weeks at this point.
It's hardly a relationship.
Right.
He didn't take it so well.
Unpleasant.
Yes. I was trying to be kind. He was not.
What did he say?
He said some kind of nasty things about me as a person, and then at one point he told me to eat and die. And then that was then followed by niceties and wanting to work things out. And so it was really back and forth all day. And at one point it became obvious that he wasn't going to let it go. So I just finally quit responding.
You never heard from him again?
Yeah, he had texted me the next day saying, I don't feel like this is over. Can you give me another chance? I didn't respond to that. So then after that, yes, I had not heard from him at all.
That was in June 2013, 11 months before Justin was shot to death. Angie told the detective all that. So odd, to say the least, that Angie swore she could not remember the guy's last name.
You think about what his last name is yet?
I keep trying to think of it. Dave. I do not know why I am drawing such a blank.
Really? Detective Hopper turned up the heat.
About one of the first things I'd asked you at the very beginning was who, before Justin, who was your relationship?
Mm-hmm.
You said Andy. Mm-hmm. And you left Dave out.
Right.
Okay. For whatever reason, and it doesn't matter at this point either. Is there any possibility that with Dave or anyone else that while you've been with Justin that you've maintained any relationship with anyone?
No.
And then, finally, after more than 30 minutes of questions about this Dave guy, it suddenly came to her, she said.
I remember Dave's last name, by the way.
And that is?
Moffat. David Moffat. A name that meant nothing at all. Another dead end, most likely. But remember that business about luck? Most useful investigative tool there is.
Coming up, new suspicions are raised as detectives realize two of the people in the case are connected by one remarkable coincidence.
Company of 10,000 people here in Des Moines, what are the odds that they would be in the same
cubicle they were?
And then a roadside encounter goes from odd to downright unnerving.
All the hair on my body was standing on edge.
When Dateline continues.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
And good evening from New Orleans, late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
I believe. Every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
United States!
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar.
Kayla, we are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin. News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
So finally, Angie remembered the name of the man she dated just before she met Justin Michael, David Moffat. And who was he? Sometimes local accountant, for one thing, but also the scion of a wealthy Iowa farm family. Not very memorable, said Angie. Just a guy who liked having fun. Though there was, she said, this one remarkable coincidence. A couple of months after she stopped seeing David, and just before she got engaged to Justin, David got a job in the same small unit of the same department of the same Wells Fargo office building as Justin. David left under some kind of cloud, said Angie, months before the murder, but really, what were the chances? Their desks were just feet apart.
And did he know that Justin was dating you?
He figured out that Justin was dating me.
Justin told his parents about it.
He just said it was an awkward situation, but there was no problem. The alignment of that is astronomical.
In a company of 10,000 people here in Des Moines, what are the odds that they would be in the same
cubicle they were?
But they got on fine, never any bad blood, and David Moffat had no criminal record. So, should detectives add him to their list of suspects or what?
At this point, I don't know if I have the complete story regarding Dave or not.
Coincidences. Sometimes they come in clusters, don't they? Not long after Angie's memory coughed up the name Dave Moffat, there was another coincidence.
We figured we need to continue and focus on Dave and see where that leads us. The first thing that was done was a background makeup of Dave to include to see if he had a weapons permit. And so while that check for the weapons permit was being conducted, another office person heard the name and recognized Dave Moffat, and she immediately said he had a car impounded this morning. Not only was it impounded, it was impounded approximately within 30 minutes of the homicide, approximately 4 o'clock in the morning, and it was 6 miles approximate north of where the homicide occurred. and Dave Moffett resided approximately 28 miles southeast of where the homicide occurred.
Wow. Well, that would be a red flag, that's for sure.
Through a further investigation, we learned that he had actually had an accident.
So they pulled the accident report and read about those two cops and their strange encounters just off Highway 141 starting at 4 o'clock that morning. Place which, by all rights, Corey Rose, cop number 1, should never have been that particular morning, but life happens to everybody. And early on the 8th of May 2014, Officer Rose was adjusting.
I was traveling back from the hospital in Des Moines. My fiance's grandma was ill in the hospital.
Still in his own clothes, not in uniform yet, he was on his way to a 5 a.m. patrol shift in the town of Boone, 25 miles or so up the road, where Officer Rose is an investigator with the local police department. And it was very dark on the highway. No moon at all at that hour, so he almost missed it. There in the ditch, maybe 30 yards off the pavement. And what did you see?
As I was traveling up the road, I saw a car would be off here to my right, sitting on top of the ditch just on the other side of this pole.
What, just over here where the grass is?
Yep, sitting there with the driver's door hanging open on it. Looked like airbags deployed, dome light was on.
It appeared the car was headed for the highway, but missed a sharp curve on the gravel access road, so Corey pulled up, near as he could, to the crashed car.
And just as soon as I had stopped, I noticed that there was nobody in the car, nobody around the car. And I was sitting in my vehicle. A male approached my vehicle, knocked on the door, and he'd come from kind of off behind me to my left. Knocked on my window, kind of startled me a little bit, you know. He was asking if he'd get some assistance, get a ride. Offered to pay me to give him a ride. And I told him that, quite frankly, I didn't feel comfortable with doing so.
Between that and having to get to work, and this not being his jurisdiction, Corey called his dispatch.
Said, hey, I'm out with a vehicle in the ditch. Could you contact the authorities in Polk County, see if we get somebody to come out here? And they said they'd have somebody out there as soon as possible. They're tied up on a shooting in Grimes.
So Corey left for his shift. And when Polk County Sheriff's Deputy Jason Tarp responded to the call from dispatch a little while later, all he knew was there had been an accident. So it hit that ditch at some speed then?
Yeah, he was going pretty fast.
Just missed the corner?
He just unfamiliar with the area and driving too fast for gravel.
But it was odd because once again the driver of that car, David Moffett, was nowhere to be seen.
So I get out of the car and immediately I'm thinking, okay, maybe they were ejected. So I go and start searching the area to make sure they weren't thrown out of the car. I was just getting ready to get back into my car and I hear somebody yell, I need help. I was like, is this your car? Yeah, that's my car. As soon as he gets close to me, he has this real, like a very sweet smell coming off of him. So I automatically was okay, this is an OWI.
Why would you say a sweet smell means it could be a drunken driving thing?
Just the time of day, and there's a car accident involved. Single vehicle, I mean, it's just kind of goes with it. Definitely smelled like he'd been drinking.
Was he glad to see you?
I don't know if he was glad to see me, but...
I mean, you were potentially going to rescue him from a bad situation, you'd think.
He saw somebody that might be able to help him, but I don't know if he was necessarily happy to see me.
David Moffett told him he was on his way home from visiting his brother that night.
So I basically asked him, there's no way in chance maybe you visited a friend in Grimes tonight?
Now, why would you bring that up?
There had just been, within an hour, a homicide had taken place in Grimes. The suspect was still unaccounted for.
And you got a guy sweating and smelling sweet.
Exactly.
What'd he say?
I don't even know where the town is.
Everything about David Moffett made the deputy feel anxious.
All the hair, not on my head, but all the hair on my body was standing on edge.
That's weird. I mean, he's just a regular guy, right? Didn't seem to be armed or anything. You're a cop and you got your weapon and you're still feeling nervous?
I knew he wasn't armed because I did just a pat down for weapons before because if you're gonna sit in my car, you're not gonna have a weapon on you.
But he still made you nervous?
Extremely nervous.
But turned out David hadn't been drinking. There was no reason to arrest him. Still, the deputy's instincts kicked in.
So I looked through his car and I couldn't find insurance, so I impounded it for not having insurance with an accident.
Not that it was drivable anyway. He sent David home in a cab. After reading Deputy Tartt's report, Detectives Bartholomew and Hopper knew they had to act fast. There could be clues still on Highway 141, and surprises too.
Coming up, one of those surprises, this crinkled receipt. See why it would raise more questions than it would answer when Dateline continues.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The media people, Angie and Marie, saw hovering around the patrol cars they'd been placed in that awful May morning. Had no idea what had just happened in Justin Michael's bedroom, middle of the night. The reporters knew only this. They'd been sent here because of a suspicious death, and it was related, somehow, to this house. Then, as they waited for somebody to tell them something, they got a tip. Local reporter Stephanie Moore.
We heard that sheriff's deputies were walking the fields along Highway 141. So that would be the highway you would take from Des Moines to go to Grimes. And they were just walking these fields, and we asked them, are you looking for a body? No. Are you looking for someone? No. Are you looking for a weapon? We can't say, but the public's not in any danger. We think what happened in Grimes is related to this, and it's an isolated incident.
And they're just walking up and down?
Just walking
looking
the fields, you know, in a line so they don't miss anything. Kind of how they do if there's a missing child, but we thought maybe they were looking for a gun or a weapon.
Good guess. In fact, that small army of cops was looking for anything that looked like evidence. Because hours earlier, David Moffat's car went off the road around here, and facts were piling up. Moffat had worked with Justin, dated Angie, and wrecked his car the morning of the murder, just 6 miles away.
Of course, that piqued our interest very quickly. That moved David Moffat to the top of the list.
Prosecutor Steve Foratano and Brent Lucas were Polk County prosecutors and had been involved all along.
We sent the detectives and the patrol officers to that location, Highway 141, to see what else they could find in that area that might be of use or might be telling in terms of the investigation.
That's why the locals saw all these police officers wandering up and down the field, and as if they were looking for something. They were.
They were.
And imagine what they found there in a ditch along the highway.
Probably the most important thing was they found loaded magazines. They had the same type of ammo that was found at the crime scene. The shell casings found at the crime scene matched that type of ammunition found in the ditch at Highway 141.
Right there in the ditch near where the car crashed.
It was actually across the highway and a little bit farther down, but within 500 yards of where the crash occurred. They also located in that ditch some paper targets that you would use for shooting target practice, some shooter's earmuffs, a camo neck cloth that you could wear as a mask.
Like somebody preparing for an act of terror or an execution. Clearly, David Moffat was their killer, had to be. And then, well, you know what they say about assumptions. Those cops found something else near the accident scene. Sort of thing that could make a person wonder, what in heaven's name is going on here? It was one little thing in a shoebox.
The shoes were not in it, but there was various paperwork. One of the things that were found was a receipt from a local car dealership. And the receipt was for a purchase of 3 oil changes, had the name of Andrew Wagner.
Andrew Wagner, the boyfriend Angie lived with before Justin. Weird. Another guy without a criminal record. Another apparently ordinary person. A Des Moines funeral director in his case. And yet, there it was in black and white, among all those other pieces of evidence. Andrew Wagner. How did he explain that?
At that time, you don't.
So, did Andy Wagner kill Justin Michael, the man who replaced him in Angie's heart?
We immediately went to Andy's place of business and brought him back to headquarters for questioning. And we asked him about his relationship with Angie.
And more to the point, perhaps, his relationship, or the lack of it, with Justin.
Have you ever met Justin?
Once.
And where was that at?
It was at Joe's Pub in Johnston.
Just a random run-in, or was it a gathering?
It was a gathering with kind of a group of friends. It was an engagement party.
Was Justin the person who she was in a relationship after you broke up with her, or was there someone else?
There might have been somebody else in between. I have no idea. No.
The last time you talked to Angie would have been when?
She sent a text message to me that said, "Happy birthday." I said, "Okay, thanks."
And that was it?
That was it.
I'm asking Andy about whether or not he's missing anything. And he never tells me about the receipt for the oil changes.
The receipt in the shoebox, the reason for suspicion, and all these questions.
And I stay on the receipt, because that's where my interest is at. And he believes that he's in possession of the receipt.
Andy said he thought the receipt was either in his car or in his house.
If it turned up somewhere else, how would that happen? If it's somewhere other than your car or at home.
I threw it away. That's about it.
any ideas how it could turn up in this investigation?
No.
Then Detective Hopper asked Andy about guns.
Do you go shooting at all?
Shooting?
Yeah. Do you have any?
I have a 12 gauge.
Do you have?
I haven't shot it in 6 years.
Do you have any handguns?
No.
Okay.
And what he did the night before.
Yesterday. What time did you get off work?
Yesterday I got off at 4.
Okay. Can you walk me through what occurred from 4 o'clock yesterday until we showed up at your doorstep this morning and you were so thrilled to see us?
Andy said he spent the evening and night with his current girlfriend.
Yeah.
So you spent the night up at your girlfriend's?
Oh, yeah.
How long has she been there?
3 years, 3.5.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
they have good security there?
No, not really.
Is it a safe area or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's Huxley.
Yeah.
So.
Do you have like gated to get in?
No.
Cameras coming in or going anything like that?
No.
And he had spent the night with his current girlfriend at that time, and we verified that before he left the office, before he had a chance to make a phone call or anything else.
At least according to this girlfriend.
According to the girlfriend.
Yeah.
Yes.
But
And
that would give him an alibi for the time
it
of
would
the
give him an
murder.
alibi. Whether that was preconceived or whether or not that was legitimate, we did not know.
Andy swore detectives would find no evidence against him in Grimes.
When was the last time you were in Grimes?
Oh,
For any reason?
there's a basketball court in the U is what they call it. That was a while ago.
What's a while mean to you?
3 weeks to a month, or 3 to 4 weeks at least. It's been a while. Just there's a bunch of guys that get together and we pay $5 and are able to shoot around in this place for a couple hours.
Well, let me double check, make sure we're good to go.
The detectives exhausted their questions, took Andy back to work, apparently in the clear, unaware that Andy's name was about to turn up one more time in a very suspicious place.
Coming up, investigators have been looking for a single killer, but a fresh clue may send this investigation in a whole new direction. When Dateline continues.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Justin didn't deserve this. He always thought of everybody else, always wanted to do for other people.
As much in love as Angie said she was, the detectives had learned over the years, you never know. They needed to search her phone, see who she talked to in the hours and days just before Justin was shot to death. They also got a search warrant for David Moffat's house. And inside? No, they didn't find the murder weapon. But they did find these strange notes. Seemed to have been written by someone who'd been watching Justin and Angie's neighborhood.
Those surveillance notes listed addresses in the immediate area around the crime scene. And they were very specific about when neighbors were turning on and off their lights. The creek behind the house, is it wide enough where I can jump across that? Obviously, it looked like a way to make an escape once the murder was done.
But then they found what looked like the mother lode, a bill of sale.
It was in Andy Wagner's name.
Yeah.
But there it is in David Moffat's house.
That is, the bill of sale for a 9mm carbine, and the name on the document, bold as brass, was indeed Andy Wagner. How was that remotely possible?
It's more evidence to suggest that there is some sort of conspiracy involved here.
It's too early to really rule anybody out. And we wanted to find out if Andy was the actual purchaser of that weapon. Fortunately, that bill of sale gave us the lead to where the weapon came from.
His name was right here, Drew Ballman. And here he is. He's a small-town high school English teacher in a little place called Sigourney, 90 miles or so from Des Moines.
There is something you can do with a degree in English.
Yes, there is.
Yeah.
Yes. And I love my job.
An English teacher who likes to tell stories. And this one?
Sort of thing that would make an interesting plot for a novel, wouldn't it?
For a novel, perhaps, yes.
Drew is a self-described nerd. He also is a target shooter and a metal detector enthusiast. He's forever digging up old coins and such. Loves it. Mind you, there's only so much a person can ferret out using equipment that's, well, to say down market may sound cruel, but...
The metal detector that I wanted was about $600.
Are you out of your mind?
No.
You buy a $600 metal detector?
Mm-hmm. That's even like the mid-range. You can spend upwards of $9,000 on a metal detector if you wanted to.
You're getting toward being an uppercase nerd.
Very much so, yes.
So he figured he'd sell the gun and use the cash to buy that new metal detector.
It's what the state of Iowa calls a long gun. It's something that you put to your shoulder and you shoot like a rifle or a shotgun. So I listed it online. On Arms List, it's like Craigslist for guns.
What'd you ask for it?
$360.
About a month later, he got a nibble via email.
I told him that I needed cash and I needed a photo ID, so I knew he was who he said he was and that he was at least 21.
Who did he say he was?
He said his name was Andy Wagoner, and that was the email address that he had contacted me from, was andywagoner@gmail.com.
Where'd you meet?
I work part-time at a gas station. It's public. There are cameras in the area, and if something bad were to happen, I know of at least 2 or 3 people that are there a lot that would probably come to my rescue.
Is that the kind of thing you have to do when you sell a weapon?
That's the thing I do when I sell a weapon, because I've got entirely too much to lose. I have a family, I have a job that, I love them both. I did not want to jeopardize those. We met at the station. I showed him the rifle in the back end of my car, and then I filled out a bill of sale because I wanted to make sure that this was trackable. I kept a copy, he kept a copy. We reviewed everything to make sure that it was what he wanted and made sure everything was up to snuff.
You saw his photo ID.
I saw his photo ID.
And how carefully did you, store the information?
I'm kind of a pack rat by nature. It's my teacher nature. You don't throw anything away. So all of the email conversations that he and I had, I kept. All of the text messages between he and I kept. I still had pictures that I had originally posted on Arms List. Those were still on my home computer. And as he was leaving, again, to cover myself, I wrote down his license plate number.
You are a careful guy.
I am.
Was he a nice fella?
For the very limited interaction we had, yeah, he seemed very nice, very normal. He asked me how to load it. I showed him how.
And that was it. Off he went.
Off he went.
And then, a few days later, the school secretary gave Drew a message. A Polk County detective wanted to talk to him right away.
And my very first thought was I interpreted the law wrong when I had looked up the Iowa codes and I'm going to jail.
You immediately thought about selling that weapon?
That's the first thing that came to mind. Why else would a Polk County detective be calling me? I was going to jail.
Scary thought.
It was very scary because I had taken so many precautions. I called the detective and he said, "Drew, did you sell a firearm recently?" And that was my second thought. Yes, I am going to jail. I have completely screwed everything up. And I told him, be forthright, be honest. I said, yes, I did. He asked me to describe what it was. I told him it was a 9mm carbine. He said, "Drew, we have reason to believe that that weapon was used in the commission of a crime." And my heart just sank. What happened? I have no idea. And he told me it was used in a murder, and I about dropped my phone. That's what that does to you. I unwittingly took part, was an accessory in somebody's death. I felt terrible about that.
You felt that way, that you were an accessory?
How would you feel? I mean, I sold something to a man, to a person who later used that to take somebody's life.
Yeah.
Terrible. Just, oh God. And still today, I've rationalized it. I've gone to a counselor about it. I still feel bad about it.
What's the expression? Guns don't kill people,
people kill people. And I still believe that, but I provided him that method.
Later that day, Detective Hopper drove out to meet with Drew, who turned over all the emails and text messages. He'd saved them all, as well as photos of the rifle, 3 ammo magazines, a scope, and a red laser pointer attached to the weapon, part of the deal.
And I asked him if he had any shell casings from the weapon that he sold. He went left and came back shortly after and had 63 casings.
Wow. It's a person who likes to keep things.
Yes. Most of those casings were tool ammo, 9mm.
The same ones that were found in the murder scene.
And at the crash site.
But who bought the carbine?
We still don't know where we're at with David versus Andy.
So, could Drew ID the guy in a photo lineup?
Coming up, detectives show Drew pictures of David and Andy.
He said, "That's very odd." He said, "This is strange."
When Dateline continues.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play. There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
I believe every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
United States!
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar. Kayla, we are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I really thought it was a random home invasion.
So during the course of that day, you were completely buffaloed?
Correct.
Well, the investigation raced forward. The Polk County Sheriff's Office told Justin Michael's family virtually nothing. Didn't tell them they found the man who sold the murder weapon, nor that they had to figure out who he actually sold it to. Because surely whoever bought the gun must have been the killer.
I asked him at that point to look at the photo lineups. The first set of 6 photographs I showed him contained the photograph of David Moffett. Mr. Bowman looked at it and he said, I can't be 100% certain. He said, the guy had a hat on, had sunglasses on. He goes, I wish I would have had him take it off. And then he pointed at the picture of David Moffett and said, I'm 90% sure that's the person that I sold the gun to.
What happened when he looked at the picture involving Andy Wagner?
When I showed him the photo lineup with Andy Wagner, he looked at it and he immediately looked at it and pointed at Andy Wagner and said, that's very odd. He said, this is strange. He was confused. He goes, that looks like the ID. That looks like the person I sold the gun to. He picked out both of them. So we still have our questions.
It was all very confusing. Didn't help that David Moffett and Andy Wagner looked similar. So one last thing to try. Earlier, when deputies searched David Moffett's house, they found the bill of sale for that carbine. But they also discovered a receipt for lemonade in a candy bar bought at a Dollar General store in the very town where the rifle was purchased.
So I requested video from that store. Person walks into the store, still wearing the hat, but the sunglasses are hanging off of his shirt. And the video depicts David Moffett.
Well, well, well.
And he purchases a lemonade and a candy bar.
Which may have settled the question of who picked up the murder weapon. But here was another question. How did David Moffat get hold of Andy Wegener's ID? The detectives had all kinds of reasons for wanting to talk to David Moffat. They picked him up about 15 hours after the shooting, took him to headquarters, installed him in an interview room, and no dice.
He requested a lawyer.
And just like that, you're done.
I sat there for approximately an hour with him, offering him a phone book, a means to reach his attorney, because we still wanted to attempt to talk with him, even if his attorney was present. He never reached an attorney.
David Moffat wouldn't talk, but it hardly mattered. The evidence they already had was enough to arrest him and charge him with first-degree murder. By now, detectives understood that Angie had nothing to do with the murder, that what seemed like a lack of emotion in Angie's demeanor, and Marie's too for that matter, was shock, pure shock. In fact, the thought that David could be the man who killed the love of her life hit Angie while she was still being questioned. And finally, after her apparent calm, she was overcome.
When Dave came up, we talked about that, and the detective came back with a picture of him.
Do you know this person?
That's Dave. And I said, that's him, and I immediately started shaking and was very visibly upset.
I'm just afraid that he has something to do with it, and what if I've caused all this?
And the detective was like, what's going on? And I said, if he's the one who did it, then it's all my fault.
What do you mean by that?
Because I was the one who had broken off the relationship. I was the one who ignored him the next day.
Yeah, you really think if you hadn't ignored him, he'd suddenly become Mr. Sweetness in life?
Well, no, but I just felt like I brought this monster into Justin's life.
But the prosecutors needed more evidence if they wanted to prove that David Moffat was the man Angie saw as a monster. How, for example, did David get an ID with Andy Wegener's name on it, unless Andy was somehow involved?
One of the discoveries during that first search warrant was a computer box for a laptop. And that laptop was never found during that first search warrant.
So the prosecutors wrote a second search warrant. And voila, they found it, but maybe too late.
They discovered it in the bottom of a red tub that had a few inches of water in the bottom of it.
And you know how computers hate water. But the waterlogged laptop wasn't all they found.
The red tub ended up being a gold mine of evidence.
Like what?
They found ammunition that ended up being consistent with the ammunition found at the crime scene.
And remember that shoebox they found near the car crash? It was a Nevado's brand shoebox. And in David Moffat's red tub, what do you know?
In that red tub were those Nevada shoes, size 11.
It was almost like he was laying the trap for himself.
Absolutely.
They sent the wet laptop off to the computer lab, hoping maybe the techs could find something on it. And, surprise, surprise, they did.
And off of that computer, we were able to find the work that David Moffat had done to create a fake ID in Andy Wegener's name.
That's the one David presented to the school teacher, Drew Ballman. He also created a fake Andy Wegener email address and stole that oil service receipt from Andy's car, all of which made it obvious, said the prosecutors. David Moffat planned to get away with murder by framing a perfectly innocent man, Andy Wegener.
What kind of a mind is behind that sort of behavior?
It was very cold, very calculating, a tremendous amount of planning and premeditation that went into this murder. And he tried to execute it so that he would not be blamed, that he would get away with it.
And remember that sweatshirt left behind after the shooting, as if the killer had been sloppy?
In the sweatshirt was a boat registration that we could not figure out why it was there and what its meaning was at the time. Ultimately, several months later, we learned that that boat registration belonged to the father of the registered sex offender that lived within a few blocks of the crime scene. So it appeared to us, once we made that connection, that that was just another attempt to cast the blame for this on somebody else.
So, convicting David Moffat of first-degree murder would surely be about as easy a task as a prosecutor could ask for. Or maybe not.
Coming up, revelations no one will believe.
That's pretty crazy, isn't it?
When Dateline continues.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
The answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
A little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Good morning, I'm Joe Pryor.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, I'm Joe Pryor.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Good morning, I'm Joe Pryor.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Trials are really interesting because you get to really hear the whole picture.
Several detectives as well as law enforcement officials
Finally, said TV reporter Stephanie Moore. After months of secrecy, they gathered in June 2015 at the Polk County Courthouse in Des Moines for the trial. And the prosecutors revealed all those wild details behind the murder of Justin Michael. First time the public heard any of it. First time Justin's family and fiancé finally understood what happened.
The detectives and the prosecutors had shared no information with us other than the fact of who they arrested.
And the little they learned during the pre-trial hearings could be confusing and painful.
As things started to come out a little bit, I texted Andy and I said, "How did he get your ID?" And he was like, I don't know. And I just had that feeling of, what if Andy had something to do with this?
But prosecutors have good reason for keeping the details of their cases from the public and even from the family.
We don't want the publicity of the evidence to taint the jury panel.
But now, as the trial began, they were quite confident they had all the evidence they needed, even without the still missing murder weapon.
What happened to it? I mean, he crashed the car apparently right away. He either got rid of it before then or...
Our theory, at least, is that sometime between him getting home after the murder, before officers were back out there doing that extensive search, and being arrested that evening, he was able to get back and retrieve the weapon and throw it into Saylorville Lake.
And then once it's in the lake, there's no way you're going to find it.
Now, that's a lot of work.
But with all the other evidence collected, prosecutors felt they had enough.
With the physical evidence that we were able to get, specifically from Drew Ballman and at the homicide scene and at David Moffat's house, from a ballistics perspective, we were able to connect all of those dots.
The state showed the jury bullet casings and ammunition magazines, targets for practice shooting, David's reconnaissance notes, a Kindle containing a map of Justin's neighborhood, a can of pepper spray, even a flashlight that, for all of David Moffat's careful planning, ultimately betrayed him. It was something that caught the attention of Justin's sister Sydney and brother Nathan.
There were 2 times that he reacted significantly in the whole trial, and one was they found a fingerprint on the battery in the flashlight, and so he wore gloves when he was carrying the flashlight, but not when he was putting the batteries in the flashlight. And when they said that, he goes,
as if David just then understood his error. It was at the trial, said Justin's mom, that she finally learned what that red light in her eyes was. It was not some kind of strange flashlight, as she thought. It was a red laser pointer, most likely attached to the murder weapon.
Pointed at my face. That's a very sobering thought. That's sitting at the trial brought back a lot of trauma issues, and that being one of them. And the other thing that really bothered me was finding out that this guy had the gun 6 inches from Justin's face when he shot him 4 times.
Because we had thought, he was in the hallway at the doorway, and somehow it makes it even more invasive, that he's that close and just
it was an execution.
Somebody.
Yeah.
And you actually look at somebody's face and make that choice to kill them. To me, that's just beyond troubling. It's just unfathomable still, like the Twilight Zone.
The prosecutors saved David Moffat's computer searches for last. And then the jury and everybody else heard what David looked up on his laptop in the days before the murder. A window into the mind of a killer. The only murdering murder guide you'll ever need. Seriously.
That's correct.
Convicted crimes of passion in Polk County. Traffic cameras in Grimes. What does hell look like? And so on, and so on.
Interesting that he would ask what hell looks like.
There was some reference to the confessional times.
That is, times when some local priest would be available. A priest whose oath would swear him to secrecy.
He obviously was concerned about what was going to happen to him had he commit this murder.
That day that all of the computer stuff came out was a particularly brutal day in court for me. It was hard for me to handle. I had to leave, and decided I couldn't go back in the afternoon because it was overwhelming.
You say it was too hard to hear, you couldn't actually go back, but what made it so hard?
Just seeing my name, seeing Justin's name. You know, he had Googled my name, or looked at my Facebook page or whatever for months. Seeing the locations from where he was to our house, and just knowing that he was that close.
And here you were, totally
time.
oblivious, living through the happiest stage of your life.
In his closing, prosecutor Steve Forotano told the jury what must have happened.
David Moffat, I think, was obviously fixated on Angie Verheuel, that she broke off with him, which caused him some pain and hurt. And then that wound was probably reopened when he started working with Justin, and Justin wound up getting engaged. And David obviously would be concerned about the fact that it was Justin that was with Angie, and that he couldn't be with her because of him.
So he gradually formed a plan that somehow he was going to get rid of Justin, possibly even get Angie back again. I realize that there is a very high bar to cross to be considered insane by the legal system, but that's pretty crazy, isn't it?
Well, he had a goal, and he worked to achieve that goal. So his trying to commit this murder, trying to plan and make sure that he got away with it.
Maybe, and maybe something else was going on. Maybe David Moffat could blame somebody or something else. And sure enough, he did, with a legal defense that could defeat the best evidence in the world. David Moffat had no intention of going to prison.
Coming up, the verdict.
Almost gave you chills up your spine.
When Dateline continues.
Rarely is a prosecution so replete with evidence of a killer's motives and awful deeds. Rarely does that evidence so clearly portray such planning, such deviousness. A man who knew exactly what he was doing when he murdered Justin Michael, said the prosecution. And then, it was time for the defense.
That was the worst day of the trial.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Defense attorney Keith Rigg did not dispute the wealth of evidence the state presented. All true, said Mr. Rigg. David Moffat did kill Justin, said the defense, because he was legally insane, and therefore not guilty.
What the facts are in this case are really in dispute. The fact that this happens because of a mental disease isn't really in dispute. Because this makes no sense otherwise. What happens here, for lack of a better term, is crazy.
And why should the jury believe that? This was the defense's star witness, Dr. Peter Bregan, a famous, if controversial, psychiatrist with a resume of television and other appearances, in which he has condemned the use of psychotropic drugs. Dr. Bregan testified that David had been taking antidepressants on and off for years, and that what David did was the drugs' fault.
So I think the whole thing evolves out of a progressive hammering of his brain by the drugs.
It was drug-induced violence, the doctor told the jury. Drug-induced murder. Back in the courtroom, Angie listened to this, and upset would not be quite the right word.
It was laughable, almost. And just that how much money they had to spend to find this guy who's going to say exactly what the defense wants him to say.
Were you afraid the jury would buy it?
Of course, you're always a little afraid because it's scary to think that he could potentially get off with an insanity plea. And the more he talked, the more it was frustrating to sit there and listen to him.
He walked into somebody's bedroom with an assault rifle.
Yes. It's horrible.
He told you he thought about whether it was right or wrong, right?
No, he told me in the beginning he thought about whether it was right or wrong, and then it didn't enter his mind anymore. It was like he was in a video game or like in an activity that was outside of the normal reality. He even thought about killing somebody else. So toward the end, I mean, he's just become I believe, the victim of this manic episode driven by the drugs. It's just not him.
It's the jury that gets to make the decision, right? Of course.
They do. You never know quite what a jury's going to do. It's always an anxious moment when you're trying to wait for them to return a verdict.
Oh, but it wasn't a moment. Hour after hour, they waited. And then, almost 7 hours later,
Judge asks, do we have a verdict? The jury says they do.
We find the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree.
if David Moffat felt anything in that moment, he didn't show it.
Nothing. Stone cold reaction. Almost gave you chills up your spine.
The insanity defense clearly did not work.
The threshold that you have to reach for an insanity defense is that you don't understand the nature and consequences of your actions, or you don't understand the difference between right and wrong. That's an incredibly high threshold.
Yeah.
You look at the degree of premeditation, the degree of planning that went into that. Those are not the actions of an insane person.
It does nothing to bring Justin back.
But it would have been horrific if he had not been found guilty. So it did help.
And can you imagine if that person was still free in our society? Who knows who he would have attacked next? And he would have.
I think he would have.
I think he enjoyed
the planning
and seeing if he could accomplish his task.
The verdicts are always hard, I think, because nobody ever wins in this situation. His family is obviously still in pain. The Moffat family is obviously in pain as well.
Mm-hmm.
So there really is no winner here. We want to hold him responsible for what he did, and the jury's verdicts did that.
Would they have caught him without those lucky breaks? Had David Moffat not lost control of his car on that gravel road? Had the cop not spotted the wreck off in the dark?
If you hadn't stopped, if you just went on your merry way.
My involvement was as just the citizen driving up the road, stopping to check on somebody that morning, you know.
Had the deputy's instinct not pushed him to seize David's car, he probably would have been caught, eventually. But
What do you think about this now, when you look back on it?
Thankful. Very thankful that I, one, trusted my gut, because we're trained to do that from day one. Because it's the only thing you really got to back yourself up on calls when you're by yourself.
Sure. If somebody seems a little hinky, maybe he is.
Yeah. And you just need to investigate it further. It's not prying, it's trying to figure out if there's something more to the story than what you're hearing. And a lot of the times when you trust your gut, it's right.
neither David Moffat nor his attorney agreed to be interviewed. He appealed and lost. His sentence was mandatory in Iowa, life without parole. Cold comfort for Justin's family. Only photos of him now, and memories of the good person he was. Habitat for Humanity, his favorite charity, built a house in his honor. His colleagues at Wells Fargo worked on it.
It's one of
It's a
those
perfect memorial, I think, for him.
he would like to see something good come out of the terrible thing that happened.
There's a thing that happens to people when they truly grieve. It isn't voluntary, and it takes a long time.
Grief is a wave, and sometimes it just fills you and it takes you away. And it happens less frequently now than it did 6 months or 9 months ago.
Yeah.
But it's still debilitating. And we knew then that physically he was gone, and in our hearts we still haven't let him go.
It's just still hard to believe that a person could be that evil evil is the only word I can think of. Inhuman to do something like that.
He just seems like, you know, he was a spoiled, he didn't get his way, and he took Justin's life for no reason.
And the woman at the center of it all? What kind of a life would she have had with him? A thought perhaps best packed away, like a lot of things.
Had the wedding dress, had the houses booked, had the venue booked, had catering booked. I mean, we were just a little over 2 months out.
Yeah. Boy, oh boy, a wedding dress is such a symbol. What do you do with a thing like that in a situation that you're in?
Haven't even looked at it.
Where do you put it?
It's in my mom's basement. She's moved a couple of times and it's in her basement.
That's all for now. I'm Lester Holt. Thanks for joining us.
There was a party. There was a UK football player that had been shot.
He's killed on his birthday. I was like, it's who? That can't happen. Why him?
No one saw a thing.
It's at night, it's dark, nobody knows where the bullet comes from.
Nothing is making it any easier.
If you don't have a motive, it's hard to know which direction to go.
We were just never gonna know.
But someone knew.
She called me and said, I think I know something about a murder.
We never could find out why Trent was killed because it was something this weird. She became the key.
Would she also become the next victim?
She was scared to death to confront him.
I'm answering questions. You're not setting me apart.
She knew what he was capable of.
And thus she was terrified.
And thus she was terrified.
A woman solves a mystery and then vanishes. I'm Lester Holt, and this is Dateline.
Here's Keith Morrison with The Motive.
Her heart was on fire. Lost to her, the canned music, the hum of other voices in the bar. There was only him. They were in the deep end now. And as lovers in the flush of new commitment sometimes do, they confessed their sins of the abandoned past, the worst things they'd ever done. Words, just words, best forgotten until they could no longer be ignored. Lexington, Kentucky. 1 year before that night in the bar. A house where students lived. And the music and laughter and chatter of a birthday party swelled and ebbed and drifted in and out of the evening air.
It wasn't a huge party. It was just a low-key party with some good friends.
They were about to be seniors, the young men who'd rented the place, who'd hosted the party.
And we had a group of guys, 4 guys, that got along extremely well.
They were big men on campus. They played football, the University of Kentucky's beloved Wildcats. Antonio O'Farrell was a quarterback.
In Lexington, Kentucky, if you play for the Cats, you're pretty much a well-known entity.
The birthday boy, 21 years old, was a true rarity, a Wildcats walk-on. He had no scholarship, no invitation. He just showed up, tried out for the team. Go! And over 3 years of hard work, he had earned a starting position. Here we go, Bert! Go, Bert! Trent DeGiro, gentle giant.
You know, everybody called him a big teddy bear. He was the great protector of all of our friends.
The party was sweet, informal. Friends snapped pictures and evening dawdled into night. It was after midnight when the party wound down.
I think we turned in somewhere between 12:30 and 1 o'clock.
Antonio and his girlfriend went to bed. Outside, Trent and some of the others settled under the light on the front porch. Out there, beyond the streetlights, was impenetrable dark. Inside,
we were already in a faint sleep, and we heard a loud bang.
One of them must have slammed the screen door. But no.
Well, within 10 seconds, you started to hear the chaos outside. The screaming, the yelling, the crying.
And there was Trent, slumped to one side in his chair under the light.
Trent was bleeding out of his ears and his eyes and his nose and his mouth, and it was a horrific scene.
Horrific and confusing. That loud bang had been a gunshot. But from where? Somewhere out there in the dark? Had someone intentionally fired a gun at their gentle giant, their teddy bear? In their panic and distress, they did not understand. How could they? The nature of the mystery launched here. Or who, in a haze of love, may have learned the answer.
He was just so senseless. Once you found out why, it was even worse.
Just who was Trent DeGiro, the target?
We all started hanging out from first grade, 6 years old. It's pretty neat. Yeah.
Peyton Turner and Shara Lee Bollinger were his lifelong friends.
If you were his friend, you were his friend, and that's all that mattered. It wasn't a group for him. Yeah, there was no group. Everybody got treated just the same.
Trent was in 4th grade when he started playing football in his hometown of Goshen, Kentucky, just outside Louisville. By high school, he was captain of the team, had lots of friends. So popular, Trent was homecoming king, with Shara Lee his queen.
It was pretty special. I mean, just to be
yeah.
part of that and to be voted as that, and then especially with Trent.
When it came time for college, Trent set his sights high. He turned down football scholarships to smaller schools.
At one point he says, you know what, I just got to know if I can play in the big time in a Division I school.
Mike DeGiro is Trent's dad.
So he walked on it to the University of Kentucky, which is in the Southeast Conference, which is about as big as it comes. And he worked real hard to get to where he was.
And Trent's teammates saw that hard work.
Trent had the ability to perform. So while he might have been a walk-on, his performance allowed him to endear himself to others very quickly.
That July, as Trent practiced football and prepared for his senior year, his parents went to Lexington to see him and to talk about his future.
He was trying to decide what he wanted to do with his life. He was talking about maybe going to law school or business school.
Did he talk about his birthday celebration?
We knew he was going to have some kind of a thing, and then he was supposed to come home that next day to celebrate birthday with us, and never made it.
No, and a creeping fear washed over the University of Kentucky football team. Was a killer targeting them? And if so, who would be next?
When we return, the investigation begins.
I couldn't even believe it. I didn't understand it. Who would murder somebody so wonderful?
Everyone talked, but they didn't see anything.
And was there more terror to come?
We were so nervous driving down the street at practice, thinking that there might be someone in the woods who wants to take you out.
When Dateline continues.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast. It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. Golf Now app. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
After the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Chaos is what there was on Trent DeGiro's front porch. His friend stood over the body and stared out into the dark with a kind of anticipating horror.
You're concerned that there's more to come. You know, that was one shot. Is there someone who's going to shoot again?
Trent was officially pronounced dead at 3 a.m., just about the time Dawn Evans arrived. Evans has retired now, but was a rookie detective back then. This was his first homicide case.
What'd you find when you got here?
There were 3 young men in this very yard, and they just looked distraught, and they were consoling each other.
On the porch, Trent's chair was turned over, and Evans could see blood and debris left by the ambulance crew.
What was your first idea of what appeared to have happened here?
You know, when I first walked up, I went with what appeared to be the obvious, that someone had simply walked from the side of the house, fired the shot, and then exited back toward the rear of the house. So this is almost like an alley here. So it's like, well, it would provide concealment.
Take advantage of surprise.
Yeah, if someone was going to take a shot, that made the most sense.
Believing the shot came from a handgun, police looked for shell casings. And yet, for all they looked, there were none, nor any other evidence. Still, Detective Evans figured there was a party that night, so there were bound to be people who saw something.
My thought was, as soon as I get them to headquarters and get them separated, someone's going to tell me what happened.
Did they talk?
Everyone talked, but with each and every person that I talked to, they didn't see anything.
80 miles away, at 5 a.m., the DeGiro's phone rang.
It's numbing. It's hard to imagine the feeling.
And suddenly your life doesn't make sense anymore.
It absolutely stops and pivots in an instant. And then it was kind of, now what?
And soon, everybody knew.
I couldn't even believe it. I didn't understand it. Who would murder somebody so wonderful?
It was about then that the first really useful evidence came back from the medical examiner. Bullet fragments were recovered in the autopsy. And the ballistics showed it wasn't a handgun at all that killed Trent. It was a rifle, which turned Detective Evans' first theory upside down.
Well, the theory about walking up the side of the house and firing the shot...
That goes out the window.
That's probably out the window. The rifle's not designed for a close-range shot.
Officers canvassed the neighborhood. A woman who lived across the street said she awoke to a loud noise, and it sounded like it was right outside her house.
So based on that, we actually took one of our marksmen from the police department and asked him, could this shot be made from here, from this angle? And we literally reenacted that possibility.
Did it make sense, the location you found?
It did make sense. We didn't eliminate the possibility that something else could occur, but this looked pretty strong to us.
So, a working theory? That Trent was shot from across the street. Ballistics suggested it was a rifle with a particular and uncommon type of barrel. But who owned it? Why did he or she shoot Trent? No idea. The football team entered a world of dread. Was some hater targeting the team? Was one of them next?
We were so nervous. We were so uncertain of what happened that night that it affected our daily lives. Driving down the street at practice, thinking that there might be someone in the woods who wants to take you out.
But days and weeks and months went by. Nothing happened. And over time, the fear eroded. But the investigation went nowhere.
Did you ever get to the place where you thought, we'll just have to live with this uncertainty for the rest of our lives?
I would say 4 years into it, it's like, doesn't make any difference.
Yeah, not going to bring it back.
It's not going to bring Trent back, but still, it's, why did this happen?
You're 4 years in, 5 years in, and really no closer to solving it than from
first case. And
day one. That will make you doubt yourself.
And then one day, a particular woman happened to see an anniversary story about the unsolved murder of the football player back in Kentucky. A woman who'd once sat in a bar in a fog of love, and who now was quite terrified.
Coming up.
This could be the reason that we never could find out why Trent was killed, is because it was something this weird.
When Dateline continues.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
I believe.
Every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin.
The excitement is in the air.
United States!
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar. Kayla, we are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
It wasn't as if a successful investigation could somehow undo what happened to Trent DeGiro. And yet, the lack of any answer, year after year, seemed somehow to be an insult to all that was good, and they just had to accept it.
I think we'd all kind of resigned ourselves as every year passed. We were just never going to know.
Then it was about 5 years after the shooting. A local attorney named Tom Bullock heard from an old friend, a woman. She was nervous, tentative. Asked him on the phone, could she reveal what she knew about a crime without saying who she was?
She was extremely evasive. She didn't really want to tell me really anything.
But she kept calling. Finally, she revealed it. She was calling about a murder.
Did she tell you what murder?
She eventually came around to say it was a very high-profile murder.
Would you mind go when you heard that?
I knew which one it was.
And then she told him a very strange story. Happened in a bar, she said, almost a year after Trent DeGiro was killed. She was falling hard for a guy.
They talked about how much they loved each other. Towards the end of the evening, they decided to say, okay, what is the worst thing that you've done?
Like, let's get this out of the way.
Let's just get to it, you know? That sort of point in the relationship where you say, let me hear the worst.
And her boyfriend said, I killed Trent DeGiro.
And at first, she sort of sloughed it off, you know? Sure you did.
Didn't believe him.
Nah, of course not. But then he started describing it. You know, exactly how he did it.
But she still didn't want to believe it. After all, she'd fallen in love with the guy. So she said she kind of buried it, stayed with him for another year. But now, years later and single again, she had seen a story in the newspaper about the 5th anniversary of Trent's murder, in which Trent's dad was quoted, "Somebody knows what happened."
She started really thinking about it, and it touched her.
But she was so frightened of him, she said. She was determined to remain anonymous.
They know each other intimately. She knows how he would react to certain situations.
Yep.
And she was terrified.
He certainly would have remembered his conversations with her.
If you told someone that you committed a murder, you would certainly remember having told them that.
Yes.
So Tom Bullock went to Detective Evans.
We agreed that whatever information I would give him would be anonymous. Because for all we know, the whole thing could have been hogwash.
Well, that's sort of tricky, isn't it? I mean, when you've got somebody making an accusation, you have to be able to talk to that person.
Well, yeah, but at that point, beggars can't be choosers.
So he gave you a name?
So he gave me a name. He gave me the name of Shane Ragland.
Shane Ragland, the woman's ex-boyfriend. But who was he? Didn't take long to find out. Shane was the son of a wealthy businessman. Just so happened, Shane attended the University of Kentucky at the very same time as Trent DeGiro. But after college, he didn't do so well. He ran up at least a dozen convictions, drug charges, multiple DUIs, and so on. So Detective Evans went back to Attorney Bullock.
Is there any more? Can you get me any more? And ultimately, he started talking about a motive.
And that's when the whole story took a turn into the Twilight Zone.
He told me that it was concerning Shane Ragland being blackballed from a fraternity.
What'd you think when you heard that?
That's a stupid reason to kill somebody.
The fraternity in question was Sigma Alpha Epsilon, SAE. Detective Evans looked through SAE's records, and there it was, a pledge list with Shane's name crossed off.
And then it hit. This could be the reason that we never could find out why Trent was killed, is because it was something this weird.
Evans went to one of Trent's closest friends and asked, had he heard of this guy, Shane Ragland?
And he said, Shane Ragland. And then I could just sort of see it at that point on his face, and I let him tell the story.
A story about an unpleasant little incident. Shane was among the freshmen pledging the SAE fraternity. And one day, as they were getting to know the campus,
they went into Trent's dorm, and Trent was there, and on the wall was a calendar of some sorority girls.
When Shane saw that calendar, right away he pointed to one of the girls' pictures, and he bragged that he'd had sex with her.
What Shane didn't know is that girl was the girlfriend of the president of the fraternity.
Trent did not like that one bit. Got word to the SAE president, and that's when Shane was blackballed.
So at that point, Shane's opportunity to be in that fraternity is pretty much over.
The motives for murder are many and varied, but this seemed absurd. It was 3 years after that slight, when Trent was murdered in cold blood. Could it really have festered so long? And if it had, if that was true, they had another problem.
The more that we dug specifically into Shane Ragland, the more the likelihood that he would get word that he was becoming a suspect in this case. And if that happened, this anonymous witness was in real danger.
Evans had no doubt that Shane would remember he told an ex-girlfriend about the murder.
And what's going to keep him from then going up and eliminating her like he did Trent DeGiro?
So now Evans understood his mystery witness was trying to be brave, but was quite reasonably frightened. How would he ever convince her to take the ultimate risk?
She was very hesitant to do it, and she was scared to death to confront him.
Coming up, setting a trap.
Something's been bothering me. Something that you told me a long time ago. I wish you never had.
But who's going to get caught? When Dateline continues.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast. It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Ooh, the answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
Today Show's newest fan.
A little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Detective Evans knew he had to meet this mystery woman, a woman who was claiming she knew what happened to Trent DeGiro, but was too frightened to talk about it. Then finally, with attorney Tom Bullock playing gatekeeper, they made a deal to at least meet face to face. But any more than that? Maybe not.
It was like, listen, don't get me involved in this.
Yeah.
This guy's dangerous. So until you get handcuffs on him, you can't involve me.
But Evans knew, even if he did arrest the guy, a mystery woman testifying about something an ex-boyfriend told her wouldn't be enough.
And I can imagine a prosecutor saying, well, I can't just put her on the stand. His attorney will come along and say she's full of it. You know?
And in this particular case, it's, you know what, that in itself is not going to do it, nor should it. We're still in a situation where this has to come from him.
Him, meaning Shane Ragland. Evans told her they had to find a way to get Shane to admit on tape what he did. Otherwise, what jury would buy such a ludicrous motive for murder? There was only one way, he told her. She'd have to wear a wire.
She wasn't very happy with that, obviously.
I should think not.
She asked me if I could spell anonymous.
But, he said, she came around.
She wanted to do what's right all along. She just would like to do that without getting herself killed doing it.
But she would only proceed on one condition.
I had to prove why she was going to be safe. I had to prove how we were going to do this. It wasn't enough for me to say, oh, don't worry, he won't have a gun. We'll look for bulges.
So they came up with a plan. Gave her a cover story to protect her, a fictitious job, a phony address. And then, casually, she resumed contact with Shane. A few emails, a little flirty at times on both ends.
People sometimes hear from their exes, right? I mean, that happens.
And finally, the sting. She told Shane she'd be passing through the Lexington airport on business, and he agreed to meet her. It was in this airport lounge, surrounded by undercover cops and FBI, and behind security to be sure Shane wasn't armed.
What's been happening?
About 2 years in Louisville.
They reminisced for an hour or so.
Tell me the good things that you remember about our relationship.
Something we used to love, your disco music, and dance with you.
And then she went for it.
Something's been bothering me. Something that you told me a long time ago. I wish you never had. And I need to know how you feel about it now, so I can understand what kind of person you are now.
At that point, he paused, and it's like he knew exactly what she was talking about.
I regret it.
You do now? You did it before. And you know what I think about it is not knowing. His name, wasn't it? Trent? Not knowing him. I just kind of ignored it all the time.
Saying Trent's name was deliberate.
We talked to her about that. And let's make sure we know what you're talking about when we play this for a jury later.
And she brought up what appeared to be the motive, that fraternity blackballing.
How could you be that mad for somebody to do that over something that's stupid? Do you ever think about it? I'm sorry, but this is something I have to get off my chest because I have to live with it too, you know? I mean, do you plan on ever telling anybody about what you did?
Was he sensing something? The cops, knowing they didn't quite have what they needed, not yet, held their breath and listened.
Let me ask you a question. You're not setting me up, are you?
I've never told anybody.
I'm getting this for your advice.
I've never told anybody.
Swear to me right now, set me up. Because I'm scared to death right now.
He said, "Are you setting me up?" And that's when things got really scary.
But she kept her cool.
We'll stop talking about it. How's that?
And they did. And then, about 10 minutes later, Shane came back with just what the detectives needed to hear.
To answer your question, I am very remorseful. Very. I can't tell you.
You're so stupid.
I was angry at him. I made the wrong decision. There's nothing you can do now.
She made him so confident and comfortable that he came back to the subject and left us with what we really needed at that point. It came out of his own mouth.
They picked him up the next day, took him downtown, asked him, was it true what an old girlfriend was telling them?
So if she tells us you sit there and you talk about the murder, she's a liar, basically. Because it never happened.
She's just making that up to think she's mad at you?
100%. Absolutely. There was absolutely nothing said.
Shane denied it all, denied knowing Trent, didn't even know where he lived, denied talking about Trent with her.
I never mentioned his name once, and she never mentioned his name. And it's like, nothing about that, nothing about the murder.
About the murder or anything.
So then, his inquisitors fetched the airport recording.
I'm going to play something here for you, and I want you to listen to it, okay?
Something's been bothering me. Something that you told me a long time ago. I wish you never had.
You telling me that you didn't talk about Trent? That's not the truth, is it?
She might have said Trent. We were talking about stuff, but I didn't hear her say Trent. I didn't talk about Trent. I swear to you guys, I did not do this.
But his denials were to no avail. Shane Ragland was charged with murder. Bail was set, and Shane's wealthy father paid it. $1 million cash, so Shane was free pending trial, which was a very big problem for the ex-girlfriend who turned him in. Police moved her to a secure location, kept an eye on her. And then, strange things started happening.
We got information from our state police intelligence section that there was a hit out on this girl. There were phone calls to her friends that would ask, have you seen her? Do you know where she is these days? Obviously trying to locate her.
And with all that going on, she had to do precisely what she didn't want to do, go public, show herself, and testify. And the world would know that her name was Amy Lloyd, and that she was truly terrified.
Coming up,
He told me that he shot him.
the defense hits back hard.
If in fact someone had actually told you they had engaged in killing of another person and you continue a romantic relationship with them, that seems a bit odd.
When Dateline continues.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. That honor you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it's
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your newsfeed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
If there was any doubt how seriously police took perceived threats to Amy Lloyd's security, this put it to rest. Amy rushed into court by a SWAT team. But Trent DeGiro's dad, Mike, knew that if she braved the danger and told her story...
I don't know how a jury could sort of not convict him.
But when it came time for trial, then prosecutor Luana Redcorn was all too aware she was alleging a very hard-to-believe motive.
I think I was like everybody else, a little incredulous that somebody would let the fact that they'd been blackballed from a fraternity fester for years and culminate in killing the person they blamed on blackballing them?
Mind you, they had a bit more than just Amy. They'd found what they believed was the murder weapon, a .243 Weatherby rifle, at Shane's mother's house. And at his father's place, they found .243 caliber bullets like these. An FBI expert said testing had linked those bullets to the fragments from the fatal bullet. The defense argued the tests were not reliable science.
Call your next witness.
Amy Lloyd.
And now, nearly 8 years after Trent was killed, here was the one person who could tell the story. Amy Lloyd finally revealed herself publicly. Though because she remains frightened even now, we've obscured her image in this video, recorded by the court. The prosecution's star witness talked about that night in a bar, and Shane, according to her, straight out confessing to murder.
He said something about how he had, if I remember the football player who had been killed, and told me his name, Trent. He told me that he shot him.
But Prosecutor Redcorn knew Amy's story had a weakness, and so no choice but to confront it.
You did not break off the relationship after he said this to you?
No.
You didn't go to the police or anything?
No, I ignored it.
Just ignored what he had said to you?
Right, I forgot about it. I didn't want to listen to it. I didn't want to hear it. I didn't want to believe it.
Why? Because she was in love with him, she said. During Amy's testimony, the prosecutor played the tape, the sting meeting at the airport.
You're so stupid.
I was angry at him. I made the wrong decision.
That, said the prosecutor, clear as day, was an admission that he did indeed commit the murder. How to defend against that? Shane's father hired a formidable defense team. Guthrie True was one of Shane's lawyers.
If in fact someone had actually told you they had engaged in a killing of another person and you continue a romantic relationship with them, that seems a bit odd.
When the defense cross-examined Amy, she knew it was coming, had to, an attack on her credibility. But could she have suspected how personal it would be? This from True's co-counsel when Amy said she went home with Shane that night after he talked about killing someone.
Weren't you concerned about spending the night with somebody who had admitted to you that he had killed someone else?
I blocked it from my mind. I didn't want to hear that.
And then a kind of nervous embarrassment filled the courtroom. The defense had gotten access to Amy's very personal, very explicit diary and confronted her with her entries, one by X-rated one.
We are trying to challenge the credibility of the prosecution's case, and sometimes that gets uncomfortable.
This is what Amy wrote the day after she said Shane confessed to her to murder.
April the 30th, the very next day, you make a notation, made love in afternoon. Great day.
We have, for the sake of decency, left out the most explicit entries made public by the defense that day.
And then May the 3rd was the date that you recorded you took a bath together and made love. Right?
Yes.
And then it was on May the 7th, you noted, great love, decided I would move in with him in July. Perfect.
Yes.
So this man who had told you that he had killed someone, you made the decision that you were going to move in with him come July.
Yes.
So was her credibility harmed? There was still, after all, that incriminating airport recording. Or was it incriminating?
You never did ask him, though, if he had shot and killed Trent, did you?
Why would I when he'd already told me? And if I said to him, did you kill Trent? When he already knew he told me 5 years ago, he would have known that I was there, in fact, to
set him up?
To get him to admit it.
Hadn't you rehearsed that?
Rehearsed what?
With Detective Evans and others, Don't give him an opportunity to deny that he had shot Trent.
No.
Had the defense planted a seed of reasonable doubt? Maybe. The jury adjourned to think about it, and Trent's friends waited.
I've never been so terrified and so scared in my life.
Your heart's going 100 miles an hour.
100 miles an hour.
And 5 hours later,
we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of intentional murder.
Guilty of intentional murder. The sentence, 30 years.
To know that he was guilty, know that this guy who's sitting there smug and non-remorseful is guilty and found guilty, and boom, you feel good about that.
Mike DeGiro thought it was done.
Okay, this is it. He's going to jail. It's over.
And Amy? She had vanished.
Amy was afraid of Shane Ragland. And we told her that if she testified, we would do what we could to let her have a new identity. And law enforcement helped her get a new identity.
And that new identity would be a problem.
You talk about something that just blows you away. I mean, couldn't even grasp that.
Because this case wasn't over. Not even close.
Coming up, a stunning reversal.
They know I'm innocent.
Will there ever be justice for Trent?
Oh, wow, here we go all over again.
When Dateline continues.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
It was early spring in Kentucky when justice was done for the murder of Trent DeGiro, thanks, his friends knew, to a woman who faced up to fear and told her story.
We've never met Amy, and I am eternally grateful to
Absolutely.
Amy for everything that she's done for not only Trent and his family, but for us.
Except there was an appeal, of course there was, standard procedure, but what happened was not standard at all. A court reversed the jury's decision.
Any comments, Shane?
And Shane Ragland went home on $1 million bail paid by his dad to wait for a whole new trial.
It's been a long time, Shane.
To be outside, be going home with your father right now.
I don't really look at it like that. I look at the long-term goal of fighting a case against me that's fake, it's false, and they know I'm innocent. And so I don't worry about my feelings, creature comforts.
Why was the verdict thrown out? It had nothing to do with Amy Lloyd or her explosive testimony or the sting tape recorded at the airport. All that was fine. So what was the issue? The bullet that killed Trent. An FBI expert had linked the fragments of that bullet found during the autopsy to bullets like these that were found in Shane's father's house. But after Shane's conviction, the FBI realized the test it used was in fact bad science and stopped using it.
These are things that we've been arguing for years, frankly, shouldn't have been admitted.
And the court agreed with the defense.
When this reversal happened, what was that like?
Well, it was a blow. I mean, it was a real blow.
Kind of an irony, isn't it? It was one of the smaller pieces of evidence.
In my mind, yes.
When what you thought was done gets undone, what does it do to you?
It's, oh, wow, here we go all over again. We've got to go through this yet another time. And the yet another time, we realized pretty quickly was going to be without some key evidence.
Yeah.
Amy Lloyd wasn't coming back.
No, Amy Lloyd was not going to testify a second time. That was the deal she made. Testify once, then disappear.
There was no way to bring her back because once someone has that level of cover, you can't undo it, bring them back.
And then do it again.
And then do it again.
Remain seated, come to order.
No option but to make a deal. Shane got to plead guilty to second-degree manslaughter.
And did you in fact commit the crime that you are pleading guilty to?
Yes, I did.
Which meant that at least he now admitted to firing that fatal shot.
And I thought, well, plea bargains, he, spends another 10 years in jail. I'm not too bad with that.
Oh, but it wasn't 10 more years, wasn't any more years. He got the time he'd already served, 5 years, plus just 3 days of house arrest. 3 more days.
3 more days. He walked out of the courtroom, went home. And that really chapped my ass.
It did help a little, said Mike DeGiro. When he successfully sued Shane in civil court for wrongful death, the jury awarded him $63 million, later reduced to $33 million. No matter, said Mike. He hasn't received a penny, doesn't expect to. But money was never the point.
He's never really accepted responsibility for what he did.
Shane went on with his life, and then a few years later, he was involved in a serious car accident. He's in a wheelchair now, and was back in court on an unrelated case. And what about Amy? If that's even her name now.
How's she doing now?
She's living a new life.
What'd she do? You want to tell me anything at all?
I'm sorry, but I'm not going to be able to tell you anything about her current life.
At all?
At all.
As for Mike, he had a choice, he knew. He could sink into bitterness, or...
So where do you put your frustrations over this?
Well, what has come from all of this is we consider very positive thing.
The Trent DeGiro Foundation. has awarded nearly 100 scholarships to walk-on football players and others at the University of Kentucky and at local high schools. Young people with determination and personal courage, just like Trent.
You'll never make any sense of his death, but you can make sense of his life.
We can make sense of what we've done to commemorate Trent, to remember Trent, and giving these young folks an opportunity that Trent won't have.
That's a whole other story, but...
And, remarkably, Trent's friends remain exceedingly close even 25 years after that shot in the dark.
You feel like family now.
Well, they are family. I think it says so much about what Trent meant to these kids, young adults now, and what they mean to us. It's been a blessing to us.
They all get together and laugh and tell stories and imagine.
Who would he have become as an adult? And gosh, I'm sure it would have been magnificent, just as he was as a teenager.
I'm kind of pissed that I don't get to meet his wife or meet his kids or share all the adult things that we've had the opportunity to share with each other. But I think, when I get rid of those like base feelings, the underlying feeling is just of gratitude that he was in my life, even for a brief moment in time.
That's all for now. I'm Lester Holt. Thanks for joining us.
Welcome to the Stars of Team USA. I'm Savannah Sellers, and this is your guide to the must-know American athletes competing at the 2022 Beijing Winter Olympics. From the slopes to the rink, we'll be showcasing incredible Olympians, both fresh faces and familiar favorites like Shaun White, Chloe Kim, Nathan Chen, and Michaela Schifrin. Team USA has more than 200 athletes competing in over a dozen sports. They range in age from 40 to 16, and they've already set a new Olympic record before the competitions even started. The most women competing for any nation in Winter Olympics history. Perhaps the brightest star of them all is Michaela Schifrin. She arrives in Beijing with 3 previous medals. She's one of alpine skiing's greatest athletes ever. But her journey to the 2022 Olympics wasn't always easy, as she told Hoda and Savannah on the Today Show.
There are a lot of cool things about you. One of them is you say that you are not defined by your success. I mean, I feel like you're a really grounded human being. Like, if you don't have a great day, so what? Like, you seem like you are secure in what you do. So when you're getting ready to go down and do one of your runs, like, what's kicking through your head at that moment?
I'm just trying to focus on my skiing as much as possible, because there are some athletes who are so driven just to win that just their motivation to win alone is what actually gets them to the finish line faster. But for me, it's always been about good skiing and like the turns that I make along the way. So I don't know, it's a little bit like that metaphorical. It's the journey, not the end destination. But it's true for me. That's how I've always had my best races, just skiing well.
And just in case people, last they checked in with you, you were winning gold 4 years ago, 5 years ago at the Olympics, and now here you are winning again in your most recent race. In between, you've had incredible challenges. You lost your father. You've dealt with anxiety and the stress of that, and then a pandemic to boot. How are you feeling, and how has that journey been for you?
Well, I guess it's been life, and I think everybody's dealing with something. We're all dealing with the pandemic, so that's one thing we all have in common. For me personally and my family, dealing with unexpected death of my dad was the most difficult thing I've ever survived. And that's, it's okay. Like, it's okay to talk about it. I think it's been, over the last couple of years, it's been important to talk about. And a lot of people actually seem to be able to relate to that on some level, because aside from the pandemic, everybody's dealing with something on a daily basis, on a weekly basis. And there's a lot of loss and grief and sadness out there, but there's also a lot of strength and hope. And I think it's important for us to all be able to connect on the more positive side of it.
You really personify that.
You do. After your dad passed, did you think about whether or not you would ski again? Was that something that you thought about?
Yeah, I did. I wondered if it was really worth it. I mean, there's a really long time that I didn't really feel like it was worth it to care about anything. So it seemed like I'm not going to go ski race again, because the most fundamental thing of an athlete is that you have to care about your sport, and you have to care about doing well at your sport. And I just didn't. I just thought I don't care about actually really anything in life. So it's been a long process to get that motivation and that actually the feeling of caring back. And I don't know, I have a lot more good days than bad now, but it's still difficult.
It's not easy to talk about, but I'm so glad you did, because I want people to know what a triumph it is, what you just did last weekend, and what you're setting out to do. Thanks. It's a triumph in every single way, just you being here.
You guys are going to make me cry.
No, but I just, you know, so you're also a huge, I just want to say before you go, I love that you're a huge fan of the Olympics, and I heard that, actually I heard we were in Tokyo, we heard you screaming for the athletes all the way back in the U.S. You're a huge fan. Do you watch, I heard you taped the Olympics and then would watch them later.
Yeah, we were taping everything, and then we had it going streaming on Peacock and like always in the background. And the gym I work out back home at the Westin is they always had it on multiple TV screens. So I'm doing my squats and I'm looking up and I'm like, oh my gosh, this is so cool. I'm like, one more rep.
Well, you can guarantee that they're going to be watching you doing the exact same thing. Michaela, we are cheering you on. Congratulations. So happy you're here with us.
Go get them.
This may be your last chance to catch one of Team USA's best-known stars at the Olympics. Snowboarder and three-time gold medalist Shaun White, who came on the scene in 2006 with the nickname the Flying Tomato, told my colleague Craig Melvin that his 5th Winter Olympics will probably be his last.
I haven't really said this too much, so it's going to feel weird coming out of my mouth, but this is, I think, my last run.
No matter what, this is it?
I think so, yeah.
Why?
You know, it's hard to talk about, you know, because my whole life I've kind of, you know, been looked at as somewhat, you know, superhuman because I do these things, and a lot of people have always come up to me and just like, I don't know how he does it, and I prided myself on being that, you know, individual, and man, realizing and admitting to myself and everyone else, you know, yeah, I'm human. It's taken a toll.
This may be Shaun's final Olympics, but he's still hoping to perform more of those superhuman feats before it's all over. He recently talked with our friends at the Today Show about how his training has changed in recent years.
What does Shaun White's training regimen look like today than it did when you first started, you know, with the Olympics?
Yeah, I mean, goodness, my first Olympics, I was 19. I'm 35 now. No, I think it's great. You know, honestly, I'm at a place in my career where I'm just so focused on what I need that you know, my practice is really regimented. I don't show up all day and, you know, mess around. I show up for that like power window of practice time, and I will be honest, I need a couple more days rest than I used to. I took a bad crash a couple of days ago. You can check it out on my Instagram. That's how I got this nice fat lip. but you know, it's how it goes, and yeah.
I mean,
I'm excited about it.
I mean, since you brought it up, you know, 35 years old, and apparently in Olympic years, that is considered oldish. I mean, what does it feel like going up against guys now who are quite literally almost half your age?
You know, it was a trip. I think it was around the last Olympics. I remember hearing the announcers going on, dropping in the oldest competitor, Shaun White. I've been the youngest competitor, so that was a big change. I kind of wear it proudly now, though. You know, you got amazing athletes like Tom Brady and you know that are getting into their older years and still holding it down. So I'm feeling good about it. I like the inspiration from the others, and it's so exciting for me. I was kind of tripping out the other day just thinking about, there's this magic moment when you make the team. You're like, wow, I get to be an Olympian again. Just to go is so incredible. So one step at a time, going to try to make the team and then set the sights on China.
I love it. Sean, you always make us smile.
Yeah.
I mean, every time we talk with you, you're just such a good guy.
And this is a guy, age truly is just a number, Sean, because you make it and you make us all proud. And as the oldest guy on this Olympic team here, I can tell you, you keep the young'uns on your toes, my friend.
Shaun White.
Right, that's the goal.
Chloe Kim is another champion snowboarder making her return this year. She won gold at the 2018 Winter Olympics, becoming a breakout star at just 17. Now she's ready to soar to new heights. Take a look.
My name is Chloe Kim. I'm a half-pipe snowboarder, and I'm from Torrance, California. Last time we spoke, I was 17 going into the Olympics. I'm 21 now. My priorities have shifted quite a bit, and I enjoy staying in bed all day. Like, I love to sleep.
Is there any snowboarding involved there?
Oh, yes, I still do that, which is why I'm here, yes.
A perfect 100 for Chloe Kim! Back-to-back 1080s.
Chloe Kim reigns supreme in South Korea. She is the 2021 World Champion.
This is Reese, aka Reach, Peach, Little Butt, Big Butt, Wiggle Butt, Nub. She's my little Australian shepherd. She's so cute, and she's my bestie. She just turned 5. I baked her a cake. I found this recipe online. It was like a dog-friendly cake. I think it had like peanut butter, carrots, coconut oil, yogurt. We all tried it because we were curious. I mean, they're all real ingredients, but it was disgusting. It was so gross.
What kind of treats do you like to enjoy?
I love lemon bars. It's like my favorite thing. Or pie. I love pie. Post-Olympics, I tweeted about like churros and ice cream, and I got home and I had boxes and boxes and boxes. Shout out to everyone that sent me ice cream. I felt like loved.
Now to the U.S. figure skating team, a sport which is among the most highly anticipated at every Winter Olympics, of course. In order to make the team, skaters fought back challenges both on and off the ice. NBC's Chanel Jones talked with this elite group right after they made the team.
Team USA. Reaching the pinnacle of their sport, ready to take the world stage. On the women's team, 16-year-old Alyssa Liu, America's standout female skater, testing positive for COVID in the middle of competition, still earning an Olympic spot.
It's seriously a dream come true, and I'm so happy and I'm so honored.
And 25-year-old Mariah Bell, making history the moment her skates hit the ice. She's the oldest U.S. women's Olympic figure skater to compete in nearly a century. And back on Team USA, 22-year-old Karen Chen. She competed in the 2018 games, but never medaled. And on the men's team, all eyes are on 22-year-old Nathan Chen. Chen, a heavy favorite in Pyeongchang, disappointed. Since then, he's come roaring back with a nearly 4-year winning streak since the last games, breaking his own scoring record and winning his 6th consecutive national title. Joining him at the Winter Games is 21-year-old Vincent Zhou and 27-year-old Jason Brown, both returning for their 2nd Olympics. Each athlete finding out their fate by a text with the link to this email.
We're all like glued to our phones waiting for that to come through.
And it's like, congratulations, you're on the 2022 Olympic team.
That message punching their tickets to Beijing.
You're making history, you're 25 years old. How do you wrap your mind around it?
It's absolutely just a number. If you have a dream and you're dedicated to it and you're working towards it, there doesn't have to be an expiration date. I feel like I'm not even in my prime. You know, I'm working to get there, and I'm really excited to be the first woman in so long to be going.
How does that feel for you when you've trained for years and years and you're able to meet the moment?
I wanted to be on the Olympic team so bad. I almost didn't want to think about it too much before I got here because it would like make me cry. I wanted it so bad.
Karen, you're also making history. First women's single skater to compete in back-to-back Olympics in 15 years. After the Pyeongchang Games, I know you took a break because of an injury and you almost considered retiring. How do you clear your mind knowing everything that you've been through?
I did think about stepping away from the sport, but for some reason, like under all of that stress, I guess, I had clarity and I just realized how much I love skating.
All the figure skaters have been doing it since they were kids. It's amazing to feel that all your work is like culminating to this one moment. We've all worked really hard to be where we are, and so to have opportunities like this to show what we have been working on is pretty powerful.
What about when you go up for these jumps? What goes through your mind?
When it comes to competition, it's kind of like, just go for it, you know? I think at that point, we just have to try to trust our body, trust our instincts to make the jump happen. It's definitely a lot more stressful to watch figure skating than it is to do it ourselves, you know,
Wait,
like when I'm
really?
watching.
Is that true?
Yeah,
it's harder
for sure.
on us watching you than for you guys?
I mean, of course we're stressed out, of course we're nervous, but at the end of the day, like when I'm watching like Mariah compete, it's so stressful. I'm like, my heart's like pounding. When I'm on the ice, I'm pretty calm, I'm pretty relaxed. Like I have confidence knowing what I'm doing.
Jason, I'll ask you, how did the pandemic affect your training? Well, how has it been?
It's been really difficult, to be completely honest. I'm just trying to be as adaptable as possible. Bob, swerve, and duck.
What about for you?
Somebody had like a barn in their backyard with a sheet of ice on it.
Really?
It was like the size of this room here.
Wow.
I was trying to skate on it. I was doing triple axels on this tiny piece of ice. It was pretty cool.
Through all the challenges, one thing is clear. These athletes love being on the ice.
I just love being out there. I love challenging myself.
When I'm doing a spin, it's like one of the best feelings in the world.
I just love the grind.
I love the thrill of doing quads.
I'm like just the girl next door. There's nothing that, special or fancy. It's just like a matter of having a dream and, wanting to chase it. We were those little kids watching the TV, and now we get to be here. It's so cool.
Coming up, the stunning act of generosity from one teammate to another that is getting us all into the Olympic spirit.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to the stars of Team USA. Now, the Olympics are all about competition, but they also showcase great sportsmanship. When speed skater Erin Jackson slipped in her signature event, the 500-meter trials earlier this year, it looked like it would cost her the opportunity to go to the Olympics. But her teammate Brittany Bowe stepped in to help. She gave Jackson her spot in the 500-meter race, allowing Jackson to go to Beijing. The two spoke to the Today Show about this amazing act of friendship.
Joining us now, the very embodiment of the Olympic spirit, Brittany Bowe and Erin Jackson. Guys, this is such a beautiful story. We're talking about the sportsmanship aspect of it, and we want to get to that. But can I just talk about the friendship? This kind of thing does not happen, but it happened. So if you guys, Brittany, would you describe your friendship with Erin, and Erin, just quickly, your friendship with Brittany?
Yeah, I moved out to Salt Lake City to start my Olympic journey in 2010, and Erin came hot on the scene in 2018, but our friendship goes further than that. We both grew up in Ocala, Florida, both inline speed skaters, and very, very cool to find ourselves in this position today.
And Erin, for you?
I mean, I was much younger. Like, my memories of Brittany go back a bit further because I was the one looking up to her back when I was growing up in Ocala, Florida, seeing her, you know, come back and skate on the team that I skated with. It was just amazing, and she was just an awesome mentor from day one.
I mean, Erin and Brittany, both of you, this sport, it's incredible that the heights that you have reached, and also just the hair. I mean, I don't even know why they call it a slip, Erin. It was like the tiniest little wobble, and yet there's your Olympic dream disappearing right before your eyes. You must have been crushed. And can you explain how you felt in the moment that you realized that Brittany said, no, 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 my friend, you are #1 in the world. You belong at those Olympics?
Yeah, it was definitely a really stressful time, you know, because I was feeling great. I've been feeling great all season. And, you know, it all comes down to this one race. And yeah, so to have that happen, I was like, oh no, like what's going to happen now? I was really looking forward to, you know, hopefully having a good showing in Beijing. So yeah, when Brittany came to me and said, like, don't worry, like, we're going to figure out a way, it was just an amazing feeling to be like, okay, the team's got my back. She's an amazing team leader. And we both have individual goals, but we also have team goals. So it's just nice to, you know, for the world to see kind of what an amazing person she is, like what I've seen all these years. It's nice that it's that people can see it now.
What a great human being you guys both are. Brittany, did you know on the wobble, when you saw the wobble, did you already have in your head that you're like, you know what, if she doesn't get it, I'm giving up one of my spots?
So I was actually right there on the backstretch when that happened, and my heart sank when it happened because for us speed skaters, that wasn't a little bobble. That was actually a huge bobble that could have taken maybe up to a second to recover from in the course of the race. And I just remember yelling at Erin, get it back, just skate, skate. And, you know, after the race, you know, it was a very deflated atmosphere in that rink. And that evening I said, if it comes down to me, if there's anything I can do to get you on the team, you have my place. And I still had some races left to go. I had one of my other marquee events, the 1500 meter, the next day. So I put it on the back burner a little bit, but when I was done competing, that was the first thing that went back into my mind. And I wanted to make that decision on Sunday before the team was announced because I couldn't see myself down there celebrating during the team announcement and popping champagne with the rest of the team without Erin being there.
Many athletes are thankful to be going to the Olympics as part of Team USA, but skier Colby Stevenson is grateful just to be alive. In 2016, he was badly hurt in a car accident and suffered a serious head injury. 6 years and one amazing journey later, he's in top form. Here's his story.
Are you good off the tee?
I was for the first half of the summer, and now my drives aren't that good.
Ooh, not bad. That looked pretty natural.
It's not anything that really, we get off the tee. I'm Colby Stevenson. I ski slope style. I'm from Park City, Utah. Yeah. So in 2016, I was driving back from Mount Hood, Oregon, and I fell asleep at the wheel and rolled a truck like 6 times and had a pretty severe head injury and broke a bunch of bones, and I'm very lucky to be standing here today. So I basically shattered the whole right side of my skull. Had to have a craniotomy where they like go in and piece it back together like a puzzle. Broke a couple vertebrae in my neck, jaw, eye socket, a few ribs. It was like 6 months of hell, basically. And then I was back skiing and everything was somehow all right. After my accident is when I actually found what it takes to win in competition. It was because I shifted my focus from wanting to win to just being grateful for being able to travel and living this life. My first World Cup back after the accident was in Italy, and I remember it being at the top of my run and like closing my eyes and thinking of all my loved ones, opened my eyes, and then dropped in for my run and won the World Cup. And so if you can somehow do it out of love, then that's gonna be your best shot.
When members of Team USA need to recharge, they head to the hills and lakes and forests. Yes, many athletes find the best place to reset is the same as where they compete.
Okay, let's see, nature. Yeah, I feel like over the years, nature has kind of become a place where I can go and reset, whether I'm really stressed or dealing with an injury or have a lot on my plate.
You can get easily trapped indoors, especially as a skier, right? We spend a lot of our time on the hill and you just want to find time to unwind. Anytime I'm outside, I'm just happy.
I feel so free and disconnected from the hustle and bustle and fast-paced daily life. It's like just me and nature.
Other people want to go on hikes and just like move quickly the whole time. I'm more of like a leisurely hiker.
For me, the mountains are where I feel the most clarity that I have. When all the noise goes away, you kind of have to face yourself. You're only listening to the sounds that nature makes. And one of the things that you notice first actually is silence.
I love the feeling of flow, and I think nature definitely brings that to me.
When I reach the top, it just feels like elation and victory and freedom. I love that feeling.
Standing on top of a peak, I feel like a small thing in a big world, but I have a part to play.
I just love nature. I love all the animals, all the giant trees, and I hope that we can just be a little bit more gentle on Mama Earth.
We'll be right back with a look at some other Olympians you need to be watching.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back to the stars of Team USA. At 22, Nathan Chen is considered one of the best male figure skaters around. He's broken records and is a 3-time world champion. Now he's out to prove he can also shine at the Olympics. Take a look.
My name is Nathan Chen. I'm a figure skater and I am originally from Salt Lake City, Utah. I go to Yale University and I am majoring in statistics and data science. School also made me realize, there's a whole fun, happy side of life that doesn't necessarily have to revolve around grinding all the time, and you can have a little bit more fun and relax, and I think that's really good for our mental health and just being happy in general. I can play instruments, not like super proficiently. I know how to play guitar. I've played piano in the past.
If we brought out a guitar, would you mind playing a little bit for us?
Sure.
All right.
Music has definitely played a big role in my life. Obviously, as a skater, we're skating to music, so being able to be comfortable with music and truly enjoy it, I think, is key for figure skaters. Music has been really helpful in getting me in the right mindset and being able to calm me down and being able to just give me a sense of peace when I'm either preparing to compete or just at home and not really doing too much. It's nice to have in the background, just, it sets up a nice vibe.
Every Winter Olympics is full of exciting firsts, and 2022 is no exception. One person making history this time around is Abby Rock. This top athlete is the first Native American female to represent Team USA in ice hockey. NBC's Kathy Park has more.
Abby Rock is considered one of America's most decorated college hockey players. A standout at the University of Wisconsin, earning Rookie of the Year as a freshman, Player of the Year as a senior, plus a lengthy list of other prestigious honors. In February, she made her debut with the Professional Women's Hockey Players Association and instantly made a name for herself.
Well, we talked about Abby Rock. We talked about her being in the right place at the right time.
There's not many Indigenous players playing, especially in the United States, so a big piece for me is to try to show that you can do it, and we want to make hockey more diverse.
She was brought up with the rich traditions of the Wanapitei First Nation, an Indigenous group located in Northern Ontario. Her uncle is a chief.
My family back home, they obviously do a lot of the ceremonies and powwows, and my cousin's a dancer. And when I'm back in the Sioux, I've gone to powwows and things like that of not my own tribe, but the tribes there. Where I'm from, it's all around you.
Growing up in Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan, Rock was just a toddler when she broke in her first skates on a backyard rink made by her father, a former college hockey coach and now a pro scout with the Toronto Maple Leafs.
I just always wanted to be like my dad. I would go to the rink every day with him probably. I basically lived at the rink. People called me a rink rat. I think it was kind of in my blood, but it was a passion for me that I just really wanted to be a part of.
The ice became a proving ground for the aspiring hockey player. With so few opportunities for young girls starting off, she played mostly with the guys before college.
Growing up, I played with all guys hockey players. I was the only girl. We're all saying, we want to be in the NHL when we're older, and then get a couple years older and you're like, well, I can't be in the NHL, but I can be what those girls are.
Those girls were Olympians like Hillary Knight, now a fellow teammate.
You were quoted as saying that she's going to be one of the best hockey players in the world. Mm-hmm. What sets her apart?
You really have to have the hunger to be able to go out there every single day wanting to learn, and I see that in her. And so it's easy for me to just be like, yeah, like she's going to be great.
Joel Johnson, head coach for the women's hockey team, knew that fierce competitor in her teens, and now they're both hoping to go for gold.
She just has a unique ability to impact her teammates and an incredible impact on the game itself.
Rock making moves on and off the ice and getting ready to take on the world with Team USA.
Bobsledder Alana Myers-Taylor is a three-time Olympic medalist, now competing in her fourth Winter Games. Her husband is an alternate on the men's team, and their child is worth more than all the gold in the world. Take a look.
Yeah, I am Alana Myers-Taylor, and I am from Douglasville, Georgia, and I'm a bobsledder.
I am Nicholas Taylor. I'm from Hayward, California, and I'm a bobsledder.
And this is Nico Taylor. He is from Smyrna, Georgia, and he's a future bobsledder.
Is he a mama's boy or a daddy's boy?
Daddy's boy. I mean, I don't know. There's no competition.
Mama's boy, for sure.
No competition, daddy's boy. Daddy's boy, for sure.
Yeah, so Nico was born with Down syndrome, and he was also born with profound bilateral hearing loss. We decided to get him cochlear implants. He's working on his hearing, and he's adapted very well to everything.
Very good, Nico.
You see your kid from a day in and day out basis, so sometimes you take for granted the little things, but the other day he said mama for the first time, and it was like the hugest thing ever, and we're still talking about it.
Nick, was that tough to hear?
Oh, no, he said that way earlier, so it was fine.
I think being pregnant, your body goes through a lot of changes, and you embrace every one of them, at least I did. Getting back into sport, that was incredibly tough. Just not having your body work as you're used to it. It takes a lot of time to not only come to accept that, but you come to realize how you need to make changes going forward. I'm used to putting in the hours, and I'm used to training like I was 22. I'm gonna be 37 at these games. I need to be smarter with my body, but at the end of the day, I go home and look at my son and be like, it was all worth it. So any changes I'm now working through, it's 10 times over worth it.
Team USA's Ryan Cochran-Siegel has tough skis to fill. Not only did his mother, Barbara Ann Cochran, win gold at the 1972 Winter Games, she's also in the Ski and Snowboard Hall of Fame. Now it's Ryan's turn to follow in his family tradition.
Ryan Cochran-Siegel, alpine skiing, and I'm from Starksboro, Vermont.
We know you're pretty knowledgeable about maple syrup.
Yeah.
And we're gonna test that knowledge.
I put maple syrup on everything. Oh yeah, this is just the, store brand. That's not even maple syrup, I don't think. Whereas this, I mean, you can see like nice color, you know, see through it. And it just has like such a strong maple flavor. The very beginning, my grandparents had a lot of land in Richmond, Vermont. So my cousins started building a sugar bush, sugar house, the whole production. So my connection is I'm their labor, where I do all the hard work. I don't have tattoos, but I have a lot of scars, so that's kind of my own calling. My newest scar is this guy, like fractured my neck. Kind of got twisted up head first. I was pretty fortunate to be still and relatively intact. There are definitely situations where you add risk, kind of recognizing how that balance is trying to always keep that in the forefront of the mind when partaking in a sport that can be so dangerous.
What is it about your sport that you love so much that makes you want to accept those risks?
I think it's finding that fluid state, being able to do something that hardly anyone else can do. It's freedom, and I get to be who I am just naturally, and that's what's so thrilling about it.
When we come back, Team USA brings us thrills and chills. Stay with us.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
I believe every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
excitement is in the air.
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar.
Kayla, we are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone.
Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to our special look at the stars of Team USA. You may not have heard of snowboarder Dusty Henriksen yet, but the California native is drawing comparisons to superstar Shaun White. Last year, Henriksen took home slopestyle gold at the X Games, the first U.S. athlete to claim that title since Shaun White did back in 2009. Now, both of them are heading to Beijing.
Yeah, I can try my best.
That was best case scenario. I'm Dusty Henriksen. I am a snowboarder, and I'm from Big Bear Lakes, California. Yeah, duct tape wallets. I used to sell to just like make some gas money, whatever money I needed to just go anywhere or do anything. And I ended up with like hundreds. So then they're like, let's just sell them. So that's what we did.
Do you think you can make us a duct tape wallet?
I can make a card holder. Lay that down, stick another one on top of it, peel them up. This can be anything you want now. It's a huge part of our sport. We all kind of think differently and look at stuff differently just from how we've grown up and how we snowboard. There's not a lot more spins you can do these days because that's what everyone does is just see who can spin more. So it's like cool to see some people get creative and do something in a weird, different way. Then you're like, oh, there's a whole new world of possibilities right there. Very creative and fun in that aspect because stuff's always changing and avenues are always open up for more possibilities.
There are a lot of words people use to describe Olympians. One of the most common is fearless, and rightfully so. Some are skiing down dangerous slopes at 80 miles per hour, while others are performing death-defying stunts over sheets of ice. So, given how courageous these athletes are, you might be wondering, what does scare them? And you might be surprised by the answer.
Well, when I was about 10 years old, I almost got killed by a moose. It charged at me, and when it was about, 4 or 5 feet away from me, I just dove off to the side, and luckily it didn't run back around to try to stomp me again.
Do you have any fears?
Being trampled by moose, for sure.
I'm actually kind of scared of a lot of things.
We talking like, we getting real about like fears or?
Not a big fan of clowns.
Drowning or not being able to breathe, like those things, like just thinking about it stresses me out. And then also frogs.
Okay, I went to the Rainforest Cafe with my family one time when I was younger. And like the frog guy came up. And I was like, I don't think I like him very much. I don't know. I've developed kind of a fear. It's not like a crazy fear, but like if given the opportunity to meet a mascot, I'd probably decline.
Not a big fan of spiders.
What do you got there?
A pair of comfortable New Balance dad shoes, which look pretty sweet, by the way. Does that mean I became a dad?
Is it not true that this was one of your big fears?
Yeah, man, this is my future right here. I need a bigger size though. These are only 12s.
Not a big fan of, it's like general darkness. So that's fun.
What are you afraid of?
I'm afraid of sharks, but I also love sharks, which is the craziest thing. Like, I love being in the ocean. I volunteered at the Georgia Aquarium, so I literally volunteer to make food for sharks, but I'm terrified of them.
Something about the ocean freaks me out. I feel like I'm kind of a germaphobe almost, like in a weird way, but I just think about like how many people have gone to the bathroom in the ocean, how many animals have gone to the bathroom in the ocean.
So it's not sharks, it's...
Oh, no, it's also sharks. But that's in addition to everything else that I'm afraid of.
Everybody's scared of clowns. Are you not afraid of clowns? You better be afraid of clowns or I seriously question everything about you.
Sticking with thrills and chills now, Olympians Mikaela Shiffrin, Shaun White, and Nathan Chen teamed up with NBC Sports and Universal Pictures from our parent company, NBC Universal, to give us a little scare. Take a look at Mikaela Shiffrin with some prehistoric friends. Jurassic World Dominion arrives in theaters worldwide June 10th. Mikaela Shiffrin joined my colleagues at Today to talk about the making of that spot, as well as her final preps for the Beijing Winter Olympics.
Mikaela, excellent acting. We are so proud of you. You know, Shaun White is doing this, Nathan Chen.
Yeah.
What did you think when they came to you and said, like, hey, you want to ski with dinosaurs?
Yeah, oh my gosh. I was like, yes, absolutely. Jurassic World I'm a big fan. So, yeah, I was kind of geeking out that whole day, and it gave me a whole new world of respect for what actors do on a daily basis, because I got, I got a full day's worth of shooting kind of taste of it. I was like, oh my gosh, this is not that easy. And trying to imagine a dinosaur, trying to imagine Blue there and being like, oh my gosh,
Well, you were like a pro.
Great.
You're a pro. By the way, speaking of geeking out, we're geeking out because you're about to go to the Olympic Games again. It's a couple of weeks before we start. How are you feeling in this moment?
In this exact moment, I'm feeling not too bad. Yeah, no, it's a little bit ups and downs with the excitement, and then obviously there's always a little bit of nerves that play a role heading into the Olympics. And this Games, there's certainly a lot of logistics we have to figure out just getting there with the testing process and just COVID-related things. So it's a lot to think about, and it's kind of hard to even imagine being there and competing. So it's exciting, that's
Mikaela,
for sure.
you had COVID last month. Walk us through that. Must have been torturous for you in the hotel room. You've got to isolate. It stops training. I know you got imaginative with some of your training in the room. What did you do, and what was that like?
Yeah, I had a couple little pieces of equipment. I had a kettlebell and one weight plate and some exercise bands, and
I was trying to stay on top of it as much as possible. I had a bed frame, and I was able to do pull-ups on it, which was maybe a little overkill, but for whatever reason, pull-ups have been like a big thing of mine that I couldn't do a pull-up when I was 15 years old. I couldn't do one. So it's like, that's one of my big goals in my career. I want to be able to do pull-ups. So just staying on top of it. And,
man, you did it.
Well, and to show how good you are, after quarantine, you came out and broke a record. So, you know, you were okay afterwards, right?
Well, yeah. I think the hardest part about it was basically having to be nearly sedentary, obviously not fully, but not being able to ski for 2 weeks during the season. I never take more than 2 to 3 days off max during the season. So having, you know, essentially 2 weeks completely out of my ski boots off snow, that was the hardest thing to overcome. And coming back, we came right back into, you know, one of the biggest bulks of the race season there. So Schladming, that race was just the kind of the end of that block of races. And I was just trying to get through Schladming so I could actually get to this point where we are now and train, get a really good chunk of training and try to catch up for what I lost when I was inside doing pull-ups on a bed frame.
If anyone can do it, it's you, Michaela. You're a veteran.
We believe.
You've been there before. Yeah. It's all icing on the cake. We are cheering for you. And if you get scared or you want to go faster, just imagine there's big old Tyrannosaurus Rex
behind you,
chasing after you. And that'll get a little pep in your step.
That's what I'm going to be thinking in the start gate.
Here's another athlete to keep your eye on at the 2022 Winter Olympics in Beijing.
I think he's a little sticky. Wow, that's terrible. My name is Chris Mazder. I do singles and doubles luge. I live in Salt Lake City, Utah.
What do you got there?
A pair of comfortable New Balance dad shoes, which look pretty sweet, by the way. Does that mean I became a dad? My wife, Mara, we just had our first child in April, so we got Nikolai Mazder. We call him Nico for short. He's 5 months old, and he's starting to interact. He smiles all the time. He finally sleeps, so it's been a lot of fun.
Whoa!
Yeah, you did see me on Dancing with the Stars. Whitney is trying to teach me how to dance, turn these bricks into something that can tear up the dance floor. I mean, talk about terrifying. Like, cool, 10 million people are about to watch me, and the countdown's like 10, 9, and it's like, oh my God. So like way more butterflies. There's so many things to think about. Even when you're doing things, you just have to make sure your hands are like, I have these claw hands, probably just because I paddle, like, right, this is our sport. So I'll do things, and then they'll be like, what is your hand doing? And I'm like, I don't know. I was only training for a couple days before those dances. Where with luge, I'm like, I've done this for 20 years, I got it. A little different mindset.
Chris Mazder has done it. That's a medal for Team USA.
We'll be right back with more stars of Team USA.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
I believe every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
United States!
Is he superhuman? Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar.
Kayla, we are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
I think my biggest challenge is trying to stay cool under the pressure, you know, once you get there. Not putting too much pressure on yourself and just enjoying it, while at the same time doing your best to do as well as you can.
I feel really honored and grateful to head over to China and represent the U.S. We have a great team all around us, and I think it's going to be a really good experience.
My parents actually made me a really sweet video, and it was kind of a tearjerker for me, but it was really sweet, and that's what I'm taking over to Beijing. It's just thinking about my mom and dad and my brother, and just trying to make it fun, and, you know, kind of like trying to not treat it like an Olympics, but just treat it like another day on the mountain.
Welcome back. There are so many amazing stars on Team USA that we simply don't have enough time to talk about them all. But we want to highlight just a few more in the time we have left. And helping us to do that is Brandon Scoop B. Robinson, reporter, host, and analyst for Bally Sports Network. Hi, Brandon. Thanks for joining us to talk through some of this. And my first question for you, I think this sounds like a fun one. So the Winter Olympics is known for unique sports, including one making its Olympic debut, the women's monobob. What stands out about this sport? How does one person